in the Great Xia, in Jiangbei, during the late autumn, under the veil of night. Hello, is this 110? A melodious voice of a young boy resonated. Good evening, sir. How may I assist you? Officer, it's me again. Have you responded to the matter I previously reported? Upon hearing this, the once warm-hearted female officer grew cold. Sir, allow me to remind you once more that this is a police hotline. Repeatedly harassing the police hotline may lead to consequences. We reserve the right to arrest you. To her surprise, the boy on the other end appeared delighted. Really? Then come and arrest me. My name is Jiang Chu. I'm at the playground of Jiangbei University, standing at 182 centimeters tall and strikingly handsome. You'll see me when you arrive. The female officer fell silent for a few seconds. Ultimately, she sighed in resignation. Mr. Jiang, let us confirm your issue. The sound of files being opened crackled through the phone. Then the officer resumed speaking. Mr. Jiang, you claim to have caught the attention of a female ghost. Is that correct? Indeed. And this female ghost intends to visit you for a wedding at midnight tonight, 7 days from now, correct? Yes, it's not me boasting I am indeed handsome. The officer's lips twitched slightly. Could you provide a means of contacting the ghost? Auntie, you're rather humorous. Do you think a ghost would have contact information? Mr. Jiang, you only need to answer with yes or no. No, can you send a photograph of the ghost? Cannot. The officer endeavored to maintain her composure. Sir, what is your request? I would like your police force to assist me in locating a ghostbuster to expel that female ghost. If that's not feasible, it would be best to arrest me and station dozens of officers to guard me 24 hours a day. Very well. Mr. Jiang, we have noted your request and will respond within 3 working days. Goodbye. Beep, beep, beep. The sound of the call disconnecting echoed. Jiang Chu helplessly set down his phone. He had long anticipated this outcome. Like many others, Jiang Chu was a transmigrator, transported into this world. He became an orphan. Initially, Jiang Chu felt exhilarated, believing that in living anew, he would ascend to the pinnacle of life. However, he soon realized he had overestimated his position. For apart from his looks, he possessed nothing. Fortunately, Jiang Chu was not lacking in the ability to earn money after leaving the orphanage. He dabbled in writing novels, and, at his peak, he was already worth 7 figures. Additionally, with exceptional grades, he secured admission to Jiangbei University last year. Everything had been tranquil, and he was close to reaching the zenith of his life. Yet, 7 days ago, after an evening class, he unexpectedly collided with a girl. A cool young lady with ample bosom, long legs, and an alluring figure. She had casually handed him a love letter. The content of the letter was cliché, merely expressing her sudden infatuation with Jiang Chu, desiring to rendezvous with him for a night of intimacy 7 days hence. As for love letters, Jiang Chu had received countless over the years and paid them no heed. He carelessly tossed it aside. However, upon returning home, that very letter, which he had thrown away, reappeared at his bedside. Moreover, the letter bore bloodstains. This development unsettled Jiang Chu. He tried burning it, soaking it, and flushing it down the toilet multiple times. Yet each time, the letter would reappear on him. This supernatural occurrence made Jiang Chu aware that there truly were ghosts in this world. Moreover, this ghost was the school belle who, 5 years prior, had jumped from a building in her wedding gown after being violated by the night watchman. Recollecting his thoughts, Jiang Chu retrieved the blood-stained love letter from his pocket. Today marked the final day of the 7-day period. No, to be precise, there were 3 hours and 7 minutes remaining. Being targeted by a ghost, the outcome was all too predictable. However, surrender was not an option. As a transmigrator, Jiang Chu could not simply succumb to a pitiful fate. Even in this final hour, he would strive for self-rescue. My fate is my own to dictate, not to be left to heaven. Even if I fail, I shall determine when I meet my end. Jiang Chu's gaze hardened once more that he stepped out of the school. Before the school gate, a delivery truck awaited him. Young man, did you place the order? The middle-aged driver, in his 40s, inquired of Jiang Chu. Yes, Jiang Chu nodded. Driver, they'll give you an extra 200 yuan to take me to the outskirts to the potter's field. The driver was taken aback. Going to a potter's field at such an hour? Was this a place for decent folk? Young man, it's not that I'm unwilling. How about an extra 500? All right then, hop in. Let me show you what driving skills look like. The driver wasted no time. With a press of the accelerator, the vehicle roared to life. Jiang Chu sat in the cargo area, where a large box was being transported. This was Jiang Chu's final resort. Silence enveloped the journey. At 10:20 in the evening, Jiang Chu disembarked from the delivery truck, box in hand. The night had grown deep. Above, only a blood moon hung high. Its eerie red glow cast an even more sinister air over the already haunting Potter's Field. Ordinary people would hardly dare to venture here, even in daylight, let alone at night. Yet, Jiang Chu felt no trepidation that he merely wished to survive. Dragging the large wooden box, he moved with a mix of urgency and caution. At 11:10, Jiang Chu entered the heart of the Potter's Field as promised. Sitting on the ground, he lit a cigarette, taking a long drag. Once finished, he opened the large box. Inside lay 10 paper figures, each resembling a muscular man, perfectly arranged. At this moment, Jiang Chu once again brandished the love letter. "Senior sister, I know I'm handsome and you're stunning, but it's rather inappropriate for us to jump to intimacy so soon. How about this? They'll burn 10 strong men for you. And once you've honed your skills, come find me, all right? Let's both take a step back, don't push me." With that, he placed the love letter at the center of the 10 muscular figures. Snap! The flicker of a lighter pierced the darkness. Without hesitation, Jiang Chu ignited the love letter along with the figures. Flames rose, accompanied by curling wisps of smoke. Jiang Chu stood aside, watching as the muscular figures burned to ashes and the love letter slowly disintegrated. Jiang Chu's expression suddenly brightened. Was it successful? Yet at that moment, swish from the ashes, a red light burst forth, striking Jiang Chu squarely on the forehead. Jiang Chu froze, hastily removing the object. Upon seeing it clearly, his face went pale. Adhering to his forehead was none other than the blood-stained love letter. Moreover, the writing on it now appeared a terrifying crimson, as if mocking him. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Chu was utterly enraged. "You shameless thing! Since it's come to this, let's ensure neither of us has a good outcome." Chapter 2. Draped in purple robes, adorned with copper coin masks, transforming into the purple robe zombie king. The midnight air was chilling, yet Jiang Chu's demeanor was even colder as he approached the wooden chest once more. Extracting a backpack and a folding shovel, with swift strides, he made his way to a pre-selected grave mound and began to dig. His movements were rapid, and within mere minutes, he had unearthed a grave-sized pit. To his astonishment, nestled within was a meticulously prepared cypress coffin. With a swift motion, he opened the backpack, retrieving a purple Taoist robe, which he draped over himself with ease. The robe was embroidered with auspicious symbols, featuring a golden dragon that stretched across the fabric, surrounded by clouds of azure and white. Under the moonlight, it appeared strikingly vivid. This was the final method Jiang Chu had devised, not merely burning paper offerings. But these very items, during the past 7 days, Jiang Chu had not remained idle. He had pondered countless strategies and prepared for the worst-case scenario. This gamble of mutual destruction. Among the most fearsome of the undead were the zombies. And the most formidable among Taoists donned purple robes. Clad in these robes, he would become a zombie, and then they could see who was truly more terrifying. The purple robe he wore was no counterfeit. It was a genuine relic he acquired after a night of travel to Longhu Mountain, where he generously donated a significant portion of his savings to aid the local villagers in building roads and bridges, ultimately obtaining it from the only elder Taoist residing in the mountains. Subsequently, Jiang Chu produced several items, 3 vials of crow's blood and a copper coin mask to transform into a zombie. He needed to be buried in a coffin at the graveyard with the most potent corpse energy, coupled with the gathering of through the crow's blood, and finally, wearing the copper coin mask to seal the last remnants of his yang energy. With everything in place, only 10 minutes remained. Jiang Chu seized a small gas canister nearby and stepped into the coffin. With a decisive click, the coffin lid closed. He set a countdown timer, gently opened the gas canister, and surrendered himself to a tranquil slumber. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Time slipped away gradually, and Jiang Chu's consciousness began to blur. However, in his final moments of clarity, he faintly heard a mechanical voice resonating in his mind. Ding! Host detected facing supernatural danger. System activation in progress. MMP. Ding! Host death detected. System unable to bind. Ding! Emergency system upgrade initiated. Upgrading to the most suitable template for the host. Ding! System upgrade successful. Purple Robe Zombie King System bound. 20.50.100 Binding successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a century's worth of corpse energy. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the corpse Purple Taoist Robe. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the corpse 5 Emperor's Copper Coin Shield. The final prompt echoed. A torrent of violent corpse energy surged into Jiang Chu's body. His form began to transform at an unimaginable speed, teeth elongating, nails and hair growing uncontrollably. The purple robe and copper coin mask he wore radiated an eerie luminescence. Outside the graveyard, as midnight arrived, the surrounding winds howled, and a strange mist began to rise in the woods. Through the haze, a figure clad in a bright red wedding gown materialized, her ghostly eyes fixated on the spot where Jiang Chu was buried. A chilling smile gracing her face. Junior, did you think death could free you from me? You are terribly naive. You have merely just died that your corpse can still share a chamber, at that moment, inside the coffin. Jiang Chu suddenly opened his eyes, an overwhelming surge of corpse energy exploding forth, reaching towards the heavens. Boom! The previously clear night sky, unbeknownst to when it had begun, became engulfed in tumultuous dark clouds. Within the clouds, ominous rumbles of thunder flickered. Bolts of lightning gathered in a frenzy, seemingly poised to strike down at any moment. Terror, astonishment, the ghostly bride's malevolent grin faded, replaced by sheer fear as she gazed at the transformation above. Not just her, but many living souls in Jiangbei City looked up in bewilderment. What in the world is this weather? How can it change so suddenly? The weather forecast didn't mention rain today. You actually believe the weather forecast? You might as well believe the men's football team can win the championship. Hurry home, my quilt hasn't been put away yet, in an underground research facility in Jiangbei. Even at midnight, the place was brightly lit, with numerous figures bustling about. Suddenly, an alarm blared throughout the research facility, causing everyone to freeze in their tracks, their gazes drawn to the source of the sound. A numerical readout indicating was rapidly climbing in mere seconds. The large screen flickered and emitted black smoke. Witnessing this scene, the pupils of everyone present constricted violently, as if they had encountered something horrifying. Swish, a middle-aged man with a square face appeared from seemingly nowhere, his expression one of shock. What is going on? Where did this alarm come from? Hearing the man's inquiry, someone nearby quickly replied. Captain.its from the direction of the Rubbish Grave Mountain. The Rubbish Grave Mountain? Could it be that the entity buried there has emerged? Impossible. She still had some time before she could fully materialize. The square-faced man muttered to himself, but quickly shouted, immediately initiate repairs. Notify all patrolling personnel to stand by. Await my orders. Yes, at the rubbish grave. With a loud crash, the coffin that held Jiang Chu exploded into a fine powder the moment he awakened. Crack! The thunder in the sky erupted simultaneously, and it was not just a singular bolt of lightning. A full 9 streaks of lightning tore across the sky, striking down into Jiang Chu's grave. The ghostly bride hid trembling behind a grave mound, her body quaking as she gazed in bewilderment at the tumultuous skies. She was utterly confused, having no idea what was happening or what kind of entity she was meant to share a chamber with. Why was he so fearsome even in death? The very lightning rained down upon him. 9 strikes in total. Yet her fear was only just beginning. From the grave, a figure enveloped in terrifying black mist leapt forth. His pupils glowed a dreadful red, his complexion ghostly pale, and 2 fangs protruded menacingly as he let out a deafening roar, charging towards the descending lightning without flinching. Boom! A flash of white light enveloped the scene. The ghostly bride instinctively shut her eyes, her legs clenching together, as an unimaginable blast resonated from above. Did he die? For the first time, the ghostly bride hoped that the entity could be vanquished by the thunder. This being was far too terrifying, even sending shivers down the spine of a ghostly bride. One could only imagine how horrifying it truly was. She slowly opened her eyes, her pupils dilated in shock. Her hair standing on in the void above. She beheld the figure surrounded by tendrils of lightning. In the illumination of that brilliance, she could discern that he was clad in a purple Taoist robe. His long hair billowing, half of his face obscured by a copper coin mask, with a piercing crimson gaze. This is impossible. Chapter 3. 9 Thunders Strike. Invulnerable to all methods. Immortal, undying, indestructible. Thunder is the bane of malevolent spirits. Rainy nights are the most fearful times for specters, for thunder embodies pure yang energy. Anything associated with thunder possesses an unfathomable power. Yet before her stood a being that had withstood 9 bolts of heavenly lightning without a scratch. Swish! Jiang Chu's gaze turned sharply towards the ghostly bride. Unable to withstand the pressure any longer, she collapsed to the ground. Overwhelmed by his stare, it was as if she beheld endless corpse energy and slaughter. "Senior sister, did you not wish to share a chamber with me? Come now." His words, dripping with a demonic allure, echoed in the ghostly bride's ears. Jiang Chu was now at her side, a torrent of corpse energy engulfing him. What should have been a handsome visage had become unsettlingly sinister due to the overwhelming energy. The ghostly bride instinctively sought to flee. However, before she could move, she realized her body was completely immobilized. Suddenly, her vision blurred, and a pair of elongated fingers gripped her throat. Sharp nails pierced deep into her flesh. Pain! Pain! The ghostly bride emitted a chilling scream. Had she been an ordinary person, she would have perished. But as a ghost, even with her throat pierced, she could not die. "Why are you running, senior sister? Are you afraid of me?" Jiang Chu's gaze remained cold as he regarded the ghostly bride. Spare me. Please let me go. I wasn't trying to kill you. I was being manipulated." At this revelation, Jiang Chu's previously calm eyes burned crimson once more, emanating an overwhelming killing intent. "Who?" The ghostly bride seized the opportunity. "If you let me go, I will tell you. Otherwise, even in death, I won't reveal it. Do you think you are worthy to negotiate with me?" The ghostly bride felt a surge of dread before she could utter another word. She sensed the grip on her throat tightening, the corpse energy intensifying. Bang! The ghostly bride screamed once more, transforming into a wisp of green smoke. Yet before she could vanish, Jiang Chu's copper coin mask flashed. Sealing the smoke away, defeated the ghostly bride won. Corpse energy points 300. The system's voice resonated in Jiang Chu's mind. The sound awakened Jiang Chu from the grips of slaughter. What is a corpse chi point? Jiang Chu pondered as a luminous screen suddenly materialized in his mind. Name: Jiang Chu. Identity: Purple Robe Zombie King. Unique: Zombie level 3rd order green zombie. Evolution progress 47%. Treasures: Corpse Purple Robe. Corpse 5 Emperor's Money Shield. Corpse chi points 300. Can be used to purchase in the shop. The classification of attributes is rather extensive. The level is green zombie, and it has already reached 47% in the evolution of green zombies. Jiang Chu was somewhat knowledgeable about the hierarchy of zombies. According to the records, zombies are divided into purple zombies, white zombies, green zombies, hairy zombies, flying zombies, wandering corpses, and undying bones. The green zombie rank is already quite high. Typically, it takes at least 400 to 500 years for an ordinary zombie to become a green zombie. He never expected to step into this realm immediately upon his transformation. However, shouldn't a green zombie be covered in green fur? Although impervious to blades and capable of extraordinary leaps, they should not possess the same fluidity of movement as he does. Host, please refrain from using such derogatory terms for inferior zombies. The attributes of the Purple Robe Zombie King can be reviewed at will. The system's voice echoed once more in his mind. Jiang Chu's lips twitched. The use of the term insult was ill-advised. He would prefer it not be used again. He hastily examined the information as the system suggested. Purple Robe Zombie King transcends the 3 realms and 6 paths, cannot be probed, supreme of 10,000 corpses, can freely control the transformation of the body, unafraid of sunlight, impervious to all laws, ageless, undying, and indestructible. Such incredible power, Jiang Chu was momentarily taken aback. Transcending the 3 realms and 6 paths, immortal and indestructible. This was simply outrageous. He continued to explore other attributes. Corpse Purple Robe, a Taoist treasure that conceals heavenly secrets. Draped in a purple robe, it can command divine beings. Corpse 5 Emperor's Money Shield. Wearing it obscures one's form, rendering it impervious to detection, and each coin can seal countless spirits. Currently sealed spirit, the bride in red. It truly has the power to seal. Jiang Chu sensed the 5 Emperor's Money Shield, which emanated a faint ghostly glow. Simultaneously, within the shield, a ghostly figure gradually materialized. It was none other than the bride in red. However, her eyes were devoid of any luster. Reduced to a mere vassal of the 5 Emperor's Money Shield, this enhanced Jiang Chu's aura significantly. The so-called sealed spirits refer to the malevolent spirits that have been vanquished and confined within the money shield, serving as nourishment to augment his strength. Incredible. Jiang Chu was thoroughly pleased. Not only was it flashy but also practical, although he had only slain one spirit and could not yet discern its full effects. If he were to vanquish hundreds or thousands of malevolent spirits, countless wraiths could materialize at his command. The spectacle was almost surreal. Furthermore, Jiang Chu glanced at the purple robe, the 5 Emperor's money shield seals spirits. While this item commands divine beings, could it be that by slaying gods and spirits, he could achieve similar effects? Jiang Chu's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had truly made a fortuitous gamble. Although he had forsaken his mortal identity, he had gained the immortal and indestructible purple robe Zombie King. While zombies may appear fearsome, there exists no true compassion in this world. The myriad laws of the world hold no absolute good or evil. Only the human heart distinguishes between right and wrong. Thus, the distinction between the living and the dead held no sway over Jiang Chu. Yet, he did not forget the words of the bride in red before her demise. Although uncertain of their veracity, given Jiang Chu's character, if it were indeed true, no one would escape unscathed. He swiftly retrieved the blood-stained love letter from his pocket. The trace of corpse chi surged into the letter. In an instant, a sinister aura erupted from it. Reveal yourself. Jiang Chu's crimson eyes emitted 2 terrifying beams of cold light, seemingly capable of piercing through space. Gradually, a figure began to coalesce within his gaze. This figure was a refined man with long hair and golden-rimmed glasses. That it was him. Upon recognizing the figure, a murderous intent radiated from Jiang Chu, causing the surrounding flora to bend and sway violently in the gusts of wind. This figure was familiar to him, the only archaeology student from Jiangbei University, now a teacher in the archaeology department. Zhou Zheng. He was also the former boyfriend of the bride in red. When Jiang Chu had been entangled by the bride in red, he had sought Zhou Zheng's assistance, only to be rebuffed. That scoundrel, it seems all the threads lead back to you. Host has triggered a system task. Revenge is a must. Upon completion, substantial rewards will be obtained. At that moment, the system's prompt echoed in Jiang Chu's mind once more. A system task? Jiang Chu was momentarily stunned before a smile spread across his face. The timing couldn't be more perfect. His figure flickered, transforming into a streak of red light, enveloped in terrifying corpse chi, rushing towards a specific direction. Meanwhile, deep within the sprawling graveyard, a ghostly gaze suddenly opened, glancing in Jiang Chu's direction before slowly closing again. Not long after Jiang Chu departed, 6 or 7 vehicles with flashing lights hurriedly converged upon the graveyard. Outside the graveyard, the vehicles came to a halt, and figures clad in specialized uniforms disembarked. Upon exiting the vehicles, they surveyed the graveyard with the utmost caution. In the front row, the square-faced man from the underground research facility also emerged, his expression exceedingly grave. Captain, the detection results have come in. The source of the anomalous fluctuations is not from the grave mountain, but rather from this small graveyard outside it. It's not from within the mountain itself. That a voice spoke from behind the square-faced man. He sighed heavily. This is the worst-case scenario. 2 great evils manifesting simultaneously in a location previously undetected. All personnel, combat readiness level 1. Move in. Chapter 4. The ghostly eye observes the mortal realm. Want to see my true form? Prepare yourself for a spectacle. Jiangbei University, faculty housing complex. It was now past midnight, and the once bustling pathways were devoid of life, save for the mournful autumn wind rustling the fallen leaves. In Building 2. Room 503, the lights were off, illuminated only by a few flickering candles. In the living room, a refined man with long hair sat cross-legged. Before him, a ritual altar adorned with 3 incense sticks and various unidentified items. At the center of the altar stood a bone, a woman's skeleton. Resting atop the bone was a photograph. The figure in the photograph was none other than Jiang Chu, a pure yang body, and a congenital pure yang at that. By inscribing your corpse's bones to establish a fate array, I can thoroughly investigate that ancient tomb. Zhou Zheng gazed at the photograph, his eyes gleaming with an unimaginable madness. But just then, bang, the altar erupted with a resounding explosion. Cracks began to form on the skeleton, which soon shattered explosively. What? Zhou Zheng was taken aback by this sudden turn of events. He hastily rose to his feet. What happened? Little Hong's bones shattered. Zhou Zheng's pupils constricted, disbelief washing over him. Anger soon followed. I shall see who dares to disrupt my plans. In an instant, Zhou Zheng's hand moved with lightning speed, scooping up the pulverized bone dust and applying it to his eyes. Yin and Yang have nowhere to hide. I shall observe the mortal realm with the ghostly eye. Ghostly eye. Activate. As his fingers passed, a wisp of black mist materialized in his eyes. Zhou Zheng looked again at the bones and the photograph. No response. Zhou Zheng was momentarily taken aback, clearly having never encountered such a situation before. His ghostly eye had been opened using the corpse of the bride in red as a conduit. As a spirit he had refined, she naturally held a profound connection to him. This technique had never failed him before. Yet, he was met with nothingness. Just as Zhou Zheng remained puzzled, the photograph inexplicably began to move of its own accord. Before he could react, the photograph suddenly adhered itself to his face, forcibly prying open his eyes. Zhou Zheng beheld. On the other side of the photograph stood a terrifying entity draped in a purple robe. Wearing a copper coin mask, exuding an unimaginable aura of corpse chi, also gazing back at him, the ghastly figure lifted its mask, revealing two sharp fangs, grinning widely at him. Professor Zhou, don't rush. I shall be there shortly. In that instant, Zhou Zheng's pupils dilated to the extreme. Jiang Chu, boom. The photograph ignited in a blaze of green flames, rapidly reducing to ashes. The hair on Zhou Zheng's body stood on end. As if he had encountered a ghost. No, this was far more terrifying than any ghost. What on earth was that being just now? A zombie? It didn't seem like one. Zombies don't resemble humans. Damn it. What has that brat become in just a few days? The sheer aura he emanated was beyond anything he could withstand. No, I have to run. Zhou Zheng made a swift decision, disregarding his belongings as he dashed towards the window. Crack! Just as he pushed the window open, he froze in place that a thick fog had inexplicably enveloped the entire community, rendering it impenetrable. The eerie silence was suffocating. The chirping of insects and birds had vanished. Through the mist, the dim yellow glow of the streetlights cast an eerie illumination, further enhancing the bizarre atmosphere. Gulp. Zhou Zheng swallowed hard. A being capable of manipulating malevolent spirits, he is undoubtedly a practitioner of the mystical arts. Such circumstances are all too familiar to him. This mist is no ordinary fog. It is the fog of the deceased, born from the intense chill radiating from the vengeful spirits colliding with the warmth of the mortal realm. It has condensed into this vapor. Yet, the fact that it can envelop their entire neighborhood signifies something far more sinister, that a great calamity has descended upon them. Tap, tap, from the depths of the mist. Zhou Zheng seems to hear a sound approaching. This sound is not the mere echo of footsteps. It resembles the clash of metal, infused with a terrifying malevolence. Each clang seems to resonate with the rhythm of his heart. Zhou Zheng holds his breath, gazing toward the source of the sound. The swirling mist roils toward that direction. Illuminated by the dim glow of the streetlight, he catches sight of that figure clad in a purple robe once more. The sound is none other than the collision of the coins adorning his mask. However, unlike last time, this time he is clearly visible. Bang. Zhou Zheng hastily shuts the window, leaning against the wall. Gasping for breath as beads of sweat cascade down his forehead like droplets of water, he has truly arrived. Zhou Zheng resembles a frightened child, utterly at a loss. Calm down, I must remain composed. He slaps himself twice, forcing himself to regain his composure. To succumb to fear in the face of the sinister is a grave mistake. He had thought he could maintain an unperturbed demeanor. Yet the terrifying figure in his mind causes him to falter. What is just a newly deceased corpse? No matter what transformations it has undergone, can I not deal with a mere spirit for a day? Zhou Zheng steels himself. It is at this moment that, bang, the window of his home shatters. The torrent of thick fog floods into the room. Jiang Chu's figure appears almost simultaneously within Zhou Zheng's dwelling. His gaze is indifferent as he looks at Zhou Zheng. Zhou Zheng, long time no see. Though it is merely a single sentence, when spoken by Jiang Chu, it sends a shiver down Zhou Zheng's spine, causing the flicker of confidence he had just mustered to vanish in an instant. Zhou Zheng forces a strained smile. Jiang, do you believe this is all a misunderstanding? I truly did not intend to harm you. Misunderstanding? Jiang Chu responds with a smile, his sharp zombie fangs accentuating his eerie demeanor. How wonderful! My intention to kill you tonight is also a misunderstanding. Rest assured, When the news reports tomorrow, you will surely appear to have died peacefully. Zhou Zheng's smile evaporates, contorting into a snarl. Jiang Chu, although I know not what you are, after all, deceased. This world belongs to the living. Your blatant display of corpse energy has surely drawn the attention of the relevant authorities. Should you kill me and commit murder, you will undoubtedly be dealt with as the vile spirit you are. Depart. If you leave, I will keep your secret. You still have a chance to live. Chapter 5. Kill me. Even the 10 Yama Kings cannot achieve that. Kill me. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chu bursts into laughter. He is the purple-robed zombie king, immortal and indestructible. Who could possibly slay him? Even if this world has so-called supernatural departments, what of it? If he cannot avenge his blood feud, then he has wasted his transformation into a zombie. They are not worthy. Zhou Zheng's expression darkens. He knows that today cannot end peacefully. If that is the case, then I shall act as heaven's avenger and take you down. Gritting his teeth, he stands resolutely before his altar, drawing forth a peachwood sword from the altar. He bites his finger, smearing his blood upon the sword. He chants incantations as his finger glides over the blade. The peachwood sword emanates a dark glow. Within that dark glow, the wails of wronged souls can be heard. Clearly the result of Zhou Zheng's actions. Armed with the peachwood sword, Zhou Zheng feels a surge of confidence. Monster, behold my sword. He strikes down suddenly. The peachwood sword transforms into a streak of blood light, shooting toward Jiang Chu. This is his crafted talisman, designed to counter darkness with light. Even century-old malevolent spirits could be vanquished using a talisman against me. Jiang Chu scoffs at this. As a zombie, he is impervious to all forms of magic, especially his physical form, which is beyond imagination. What kind of talisman could possibly harm him? Without even a hint of evasion, Jiang Chu opens his palm wide as the peachwood sword approaches. Crack! The peachwood sword is forcibly snapped in two. The wronged souls attached to the sword scream in agony, dissipating into ethereal light, sealed within the money mask, serving as nourishment. Not a single bit wasted. From a distance, Zhou Zheng's eyes nearly bulge out of his head. Good grief, his talisman, just like that, was shattered. Yet Jiang Chu does not relent. His entire form stirs up a chilling wind. Zhou Zheng, prepare to die. A roar erupts, igniting his murderous intent. The overwhelming energy of the dead surges forth. Seeing Jiang Chu's terrifying power, Zhou Zheng grits his teeth, flipping his palm to reveal a talisman exuding a terrifying dark energy. A talisman sealing a bloody eyeball. Jiang Chu, you have forced my hand. With that, Zhou Zheng pays no heed to anything else. His hand swiftly forms seals. 10,000 evils explode. Zhou Zheng bellows as his voice rings out. The dark energy talisman begins to tremble uncontrollably. This talisman is the last resort of Zhou Zheng. It is said to have been drawn by a notorious practitioner of the dark arts who slayed a malevolent entity. Once released, it can unleash 1/10 of that entity's power. He had expended a significant portion of his wealth to acquire it. A genuine life-saving trump card. Had it not been for the life-threatening crisis today, he would never have resorted to using it. Buzz, buzz. The black talisman quakes violently. An immense surge of ghastly light converges. Just as Zhou Zheng completes the hand seals. Go. A terrifying radiance erupts from the talisman, carrying unfathomable power as it rushes toward Jiang Chu. Boom. The explosive sound shatters every object within Zhou Zheng's home. After unleashing this strike, Zhou Zheng's body feels somewhat limp, the talisman's power nearly draining all his energy. Yet he dares not relax for a moment, his gaze fixated on the center of the explosion. Once the dust settles, Zhou Zheng's entire body goes rigid as he witnesses Jiang Chu merely extend a hand. This single hand effortlessly absorbs all the power released by the talisman. Not even his skin is broken. Gulp. Zhou Zheng swallows hard. Just what kind of monster have I provoked? First, he barehandedly snapped my talisman. And now my last resort proves utterly useless. This is truly beyond comprehension. Your power is formidable. If you were to increase it by several tens of times, perhaps it might even graze my skin. Jiang Chu praises that he grins at Zhou Zheng. Have you exhausted all your tricks? If so, it's my turn. Swish. His figure flickers, appearing directly before Zhou Zheng. Zhou Zheng finds himself utterly devoid of any courage to resist. If even his trump card cannot breach the defenses of this being, what is left to play? He forces a bitter smile that in the end, the victor and the vanquished should you wish to kill or maim me. Zhou Zheng shall not utter a word. Crack. Jiang Chu stomps down, shattering his leg bone with a sickening crunch. Da-da. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts. Damn it. On the brink of death, he still puts on airs. Jiang Chu twists it 2 more times before continuing. Mr. Zhou, relax. You know I've never been a good person. Zhou Zheng. Buzz. Suddenly, the ghostly eye within Zhou Zheng's talisman begins to tremble. This is no longer Zhou Zheng controlling the talisman. Rather, the ghostly eye within it senses a threat and begins to awaken autonomously. Dark rays of light flicker upon the talisman. The eyeball is eerily animated, seemingly gazing sideways at Jiang Chu. Jiang Chu frowns, raising a hand to strike. What are you looking at? Buzz. Buzz. The ghostly eye within the talisman trembles even more violently. Once merely flickering with ghostly light, it erupts once more. In a fleeting moment, it seems as though something terrifying is attempting to crawl out from that ghostly eye, seeking to drag Jiang Chu into an endless abyss. Still looking? How audacious! Jiang Chu's eyes blaze with crimson light. The corpse energy of the purple-robed zombie king surges forth. One hand plunges into the black talisman. Zzz. With a fierce tug, Jiang Chu tears the talisman in half. Yet in that instant, the eye within the talisman finally breaks free from its constraints. Just as it attempts to struggle, boom. Jiang Chu exerts his strength, unleashing the power of the zombie king, and the ghostly eye erupts instantly. Buzz. The money mask on Jiang Chu's face quivers slightly. Once more, a coin lights up, revealing a minuscule eye within. Host has slain ghostly eye 1. Corpse energy points 500. The system voice echoes in Jiang Chu's mind. Zhou Zheng stands dumbfounded. He can no longer feel the pain of his eyes being gouged out. Completely incredulous at the scene before him, the ghostly eye was actually crushed by Jiang Chu, just like that. It harbored the power of a great calamity. Even practitioners of the postnatal realm could not shake it. Yet in Jiang Chu's hands that IT had no strength to resist. This fellow truly just died. What was I thinking? Choosing such a being as a target among so many students. What a waste. Jiang Chu spat disdainfully. Having exerted merely a fraction of his strength to crush the ghastly eye, initially believing it to be a formidable entity, he then cast his gaze upon Zhou Zheng, whose eye sockets were continuously oozing blood. Suddenly, Jiang Chu felt a twitch in his nostrils, and at that moment, a bloodthirsty desire surged within his mind to drain him dry. This craving was not particularly intense, yet the sight of blood was akin to that of a parched individual encountering a refreshing cup of iced taro bubble tea. His fangs could not help but extend. Zhou Zheng seemed to sense something amiss, his entire body recoiling in terror, his eyes wide with dread. No, please, no. But before he could voice his protest, Jiang Chu's figure had already materialized before him. A piercing scream echoed throughout the room. Moments later, Jiang Chu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Beside him, Zhou Zheng had been reduced to little more than a desiccated husk. Not just his flesh and blood, but even his soul had been devoured by Jiang Chu. The opportunity for reincarnation had vanished. Yet, Jiang Chu frowned. The taste of this blood seemed rather lackluster, far from the delectable flavor he had imagined. Ding! The host has absorbed a practitioner, gaining 1 month of corpse energy. Corpse energy points 500. Ding! Detected that the current food quality is too low level, automatically shielding the host from bloodlust. An exceptional zombie would rather starve than consume refuse. Chapter 6. Evolution. You tell me to believe in science? 2 consecutive system notifications echoed in Jiang Chu's mind. A slight twitch tugged at the corner of his mouth. How prideful. Nevertheless, the elimination of bloodlust was a welcome development. Although, even without this intervention, Jiang Chu could easily restrain his earlier cravings for blood. Still, having the system handle it once and for all was undeniably convenient. Moreover, as a newly transformed zombie king, he did not harbor a strong aversion to drinking blood. But after so many years of being human, such a sudden transition required some adjustment. Zhou Zheng, the old wretch, had the honor of being his first victim. Jiang Chu spat again when he suddenly noticed something in Zhou Zheng's grasp. With a swift motion, Jiang Chu seized the object, which turned out to be a rusted nail. This nail was peculiar, significantly larger than an ordinary one, measuring over a foot in length, and emanated a familiar aura. A zombie! Jiang Chu instantly deduced its source that a nail for pinning zombies. He raised an eyebrow, but deemed it entirely useless to him that he decided to stow it away for later. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing this system task. Revenge is a dish best served cold. Task completion rewards 30 years of corpse energy. With this proclamation, the corpse energy within Jiang Chu surged forth. Although 30 years of corpse energy was not particularly vast, it far surpassed the 1 month he had absorbed from Zhouzhang. Jiang Chu could feel his zombie body growing increasingly powerful. After several breaths, the 30 years of corpse energy was completely assimilated. He glanced at his cultivation panel. Name: Jiang Chu. Identity: Purple Robe Zombie King. Unique: Zombie level 3rd grade green zombie. Evolution progress 71 treasures. Corpse purple robe. Corpse 5 Emperor's gold shield. Corpse energy points 2,100. Available for purchase in the shop. The 30 years of corpse energy had elevated his green zombie evolution progress to 71. It seemed that with another 30 years of corpse energy, he could achieve another advancement. This rapid progression was quite satisfying. After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Chu, now a zombie king, was no longer bound by the realm of the living. His understanding of this world was still limited, thus lingering was unwise. Having avenged himself, it was time to depart. With that thought, Jiang Chu's figure melded into the corpse mist, which swiftly receded, along with his presence. Vanishing without a trace, the mass grave site. Under the leadership of a square-faced man, 2 to 3 dozen uniformed personnel advanced cautiously into the depths of the graveyard. Each bore a distinct aura, clearly indicating they were no ordinary individuals. The wandering spirits that inhabited the vicinity hastily retreated upon witnessing such a formidable procession. Yet, despite their imposing demeanor, the team remained silent, meticulously observing their surroundings. As if fearing an ambush, within 10 minutes, they had traversed nearly half the distance. They delved deeper into the graveyard. The square-faced man's brow furrowed increasingly. Upon passing through a dense thicket, his pupils widened in shock at the sight before him. A vast expanse of charred remnants stretching over 100 meters. With trees splintered and fallen, evidently the aftermath of an unimaginable force. However, that aside from the toppled trees, the mass grave was eerily empty. Search this area thoroughly. Yes, at the square-faced man's command, dozens of members dispersed, initiating a comprehensive search within the expansive vicinity. Minutes later, the square-faced man arrived at the pit where Jiang Chu had undergone his metamorphosis. 2 personnel were already examining the site. Captain, we can confirm that this pit is likely the source of the recent anomaly. However, this pit seems rather new. One of the personnel hesitantly reported after their examination. Too new? The square-faced man was taken aback. Their leader, he was a formidable individual himself, possessing extraordinary powers. Upon entering this area, he had sensed the lingering, terrifying corpse energy in the air, which indicated the presence of a malevolent force buried for centuries. Yet, this investigator claimed the pit was new. The square-faced man furrowed his brow. Could it possibly be a premier breeding ground for corpses? Could a single body have transformed into a malevolent entity in such a short time? How many years had passed since this pit was created? Over a century. If it exceeded a century, it could be explained. However, if a body could be nurtured to this extent within a century, this location needed to be reported, and the underground veins must be thoroughly severed. Hearing this, the investigator seemed at a loss for words, unsure of how to proceed. Spit it out. The square-faced man glared. The investigator sighed. Based on our analysis, this pit, that likely hasn't existed for more than a century. The square-faced man inhaled deeply. Is that so? Can you be more specific? About 3 days. 3 days? The square-faced man suddenly straightened, his eyes widening in disbelief. Not only him, but all the surrounding members stared at the speaker with astonishment. The air fell into an oppressive silence. After several seconds, the square-faced man finally responded. Lin Shuang, are you joking? Lin Shuang shrugged. Captain, do you think I would jest about such matters? I have been engaged in supernatural investigations for over a decade and have never encountered such a bizarre location. This place may have been struck by lightning, but the earth is clearly freshly turned. My estimate of 3 days is conservative. I suspect this pit hasn't existed for more than 24 hours. As he concluded, Lin Shuang could not help but curse. The square-faced man took a deep breath. Thank you for your hard work. Let's regroup. Since that thing has already departed, it likely won't return. Notify all teams to remain vigilant. Should any strange occurrences arise, report immediately. Furthermore, we must identify every living and deceased individual who has entered this mass grave in recent days. Investigate each one. Yes, Captain, should we report this to headquarters? The square-faced man shot him a glare. Report. How in the world am I supposed to report this? To say that a body buried for 3 days has undergone mutation, overwhelming our research institute's detection instruments. Do you think the old geezers at the institute would take that seriously? Science. Do you understand? We must believe in science. Chapter 7. Control techniques. Zombies that can cast spells. Even deities cannot stand in their way. The crimson moon hung high in the night sky, casting a cold light upon the world. Though it was midnight, the streets of Zhongbei were still ablaze with brilliance that in a room within Tianyuan community. Jiang Chu's figure emerged from the mist, gradually materializing. His zombie fangs retracted, and his crimson eyes returned to their original state. The purple robe dissipated along with the corpse energy, vanishing from sight. The copper coin mask on his face transformed into a bracelet. Adorning his wrist, Jiang Chu approached the mirror in the room. Switching on the light to scrutinize his reflection, he appeared almost indistinguishable from his living self, save for slightly paler skin, which rendered his complexion somewhat sickly. Were it not for his ability to manifest his zombie king form at will, he might have thought he was dreaming that my current state bears some resemblance to the Panga zombie from my past life films, albeit at a much higher level, as the Panga zombie could not command legions of the undead or command deities. Jiang Chu mused to himself. The Panga zombie, in its ordinary form, bore no distinction from a living person. Unafraid of sunlight or supernatural forces, yet it lacked Jiang Chu's extraordinary abilities, such as immortality and invulnerability. I suppose this is a form of reverse immortality. Recollecting his thoughts, he acknowledged that with the threat of death behind him, life must continue. The identity of a zombie differs significantly from that of an ordinary person, compelling Jiang Chu to mask his true nature. For the time being, he resolves to endure, with a system at his disposal. He need not worry about becoming stronger. After all, if his power is sufficient, what does it matter if he is a zombie? Resolute in his decision, Jiang Chu turns his attention to his system space. System, what is the nature of this system mall? Ding. Host, would you like to activate the system mall? Is that even a question? Activate. The system mall has been successfully opened. System mall. Level 1. Each item costs 500 corpse energy points. Accumulating 5,000 points will unlock level 2 of the system mall. Higher mall levels yield more precious treasures. Note, of course, you may also rely on your own zombie products. Go for it. Number of items available in the mall. 10. Automatically refreshing at midnight daily. Or refreshable by consuming 100 corpse energy points. Note, the more refreshes, the greater the consumption of corpse energy points. The rules are straightforward. Jiang Chu eagerly opens the mall. On the shelves, he discovers 10 items. Item 1. Plants vs. Zombies description. Upon purchase, you will receive a special seed. Planting this seed will yield a pea shooter. Though its power is modest, isn't it intriguing? Price. 500 corpse energy points. Jiang Chu. What on earth? Intriguing, you say? This mall is truly a legitimate marketplace. Are you not afraid of being sued for such blatant imitation? Jiang Chu's lips twitch slightly as he moves on to the next item. Item 2. Corpse Energy Shampoo 100 description. A shampoo specially crafted for zombies. ASA zombie. Wouldn't you want to indulge in silky smooth hair every day? Price. 500 corpse energy points. Roll. Jiang Chu swiftly skips past. The items in the mall are utterly absurd that he cannot fathom how the system operates. Item 3. Dark Cola 500. Item 4. Corpse Energy Pill. Upon seeing the name of this pill, Jiang Chu's eyes brighten. Finally, something of use. Description. As the name suggests, a pill condensed from corpse energy. 1 pill can enhance the corpse energy cultivation of a green zombie for a year, and additionally, it can transform the dead into zombies. Not bad at all. A single pill that grants a year's worth of corpse energy. I'll buy it. Jiang Chu decisively clicks to purchase in an instant. A translucent porcelain bottle appears in his hand. He opens the bottle, and a chilling aura emanates from within. This coldness would surely discomfort a living person, but Jiang Chu finds it rather pleasant. Reminiscent of a warm bath, the bottle contains 10 pills, equating to 10 years of corpse energy. Jiang Chu nods in satisfaction, opting not to consume it immediately. 10 years of corpse energy is hardly trivial. No need to rush. He will save it for when he is on the verge of a breakthrough. Stowing the corpse energy pills away, Jiang Chu quickly scans the remaining items in the mall. All seem rather unremarkable. It appears he is not destined for extraordinary luck. Nonetheless, he decides to make another purchase. Item 9. Zombie brand beefkin food, half a ton description. To you, the food of the living is no different from chewing wax. So you surely need a canned food suitable for zombies. This product is made from naturally sourced, unpolluted zombie beef, not only delicious but also slightly sweet. Originally, Jiang Chu had no intention of spending corpse energy points on canned beef. However, considering that he would likely be unable to consume food fit for the living, he felt a strange sense of nausea at the mere thought of it. Thus, he purchased the canned food for emergencies. After refreshing them all, he was determined to find something worthwhile. Jiang Chu gazed at the refresh button and clicked it. Ding! 100 corpse energy points spent. Mall refreshed successfully. Next refresh will cost 200 corpse energy points. A mechanical notification appeared. The entire mall page darkened abruptly, and in the blink of an eye, it lit up again. The previous 10 items had vanished. Ding! Congratulations to the host for refreshing a special reward. Control corpse technique. Would you like to purchase it? Jiang Chu froze at the sight of the system's announcement, his eyes widening slightly. Control corpse technique. What in the world is that? A divine skill, but aren't such techniques typically reserved for the living? Can a zombie like me really wield it? Jiang Chu was perplexed that he clicked to view the description. Control corpse technique. All things in the world are divided into yin and yang. Humans possess vital energy, while corpses contain corpse energy. By practicing this technique, one can control any living being with corpse energy. Upon reading this, Jiang Chu's eyes finally sparkled with excitement at a technique a zombie can cultivate. This is simply marvelous. As the saying goes, a zombie who can wield magic is unstoppable. Who could refuse the allure of becoming a powerful zombie king with such abilities? Moreover, while it may only be the control corpse technique for now, who knows what other advanced techniques might be unlocked in the future? Just like the three brothers from the kingdom of Chechi in Journey to the West, who, despite being monsters, could still wield lightning magic. If monsters can perform such feats, surely a dignified purple robe zombie king can as well. Purchase. Jiang Chu clicked eagerly. Ding! You have consumed 500 corpse energy points. Control corpse technique purchased successfully. Boom! In Jiang Chu's mind, a flood of memories regarding the control corpse technique surged forth. Familiar and profound energies erupted from his consciousness, and he felt no resistance, as if this technique was always meant to be part of his training. Within mere moments, he completely comprehended the control corpse technique. Eagerly, he checked the details. Name: Control corpse technique. Current level: LV0, divided into 5 levels. Level 1 corresponds to beginner, Level 2 to proficient, Level 3 to minor success, Level 4 to major success, Level 5 to perfection. Next level: 500 corpse energy points. Chapter 8. The terrifying longevity of the purple robe zombie king. Simply consuming corpse energy points can directly enhance the proficiency of corpse techniques. This revelation thrilled Jiang Chu. No doubt. It is a system, efficient and straightforward. He glanced at his remaining 500 corpse energy points and hesitated not a moment. System. Level up. With Jiang Chu's command, a surge of understanding regarding the control corpse technique exploded within his mind. All that he previously found unclear about the technique coalesced into a coherent understanding, compelling him to close his eyes in contemplation. After several moments, Jiang Chu's eyes flew open, a strange red glimmer flashing within. His fingers trembled in the air as waves of white mist began to envelop him. This mist was none other than corpse energy. Soon, the energy surged and transformed into threads, as if these threads possessed the ability to manipulate the hearts of others. Name: Control corpse technique. Current level: LV1, beginner, divided into 5 levels. Level 1 corresponds to beginner, Level 2 to proficient, Level 3 to minor success, Level 4 to major success, Level 5 to perfection. Ability: manipulate all things. At Level 1, capable of controlling creatures below Tier 3. Next level: 1000 corpse energy points. Jiang Chu nodded in satisfaction. Tier 3 corresponds to his current state as a green zombie, while his combat power as a purple robe zombie king is far superior to his peers. This level is still commendable. Being able to control at just Level 1 is quite impressive. Having thoroughly organized his gains for the day, Jiang Chu stretched languidly. It was now past 2 in the morning. The immediate danger had passed, and he still had classes to attend tomorrow. It was time to rest. He tucked himself under the covers and fell asleep. Half an hour later, when Jiang Chu opened his eyes, Devoid of any drowsiness, he surveyed his surroundings, which appeared as bright as day even without the lights on. For the first time, he fell into deep contemplation. Zombies need sleep. Humans cannot stay up late. What relevance does that have to corpses? He should be the one unable to endure the daylight. Never mind. Since he couldn't sleep, he might as well explore the system further. The next morning, as dawn broke, Jiang Chu finally felt a semblance of sleepiness. Ding, ding, ding. The alarm on his phone blared. He turned it off with a casual flick. Today he had only 2 classes, both early at 8. After getting out of bed and going through his morning routine, especially ensuring that his 2 zombie teeth were thoroughly brushed, Jiang Chu donned his coat and closed the door behind him. Stepping out of the elevator, the morning sun bathed Jiang Chu in its warmth. Instinctively, he raised his hand to shield his eyes from the sun, although the sunlight posed no harm to him. An uncomfortable sensation surged from deep within. Something he had never experienced when he was alive. He felt an overwhelming urge to shoot the sun down. After a brief moment of adjustment, he continued on his way. The sky today was quite pleasant, with the fragrance of osmanthus filling the crisp autumn air. To get from his residential area to Jiang University, he needed to pass through a bustling street filled with food stalls. Normally, Jiang Chu would stop for breakfast here, but today, even upon seeing his favorite crispy, luxurious flaky pancakes, he felt no appetite whatsoever, even experiencing a slight wave of nausea. However, his stomach grumbled insistently, though the system had alleviated his blood cravings. He still harbored a desire for fresh blood. Thoughts raced through his mind, pondering where he might procure some to drink. If only a petite, slender girl with a delicate waist and ample bosom would appear, allowing him to take a sip, that blood would surely be sweet. Jiang Chu swallowed hard, suddenly recalling the zombie brand beef canned food he had purchased yesterday. Perhaps that would suffice. With a subtle shift of focus, he discreetly retrieved a can. The can bore a striking resemblance to ordinary canned food, save for the cheerful zombie illustration on the packaging, accompanied by the slogan, "True zombies eat zombie canned food." Jiang Chu's face twitched. The advertising was undeniably peculiar. He effortlessly opened the can, and in an instant, a faint chill wafted from within. Jiang Chu scooped a spoonful and hesitated before bringing it to his mouth. The glimmer in his eyes suddenly brightened. The taste was indeed delightful, with a texture remarkably akin to beef, yet even more delectable. One bite left him feeling a refreshing chill coursing through his body. It was quite invigorating. It seems I shall rely on this to stave off hunger in the future. At 7:50, Jiang Chu arrived at the campus of Jiangda, observing the handsome and beautiful students bustling about. He felt momentarily dazed. The events of the past few days had been exceedingly complex, leaving him somewhat unaccustomed to campus life. Nevertheless, Jiang Chu felt a sense of joy. University is the time of youthful vigor at its peak. Watching them was akin to witnessing a moving, extravagant version of a spicy hot pot. Have you heard? A major incident occurred at our school last night. Someone died. What? Someone died? I hadn't heard about that. Which building? It wasn't a student. It was a teacher. The one from the archaeology department. No way. Is it Teacher Zhou? Didn't he just attend a freshman ceremony a few days ago? How could he die? Who knows? But I heard from the instructor that Teacher Zhou met a rather gruesome end. There were 2 large wounds on his neck. It resembled the work of a zombie. A zombie? Goodness, what is happening this past year? With all these supernatural rumors, you wouldn't believe that just a few days ago, someone live-streamed an encounter with a ghostly woman. A ghostly woman making advances. Ha! Is there really such a thing? I've heard that Ning Kaichen had quite the experience. I want to try it too. Listening to the conversation of the students nearby, Jiang Chu was not particularly surprised. The death of Zhou Zheng was not something that could be easily concealed, nor was there any need to do so. However, upon reflecting on the supernatural rumors they spoke of, it indeed struck a chord. Since he started university last year, he had frequently encountered such tales online. Stories of the magical city of Shanghai facing tribulations, and the deep city bridge where dragons were said to emerge, predicted by mysterious families. Furthermore, various provinces had begun to unveil so-called foundational practices for cultivation. Initially, Jiang Chu was like many netizens, merely enjoying the spectacle, but with everything he had experienced recently, looking back at those previous rumors might very well hold a kernel of truth. This world is far more perilous than one might imagine. Fortunately, my life is no longer at risk. Jiang Chu smiled wryly. The system he had been researching triggered task mechanisms, indicating that the more perilous a location, the more likely a task would be activated. After class, he would seek out recent supernatural tales in Jiangbei to test his luck. Even if he failed, eliminating those ghostly entities could yield corpse energy points, which would also serve to enhance his necromantic abilities. Jiang Chu resolved firmly. Though he was neither old nor mortal, he was by no means invincible. A purple-robed zombie king in a world teeming with living beings and practitioners. He felt a distinct lack of security. Rapidly growing stronger was the only path forward. Chapter 9. The blood addiction erupts again. How charming you are. No. How wonderful you are. Upon entering the classroom for today's lecture, many pairs of eyes turned his way. Jiang Chu was quite well known at Jiangda, and it was impossible to remain low-key with such striking looks. During last year's freshman orientation, his name had appeared on the confession wall countless times. Old Jiang, over here, come quickly. A loud voice rang in Jiang Chu's ears. He looked up to see a flamboyantly dressed young man with slicked back hair waving at him. This was Lin Wei, his only roommate. Lin Wei's father had been a nouveau riche in his early years, later becoming a prominent real estate tycoon in Jiangbei. At the start of the semester, Lin Wei had arrived with bodyguards, handing out Rolex watches to each of them. The other two roommates had promptly transferred to different accommodations, leaving Jiang Chu on amicable terms with this extravagant individual, primarily due to the Rolex. After a year of acquaintance, he could sum up Lin Wei in a few words: foolishly wealthy and loyal. Old Jiang, you finally made it. You have no idea how hard it's been for me these past few days. Just as Jiang Chu took his seat, Lin Wei seized his arm but then paused abruptly. Wait, it's only been half a month since we last met. How come you look so pale? Your hands are colder than mine. Your face is even paler. Who the hell is treating you like a juice extractor? Do you have a girlfriend? Pass her my way. Jiang Chu yanked his arm free, retorting, get lost. Before you talk about me, take a look at yourself. You're the one who looks ready to drop dead. His gaze flickered towards Lin Wei's forehead. From the moment he entered, he had noticed a faint aura of dark energy enveloping Lin Wei's brow. It wasn't too heavy, but it was evident that he had encountered something sinister in recent days. Lin Wei had intended to banter further with Jiang Chu, but, upon hearing this, his expression shifted. He cautiously glanced around before whispering, I think I might have encountered something malevolent. Jiang Chu nodded. I know. Lin Wei was taken aback. You know, and you're so calm. Aren't you scared? Scared. If that malevolent entity saw my true form, it would be more frightened than you. Jiang Chu pondered for a moment before continuing. To be honest, I initially wanted to interact with you all as a regular person, but in reality, Lin Wei gasped. You're also wealthy? I'm a spirit exorcist. Lin Wei immediately patted his chest. That's a relief. I thought I'd lost my last advantage. Your thought process is truly peculiar. I'd love to see what's inside your head. Lin Wei continued in a hushed tone. Actually, it's not me. It's my family that's been haunted. My dad, fearing for my safety, told me that the school had strong positive energy, so I should stay away for a few days. But I just received a call saying the issue has been resolved. I'll be heading back after class. You wouldn't believe how much my girlfriends have missed me these past few days. Ignoring Lin Wei's ramblings, Jiang Chu raised an eyebrow. Resolved? You might want to be careful. Your aura still seems heavy. The dark energy on Lin Wei's forehead hadn't dissipated. In fact, it appeared to be intensifying. This did not seem like a trivial matter. However, Jiang Chu chose not to elaborate further. All right, just be cautious when you return, and if anything else arises, remember to inform me immediately. Lin Wei was touched. Will you come to help me? Jiang Chu shook his head. I'm going to a feast. I'll be seated at the children's table for more food. Lin Wei raised a middle finger at him. You bastard. The two of them bantered through 2 class periods. As the bell signaling the end of class rang, Lin Wei sprang to his feet like a wild horse released from restraint, casually shoving his meal card into Jiang Chu's hand. That I doubt I'll be back for a while. I've filled up my meal card. Make sure to wipe it clean. Don't let that dog of a school profit off it. Jiang Chu accepted it without hesitation. While he didn't need to eat, he appreciated the gesture. He also casually clipped a piece of his fingernail and placed it in his pocket for protection. This was no ordinary nail. It bore a trace of his own dark energy, rendering it untouchable by any malevolent forces. Lin Wei looked utterly bewildered. Old Jiang, I consider myself quite knowledgeable, having dabbled in various circles, but gifting someone a fingernail, what kind of new trend is this? Get lost. Not lingering at school, Jiang Chu returned home, but he consumed a can of zombie food before opening a social media app, hoping to find news regarding murders or supernatural occurrences to test his luck. Then, Jiang Chu spent a blissful 2 hours watching videos of beautiful women that it was only as the sun began to set that he finally stumbled upon an intriguing video. The video was recorded by an adventure vlogger. Brothers, a shocking announcement. Location, Qingshan Road, Linchuan Alley. A male corpse has been discovered today. Moreover, this corpse met a most sinister fate. I firmly believe there are malevolent forces at play in this alley. Below the video, numerous comments flooded in. Sinister? How sinister? Show me. I don't believe it can be worse than the one downstairs. Doge emoji. That I can attest. I've lived near Qingshan Road my whole life. What the vlogger said is true. I can also confirm. One of the deceased was my friend. If you don't believe me, I'll tag you. Just as he scrolled through, caught between truth and fabrication, a notification popped up. This video violates community guidelines and has been taken down. Jiang Chu sat up. Originally, the risk of a haunting was merely 30, but with the official intervention, it had skyrocketed to at least 80. Qingshan Road, Linchuan Alley. He noted the location. Jiang Chu was in no hurry to venture forth. Malevolent entities favored the night. Like himself, they possessed an inherent aversion to daylight. The sun had yet to set. He would wait a while longer as night fell. The crimson moon rose as anticipated at 9:30 p.m. Just as Jiang Chu finished his preparations, he suddenly sensed something that he looked up towards the door. Knock, knock, knock. The door to his room was being rapped upon. Jiang Chu raised an eyebrow, and then a familiar, melodious voice called out from outside. Jiang classmate, are you back? He recognized the voice. It belonged to Su Wanner, the flower of the department living in the room opposite his. Both had moved into the neighborhood at almost the same time and attended the same university. Having spent time together, their relationship had grown quite close. Previously, Su Wanner would occasionally walk to school with him in the mornings. However, these past few days, Jiang Chu had been plagued by a ghostly woman, leaving early and returning late in search of solutions. Not wishing to pass on any malevolent influence to others, he had avoided seeing Su Wanner. To his surprise, she had taken the initiative to visit today. Jiang Chu opened the door. Standing before him was a tall, fair-skinned young woman with extraordinarily beautiful features. Her stunning appearance was particularly captivating, especially the alluring curves before him, undoubtedly possessing the grace of an empress. As Jiang Chu gazed upon Su Wanner, his eyes sparkled with intrigue. The aroma was utterly enchanting that it appeared quite delectable. The fleeting thought crossed his mind, a desire to taste her blood. Upon the emergence of this thought, Jiang Chu was momentarily taken aback. Why was the craving for blood resurfacing? Hadn't the system claimed to have suppressed it? No, that wasn't right. The system had indicated it was the craving for junk food that had been muted. So, this meant Su Wanner was considered a premium delicacy? Jiang Chu hastily suppressed this terrifying notion. After all, she was his dear friend, akin to a sibling. How could he possibly entertain such thoughts? Is there something you need at this late hour? Jiang Chu inquired. Hearing his question, Su Wanner felt a slight blush rise to her cheeks as she summoned her courage. Jiang, have you been unwell these past few days? I've made some chicken soup and would like to invite you to my room for a bowl. What a kind-hearted university student she was. However, the thought of visiting her room at such a late hour, just the two of them, raised questions in his mind. What were her intentions? Nevertheless, faced with the earnest invitation from his female classmate, Jiang Chu found it difficult to refuse. After all, it was a gesture of goodwill. All right, he acquiesced, stepping into her room. The layout of her room was remarkably similar to his own, yet in stark contrast to his own disorder. Su Wanner's space was impeccably tidy, even imbued with a faint, refreshing aroma. Jiang, please wait here. I will fetch the soup, she said. Just as Jiang Chu was about to nod in agreement, a sudden realization struck him. What on earth was he thinking? Chicken soup. Was that something a corpse should consume? Damn it, the allure of flesh was indeed rampant, clouding his judgment, especially with the enticing presence of the daughter of a great emperor. Jiang Chu sought an excuse to slip away, but Su Wanner had already turned her back and entered the kitchen, leaving him no opportunity to escape. The thought of the greasy soup that would soon appear before him made Jiang Chu's throat involuntarily constrict. The prospect of drinking chicken soup felt more agonizing than swallowing a well-cooked hen after 2.5 years of training. After a few torturous minutes, Su Wanner reemerged, holding a bowl of dark, viscous liquid with streaks of red. Jiang Chu was momentarily stunned. "Is this what you call chicken soup?" he asked incredulously. "Sue, have you ever cooked before?" Sue Warner shyly nodded. "That I grew up with a dozen aunts. I've never cooked." Caught off guard by her candidness, Jiang Chu couldn't help but feel a mixture of amusement and concern. "But don't worry, I followed a recipe to the letter," she insisted, urging him to try it. Jiang Chu felt a twinge of apprehension. What kind of recipe could result in such a concoction? Yet, looking at Sue Warner's eager expression, he accepted the bowl. He tilted his head back and drank it all. "How does my chicken soup taste?" Sue Warner asked, her eyes filled with anticipation. Jiang Chu smacked his lips, surprised. It's far more palatable than I had imagined. In fact, it's better than real chicken soup." It seemed that what was inedible for humans was indeed consumable for a zombie. He raised his thumb in approval. "This is undoubtedly the best chicken soup I've ever had." "Really?" Sue Warner's eyes sparkled with delight, crinkling into crescent moons as she proudly declared. "Then I shall make it for you often." Gazing at the pulsating veins on her neck, Jiang Chu felt a surge of emotion, nearly shedding tears of gratitude. "That you're truly wonderful. No, you're genuinely kind." Chapter 10. The Unconventional Path. "I can see you are not human. The greatest distance in the world is not between life and death, but standing before you and yet unable to consume you." As Jiang Chu exited Sue Warner's room, he gazed up at the starry sky, wiping away a drool that was all so tantalizing. He had nearly lost control. Clearly, he was hungry again. Jiang Chu retrieved a can of beef, devouring it ravenously before letting out a satisfied burp, finally pushing Sue Warner from his mind as he headed towards Linchuan Alley. The nightlife in Jiangbei was vibrant, bustling with pedestrians. However, as he drew closer to his destination, the surroundings grew increasingly desolate. By the time Jiang Chu arrived, darkness had enveloped the area. Linchuan Alley was an old street in Jiangbei, encompassing not just a single lane but a whole region known by that name. The labyrinthine paths led to various locations throughout Jiangbei, famously referred to as a no-man's land. In times past, Linchuan Alley would be bustling with people at night, but tonight, it was eerily quiet. Jiang Chu observed the alley, noting that only one shop still had its lights on, a funeral home, under the crimson moon. It appeared particularly sinister. Any ordinary person entering such a place would likely feel a chill of apprehension. Yet Jiang Chu felt no such trepidation. Instead, he inhaled deeply, relishing the heavy aura of death. It seemed he had indeed found the right place. Since becoming a zombie, Jiang Chu had developed a keen sensitivity to the malevolent energies around him. He could sense the danger lurking in this area. However, could any threat here rival that of a zombie king? As he passed the funeral home, he casually picked up a golden paper ingot. This paper ingot was unlike the common ones found on the market. It was meticulously crafted and shimmered with a golden hue. Even its texture felt akin to real gold, undoubtedly not something an ordinary person could produce. Unconventional paths? No wonder they dared to operate at this hour. The term unconventional is not derogatory. It refers to those factions that have strayed from orthodox teachings. Jiang Chu had not spent 18 years idly. He had always held a fascination for the supernatural. He had read numerous legends about such matters. "Young man?" At that moment, an elderly voice called out to him. Jiang Chu turned to see a woman in her 60s standing at the door of the funeral home. Regarding him with a puzzled expression, upon catching sight of her, Jiang Chu raised an eyebrow. The absence of yang energy in her features was striking. How was she still alive? Upon noticing Jiang Chu's gaze, the old woman's murky eyes lifted. "Are you here to purchase funeral supplies?" Jiang Chu shook his head. "No, I'm just passing through. I have some matters to attend to." Upon hearing this, the old woman lost interest and waved him off. Jiang Chu did not linger and continued on his way. The autumn midnight breeze was chilly, sending shivers down his spine. As he ventured deeper into the alley, the surroundings fell into an eerie silence, interrupted only by the occasional wail of a stray cat. Under the dim light, his shadow stretched long. "System, scan for tasks," Jiang Chu commanded. "Ding, congratulations, host. Task scanning successful. Task completed. You may receive a substantial reward of corpse energy." A mechanical notification echoed in Jiang Chu's mind. A smirk crept across his lips. Just as he had suspected, in places where malevolent spirits congregated, acquiring tasks was indeed straightforward. This meant that his path to becoming stronger would accelerate significantly. It wouldn't be long before he would be not only immortal but invincible. Just then, A cacophony of high heels echoed erratically against the pavement, growing closer from the depths of the darkness. Jiang Chu raised an eyebrow, glancing in that direction. In the glow of the light, he spotted a voluptuous woman, clad in revealing attire, stumbling toward him. The intoxicating scent of alcohol wafted from her. It was evident she had indulged too much. Before she could take more than a few steps, she leaned against the wall, retching violently on such a cold night. If only there were a man around, she cursed. Jiang Chu couldn't help but chuckle at the scene. A dark night, a beautiful woman inebriated. Wasn't this a scenario that would stir any man's heart? If he could share a pot of tea with such a beauty afterward, it would be a real-life rendition of Tokyo is Not Hot. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Chu approached her. The woman, sensing his presence, was startled by the sudden sound. "Who is it? Don't be alarmed. I see you've had a bit too much to drink. I'm here to help." Jiang Chu replied soothingly. Upon seeing his face, the woman's initially wary expression softened, and a glimmer of interest sparked in her eyes. It's just a handsome guy," she giggled, her voice slightly slurred. "Thank you." She stood up and flirtatiously glanced at Jiang Chu. No need for thanks. Do I even count as a man? Jiang Chu replied with a polite smile. The woman understood immediately, a coy smile spreading across her face. "Of course you do." She then took his arm, but upon contact, she was taken aback. "Wow, your body is so cold, colder than mine. Perhaps it's just the chilly weather. I've always been naturally cold-bodied." He explained. "I see. Then allow me to warm you up, but I must warn you, I charge for my services," she said playfully. "No problem," Jiang Chu replied. Hearing this, the beauty wrapped her arms around his neck. An eerie aura enveloped Jiang Chu, rendering him immobile. Just as she was about to proceed, Jiang Chu moved faster. His two zombie fangs suddenly emerged, and his eyes turned a vivid crimson, devoid of any warmth. Zombie! The unexpected turn of events left the blonde beauty staring wide-eyed, frozen in shock. Before she could react, Jiang Chu lunged forward, sinking his fangs into her neck. The surge of corpse energy erupted, and the woman was rendered motionless, her body swiftly collapsing like a deflated doll. Then, with a thunderous crash, the host vanquished the malevolent spirit, earning 150 corpse energy points in Jiang Chu's mind. The system notification resounded. The scent of spirits was no match for that of the living. Even transformed into a beautiful woman, the taste remained profoundly lacking. Jiang Chu spat twice, casting a glance at the withered female corpse on the ground. At first sight, he instinctively recognized that this entity was neither human nor ghost. It was a peculiar existence. A human spirit. Chapter 11. Human spirit. The art of corpse control allows one to command innumerable corpses. The most familiar form of spirit is the spirit of the tiger, where a cunning tiger demon consumes passing travelers, refining their souls into spirits to bewilder onlookers and siphon their essence. The human spirit operates similarly, yet it is crafted by human hands. It requires something quite unique: flesh for form, paper for spirit, and blood for sight. Transforming into a captivating beauty, it lures unsuspecting passers-by. Quite intriguing indeed. The emergence of such a being suggests that the living are not the architects of this chaos. I shall uncover the source of this mischief. Jiang Chu abruptly raised his hand. With a swift motion, strands of corpse energy began to materialize in the void. The art of corpse control. Jiang Chu waved again, and those strands, akin to writhing insects, rapidly infiltrated the body of the recently encountered human spirit. "Rise!" At Jiang Chu's command, the lifeless woman instantaneously opened her eyes, devoid of color, merely a shell of existence. "Master," her voice echoed. In that moment, Jiang Chu felt an exhilarating sense of power, capable of manipulating every aspect of this woman before him. Truly remarkable. Even the deceased can be controlled, and their subconscious awakened. If she were alive, it would be akin to summoning a servant. Satisfied with his initial experience of corpse control, Jiang Chu inquired, "Tell me, who created you?" It was my grandmother," the woman replied. "Grandmother?" Jiang Chu paused. "Take me to her." "Certainly." The woman twisted her stiff form, leading Jiang Chu down a particular alleyway. As they ventured deeper, the surrounding architecture morphed into quaint, traditional farmhouses. After a few minutes, they arrived at a modest two-story courtyard. The gate swung open, revealing a divided space with 7 or 8 rooms. Upon stepping into the courtyard, Jiang Chu sensed he had reached the epicenter of the series of corpse incidents in Linchuan Alley. for the metallic scent of blood hung heavily in the air. Zombies are particularly sensitive to the scent of blood, and it was evident that someone had perished here not long ago. Moreover, Jiang Chu could feel an overwhelming aura of Yin energy, suggesting that there were certainly more human spirits than just the one he controlled. Creak. At that moment, a door within the courtyard creaked open, revealing another alluring woman who stepped out, cigarette in hand, licking her lips. Through the open door, one could faintly discern a dry corpse, eyes wide open. Unable to close, though, Xiaoqing, "You're back," the fiery woman remarked, taking a drag from her cigarette, casting a mocking glance at the human spirit Jiang Chu controlled. Her gaze soon fell upon Jiang Chu, her eyes sparkling with interest. "So handsome, Xiaoqing, you're quite lucky tonight. How about you let me have this handsome fellow? I'll give you half a month's wages. What do you say?" However, her words elicited no response from Xiaoqing, much to the fiery woman's chagrin. Furrowing her brow, she snapped, "Did you not hear me speaking to you? Save your breath." A calm voice echoed through the courtyard. The fiery woman was taken aback, astonished to hear Jiang Chu speak at that moment. "What do you mean?" she asked, perplexed. Jiang Chu merely smiled, clapping his hands. Crack, crack. Countless fissures erupted across Xiaoqing's body, culminating in a sudden explosion. She had no reason to persist any longer. This unexpected scene left the fiery woman rooted to the spot, her eyes widening in disbelief. You killed her." Jiang Chu nodded casually. "You human spirits prey on the living. It's only reasonable for me to eliminate you." Upon hearing this, the fiery woman comprehended fully. This man was indeed here to confront them. Moreover, he possessed formidable abilities. In an instant, the fiery woman dropped her facade. Her skin began to emit black smoke, intricate patterns forming across her body in a blink. All traces of her human characteristics vanished, leaving only her eyes fixed intently on Jiang Chu. "You are not human." She had sensed a peculiar aura emanating from him. "Indeed," Jiang Chu confirmed, "since we are of the same kind." "Why do you hunt my companions?" The woman spirit's voice turned icy. Jiang Chu scoffed dismissively, "But don't flatter yourself. You think you belong in my category? You do not compare. As the unique purple-robed zombie king, one must harbor some pride. After all." Upon hearing this, the woman's expression darkened. "You choose to drink the cup of punishment instead of the cup of honor." Roaring. With that roar, the once quiet courtyard fell into an eerie silence. But soon after, a series of crashing sounds erupted from all directions. Shadows emerged, swiftly converging on Jiang Chu's location in mere moments. 6 or 7 identical female spirits materialized behind him. "Leave or perish," the oppressive voice emanated from the previous female spirit. She remained wary of Jiang Chu, uncertain of his true nature. Although he did not exhibit overt Yin energy, she sensed an underlying fear, a primal dread emanating from the depths of her soul. As if this man were a primordial beast, Jiang Chu gazed at the encroaching female spirits, a smile finally gracing his face. They have all arrived. I need not seek them out individually." Slaying the previous spirit would have been effortless, yet he had chosen to bide his time for this very moment. Now, the female spirit, having lost all patience, commanded her fellow spirits to unleash their fury. Transforming into a gust of Yin wind and charging at Jiang Chu, the smile vanished from Jiang Chu's face, and in an instant he moved. Terrifying ghostly light erupted from his being, his blood-red pupils sweeping across the space. Those female spirits who met his gaze turned pale with fear. Before they could react, Jiang Chu extended his hand, his nails morphing into the form of a zombie's, sharp as daggers, as he swept through the spirits. With his current strength, subduing these entities was a trivial task. Moreover, as a zombie, he naturally exerted dominance over Yin beings. Sizzle. In an eye blink, the nearest female spirit was pierced by his claws, her body torn asunder. The remaining spirit's Yin energy surged towards Jiang Chu, only to be met with the dreadful might of the Zombie King. Chapter 12. Purple-Robed Master. What manner of creature are you? Zombies possess unparalleled physicality, rendering the spirit's energy ineffective against him. Jiang Chu struck again, and in mere moments, the courtyard was a scene of carnage. The female spirits screamed in agony as their bodies were cleaved in twain. Lifeless and irrevocably defeated, the system notification chimed in Jiang Chu's ear. Host has slain evil spirits 7, earning 900 corpse energy points. Jiang Chu glanced at his system interface. Name: Jiang Chu. Identity: Purple-Robed Zombie King. Unique: Zombie level Third tier green zombie, degree of evolution, 71 treasures. Corpse purple robe. Corpse 5 emperor's money shield, divine ability. Corpse control technique, LV1. Corpse energy points, 1200 with the corpse energy points now totaling 1200. Jiang Chu felt quite satisfied. He consolidated his energy. Surveying the remnants of the fallen spirits scattered across the ground, he had arrived at a conclusion. The old-style courtyard was likely a former residence refurbished by its owners, to harbor so many human spirits. The house's owner was undoubtedly implicated, perhaps even the mastermind behind it all. With this thought in mind, Jiang Chu strode toward the central room. Bang! He gripped the doorknob, applying a gentle force, and the iron door to the central hall shattered. Click! Upon illuminating the room, he found it empty of occupants. However, Jiang Chu did discover a photograph. With a glance, his figure flickered and vanished from the spot. Jiangbei, Qingshui Villa District, a lakeside villa at the heart of the area. Lin Wei stepped down from his luxury vehicle, a hint of worry etched on his face. He had been enjoying a delightful time with his girlfriends when he abruptly received a call from his father's driver, relaying news of an urgent family matter requiring his immediate return. Just as he intended to inquire further, the call was abruptly disconnected. Although puzzled, Lin Wei dared not linger, hastily driving back home. Dad, Mom, the dashing eldest son has returned. Upon entering, Lin Wei called out cheerfully that in previous instances, even at this hour, his parents would be awake, greeted by the presence of their servant. Yet today, the house enveloped in darkness. Even the censer lights remained unilluminated. The pitch-black villa stood solemnly amidst the night, a profound silence prevailing. What could be the reason? Retiring so early? Could it be that the old man, defying age, believes my innate talent to inherit the family business is too squandered, and is contemplating begetting a younger brother for me? Lin Wei pondered, perplexed. He activated the flashlight on his phone, using its beam to traverse the courtyard, directly opening the front door. Uncle Zhang, Aunt Lu, have you both retired for the night as well? Lin Wei called out once more, yet silence persisted. Damn! What on earth? Is there truly no one here? Lin Wei muttered to himself that he scanned the interior with the flashlight. Is anyone there? Hastily, he swept the beam in the direction he had just come from. Indeed, in the center of the living room, two middle-aged individuals in their 40s sat rigidly on the floor, staring fixedly at him with expressions that were chillingly eerie. Lin Wei froze for a moment, but then chuckled. Uncle Zhang, Aunt Lu, so you weren't asleep after all. What are you doing on the floor at this hour? Curiously, he approached them. Uncle Zhang's face revealed a peculiar smile as he extended his hand. Producing a coin. Young master, care to play a game with us? Uncle Zhang's voice was tinged with an unsettling chill. Lin Wei scratched his head. Sure, what are we playing? Uncle Zhang retracted the coin. Guess the coin. I guess heads. At that moment, Aunt Lu chimed in with a sinister smile. I guess tails. Lin Wei, bewildered, thought, are you two looking for trouble? There are only two sides. If you've both guessed, what more is there for me to choose? Then I shall guess it standing upright. Not taking it seriously, Lin Wei continued. The game commenced. Uncle Zhang suddenly tossed the coin into the air. It landed on the ground with a crisp clink. The smiles on Uncle Zhang and Aunt Lu's faces grew even more peculiar. All at once, everyone watched as the coin stood upright in place. Uncle Zhang, Aunt Lu, is this even possible? Lin Wei scoffed. Come on, Uncle and Aunt, how old am I? You still resort to such antics to amuse me. All right, I'm heading to bed. You two should rest early as well. He waved his hand dismissively and ascended the stairs. Leaving the two with their smiles vanished, exchanging furious glances. The night was dark and quiet, devoid of any sounds. Jiang Chu emerged from the depths of the alley. His footsteps halted before the funeral home he had entered earlier. The funeral home still emitted a cold, dim light, illuminating the surroundings. At you. Jiang Chu's arrival naturally caught the attention of the old woman inside the funeral home. She furrowed her brow, seemingly perplexed at how Jiang Chu could still be out. Hearing the inquiry, Jiang Chu remained silent, casually wandering around the shop. The funeral home was not particularly large, filled with paper effigies and horses. These items, akin to the gold ingots outside, were almost indistinguishable from the real ones. Quite skilled craftsmanship. A jack of all trades. I see you were a paper craftsman in life. Upon hearing this, the old woman's previously furrowed brow relaxed, her eyes lighting up with a glimmer of excitement, her entire demeanor shifting in an instant. A practitioner, are you? More or less, Jiangchu nodded. May I ask which sect you belong to? Which sect? Well, Jiangchu scratched his nose. That I am a zombie, that perhaps transcending the realms of life and death, unsure of how to respond. He slightly revealed the purple robe he wore. The moment the old woman saw the purple robe, her pupils dilated in shock, and her calm expression transformed into one of horror. She swallowed hard, remaining stunned for several seconds before slowly speaking. The robe, purple. Run. The old woman turned to flee. The human skin on her body erupted, revealing a yellow weasel the size of a wolf dog, which bolted in terror. Jiangchu was taken aback by this scene. What the hell, that I merely showcased my attire? Is it really necessary to flee so hastily? However, his gaze narrowed at a yellow weasel spirit. You won't escape from me. Just as Jiangchu prepared to pursue, the old yellow weasel cried out, Little ones, block him. With that, all the paper effigies in the funeral home seemed to come to life, their eyes snapping open in unison. Obstructing Jiangchu's path, Jiangchu raised an eyebrow. His aura shifted dramatically, a terrifying corpse energy erupting and shattering all the paper effigies. Amidst the debris of the destroyed paper effigies, terrified cries echoed. Soon, several yellow weasels the size of wild cats darted out from the remnants. Chapter 13. I am not the purple-robed celestial master, but I am the purple-robed zombie king. They were mere minor spirits, lacking fully awakened consciousness, only capable of scaring ordinary people while hiding within paper effigies. Now facing Jiangchu, they were nearly paralyzed with fear. Jiangchu concentrated the corpse energy around him, enveloping it in his palm. Suddenly, he struck down. Boom! The corpse energy detonated. All the yellow weasels shrieked, instantly being obliterated into a mist of blood. The 5 emperor coins on his wrist absorbed the remnants. Host has slain yellow weasel spirit X5, gaining 600 corpse energy points. The system's notification echoed. Jiangchu paid it no mind, instead gazing in the direction the old yellow weasel had fled. Taking a step, his figure vanished from the spot. In Linchuan Alley, an eerie scene unfolded beneath the night sky. That a yellow weasel the size of a wolf dog was desperately fleeing, glancing back occasionally. Not far behind, a white mist surged toward it at a visible speed. Suddenly, from the mist, a surge of corpse energy struck the old yellow weasel. Boom! The old yellow weasel was hit, crashing heavily to the ground. It coughed up blood, halting its movement, its eyes glowing green as it fixated on Jiangchu, who was gradually emerging from the mist. You are not from the Taoist sect. You are not human, correct? Jiangchu nodded. Since that is the case, we hold no grievances. Why must you target me? Do you think the Huang family is easy to bully? The old yellow weasel questioned sharply. Realizing Jiangchu's identity, it felt a twinge less fear. After all, the purple robe Jiangchu had donned earlier was truly intimidating, but knowing it was a facade, what was there to fear? Huang family. Fox, yellow, white, willow gray, the 5 most likely to become formidable spirits. Even in my previous life, I often heard of fox immortals and yellow immortals causing havoc. Moreover, these creatures gather in familial units, bearing grudges and being vindictive. Once provoked, it becomes a matter of life and death. Hence, few dare to antagonize them. Especially in the northern regions, they are revered as deities. Jiangchu scoffed that a pack of beasts dares to threaten me. Upon hearing this, the old yellow weasel was furious. How dare you look down upon the Huang family? It unleashed its spirit energy, roaring as it lunged at Jiangchu, facing the old yellow weasel's attack. Jiangchu remained unfazed. Instead, his smile broadened, even taking on a mocking tone. This expression unnerved the old yellow weasel. What is going on? What is he laughing at? But before it could comprehend, Jiangchu's voice rang out. Though I am not the purple-robed celestial master, I am indeed the purple-robed zombie king. The old yellow weasel was taken aback, but then, a dazzling purple light suddenly reflected in its eyes. The purple robe Jiangchu had previously worn materialized around him. Jiangchu's form morphed, his hair surged, and 2 sharp zombie fangs protruded from his mouth. The copper coins dangling from his wrist fluttered without wind, transforming into a mask. Roar! A soul-shaking roar reverberated throughout the alley. Under the red moon, the purple light radiated, casting Jiangchu as a celestial being. The old yellow weasel's pupils widened like symbols, staring blankly at the transformed Jiangchu, its body trembling. A primal fear emanated from deep within its bloodline. Purple robe, zombie king, Confusion filled its expression. It understood both the purple robe and the zombie king. But how could these two entities coexist within the same being? Monster. You are a monster. Monster. Jiang Chu's crimson eyes were devoid of any color. Being labeled a monster by a spirit was rather amusing. Nonetheless, none of that mattered now. His figure surged forward, the violently explosive corpse energy erupting, coalescing into a mass that struck towards the old yellow weasel's body, though the old yellow weasel was terrified. At this life and death moment, it dared not hold back. The layer of yellow light enveloped its form, converging into a pillar to block Jiang Chu's strike. However, it was all in vain. The yellow light shattered upon contact with Jiang Chu. As if made of paper, boom, Jiang Chu's punch descended, unleashing the full power of the zombie king's physical form, creating a deafening explosion in the air. The yellow weasel was obliterated in an instant. One strike, instant kill. Host has slain yellow weasel spirit X1, gaining 600 corpse energy points. The system's notification chimed in Jiang Chu's mind. Another 600 points of corpse energy. Not too shabby. Yellow weasels had caused considerable harm to many. The human world has truly become a treacherous place. Jiang Chu felt little remorse for slaying so many yellow weasels. It seemed zombies possessed an inherent fascination for bloodshed. He even found himself subtly contemplating consuming the flesh of this yellow spirit. Fortunately, he managed to suppress such thoughts. After all these years as a human, the sudden transformation into a corpse left Jiang Chu feeling a significant aversion to consuming raw blood. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the system task. Task reward: 30 years of corpse energy and 1,000 corpse energy points. Would you like to claim it? The system's notification tone sounded at that moment. 30 years of corpse energy and 1,000 points. That reward is quite impressive. Claiming it as Jiang Chu's words fell, an overwhelming surge of corpse energy erupted from him, causing him to let out an involuntary roar. Once all the corpse energy fully integrated into his being, Jiang Chu sensed a remarkable change. He felt as though his body had become as hard as steel. Furthermore, he realized that he had seemingly reached the pinnacle of the green corpse level. Just one final push was needed for him to undergo another transformation. Home. Without delay, Jiang Chu's figure flickered and dissipated into mist. Yet, unbeknownst to anyone, in a shadowy corner of the alley, two glistening green eyes observed everything. After Jiang Chu departed, that creature swiftly darted deep into its lair. Outside Tianyuan community, Jiang Chu found a secluded corner to conceal his corpse energy, blending in like a late-returning pedestrian as he made his way home. However, upon entering the community gate, he paused momentarily. There, two police cars flashed their lights, parked beneath the third unit of the complex. A temporary cordon had been established around the entire third unit, and numerous neighbors were gathered to watch. Curiosity filled their faces. Reveling in the spectacle was a long-standing tradition among the Xia people. Regardless of the situation, as long as there was commotion to witness, the onlookers would not be absent. What is going on? Jiang Chu felt a twinge of curiosity as well that he approached the crowd at the center of the commotion, overhearing whispers. Which floor had the incident occurred on? The 18th floor. It was room 1804 on the 18th floor. They long said that the 18th floor is uninhabitable. That number is ominous. A middle-aged woman in her 40s said mysteriously. Ignoring the warnings of the elders often leads to misfortune. A younger man chimed in, dissatisfied. The aunt shot him a glance before continuing to speak in hushed tones to those nearby. Let me tell you, it's truly bizarre. I live on the 19th floor of this building. And half an hour ago, I went downstairs to throw out the trash. Passing by the 18th floor, guess what I saw? The aunt paused for dramatic effect. What? The crowd collectively inquired. The aunt, satisfied, continued. I saw a person standing at the door of room 1804. A person drenched from head to toe, as if they had just been pulled from the river, and they smelled terrible. It was truly foul. I've heard that this kind of situation happens when a water ghost, drowned in the river, comes looking for a substitute. Did you see the news a few days ago? There was a car accident on the Ling Shui Bridge. Several cars plunged into the water, and many people died. Today marks the 7th day since those events. The aunt's tale was vivid, leaving the truth of it uncertain. Jiang Chu twitched at the corner of his mouth, silently slipping away from the crowd. He glanced up at the 18th floor, raising an eyebrow slightly, for he genuinely felt a peculiar chill in the ASA zombie. He was quite sensitive to such energies. Could it be that what this aunt claimed was true? The Ling Shui Bridge, Jiang Chu was well aware of it. It wasn't far from his community and was quite well known in Jiangbei. He would have to look into it later. Jiang Tongxue, a voice called out. Reaching Jiang Chu's ears, startled, he instinctively turned around to see a girl in a nightgown gazing at him from the edge of the crowd. Just as he regained his composure, her eyes sparkled with recognition. It was none other than Su Wanner. Jiang Tongxue, you came down too? Su Wanner jogged a few steps closer to Jiang Chu. Can I tell you that I just caught a whole nest of weasels? Jiang Chu fabricated a lie. Yes. Do you want to see them? I need to head back. I'll go back too. The two walked side by side towards their respective units. Jiang Tongxue, I heard someone died here. Is it true? Once away from the crowd, Su Wanner bit her lip, appearing somewhat frightened. Life is unpredictable. Death is something no one can evade, just a minor issue. Jiang Chu smiled lightly. Upon hearing this, Su Wanner paused, instinctively asking, aren't you afraid? Afraid? Jiang Chu was momentarily taken aback. Should we ask the deceased what happened? They would likely be more terrified of seeing me than I am of seeing them. However, Su Wanner, being a college student, naturally had a smaller constitution. It was normal for her to feel a bit timid. Don't overthink it. It's just a dead person. Nothing to be overly concerned about. Hearing Jiang Chu's reassurance warmed Su Wanner's heart. Yes, she nodded vigorously, a smile spreading across her face as she joked, Jiang Tongxue, it sounds like you're a dead person too. Jiang Chu was taken aback. How do you know? Upon returning home, Jiang Chu eagerly glanced at the system panel. Name, Jiang Chu. Identity, Purple-Robed Corpse King, Unique, Zombie Level, Tier 3 Green Corpse, Evolution Level, 97% Treasures, Corpse Purple Robe, Corpse 5 Emperor's Gold Money Shield, Corpse Technique, Corpse Control Technique, LV1, Corpse Energy Points, 3,600, available for purchase in the system shop. The evolution level had reached 97%. Just a mere 3% away from completion. With the addition of the task rewards, his points had soared to 3,600. Splendid. Time to advance. Jiang Chu did not hesitate and promptly took out the corpse energy pills he had purchased from the system shop yesterday. He poured one out and swallowed it whole. It was icy and refreshing, reminiscent of ice cream. Upon entering his mouth, the corpse energy from the pill dispersed entirely, transforming into the most refined supplement that coursed down Jiang Chu's throat and permeated his entire being. The equivalent of a year's worth of corpse energy was quickly refined by Jiang Chu. His evolution level successfully increased by another notch to 98%. 4 more to go. Jiang Chu did not consume the remaining pills one by one. Instead, he poured out 4 corpse energy pills at once. As the last 4 pills entered his stomach, Jiang Chu lay back on his bed. Buzz, the moment he reclined, a terrifying transformation began to unfold. The once vanished purple-robed corpse king form materialized in an instant. 2 fangs protruded, and an extraordinarily terrifying aura emanated from Jiang Chu. The green corpse was merely a mid-tier zombie. Only by attaining the bare-bones level could one truly be considered a high-tier zombie. Of course, Jiang Chu's lineage was incomparable to those inferior zombies. Nevertheless, this transformation was of utmost significance. Jiang Chu's body began to sprout long hair at a frenzied pace, in the blink of an eye. His entire form was enveloped in this hair. These were not ordinary hairs. They were the very essence of Jiang Chu's corpse energy. Within him, a series of creaking noises echoed, reminiscent of frying soybeans. The transformation of a zombie is not like that of a practitioner, who can ascend simply by reaching a certain level of cultivation. That a zombie's breakthrough entails a comprehensive evolution of the entire body without any blind spots. The original bones could no longer withstand Jiang Chu's current power. Flesh and bones were regrowing. Time passed slowly. Jiang Chu's visage completely vanished. The bed was only covered by a mass of hair that enveloped his form. After an indeterminate period, Jiang Chu suddenly opened his eyes. Roar, a sound, suppressed to the utmost, yet terrifyingly powerful, erupted from his throat. He rose abruptly from the bed. Just as he did, the long hair surrounding him began to visibly dissipate. Ding, the host's evolution is complete. Current level, barebones corpse. A mechanical voice from the system resonated in Jiang Chu's mind. I've broken through. Jiang Chu examined his system panel. Name, Jiang Chu. Identity, Purple-Robed Corpse King, Unique, Zombie Level, Tier 4 Barebones Corpse, Evolution Level, 1% Treasures, Corpse Purple Robe, Corpse 5 Emperor's Gold Money Shield, Corpse Technique, Corpse Control Technique, LV1, Corpse Energy Points, 3,600, available for purchase in the system shop. His level had changed. Jiang Chu carefully sensed his state. Strong, terrifyingly strong. Not only had his strength increased, but his speed and physique had also undergone a qualitative transformation. He was now at least dozens of times stronger than before, his entire being felt as if it were made of alloy. Chapter 15. Awakening of the Innate Divine Ability. Ascension of the Corpse King. Ding. The host awakens the innate talent of the purple-robed Corpse King. Ascension of the Corpse King. First stage. Ascension of the Corpse King. The innate divine ability of the purple-robed Corpse King. Upon activation, a divine pattern envelopes the body, enhancing strength by 200%. Duration, 5 minutes. The system voice echoed once more in Jiang Chu's mind. Jiang Chu was momentarily stunned, then his expression shifted to one of great joy. His innate talent has awakened, and at just the first stage, he could double his strength. 5 minutes is more than enough to slay a dozen opponents of equal rank. This is truly marvelous. Although Jiang Chu was eager to test the power of his innate talent immediately, he restrained that impulse. After all, he was in his own home, surrounded by living people that if he does not suppress the spread of this corpse energy, the entire community is likely to suffer. Unprovoked slaughter of the living would surely land the supernatural department of the Great Xia on the blacklist. Awaiting him would be wave after wave of official practitioners. The mere thought sends chills down Jiang Chu's spine. Although he would not perish, should there exist unfathomable masters within the nation, being sealed away would not bode well for him. Jiang Chu, having lived for so many years, is well aware of the nation's terrifying capabilities. It is akin to the jest made online in his previous life. When the nation announces the revival of spiritual energy, it indicates the presence of at least a Yuanying-level expert within. The Great Xia excels not in the overt, but in the art of concealment. Of course, the most crucial factor is that Jiang Chu himself has no intention of such recklessness, is it not preferable to quietly cultivate? Having slightly adapted to the power coursing through him, Jiang Chu suddenly looked down, only to discover, on his bed, an unexpected sight, a piece of skin, accompanied by a section of spine. This is my bone. Jiang Chu was taken aback. Each time the purple-robe zombie advances, it sheds its original form. The power of the host, the purple-robe zombie, is contained within its bones and must not be allowed to leak. The host is advised to refine it for personal use, preferably to forge a corpse weapon. The system's voice echoed in his mind. Jiang Chu's lips twitched. Crafting a weapon from his own spine, this is no different from the antics of someone who enjoys pulling at their own spine for amusement. He picked up his vertebra, upon which information began to materialize. Purple robe zombie bone, formed from the essence, it can be refined with one's own corpse blood for mastery. The manipulation method is rather straightforward. Unlike ordinary zombies, Jiang Chu possesses blood. Without a moment's hesitation, he extended his nails, which grew exponentially, driving them into his chest. Zombies have a dulled sense of pain, yet Jiang Chu still gasped in shock. The sharp nails tore through flesh. A surge of corpse energy erupted from his heart, exuding a single drop of corpse blood. His blood was peculiar, a ghastly white, yet the power it harbored was terrifying. Even to Jiang Chu himself, the drop of blood fell onto the zombie king's bone, and his chest wound healed as if it had never existed. In that instant, the entire bone was enveloped in a layer of white light. The previously unremarkable bone began to undergo a frenzied transformation. Spikes protruded from it, entwined in ominous corpse energy. Within mere breaths, the smooth vertebra morphed into a fearsome bone hammer. The accompanying human skin transformed into a hammer handle. Zombie King's Prison Hammer, a personal corpse weapon exclusive to the host. It can be enhanced by ritualistically refining the Zombie King's bone, increasing in power with the host's strength. Additional ability. Prison activation unleashes the terrifying power of the purple robe zombie's prison force. A skill as well. Jiang Chu's eyes gleamed with excitement. Grasping the zombie hammer forged from his spine, he felt an intrinsic connection with it. Prison. With a mere thought, an ethereal glow ignited from the once fearsome zombie hammer. A mere hint of released energy caused the air to tremble. Jiang Chu hurriedly withdrew his power. Furthermore, this bone hammer was not limited to being just a hammer. It could be wielded in various forms. With a flick of his wrist, the hammer, initially over a meter long, expanded into a bone whip, stretching several yards. Truly, a remarkable creation. Its power was formidable, though transforming into a zombie had rendered his surroundings increasingly eerie. Jiang Chu was quite pleased. After all, it was crafted from his own bones, instilling a sense of security. Recollecting it, With a subtle focus, the bone hammer compacted into a series of bone bracelets, fastening themselves to Jiang Chu's other wrist. At that moment, Jiang Chu knew his advancement was complete. He decided to browse the marketplace for any intriguing items. It was now past midnight, and the marketplace had refreshed once more, having accumulated so many corpse points. It was certainly time to indulge. With a mental command, the marketplace interface appeared before him, showcasing 10 brand new items lined up neatly. Jiang Chu scanned through them. Item 1. An unremarkable Ferrari. Function: a rather ordinary vehicle with no notable advantages. Capable of triggering some low-level blood meal automatic boarding feature. Corpse points: 500. Quite ordinary indeed. It could likely not only trigger the blood meal boarding, but perhaps even undress itself. Jiang Chu opted not to spend his corpse points on such trivialities and continued to peruse. The first-tier marketplace offered few remarkable items. None of the 10 items caught his interest, prompting him to refresh the listings. This time, 2 items piqued Jiang Chu's interest. Item 3. Seeking Compass 5. Description: as the name implies, a compass that automatically locates energy. Each can trace the position of a specter. Quite practical. Jiang Chu immediately clicked to purchase. Instantly, a round compass manifested in his hand. The Seeking compass resembled an ordinary compass, save for a single needle that pointed towards the location of the specter. Item 6. Golden Silk Nanmu Coffin Bed. Description: a coffin bed crafted from a millennium-old golden silk Nanmu wood, allowing zombies to sleep at will, cool in winter and summer alike. Not only practical, but also provides energy for zombies. All who have slept on it sing its praises. This item appeared somewhat dubious, yet it was immensely useful for Jiang Chu. Although his current bed was still comfortable, it failed to provide the necessary energy, leaving him devoid of drowsiness. Sleeping on the ground would be preferable. In films, zombies typically required slumber, often for many years, while Jiang Chu's form of zombie was rather unique, making sleep a non-issue. Resting would still be more comfortable than remaining awake. Purchase. In an instant, Jiang Chu felt his entire bed undergo a sudden transformation. The once ordinary bed was now imbued with a chilling aura that seeped into his being, prompting him to stretch contentedly. This was indeed the resting place befitting a zombie. Jiang Chu was thoroughly satisfied. The 500 corpse points spent were well worth it. Chapter 16. A Surge in Power. Midnight's killing intent. Having acquired 2 items, he refrained from further browsing the marketplace and decided to enhance his corpse techniques. Jiang Chu regarded his remaining corpse points and spoke aloud. System: upgrade my corpse control technique to level 2. As soon as the words left his mouth, an abundance of knowledge regarding corpse control flooded his mind. The system's enhancement was not superficial. It was as if he had truly practiced for countless years. After several breaths, Jiang Chu suddenly waved his hand, and threads of energy began to materialize in the void. The second level of corpse control was vastly superior in both aura and power compared to the first level. With a mental focus, he retracted the technique. He still had 1,600 corpse points remaining. Yet the third level of corpse control required 2,000 points. It seemed that no matter how many corpse points he accumulated, they were never enough. Jiang Chu shook his head, not overly concerned. After all, tonight's gains had been substantial. Time for rest. He lay back on his newly acquired bed, crossing his hands over his abdomen, and drifted into peaceful slumber. In the Qingshui Villa district, Lin Wei, after finishing his shower in his modest 80-square-meter bedroom, sent a good-night message to his girlfriend and, clad in pajamas, sat before his computer, deftly inputting a series of numbers to commence his journey. A sudden gust of eerie wind silently pushed open his room's door with a creak, an unsettling sound that would have startled anyone asleep. However, Lin Wei, engrossed in his gaming, remained oblivious. Damn it. Can't you even shoot? What? You dare to talk back? Don't you know who I am? Is it my fault I can take on 10 of you? I'm practically handing over the economy to you, and you still want to call me dad. Standing at the door, Uncle Zhang and Aunt Lu exchanged glances, speechless. Perhaps that it's best to let it be. This kid seems to have a few screws loose that we should just take our revenge on his father. This one, even if cured, would just drool. Aunt Lu could no longer contain herself and whispered to Uncle Zhang. Yet Uncle Zhang shook his head coldly. His father has robbed us of our peace. He must die amidst endless terror. A layer of ominous mist enveloped Uncle Zhang, completely shrouding him as he advanced toward Lin Wei's room. Ghostly entities are a chaotic amalgamation of twisted malevolence. Any living person who encounters them is destined to die in abject fear. Lin Wei, that a haunting call echoed within the room. Uncle Zhang's eyes were as cold as ice. His face began to form grotesque holes, teeming with writhing maggots. Should Lin Wei turn around, Uncle Zhang was confident he could extinguish the flame of life within him. "Who called you, Dad?" Lin Wei suddenly turned and was greeted by Uncle Zhang's ghastly appearance. A sinister smile spread across Uncle Zhang's face, becoming even more terrifying. The two locked gazes for several seconds, and Lin Wei, puzzled, scratched his head. "Uncle Zhang, are you playing cosplay at this hour?" His words rendered Uncle Zhang utterly dumbfounded. What was happening? Why was he not terrified? Shouldn't he be quaking in fear and begging for mercy? Now he was asking what cosplay meant. Stop wasting words with him. Attack! Aunt Lu could no longer hold back, her body surging with ominous energy as she lunged at Lin Wei. Uncle Zhang extended his hand as well, and at that moment, a flash of ethereal light erupted from Lin Wei. An unimaginable wave of terrifying corpse energy suddenly exploded. A low growl subtly mingled with the ominous aura of death. Get lost. In an instant, the terrifying miasma swept Zhang Shu and Lu Xin away, sending their bodies crashing heavily to the ground, dissipating much of the sinister energy that clung to them. An unmistakable expression of fear and confusion washed over their faces. Run. Without a moment's hesitation, they turned to flee, leaving Lin Wei in a state of utter bewilderment. Perplexed by their bizarre behavior at their age, engaging in such reckless antics, was I perhaps an unwitting participant in their play? After pondering for several minutes, Lin Wei finally recognized the unsettling atmosphere from earlier. It dawned upon him that Zhang Shu and Lu Xin had seemingly perished in a tragic incident just a few days prior. How could he still be encountering them this evening? Could it be that they had risen from the grave? Should I carry them back to their graves? Lin Wei supported his chin with one hand, deep in thought. Perhaps not. It was quite far, and he didn't wish to tire himself. He decided to postpone their return until tomorrow, reasoning that it wasn't easy for the elderly to venture out, and they might as well enjoy a couple of games first. In the Tianyuan community, Jiangchu, who had been resting with his eyes closed, slowly opened them. He glanced in the direction of Lin Wei's residence. Was this lad truly in danger? Never mind, given his carefree nature. As long as he wasn't strung up for punishment, he wouldn't care much. Jiangchu returned to his slumber. He slept soundly until dawn, awakening with an extraordinary sense of comfort. Even the miasma within him seemed to have grown slightly stronger. No wonder zombies enjoy sleeping so much. It's a delightful way to cultivate their power. With a glance at the clock, Jiangchu decided it was time to rise. He had class at 10 o'clock. After all, after enjoying a breakfast specially tailored for zombies, he opened the door, only to find his neighbor, Su Wanner, stepping out as well. Today, she wore a pink crop jacket paired with a knee-length skirt. Her hair casually styled into a bun, giving her a somewhat mature appearance. Upon seeing Jiangchu, a smile instantly brightened her face. "Jiang classmate, what a coincidence." Indeed, it was quite a coincidence. Jiangchu chose not to expose her little act. A normal person would surely pause if they truly ran into someone by chance, but she did not. Clearly, she had timed her exit perfectly. How naive. The two naturally walked side by side towards school. As they passed the building where the incident had occurred the previous day, they noticed that the entrance had been cordoned off, with several residents moving out. "Jiang classmate, are they all moving away? Should we also consider relocating?" Su Wana hesitated before speaking to Jiangchu. "Relocate? Where to? I have several properties in the neighboring community. We could move there." Jiangchu? Such unfamiliar words. Did she think the community belonged to her? "No need. You living next door is absolutely safe." Jiangchu shook his head in refusal. "Really? But what if there are indeed ghosts?" Su Wanner evidently sensed something was amiss. "I swear on my life." Jiang, never speak falsely." Su Wanner was taken aback by Jiangchu's fierce oath and quickly spat several times. Pa. What are you saying?" "Of course, I believe you. We must both strive to live on." Jiangchu paused, glancing at the sunlight streaming down. "Live on?" A smile crept across his face. "That you're right. We must both live on. Based on what you said today, I guarantee you'll have a long life ahead." Su Wanner, curious, asked, "How long?" "Until the day you no longer wish to live." Su Wanner covered her mouth and chuckled lightly. "Boastful. I want to live for 1,000 years. Can you really manage that?" Jiangchu shook his head. "Not a chance. Scientifically speaking, the longest living tortoise can only reach a couple of 100 years, which is far from 1,000. Su Wanner, astonished, inquired, "Then what can live for 1,000 years?" "Zombies." Zombies can. Sue Warner burst into laughter. Great. When I die, you can turn me into a zombie. Just make sure I look good. I don't want to be excavated for display. Jiang Chu nodded vigorously. No problem. As they entered the campus, many gazes fell upon Jiang Chu and Sue Warner. It was unavoidable. They were simply too well matched at Warner. As they passed the cafeteria, a handsome young man leaned against a Porsche, already holding breakfast in anticipation. No need to look. The aroma alone revealed him to be one of Sue Warner's admirers. As the campus belle, she had no shortage of suitors. This particular individual was renowned, even to Jiang Chu, as a caring and warm-hearted young man, rumored to be a wealthy second generation. That he approached Sue Warner. Visibly delighted. Warner, your breakfast. Sue Warner frowned slightly. Thank you, but no need. We're not that familiar yet. Please call me Sue Warner. The young man's expression faltered, yet he maintained a warm smile. Sue Warner, I apologize for my boldness. But since I bought it, you must at least take a bite. Don't worry, I have something for Jiang classmate as well. With that, he produced another breakfast and handed it to Jiang Chu. How considerate. Truly the epitome of a warm-hearted individual. Jiang Chu accepted the breakfast with a hint of tears in his eyes, only to toss it into the nearby trash bin. Warm-hearted individuals, not for me. I'm not targeting you. I simply haven't had an appetite lately. I can only eat the chicken soup that Warner personally makes. The young man gazed at Sue Warner in confusion, while she blushed, a smile creeping onto her lips. Really, Jiang classmate? I spent half the night researching last night. After school, I'll prepare it, and when it's ready, remember to come to my room for some. The young man's composure finally cracked. In the evening? Soup. In your room. Without uttering another word, he turned and left. University students sharing a room just to drink soup. Those in the know would understand. Thank you. Jiang classmate. Sue Warner patted her chest in gratitude towards Jiang Chu. Jiang Chu shook his head. He had previously felt indifferent towards Sue Warner, but now it was different. He was genuinely protective. The zombie canned food merely satisfied his hunger. Sue Warner was the true delicacy. It was akin to a person starved for 3 days guarding a delicious, spicy chicken burger. Though he couldn't consume her, merely watching such a delectable sight before him was still quite delightful. Don't be so polite. You know you resemble a certain idiom, right? Sue Warner blinked. What idiom? Deliciously beautiful. Sue Warner's face flushed crimson, her heart racing. Was this a veiled confession? After all, which boy would casually compliment someone in such a manner? Was he likening her to food, implying he wanted to devour her? Jiang Chu silently observed Sue Warner's rosy neck, her accelerated heartbeat enhancing her vitality. Indeed, quite enticing. Zombie canned food. Rubbish. Classmates, please turn to page 137 in your textbooks. Today we will discuss. Just as the class bell rang, a series of knocks echoed at the door, startling all the students. Two middle-aged men clad in black trench coats had appeared outside, accompanied by a bespectacled middle-aged woman. Familiar to them as their department head. Pardon the interruption. Teacher, is Jiang Chu present? The department head apologized with a smile to the teacher before scanning the classroom. Upon hearing his name, Jiang Chu, who had been dozing off, looked up in confusion. His gaze quickly landed on the two men in black coats. These two were no ordinary individuals. Their bodies radiated an aura of energy. Were they here for him? It seemed to relate to the events of the previous night. Jiang Chu rose from his seat. I'm here. As he stood, the two men in black exchanged wary glances, their demeanor shifting to one of caution. Only the middle-aged woman appeared unfazed. Good, Jiang Chu. Please come with us. Jiang Chu did not hesitate and stepped outside. The middle-aged woman smiled at the two men. Gentlemen, Jiang classmate has arrived. She then turned to Jiang Chu, saying, don't be nervous. These two are from the investigative department and would like to ask you a few questions. Jiang Chu nodded. No problem. That's great. Let's go. The group made their way to a conference room in the adjacent building. Upon arrival, the department head discreetly excused herself. Only Jiang Chu and the two men in black entered. Closing the door behind them, inside the room sat three individuals, the leader being a square-faced man. Upon seeing Jiang Chu, an air of seriousness enveloped the room. This made Jiang Chu feel somewhat awkward. Gentlemen, what seems to be the matter? The square-faced man quickly regained his composure, clearing his throat. He intended to react this way, but memories of that night still sent shivers down his spine. You must be Jiang Chu. I'm Xiao Feng, from our city's police department. Here's my identification. Is it really that formal? Jiang Chu replied earnestly. I'm Jiang Chu, residing at Unit 502, Building 5 in the neighboring Tianyuan community. I am renting, so I want to be showing you the property deed. Xia Feng's mouth twitched slightly as he sensed the inappropriateness of the situation, quickly regaining his composure, although much of his initial tension had dissipated. According to the records, a zombie could never utter such words. Jiang, please take a seat. We merely wish to pose a few simple questions. Xia Feng spoke again. Jiang Chu, displaying no reservations, confidently sat across from the group. Xia Feng opened a laptop on the table and pulled up a video, clicking it directly. The content of the video was startling. It depicted Jiang Chu entering the mass graveyard. Xia Feng inquired. Jiang, is that you? Jiang Chu nodded affirmatively. Might I ask what prompted you to visit the mass graveyard at such a late hour? As Xia Feng spoke, his gaze fixed intently on Jiang Chu's eyes. An inexplicable wave emanated from Xia Feng, causing Jiang Chu to furrow his brow. This aura possessed the ability to unveil lies. Under its influence, any living person would reveal their innermost thoughts. However, as he was deceased, it had no effect on him. Jiang Chu was aware that his actions had drawn the attention of these individuals, yet he remained indifferent to Xia Feng's tactics. A few days ago, I was pursued by a bride ghost. That very night, I went to burn paper offerings for her, hoping to send her away. Jiang Chu's revelation prompted nods from Xia Feng and the others. They had naturally uncovered Jiang Chu's repeated calls to the police in the days leading up to this encounter. How did you ascertain that she was a ghost? Or rather, how did you confirm her identity? Xia Feng continued to probe, skillfully seeking a comprehensive understanding of the details. Chapter 18. The Underworld Bureau. My name is Yang Jian, and I was once Erlang shunned that he dared not exhibit any carelessness that a thorough investigation was essential concerning the zombie from that night at the mass graveyard, particularly regarding Jiang Chu, who was the only living person to enter that night. Moreover, no footage of Jiang Chu exiting had been located, raising considerable suspicion. Nearby, a figure in a black trench coat diligently recorded the proceedings. She left me a love letter, one that I could not destroy by any means. Coupled with the recent unusual news circulating online, I concluded she was indeed a ghost. So, have you managed to send that ghost away? Jiang Chu replied with a wry smile. I burned 10 paper effigies of muscular men, but evidently, I underestimated the depth of her infatuation. She did not depart. Upon hearing this, Xia Feng fell into deep thought, his expression growing more solemn, the aura of truth-telling around him intensifying. Jiang Chu sensed that Xia Feng was about to broach the main topic. If that is the case, may I inquire how you managed to survive in the clutches of a ghost? According to our research, it appears that no ordinary person has emerged unscathed from an encounter with a ghost. Oh, you possess some special ability? Or perhaps that you are concealing something? At this remark, Jiang Chu seemed to drift into memories. A flicker of fear crossing his face. Indeed, I had prepared some means. I heard that ghosts fear Taoists, so I sought a purple robe from Longhu Mountain and procured raven blood and a copper coin mask through the use of Yin against Yin. Yet, none of these proved effective against a ghost. However, just as I was about to be ensnared by that bride ghost, I witnessed a zombie crawling out from the ground not far from me. Immediately, the heavens rumbled, and 9 bolts of lightning descended, striking down upon the zombie. Subsequently, I fell into a faint, and when I awoke, all was silent, and the zombie had vanished. Yet, I discovered that my body had undergone certain changes. What changes? Xia Feng pressed. That I formed a contract with that bride ghost. She now resides within me. In that moment, Jiang Chu's wrist adorned with the 5 Emperor's coin bracelet subtly trembled that a chilling aura began to coalesce around him, gradually taking the form of a female ghost. The ghost, with an eerie expression, crouched behind Jiang Chu and grinned at the onlookers. This unsettling scene elicited no panic within the office. Rather, the individuals gazed at the ghost with a blend of surprise and intrigue. Xia Feng furrowed his brow, glancing at the bride ghost before gesturing dismissively. Enough of that. Put her away. The aura of truth-telling dissipated along with his command. Once Jiang Chu reigned in the bride ghost. He fixed his fervent gaze on Xia Feng. Officer Xia, I understand that you are not ordinary individuals. What is the nature of my current condition? Have I mutated? Am I now a superhuman? Sensing Jiang Chu's barely contained excitement, the figures in trench coats couldn't help but chuckle, their demeanor softening significantly. Little one, you are not a superhuman. However, congratulations. After this ordeal, you must realize that ghosts do exist in this world, and you now possess the strength to contend with them. One of the trench-coated individuals addressed Jiang Chu. Xia Feng did not intervene. After the trench-coated man finished speaking, he continued, individuals like you, who harbor ghosts within, are referred to as ghost tamers, as the name suggests. You can control malevolent spirits. Ghosts and demons are no longer adversaries that ordinary people can confront. Only those with extraordinary abilities can contend with them. Thus, being a ghost tamer is akin to wielding a superpower. Jiang Chu, momentarily bewildered, instinctively asked, "Are there many individuals with such superpowers?" "Not many, yet not few either. As you might surmise, we are indeed akin to you, existing in every city. Furthermore, beyond us, there are ancient practitioners of superpowers hidden within the realm of the Great Xia. They are referred to as qi refiners or cultivators, often likened to immortals by common folk. For instance, the Taoist sect from which you sought the purple robe, as well as the Buddhist sect, has numerous practitioners. It is precisely due to the presence of individuals like us that the malevolent spirits of the Great Xia have not run rampant. The mortal realm remains a realm of mortals." Xia Feng's tone bore a hint of melancholy. After finishing, he smiled. "That's so. Little one, would you like to join us? Become a guardian of the underworld in Jiangbei City." Underworld, guardian. Jiang Chu's lips twitched. What a wonderfully over-the-top name. "Is that your organization's title?" Xia Feng nodded vigorously. "Indeed, we are affiliated with the Underworld Bureau, tasked with containing, imprisoning, and eliminating any threats to the safety of the Great Xia. Those who infringe upon our land shall surely meet their demise in the underworld." The description bore a striking resemblance to the 749 Bureau from a past life, yet it was evident that the scale of the Underworld Bureau surpassed that of the 749 Bureau significantly. After all, the world of his previous life did not experience such a phenomenon as the night parade of 100 demons. Jiangchu pondered deeply but ultimately declined. His secrets were far too numerous. Even the mere fact of his immortality would drive anyone to madness. Until he possessed absolute strength, he preferred to avoid excessive entanglement with the special departments of the Great Xit was not a matter of distrust, but rather one of necessity. He had already devised his own method of gaining strength, and it was progressing quite well. Upon hearing Jiang Chu's response, Xia Feng fell silent for a few seconds before a smile once again graced his face. "Very well, we respect your decision. However, you must remember that as a ghost tamer, you must never wield malevolent spirits to harm others. Should you violate this edict, the underworld will not hesitate to punish you." "Understood, guardian uncle." Watching Jiang Chu's retreating figure, Xia Feng felt an inexplicable unease, yet he could not pinpoint the source. "Captain, did you notice anything unusual about him? Is there any connection between this lad and the zombie we are searching for?" One of the guardians beside Xia Feng inquired. Xia Feng did not respond, but instead turned his gaze to the young guardian who had been closest to Jiang Chu. This young man, appearing to be in his early 20s, was unremarkable in appearance, even somewhat malnourished. "Yang Jian, enlighten us about the situation." The young man's face darkened. "Captain, I shall reiterate. My name is Yang Jian. Jian, as in the three-pointed two-edged spear. I was once Erlang Shun. You may insult me, but do not insult the divine. If you call me Yang Jian again, I shall take offense." "Very well, Yang Jian." Yang Jian clenched his fists, momentarily angered that he then retrieved a compass, a talisman, and some unknown blood from his pocket. Placing these items on the table, the corpse-fixing compass, the corpse-seeking talisman, and the blood of a 100-year-old phoenix-eyed chicken show no response. There are only two possibilities. "What are they?" someone inquired impatiently. Yang Jian replied gravely. "One is that this lad is not a zombie. The other is that he is a zombie of a particularly high level, one that our tools cannot detect." "Are you serious? Was that necessary for you to say?" The room filled with murderous glances directed at Yang Jian. He quickly chuckled nervously. "Just trying to lighten the mood. Don't act as if I've stolen your wives." "Oh wait. I forgot you all don't have wives." Hee. Everyone wore expressions of exasperation. Even Xia Feng's cheek twitched violently. "You really know how to hit the sore spot. You're insufferable. Continue with this nonsense, and I will make your three-pointed spear into a two-pointed one." Yang Jian immediately quieted down. Transforming a three-pointed spear into a two-pointed one was going too far, but he straightened his expression. "Based on the current circumstances, there is a 99% probability that he is not a zombie, with a 1% possibility that the zombie is of such a high level that our tools are unable to detect it. However, this latter possibility is exceedingly unlikely, as I did not sense any abnormalities in him. Yet, I can't shake the feeling that this lad is not entirely normal. Oh, you feel this way too?" Xia Feng was taken aback. That it is worth noting that the individual before him, Yang Jian, is undoubtedly a spirit medium. a rare talent within the realm of the underworld, and such a constitution is predominantly found among the most gifted practitioners in the entire cultivation world, whether one pursues the path of ghost taming or cultivation. They are considered prodigious. In fact, before Yang Jin's emergence, such exceptional talents were virtually non-existent. Without exception, yet, Yang Jin, despite being a spirit medium, is rather unremarkable, to the extent that he has transitioned from being a prodigy to merely serving as a deputy captain in a branch office in Jiangbei. Nonetheless, while Yang Jin's cultivation aptitude may be average, his perceptive abilities as a spirit medium remain intact. Anyone in his presence can be somewhat aware of certain secrets. Xiaofeng fell silent for a few moments. It is best not to dwell on it for now. This little fellow indeed harbors numerous secrets. Merely acquiring the purple robe from that individual at Longhu Mountain is something that certainly cannot be accomplished by an ordinary person. After all, the significance of the purple robe is clear to both of us. It is curious, though, why that individual bestowed the robe upon him, yet he still became a ghost tamer. Xiaofeng found himself puzzled but chose not to ponder it further. As long as it isn't that zombie, the primary focus should still be on investigating it. It absolutely cannot wreak havoc in Jiangbei. The current situation is deteriorating rapidly, and the next resurgence of the Blood Moon is imminent. We must be prepared. We cannot allow the situation in Jiangbei to spiral out of control. At the mention of this, the expressions of everyone present, including Yang Jin, grew solemn. Indeed, in the Qingshui Villa area. "Wake up, son. I am your father." In Lin Wei's room, a plump man was slapping Lin Wei's cold face with his chubby hands. "This is bad. My eldest son isn't he dead, is he?" The more he slapped, the more alarmed he became. Beside him stood a beautiful and graceful woman. She pushed the man aside, unable to suppress an eye roll. "Lin Dolly, do you even hear yourself? If you can't speak properly, just leave. If my precious son suffers any harm because of you, I will make sure you cannot have any descendants." "Lin Dolly? No. Do I have other sons? Dad? Mom? What are you talking about? Who wants to go to a live house?" On the bed, Lin Wei, still half asleep, opened his eyes. "Great. Eldest son, you're alive." Lin Dolly, hearing his voice, wept tears of joy, relieved that his descendant was safe. The beautiful woman sat on the bed, her face filled with concern. "Xiao Wei, when did you come back? Why did you end up in this place?" Lin Wei, puzzled, replied, "Didn't you ask Uncle Zhang to call me?" Realizing this, he suddenly remembered. "I forgot. Uncle Zhang is already dead." "Mom, Dad, I must tell you, Uncle Zhang and Aunt Lu rose from the dead last night." Surprisingly, upon hearing this, Lin Dolly and the beautiful woman showed no sign of shock. "We already knew." "How did you know?" "Just take a look outside." Lin Dolly shifted slightly. Lin Wei peered through the gap, and his eyes widened in shock. Outside the door, Uncle Zhang and Aunt Lu lay stiffly, their bodies marred by unknown wounds. Flesh torn open, their eyes fixated on Lin Wei's bed, filled with hatred. Lin Wei fell silent for a moment. "Mom and Dad, you thought it's wrong to disturb the dead." Lin Dolly staggered, angrily retorting, "Disturb your mother, him?" The woman interjected, "Disturb. No disturbance. When we arrived, we found them like this, and the feng shui master we invited last night is also dead. He died a terrible death, and according to the surveillance, it was caused by them." Lin Dolly sighed. "Son, how come you're unscathed?" Smack. The beautiful woman expertly slapped Lin Dolly. "Go play elsewhere." Lin Wei scratched his head in confusion. "Was it you too? Could it be me?" Suddenly, he seemed to recall something. Pulling a piece of nail from his pajama pocket, he noticed cracks on the nail, and the injuries on Aunt Lu and Uncle Zhang resembled those inflicted by a claw. He remembered his conversation with Jiang Chu before leaving school. No wonder he felt something was amiss last night. This must be the reason he remained safe. "Dad, Mom, I know who did this." Lin Wei sprang from the bed, proudly declaring, "It's my good brother." Lin Dolly. Lin Mom. This time, not only Lin Dolly but even the beautiful woman appeared bewildered. "You have such a good brother? We don't even want to discuss your friends." Lin Dolly, unusually serious, regained some paternal authority. "Xiao Wei, matters concerning ghosts and spirits must not be taken lightly. Pack your things and return to school. I will continue to invite a master to resolve the issue." The beautiful woman nodded, her face etched with worry. "Yes, away. You should go back to school." Lin Wei, undeterred, replied, "I understand, Mom and Dad, but please don't invite a master just yet. I'll go fetch my good brother. He won't deceive me. After all, why should the benefits go to outsiders? Just make sure to reward him generously." Lin Dolly frowned. The beautiful woman seemed hesitant. Lin Wei scoffed. "Dad, do you not trust me?" Lin Dolly solemnly nodded. just as long as you know. However, ultimately, the beautiful woman suggested, how about this? You go fetch your classmate. We will also invite a master. Even if we cannot resolve the issue, we can at least offer extra compensation. All right. With that, Lin Wei dashed off. Lin Dolly sighed. Damn it. This little brat truly doesn't care about spending his family's money. The beautiful woman smiled indulgently. Wei has finally made friends. This little money is inconsequential. Chapter 20. In heaven and on earth, in the realms of yin and yang, only I can claim supremacy. Jiang University, campus. Yin Guardians of the Underworld? Is this a government department? How intriguing. Although on the surface, it was Xia Feng who was inquiring. The seemingly unremarkable Yin Guardian sitting beside me appeared to be their trump card. Indeed, one must never underestimate the state. Exiting the building, Jiang Chu stretched lazily. While it is vital to not underestimate the state, one must also not undervalue oneself. After all, I am the one and only purple-robe zombie king in existence, now that I have voluntarily revealed my unusual identity. It will certainly allow me to approach various supernatural events with greater candor in the future. Jiang Chu's disclosure of the changes within him was naturally a preparatory measure. Otherwise, no matter how many means the Underworld Bureau possessed, they would never uncover anything unusual about him. However, this move does not particularly benefit him. Not only would the Underworld Bureau remain skeptical, but if he frequently appeared around supernatural occurrences, it would only heighten their vigilance. For now, all is safe. Jiang Chu glanced at the Rolex watch on his wrist and stepped towards the campus exit. Today, as classes were over, and he planned to call Lin Wei to check if he was still alive. He pulled out his phone, locating a familiar number. Before he even dialed, Lin Wei's call came in first. Hello, old Jiang. Something big has happened. I almost met the King of Hell. Jiang Chu, listening to his voice. Full of vitality, he surely has encountered the King of Hell. Spit it out quickly. Your requests are becoming increasingly bizarre, but I like it. Lin Wei chuckled lewdly. Damn, I'm hanging up. Jiang Chu felt a headache coming on. This guy is purely a comedic character. I was wrong, brother Jiang. Are you at school? I really need to talk to you. I in front of the school gate, at Mishui City. All right, I'd like a cup of bubble milk tea. Extra sugar, less ice, no milk, no. Beep beep beep. The call was abruptly disconnected. Jiang Chu turned and walked away, beginning to suspect whether Lin Wei had awakened some sort of negative emotion system. Approaching noon. There weren't many students outside the school, only a few couples exuding an unpleasant aura. You love me. I love you. The familiar melody played as Jiang Chu entered the shop. Boss, 1 cup of iced lemon water. Extra ice and lemon, and another bubble milk tea. Feel free to add whatever. He expertly ordered 2 drinks, found a dim corner away from the window, and began scrolling through videos on his phone. Tasting the lemon water, it was pleasantly icy, and the sourness was quite refreshing. It seems that chilled beverages are indeed more suitable for zombies. Are you Jiang Chu, Senior Jiang? Suddenly, a melodious voice rang in Jiang Chu's ear. He was taken aback, looking up to see a girl in simple athletic wear standing before him. Her hair was tied back, and beads of sweat adorned her forehead. Despite her lack of embellishment, she was still stunningly beautiful, exuding an aura of elegance and coolness that a practitioner. Jiang Chu's gaze subtly shifted. He sensed a ripple of primordial energy emanating from the girl before him. Who are you? He did not recognize her. My name is Chun Miaoi. The girl smiled gently as she introduced herself. Jiang Chu found himself even more perplexed, still not knowing her, just as he was about to introduce himself. Old Jiang, an out-of-tune voice echoed from hundreds of meters away. Lin Wei rushed into the shop. After surveying the surroundings, the expression on his face turned peculiar upon noticing a young girl standing beside Jiang Chu. Chun Miao also realized that Jiang Chu had made an appointment with someone, and she smiled at him once more. Jiang Sr., you carry on with your business. I'll take my leave. With that, she turned and walked away. Lin Wei promptly plopped down beside Jiang Chu, winking mischievously. Well, old Jiang, you know Chen Jr. too? Who is she? Jiang Chu replied, dumbfounded. Stop pretending. The way you two were looking at each other just now was akin to a frog staring at a green bean. Practically sizzling with tension, Jiang Chu clenched his fists, the bones cracking audibly. Lin Wei quickly grasped Jiang Chu's hand. Adoptive father, don't be impulsive. That beauty is one of the freshmen at our Jiang University this year. One of the 4 campus flowers, quite renowned. I hear she's even a Taoist priestess. A Taoist priestess? Jiang Chu pondered, suddenly enlightened. No wonder she exuded such a mystical aura. However, why did Qin Miao? He seems so familiar with him. He truly did not recognize her. After exchanging a few casual words, Jiang Chu turned to Lin Wei. The dark energy in Lin Wei's brow had indeed intensified. Now, tell me what happened last night. Only then did Lin Wei recall the matter at hand and recounted everything that transpired after he returned to the villa last night. Jiang Chu's eyes widened in disbelief. Seriously? You shared a room with two ghosts and managed to sleep soundly until dawn? And you were playing with a coin, managing to make it stand upright. If I hadn't sensed the dark energy emanating from this guy, I would have thought he was just bragging. Only those who have personally experienced the supernatural can truly grasp its terror. It's an incessant shadow that looms over you. The living are yang, while the spirits are yin. Yin and yang are two extremes. Whenever a living being comes into contact with a spirit, an instinctive wave of fear arises, uncontrollable by the individual. Thus, many who encounter ghosts die with unmistakable terror. Jiang Chu had thought himself sufficiently composed in the face of spirits, but now he realized this guy was truly impressive. Sometimes, fools have their luck. And it seems this fool has it too. Old Jiang, I now understand that you possess genuine skill. This time, you must help me out. Lin Wei stated earnestly. Weren't you indifferent about it? I don't mind. But I feel my parents are quite frightened. What if something happens to them? Jiang Chu paused, then smiled wryly. Though he was without parents, he understood that feeling. All right, let's go meet your parents first. Sure thing. Please, Jiang Gu. The car journeyed along the road, and Jiang Chu spoke up again. Away. When did the situation at your home begin? Lin Wei pondered for several seconds, hands spread wide. I have no idea. You don't even know that? Jiang Chu suppressed the urge to slap him. This guy's emotional value was clearly rising. Lin Wei felt his ignorance made him appear incompetent, so he hurriedly added, although I don't know. I've heard some rumors. It seems it relates to some experiences from my father's early years. Old Jiang, I won't hide it from you. You know my father started as a nouveau riche. Jiang Chu nodded. Not overly concerned. Many nouveau riches exist, but few like Lin Wei's father managed to retain and expand their wealth. Please, continue. Our family's situation should be connected to my father's rise to fortune. My father once told me that when he was young, we lived in poverty until the year he turned 27 when my grandparents passed away, leaving him destitute. He once visited a temple and made a wish for overnight riches. After that, our family's situation improved significantly. Upon hearing Lin Wei's account, Jiang Chu raised an eyebrow. So, wishing for wealth at a temple truly worked? Is there such a good fortune? Which temple did your father visit? And which deity did he worship? Wuxing Temple, worshipping the Wutong god. Jiang Chu's expression shifted. The Wutong god, also known as the Five Ghosts, is a collective term. It does not refer to just 5 deities, but any spirit can be considered a Wutong god. Though there are temples dedicated to them, they are considered malevolent deities with no orthodox status, often mere manifestations of mountain spirits or wild creatures. Entering a Wutong temple and worshipping these spirits binds one to eternal debts. Many living beings mistakenly revere such temples as places for wealth, especially those seeking illicit gains. However, such good fortune is a mere illusion. Seeking wealth from the Wutong god is more akin to borrowing. But the debt comes at the cost of one's later life and that of future generations, with interest that is terrifyingly high. Anyone who acquires this so-called fortune must bring substantial offerings each year. For generations, without pause, should one fail to do so, they shall be met with endless torment. Yet, these are merely legends. Who would have thought that I truly encountered this? It appears that Lin Wei's father amassed such wealth, indicating he indeed had fortune in his later years, though regrettably, he did not survive to witness it. I only know this much. For more specific details, you should ask my father when we meet him. The journey from the school to the Qing Shui Villa district took approximately 40 minutes. Soon, Lin Wei's car stopped in front of their villa. However, as they stepped out, Jiang Chu immediately sensed an unmistakable malevolent aura enveloping the villa, laden with filth, death, and malice, clinging like a parasite, seemingly eternally entwined within. Of course, this aura was only significant to the living, for Jiang Chu was splendid. After all, he was the Purple Robe Corpse King, a being of the undead. Jiang Chu's eyes sparkled with delight. This aura felt even more delightful than the cool lemonade in his hand, only slightly inferior to the fragrance wafting from Su Wan'er's neck. Jiang Chu took a deep breath, feeling utterly at ease. Old Jiang, are you all right? Lin Wei noticed Jiang Chu seemed to have suddenly become invigorated, his eyes shining brightly. Although he remained Jiang Chu, his aura had completely transformed in that moment. like a primordial beast spotting its prey. Jiang Chu withdrew his gaze and shook his head lightly. It's nothing. Let us head inside. Lin Wei remained concerned. Old Jiang, are you sure you aren't hungry? Shouldn't we eat something first? No need for pleasantries. I'm already eating. Upon entering Lin Wei's villa, his parents greeted them. You must be Jiang Chu, Wei's classmate. I'm Lin Dali, his father. Lin Dali smiled warmly and extended his hand for a handshake. However, upon contact, Lin Dali was taken aback, instinctively glancing at Jiang Chu's palm. So cold, so icy. Is this truly the hand of a living person? Initially dismissive of Lin Wei's claims about Jiang Chu's abilities, Lin Dali immediately shifted his perspective. As a well-known entrepreneur in Jiangbei, he had encountered many individuals and possessed a keen eye. He could sense that Jiang Chu was extraordinary. Hello, Uncle Lin. Annie, Xiao Chu is quite polite. Much better than Wei, and he is certainly more handsome. The beautiful woman, Lu Hong, greeted them warmly. Lin Wei? Haha, has maternal love vanished? Xiao Chu, would you like something to drink? Juice or soda? Lu Hong continued her inquiries. Jiang Chu did not decline. Juice will be fine. Lu Hong turned to prepare it, while Lin Dali smiled. Xiao Chu, please take a seat. I've also invited a master from the Jiangbei Feng Shui Association. Don't mind me, Lin Uncle. Jiang Chu nodded with a smile. Rest assured, I won't. Even without saying it, Jiang Chu knew Lin Dali likely invited him due to Lin Wei's influence. After all, Lin Dali had never met him before. And given his youth, it was said that those without experience often lack reliability. With such a significant issue at home, Lin Dali would not be reckless enough to place all his hopes on Jiang Chu alone. However, his openness was already sufficient. As they entered the villa's living room, Jiang Chu spotted an elderly man in his 50s, sporting a goatee, seated on the sofa. The old man wore a feng shui robe, exuding an aura of ethereal wisdom. However, upon assessing the old man's cultivation, Jiang Chu couldn't help but smirk. The aura he emitted was even inferior to that of Zhou Zhang, whom he had previously defeated, and significantly weaker than that of the old yellow-skinned man. Thank goodness he had come. Otherwise, Lin Wei's family would surely face dire consequences. Master Mao, I apologize for keeping you waiting. Lin Dali smiled apologetically at the feng shui master. Then he gestured toward Jiang Chu. This is my son's classmate, also a skilled individual, who has come to assist us. Upon hearing this, the feng shui master opened his eyes, glancing at Jiang Chu, barely concealing a frown. Yet, he said nothing further, instead performing a Tai Chi gesture. I am Mao Qing from Maoshan. May I inquire about your sect, young brother? Jiang Chu shook his head. That I have no sect at all. Then may I ask if you have any master? None. Mao Qing's expression darkened at this, and he turned to Lin Dali, speaking coldly. Boss Lin, do you look down upon me for hiring a mere child with no skills? Lin Dali's smile diminished slightly. He did not anticipate such directness from this young man. Although he sought assistance from him, he was ultimately the one spending money. Lin Wei's eyes widened in disbelief. You old fool. What do you mean by that? Yet, a smile emerged on Jiang Chu's face as he raised a hand to halt Lin Wei, who was momentarily taken aback. Jiang Chu then calmly stated, Who says I lack abilities? The young man, Mao Qing, expressed his disdain. You are merely 17 or 18, with no school, no sect, and no mentor. What skills could you possibly possess? If you're trying to swindle money through connections, I advise you to give up while you still can. Chapter 22. On the half of July, the 5 demons arrive. Jiang Chu's smile vanished, in an instant. He moved with remarkable swiftness. Simultaneously, the hairs on Mao Qing's back stood on end as an overwhelming sense of danger enveloped him. Before he could react, a slender hand had already grasped his throat. Lifting him effortlessly, he instinctively summoned the energy within him. But no matter how he struggled, that hand felt like a vice, suffocating him. I have a short temper. Today, I will spare you for Lin Chu's sake. But with your meager abilities, you should be on your way. Jiang Chu spoke the truth, since transforming into a zombie king. Although he appeared unchanged, he was filled with an unimaginable malevolence. Consequently, his personality and demeanor had inevitably absorbed some of the cruelty of a zombie king. He was somewhat wary of the state. Yet this foolish jester was unworthy of his concern. Jiang Chu's voice held no inflection, but to Mao Qing's ears, it sounded like the summons of death itself. Faced with Jiang Chu, he couldn't help but feel an overwhelming fear rising from deep within. A wave of urgency swept over him. With a swift motion, Jiang Chu tossed Mao Qing to the ground. Mao Qing gasped for air like a fish out of water, yet he dared not linger or utter a sound. Scrambling away in a state of utter disgrace, leaving behind a significant wet spot on his trousers, Lin Dali's pupils constricted. He had already regarded Jiang Chu with a degree of respect, but he never imagined that this so-called master Mao from the north would last barely a second in front of him. Wow, Brother Jiang is magnificent. Lin Wei was the first to react, unable to contain his excitement as he rushed to Jiang Chu's side, his face alight with exhilaration. Old Jiang, you are incredible. This old fool dared to show off in front of my brother Jiang. Lin Dali shot Lin Wei a fierce glare before turning to Jiang Chu with an apologetic expression. Xiao Chu, I truly apologize. Jiang Chu waved his hand. Lin Shu need not be so polite. I understand. Lin Dali nodded again, realizing he had witnessed Jiang Chu's true prowess. Once seated, Lin Dali spoke candidly. Xiao Jiang, I believe Wei has shared some details about our family's predicament. Jiang Chu nodded. Indeed, he recounted what Lin Wei had mentioned. After listening, Lin Dali let out a soft sigh. Wei is correct. The one tormenting our family is indeed the 5 demons, and what they seek is not wealth, but lives. Wei's life. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chu raised an eyebrow. Logically, the 5 demons were notoriously greedy, driven by avarice. They would never demand a life unless they had extracted every last ounce of value from their offerings, given that Lin Dali was at the height of his career. The Lin family's wealth was immeasurable, estimated to be in the tens of billions. Such a fortune would surely outweigh the value of a life in perpetuity. Yet, now, this spirit had opted for a life, specifically targeting Lin Wei's. This could only mean that Lin Wei's fate held greater allure for the 5 demons than mere riches. It seemed there was something extraordinary about Lin Wei. At this point, Lin Wei sprang to his feet, his face brimming with pride. What? They want my life. This old thing has such discerning taste. My hidden brilliance, my striking presence, and my charming looks have all been recognized. He then winked at Jiang Chu. Am I impressive, or what? Jiang Chu regarded Lin Wei, who was behaving rather foolishly. I take back what I said. He is nothing of worth. That spirit, perhaps truly misjudged. Lin Dali felt a shiver run down his spine from Lin Wei's antics, awkwardly clearing his throat. I know it's hard to understand. I too am bewildered, for Wei truly lacks any remarkable talents. Lin Wei immediately voiced his discontent. What are you saying, old man? I am exceptional. You should be secretly pleased. Ignoring Lin Wei, Jiang Chu inquired, are the 2 corpses from last night still here? Take me to see them. Lin Dali nodded. They are on the 2nd floor. As he spoke, he led Jiang Chu upstairs. Upon stepping into the room, Jiang Chu already sensed something amiss. Directly approaching a particular chamber. I sit here. Lin Dali, unfazed, affirmed. Yes. Jiang Chu pushed the door open, and the malevolent aura he had sensed earlier intensified. On the floor lay Uncle Zhang and Liu. Not enter, Jiang Chu suddenly instructed, causing Lin Wei and Lin Dali to pause in surprise. They are not yet beyond saving. I will finish the job. With that, Jiang Chu shut the door. Uncle Zhang and Aunt Liu were indeed still alive, for the ghostly energy within them had yet to dissipate. Jiang Chu's nails elongated as he transformed into a more formidable form. His entire skeletal structure undergoing a terrifying metamorphosis, he plunged his fingers into Uncle Zhang and Aunt Liu's chests. The sound of piercing flesh echoed as his nails broke through skin and bone with the ease of tearing through paper. The once peaceful forms of Uncle Zhang and Aunt Liu began to thrash violently under Jiang Chu's grip, torrents of black mist erupting from them, accompanied by their anguished screams. Who dares to slay a god? A god? You think you are worthy? Jiang Chu's expression hardened, and he exerted pressure. With a resounding crack, the black mist exploded, and the 2 figures became utterly rigid, visibly decaying at an alarming rate. Having completed this, Jiang Chu reopened the door. Lin Wei and Lin Dali stood at the threshold, their mouths agape in shock, clearly having heard the commotion inside. Old Jiang. Is that it? Jiang Chu replied nonchalantly. What else? Just 2 corpses afflicted by the 5 demons. They are nothing significant. He turned to Lin Dali. Lin Shu, could you elaborate on the circumstances from years past? Lin Dali nodded, his expression complex. He retrieved a box of cigarettes from his pocket, intending to light one, but noticed Lu Hong watching him intently. Startled, he offered a cigarette to Lin Wei and Jiang Chu instead, allowing Lu Hong to avert her gaze. Taking a deep puff, Lin Dali began, 20 years ago. After I made a wish at that temple, that night I had a dream. In the dream, I encountered the 5 demons I had worshipped that day. They told me they would grant my request. At the time, I was somewhat confused and inquired about the conditions. Was it a need for wealth? The 5 demons grinned wickedly, declaring they wanted not money, but lives, specifically the life of my future son. Though I was not yet married, I could not trade my son's life for ephemeral riches, so I declined. Lin Dali clenched his fists at this recollection. However, the 5 demons informed me that since I had made a wish in their temple, there would be no turning back. They would claim that life when my son turned 18. After waking from the dream, drenched in cold sweat, I initially dismissed it. But then did I realize the dream was indeed real. For every year on July 15th, I would relive it. This year, the 5 demons approached me once more, stating it was time to fulfill the promise. They would come for Wei's life on his coming-of-age day. Lin Wei interjected, "But I turned 18 last year." Lin Dali awkwardly replied, "To mislead those 5 demons, I exaggerated your age." Lin Wei was bewildered. "What kind of operation is this, old man, if that spirit goes by the inflated age? Wouldn't I have already perished last year?" Lin Dali brushed it off that it's a trivial matter. Don't dwell on it. "You are still alive, aren't you?" Lin Wei slowly raised his middle finger. Jiang Chu watched with a smirk. Realizing just who Lin Wei had taken after. Chapter 23. Old Jiang, why does the talisman in your hand emit black smoke? When is Lin Wei's birthday? In 5 days. Jiang Chu grinned. In that case, there is no issue. Lin Dali's eyes brightened. Oh, Xiao Chu, do you have a plan to help our family through this ordeal? Jiang Chu nodded. That it's simple. Tonight, I shall eliminate that 5 demon, and everything will be resolved. Lin Dali, having sought countless experts over the years, was astonished by Jiang Chu's audacity. None had ever claimed such confidence without gauging their opponent's strength first. Are young people truly this fearless nowadays? What preparations should we make? I am currently making arrangements. There is no need for additional assistance. Simply take me to the location, the Wudong Temple, which is not situated within Jiangbei City, but rather in a place beneath Jiangbei known as Lantian County. This is the hometown of Lin Dali, who, having lost his parents at a young age, has spent many years living in Jiangbei and seldom returns. After enjoying lunch at Lin Wei's home, Lin Dali personally drove the latest model of Cullinan towards Lantian County. The county is somewhat distant from the urban area, and only by 5 o'clock did the vehicle finally come to a halt at the foot of a mountain. Stepping out of the car, the sun had already begun its descent, casting layers of crimson clouds across the sky. Yet, as this radiance fell behind the mountain peaks before them, it vanished as if plunging into an abyss, leaving an eerie darkness that accentuated the foreboding mountains. Old Lin, how on earth did you discover such a sinister place back in the day? You certainly have some nerve. Lin Wei shivered as he spoke to Lin Dali. Lin Dali offered a wry smile. 18 years ago, this place was still bustling with offerings. It wasn't like this back then. It was the fervor of the incense, mixed with the spiritual essence of the living, that masked the malevolent energy. Now, we see its true form. Jiang Chu, standing nearby, spoke with a calm demeanor. "Uncle Lin, you should stay here. I'll accompany Wei to the temple." Lin Dali was taken aback but nodded vigorously after glancing at Lin Wei. "Very well, I shall wait for you below. Xiao Jiang, I entrust Wei to you that if you encounter any insurmountable issues that I will devise a solution. Please ensure your safety. Rest assured, with old Jiang here, our combined strength guarantees we will dismantle that decrepit temple." Lin Wei boasted, patting his chest. Jiang Chu said nothing more and began to tread into the mountains. The path was steep and overgrown with weeds, flanked by dense forests, an environment ripe for malevolent spirits. A natural gathering place for dark energies. Suddenly, the voice of the system echoed in Jiang Chu's mind. "Host has triggered a system task. Substantial rewards await upon completion." A smile appeared on Jiang Chu's face. The system was, as always, remarkably punctual. "It's pitch black," Lin Wei muttered. Retrieving a flashlight he had prepared earlier, a beam of light pierced through the darkness, illuminating the path upward. In such an atmosphere, most would tremble with fear. Yet Lin Wei was anything but ordinary. He was brimming with excitement. "Old Jiang, do you think we might encounter 2 female ghosts? If so, you can have the first pick." Jiang Chu rolled his eyes. "With your stature, if there were female ghosts, you wouldn't last 10 minutes. Hey, do you underestimate me? I guarantee I could last at least 11 minutes. It must be said, having Lin Wei by his side made the previously eerie mountain path seem almost charming. As they passed a stream in a mountain hollow, the sound of female laughter suddenly reached Jiang Chu and Lin Wei's ears. The voice was enticing. They followed the sound and beheld the once tranquil stream enveloped in mist, revealing several women bathing within. Lin Wei nudged Jiang Chu. "Old Jiang, what did I tell you? Could this be the female ghosts?" Jiangchu chuckled. Indeed, they are spirits, and, if I'm not mistaken, they seem to be approaching us. So brazen? Old Jiang, don't stop me. I must show them a thing or two. With that, Lin Wei excitedly dashed toward the stream, unbuckling his belt as he ran. Jiangchu. From afar, the female spirits. What is happening? I haven't even attempted to seduce anyone today, yet he approaches willingly. After a brief moment of surprise, the allure on the faces of the female spirits intensified as they gazed at Lin Wei. My lord, are you coming down to bathe with us? Lin Wei waved his hand dismissively. The water's too cold, ghost ladies. It's not wise to enter the water in such frigid weather. Allow me to warm it for you. No need to thank me. With that, a jet of water arced beautifully, splashing onto one of the female spirits' heads, ensuring the others received a share as well. Jiangchu was left in shock by the sight. Wei is indeed Wei. A mere machine could never replace humanity. After the initial shock, the female spirits erupted in fury. Their once delicate features twisted grotesquely, and their malevolent energy surged forth. Vile man, we shall make you pay. Since becoming malevolent spirits, they had not felt such intense murderous intent in ages. Typically, they would drain the life essence from the living, but today, they simply wished to eliminate him. Yet, despite their speed, Jiangchu was faster. The Zhuangwang hammer appeared in his grasp, enveloped in a shroud of corpse energy. In an instant, the spikes on the bone hammer erupted forth. Jiangchu swung it fiercely. The hammer slicing through space and transforming into a chain of bones, sweeping towards the female spirits. The chains, shrouded in ominous mist and imbued with chilling energy, were a manifestation of Jiangchu's own transformation. The power contained within was unfathomable. With Jiangchu's current prowess, he could obliterate even spirits of equal rank, let alone these apparitions. Thud, thud, the Zhuangwang hammer struck, piercing through the female spirit's malevolent energy, as if it were mere cloth, shattering their forms into wisps of smoke that vanished with a dreadful scream. Host has slain 6 water spirits, earning 900 corpse energy points. The system's mechanical voice echoed in Jiangchu's mind. 6 water spirits yielding 900 corpse energy points was quite satisfactory. Old Jiang, what is that thing in your hand? Lin Wei, who had been observing from the side, stared wide-eyed at the source bone artifact. Jiangchu casually explained, it's just a magical artifact. Lin Wei pouted, don't belittle me for my lack of education. Which magical artifact looks like it's emitting black smoke? After a moment's hesitation, Lin Wei asked, Old Jiang, you're not an evil cultivator, are you? One of those who neglects their training and ends up as a brother in the soul banner. Chapter 24. I am the Wutong God. Upon seeing me, why do you not kneel in reverence? Jiangchu twitched at the corner of his mouth. He sounded just like those characters from ancient novels. He nodded. You figured it out? I'll be using you as an offering later. Lin Wei's eyes lit up instantly. Really? Given our relationship, I should have no problem being the leader, right? Make sure to collect a few more female spirits for me. Get lost, don't annoy me. Having crossed the stream, they were now close to the Wutong Temple, which they could see perched on the mountainside. However, as they drew nearer, the surroundings grew increasingly silent, a thick, lingering malevolence emanating from the temple itself. Suddenly, a deafening resonance echoed through the heavens and the earth. In an instant, billowing black mist erupted from within the temple. The fog rolled forth like ominous clouds, within which faint glimmers of light flickered, enveloping them in the blink of an eye. A thick shroud of black mist surrounded them, suppressing even the light from their flashlight. Old Jiang? What is happening? Lin Wei rubbed his hands together nervously, a flicker of fear finally crossing his expression. After all, he was merely a mortal. Facing such supernatural phenomena without losing his composure was a rare feat indeed. Heaven's chosen one, you have finally arrived. A voice emerged from the black mist, sounding as if it came from the depths of the abyss, gravelly, cold, and tinged with unmistakable excitement. With a whoosh, the black mist coalesced into a figure, its eyes radiating light. Wuzong Ghost. Jiangchu immediately recognized its identity. Yet, his gaze fell upon Lin Wei. Heaven's chosen one. What is that? Jiangchu raised an eyebrow. While the Wuzong Ghost was indeed a spirit, it ultimately thrived on incense offerings. The more it absorbed, the deeper its grasp of human fate. Even Jiangchu could not rival that if it claimed Lin Wei was a heaven's chosen one. There could be some truth to it. Come that I have awaited you for so long that your divine favor is sufficient to counter the wishes of countless mortals over the centuries. let us merge as one. At that moment, we shall become true deities walking among mortals. The voice of the Wuzong ghost grew louder, its excitement palpable. Lin Wei's gaze gradually dulled, irresistibly drawn towards the Wuzong ghost. Jiang Chu's expression darkened. In my presence, you dare to covet my companions, you old fool. You have some audacity. With a single step forward, Jiang Chu's pupils flared with a crimson glow. The Wuzong god has sensed Jiang Chu's unusual aura. An overwhelming surge of corpse energy erupted in that instant. Begone! Boom! The sound resonated like thunder, wild, oppressive, and imbued with unimaginable authority, akin to a divine beast's roar. At a burst of red light emanated from Jiang Chu. Crashing against the black mist, bang! The black mist shattered, and the Wuzong ghost was obliterated in a moment of terror, leaving the surroundings in sudden tranquility. The scarlet moon descended, casting its glow upon the ancient temple, which stood steadfast amidst the encroaching darkness. That it was as if nothing had transpired. Only Lin Wei lay ensnared in a state of unconsciousness. Jiang Chu's eyes held no hue, and the five emperor talisman concealed his visage. With a flick of his wrist, a shroud of corpse energy enveloped Lin Wei, and without a backward glance, he advanced toward the five-tongued deity temple. Stepping inside, the interior of the temple was eerily silent. An unsettling tranquility pervading the air. Surrounding vegetation ran rampant, betraying the fact that it had long been abandoned. Jiang Chu's footsteps echoed softly against the ground, accompanied by the crisp sound of the talisman clinking against his face. As if it could capture souls and spirits, he moved deliberately, each step intensifying the density of the corpse fog trailing behind him. Suddenly, the main hall of the five-tongued deity temple began to tremble. An ominous vibration resonating from within. Dark, inky mist surged through the cracks of the door, contrasting starkly with the white fog that followed Jiang Chu. However, the black mist did not disperse. Instead, it coalesced with a resounding thud. The main door swung open, bathed in moonlight. A colossal statue, neither god nor ghost, towered in the center of the temple. Beneath it lay several smaller clay effigies. The statue's eyes glimmered with two ghostly orbs, scrutinizing Jiang Chu as he approached. Who are you? The statue's voice emerged slowly, tinged with trepidation and fear. Having stood in this realm for over a century, absorbing the wills of countless mortals, it had encountered its fair share of nefarious entities and even formidable demon lords. Though it was not a deity, the years of offerings had imbued it with a semblance of divinity. Ordinary spirits, it was akin to a god. Yet, upon seeing Jiang Chu, a primal fear gripped it. A terror that seemed to arise from the depths of its being, as if a lowly creature stood before the exalted. Jiang Chu, hearing the voice, raised his indifferent gaze to meet that of the towering statue. A mere ghost dares to inquire of me. The five-tongued deity froze, its entire form trembling, as if Jiang Chu's words had struck a nerve. I am the lord of the five-tongued deities, no matter what you are. Should you show disrespect to me, you shall repent for eternity. Minions, arise. At the command, the clay effigies began to tremble violently. Malevolent spirits materialized from the figures, summoned by the five-tongued deity. Seize him, it ordered. The emerging entities, their eyes filled with malice, fixed their gaze upon Jiang Chu, ready to obey. Yet, upon witnessing Jiang Chu, their pupils dilated in sheer terror, their bodies bristling with dread. If the five-tongued deity itself quaked in fear at Jiang Chu's presence, how much more so would they? The spirits exchanged bewildered glances. Wait, brother, are you jesting? Take him down. We're no match for him. The aura he exudes nearly terrifies us to death. He is undoubtedly a formidable foe. Surely, such audacity is misplaced. Enough? Do you wish to have your souls scattered? Attack now. The five-tongued deity bellowed once more, and reluctantly, the mountain spirits steeled themselves to pounce on Jiang Chu. Jiang Chu's eyes flashed with a cold light. Fools seeking death. In his grip, the zombie king hammer activated completely, imbued with unimaginable malice. This was the essence of the purple-robed zombie king's power. With a swift motion, Jiang Chu swung the zombie king hammer towards the mountain spirits. Crunch, crunch. Every contact resulted in the spirits being obliterated before they could muster a defense. Host has slain the snake demon 1. Corpse energy points 400. Host has slain the hanging ghost 1. Corpse energy points 380. Host has slain the rat demon 1. Corpse energy points 500. In Jiang Chu's mind, The system notifications rang incessantly. Within mere breaths, all the mountain spirits had been annihilated. Witnessing this overwhelming spectacle, the five-tongued deity's eyes widened in disbelief. These creatures had been painstakingly sought out, their strengths considerable. Even an average practitioner would struggle against them. Yet now they had been vanquished in a single blow. However, Jiang Chu did not allow it a moment's respite. An endless tide of corpse energy swirled around his arm. Begone! With a forceful gesture, he hurled the zombie king hammer towards the statue within the temple, and with the might of the zombie king's body combined with the overwhelming ferocity of the town prison hammer, it pierced through the black mist enveloping the statue, crashing down upon its head. Bang! The tremendous force shattered the statue, unleashing a scream of agony that in the next moment, a blue-faced, fanged, and grotesque entity emerged from the statue. It needed no introduction. This was the true form of the five-tongued deity. Having absorbed offerings for years, its ghostly aura was not overwhelming, but instead bore a strange, sinister quality. Yet, in that moment, the five-tongued deity radiated uncontainable fury. Its gaze fixed intently on Jiang Chu. No matter who you are, to dare to desecrate the divine, today, you shall not leave the five-tongued deity temple. As it spoke, it settled into a meditative posture. In an instant, radiant golden light erupted from its body, not from its own power, but from centuries of amassed will through offerings. It now understood that to confront Jiang Chu solely with its own strength was futile. It must draw upon the accumulated power of offerings to obliterate him. Buzz, buzz. The golden light surrounding the five-tongued deity intensified, gradually coalescing into the form of the deity depicted in the statue. A thick fog enveloped the temple, infused with rich sandalwood fragrance. The essence of offerings birthed deities. Deities were, after all, formed from the will of mortals, and the power of offerings was the very source of divine strength. Now, the five-tongued deity invoked this power, even without a divine grade. What it conjured was indeed a genuine god. Swish! The five-tongued deity's eyes sprang open, and at that moment, the deity formed from offerings slowly opened its eyes. It exuded an air of majesty and sanctity, resembling a true celestial being surveying Jiang Chu below, an aberration, to stand before the divine without bowing. Boom! Endless divine authority erupted, enveloping Jiang Chu in an instant. Should any ordinary spirit be caught in this aura, they would surely disintegrate. The essence of offerings was the bane of all malevolence. Yet, Jiang Chu remained unperturbed, even feeling a pang of hunger that he greedily inhaled. Drawing the fragrant mist into his nostrils, akin to indulging in opium. Utterly blissful, what is happening? The five-tongued deity's eyes nearly bulged from its sockets in disbelief. This is the essence of offerings. Only deities can partake in such bounty. Even I can only accumulate it gradually over eons. Yet this fellow consumes it as if smoking. Impossible. This is utterly inconceivable. You are a mere malevolence. How can you absorb the essence of offerings without succumbing to divine authority? What exactly are you? The five-tongued deity was nearly driven to madness. Jiang Chu flashed a grin. Divine authority. His first attribute as the purple-robed zombie king was to command the deities of the heavens. What god would dare to exert authority before him? Not even the righteous gods dared to, let alone a mere wild spirit lacking divine status. Since you wish to know, I shall oblige. Boom! As Jiang Chu concluded. The already tempestuous corpse energy surrounding him surged to terrifying heights. His eyes glowed a blood-red hue, and his hair flared wildly. Simultaneously, violet light enveloped his form, manifesting a purple robe that draped over him. Behind him, shadowy specters emerged, as if the realm of hell itself had descended. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Chu's entire being transformed. He stood in the void, his crimson gaze fixed upon the golden deity. Bow to me. These two words resonated with an overwhelming authority. The five-tongued deity, in a state of panic, realized that the golden deity it had summoned was no longer under its control, under this commanding presence. It began to rise, kneeling before Jiang Chu. Silence. The entire temple fell into a deathly hush. The five-tongued deity's eyes shrank to pinpricks. The deity truly bowed. At that moment, its face contorted with unimaginable terror and confusion. Despite Jiang Chu being surrounded by purple robes and emanating holy light, the overwhelming corpse energy and the talisman obscured his malevolence. These two opposing forces, each unfathomable in its own right, manifested simultaneously within a single being. This entity defied the very principles of the universe, a contradiction that should not exist in this world. Disperse. Jiang Chu commanded once more. Crash. Without warning, the golden deity shattered, fracturing into countless pieces, unleashing a tempest of fragrant energy that surged towards Jiang Chu's purple robe. Causing it to shine resplendently, the five-tongued deity coughed up a mouthful of black blood, its aura waning that it could no longer afford to be paralyzed by fear and turned to flee. Yet, before it could move, Jiang Chu was even faster. With a single step, his claws shot forth like lightning towards the five-tongued deity's head. Boom! The five wretched spirits emitted a chilling scream as their entire forms were obliterated by a single strike. Utterly vanquished, the host has slain a five-wretched spirit, earning 1 corpse energy. 1000. Ding! The host has sealed the incense false deity. 2 consecutive system notifications echoed in Jiang Chu's mind. Chapter 26. Breakthrough in Power. Surge of corpse energy, sealing of deities, incense false deity? Jiang Chu was taken aback. He glanced at his purple robe. Indeed, on the inner side of the robe, he saw the ethereal image of the golden glow deity that had just been vanquished. It was akin to the ghostly beings he had sealed within the five emperors' money shield. Yet, Jiang Chu's spirit stirred. Boom! The multitude of ghostly apparitions that had surrounded him were suddenly pushed aside. The purple robe erupted in golden light, and the incense-wild deity he had just slain gradually coalesced. Although it was the only deity present, its aura was formidable enough to rival the ghostly figures behind Jiang Chu, transforming the dark backdrop into a scene illuminated by divine radiance, making Jiang Chu appear even more majestic. Furthermore, he sensed an increase in his own strength by a significant margin, just as I had surmised. Whether divine, demonic, or ghostly, they all serve as nourishment, becoming a part of my backdrop. Jiang Chu grinned widely. This is the true visage of the purple robe zombie king. With this stunning backdrop, I shall capture more anomalies in the future. However, he did not dwell on it for long. The fact that he could not utilize it yet merely indicated that his evolution was still insufficient. Transforming from a green zombie to a hairy zombie might be a mere enhancement for ordinary zombies. But for Jiang Chu, it was a comprehensive metamorphosis. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the system's mission. Reward: 50 years of corpse energy, 2,000 corpse energy points. The system's notification resonated in Jiang Chu's mind once more. Boom! With this sound, the rampant corpse energy began to emanate from within Jiang Chu's body, which he continuously absorbed. His evolution points began to rise at a visibly rapid pace. After a span of several seconds, Jiang Chu finally exhaled a breath of relief, which crystallized in midair and fell as frost. He glanced at his attribute panel. Name: Jiang Chu. Identity: Purple Robed Zombie King. Unique: Zombie level. 4th stage hairy zombie. Evolution level: 17%. Treasures: Corpse Purple Robe. Corpse 5 treasures. Money Shield. Corpse Technique. Corpse Control Technique. LV2. Corpse Energy Points: 6,700. Available for purchase in the system mall. The evolution level had risen to 17%. His corpse energy points had surpassed the 5,000 mark, thanks to the small demons nurtured by the 5 wretched spirits. Upon returning, he could directly upgrade the system mall to level 2. Stretching lazily, Jiang Chu decided not to linger. He gathered his corpse energy, reverting to a normal appearance, and stepped towards the temple's exit. Away. Wake up. Jiang Chu approached Lin Wei, who was soundly asleep with a lewd smile gracing his lips, and delivered a resounding slap. Lin Wei sprang up from the ground, bewildered for a few seconds before revealing a look of delight. Old Jiang, I'm not dead? What just happened? I dreamt that something entered my body. It was both icy and hot, oddly comfortable, somewhat like ice and fire. Jiang Chu, you come out with such elaborate phrases right off the bat. Are you planning to take an entrance exam? Nevertheless, Jiang Chu grasped Lin Wei's arm and released a wisp of corpse energy. Yet, almost immediately, the energy completely vanished into Lin Wei's body without a trace. Jiang Chu's eyes widened slightly. His corpse energy could be deemed supremely pure. Even a wisp should be beyond the endurance of an ordinary person. Now, it simply disappeared. Jiang Chu pondered. Away. Did you feel anything just now? Lin Wei was perplexed. Feel anything? He glanced at Jiang Chu's hand resting on his wrist. Then at Jiang Chu, his expression serious. Old Jiang, although I admit you're handsome, I really don't swing that way. Jiang Chu retaliated with another slap. Eddie, oh, you feel it now? Lin Wei quickly complied. It hurts. That's good. Knowing it hurts means you're not dead. Let's head back. Although unsure of the situation, it seemed there were no issues. After all, if even his corpse energy could dissipate, other malevolent entities would certainly not survive. As for Lin Wei being some sort of favored one, Jiang Chu had little interest. What favored one could be more formidable than him? The descent from the mountain was swift. Lin Dali had been waiting at the foot of the mountain. Upon seeing Jiang Chu and Lin Wei emerge, he hurried over. Xiao Chu, how did it go? Jiang Chu nodded with a smile. Don't worry, Uncle Lin. It's all resolved. If the 5 wretched spirits had tried to flee, they would have already crossed the road to the underworld. Lin Dali finally breathed a sigh of relief, pulling Lin Wei to kneel before Jiang Chu, who assisted him up. Lin Dali, Xiao Chu. Words cannot express my gratitude. You saved Ao Wei's life, which is tantamount to saving our entire family. In the future, should you need anything from Uncle Lin, feel free to ask. Lin Wei scoffed. Old man. What is the point of saying that? Even though I'm brothers with old Jiang, that's one thing. Hurry up and transfer a few million to my brother Jiang. Jiang Chu's lips twitched. This kid knows how to exploit. Lin Dali nodded. Let us settle on 9 million. Xiao Chu, don't think it's too little. Lin Dali was indeed a perceptive man, setting aside the relationship between Jiang Chu and Lin Wei. The mere fact of Jiang Chu's prowess made this some trivial, a well-known businessman in Jiangbei. He was well aware of the current state of affairs in this world. Safety was not guaranteed. With Jiang Chu's presence and Lin Wei's connections, the Lin family was essentially tied to a great tree. All right. Jiang Chu did not refuse. After all, for the Lin family, this amount was hardly significant. He would have helped Lin Wei regardless, even if his family was struggling. After discussing these matters, the trio wasted no time, promptly driving towards Jiangbei. Jiangbei, outskirts of the city. The night sky was obscured by a layer of dark clouds, seemingly on the verge of a downpour. The Royal Dynasty Entertainment Center, an establishment that amalgamates KTV, gaming, and foot baths, stands as the most renowned venue in the Jiangbei periphery this moment. In a beautifully adorned office at the top of the Royal Dynasty Entertainment Center, a voluptuous woman with cascading golden waves sat with her legs crossed. She lazily held a rather incongruous smoking gun, taking occasional drags. Not far from her, a dozen men and women of varying ages and genders stood, all gazing in one direction. There, a yellow weasel the size of a raccoon stood upright, its face brimming with anthropomorphic tears. Third lady, you must avenge our elder. This yellow weasel was the one that had previously escaped from Lingquan Alley. As its words fell, the faces of the standing men and women flickered with boundless fury. How audacious! How dare they lay hands on someone from the Huang family? Are they tired of living? Indeed, the Huang family has not shown its might, and they think we are mere sickly cats? It's been a while since we've made a move. Is there anyone in Jiangbei who dares to act so brazenly against us? Third lady, you must issue the order. We will certainly tear that thing apart. Chapter 27. The zombie in the purple robe. Even the ancestor of zombies cannot ascend to her domain. Chattering voices erupted. Some individuals even began to emanate demonic energy. It was evident that all of them were yellow weasels. A congregation of yellow weasels. The golden-haired woman seated at the forefront slightly furrowed her brow and gently tapped her smoking rod. Instantly, the room fell silent. In the realm of demonic families, hierarchy was clearly defined that higher-ranked beings could command any lower-ranked yellow weasels unconditionally. Clearly, the woman at the helm held the highest status among them. Once the room quieted, she turned her gaze towards the upright yellow weasel that had yet to fully transform, speaking slowly. Are you saying that a being clad in a purple robe, resembling a zombie, killed her? The yellow weasel, upon hearing this, seemed to delve into recollection, its pupils reflecting a hint of fear. It nodded vigorously. Yes, great-grandma. Moreover, that zombie could even articulate human speech. It was exceedingly strange in my several decades of existence. I have never encountered such an unusual corpse. It was terrifying. The golden-haired woman's brow furrowed tighter. Zombies are fundamentally different from demonic beings. To put it bluntly, they are the deceased, devoid of consciousness, possessing only supernatural powers and a thirst for blood. Yet this little yellow weasel claims that the zombie could speak. Little brat, are you certain you are not mistaken? How could a zombie converse? Not to mention that I have lived for over a century without encountering such a being. Among the crowd, an elder yellow spirit spoke up. Indeed, especially one wearing a purple robe. Only a Grand Master of Taoism is permitted to don such attire. How dare a mere zombie wear a purple robe? That is akin to seeking death. Just the Taoist energy contained within the purple robe would be unbearable for an ordinary zombie, let alone a zombie king. I think you're simply terrified and have lost your wits. Another yellow weasel scolded. The golden-haired woman remained silent for a few seconds, finding this possibility highly plausible. For a zombie to speak is exceedingly rare, unless it is a naturally born anomaly or a powerful entity's corpse that has retained its consciousness. Or perhaps the legendary drought corpse. Yet even these entities would not wear a purple robe. Moreover, according to the little yellow weasel's account, that being appeared to be merely in its teens, utterly unworthy of donning a purple robe. The most likely scenario is that someone is engaging in trickery. Upon this thought, the golden-haired woman rose to her feet. Regardless of the circumstances, anyone who dares to kill a member of the Huang family shall face the death penalty. As she spoke, she cast her gaze towards the throng of Huang demons below. Mobilize all our kin within the city and find him. Bring him here. I shall personally flay him alive. It is the third ant. All the Huang spirits responded in unison, swiftly vanishing one by one. Although the Huang spirits are seldom seen within the city now, their kin are still numerous, scattered throughout the corners of Zhongbei. Locating someone is not a difficult task, as the figures within the room faded away. A hidden chamber in the office was opened and a young man emerged from within the secret room. He appeared to be in his 20s. Donned in high-end attire, his features unremarkable except for his eyes, which glimmered with a cold light, reminiscent of a venomous snake. This moment, a faint smile graced his face as he approached the golden-haired beauty and embraced her. What troubles you, third ant? The golden-haired beauty made no attempt to resist. Instead, she leaned into the young man's embrace, a venue frequented by demons. The patrons within were certainly not ordinary individuals. Young Master Liu, you must assist me. The youth named Liu smiled even more broadly. Who has provoked the wrath of your Huang family? Such a lack of discernment. Could it be a practitioner? The golden-haired beauty nodded vigorously. Recounting the situation in brief, upon hearing this, the young man scoffed. Clad in a purple robe and resembling a zombie. How intriguing. Not only would your Huang family be unaware of such a thing, but even I, in the depths of Anyuan, have never encountered such a record. The golden-haired beauty's eyes sparkled. Young Master Liu, what if such a being truly exists? The young man's hand glided across the back of the golden-haired beauty. Rest assured, there is no such possibility. The purple robe is only befitting of the one from Longhu Mountain. Although I hesitate to admit it, I must concede that even in Anyuan, we dare not act recklessly in that individual's domain. Moreover, the existence of a zombie is simply absurd. The balance of yin and yang cannot abide in the presence of that individual. Not even the ancestor of corpses would dare approach. That I suspect someone is merely trying to feign supernatural prowess. Very well, I shall accompany your Huang family in this evening's commotion. With this, the third ant finally felt at ease. That I am most grateful, young master. The young man playfully tilted the golden-haired beauty's chin. Do not thank me. Rather, express your gratitude to my esteemed master. Just remember to bring along a few more sisters to entertain him. Rest assured, young master, I will not disappoint you. I have plenty of sisters at hand. Just turn left at the next intersection and walk 300 meters, and you will find my residence in the back seat of the Quillinan, Jiang Chu said to the driver, Lin Dali. Lin Wei, sitting beside him, muttered, Old Jiang, why are you heading home? Let us hit the live house together tonight. I'll introduce you to some fiery ladies. Lin Dali also encouraged. Yes, Xiao Chu, I've troubled you so much today. And we haven't even shared a meal together. How about we grab a bite? Faced with the sincere invitation from the Lin father and son, Jiang Chu merely smiled and declined. He was currently uninterested in such youthful amusements. Nothing compares to returning home to organize his gains and enhance his strength. No, Uncle Lin, I have class tomorrow. Class? What class? Aren't we on a 7-day break? Lin Dali shot Lin Wei an exasperated glare. Stop talking nonsense. A school with a 7-day break. I distinctly remember we only had 5 days off back in the day. Lin Wei scoffed. Old dang, do you not know that times have changed? What era are you living in? Only 5 days off a week. It's clear you've never attended a proper university. Lin Dali blushed slightly. Perhaps you're right. but one must not become too arrogant, even during breaks. One should find time to study. Jiang Chu. What a niche conversation, utterly uninviting for interjection. Creak. At that moment, Lin Dali suddenly slammed on the brakes, seemingly having collided with something, causing both Jiang Chu and Lin Wei to lurch forward. Lin Wei. Did we hit someone? However, Lin Dali shook his head, unbuckled his seatbelt, and leaned out of the window to take a look. It was a Huang spirit. He quickly pulled out 3 cigarettes from his pocket, lit them, and offered a prayer. Huang deity, please forgive me. It was unintentional. After praying, he placed the cigarette on the roadside and returned to the car, perplexed. Strange, why are there so many Huang spirits in the city tonight? I've seen over a dozen on the way. They seem unafraid of humans. Haven't encountered so many Huang spirits in years. Lin Wei scoffed. They're just a few beasts. Why are you so frightened? Lin Dali shot him a glare. What do you know? These Huang spirits hold grudges. There have always been legends about these beasts in almost every village from our childhood. They are not to be trifled with. Chapter 28. Corpse Control and Spirit Dispatching. Master of the 10,000 Corpses. The vehicle halted at the entrance of the community. Jiang Chu waved goodbye to the Lin father and son and turned to leave. Squeak. A faint sound caught Jiang Chu's attention. He glanced toward the source to find 2 Huang spirits darting across the greenery at the entrance of the community. Jiang Chu raised an eyebrow but paid them no heed. Just as he returned home, ding-dong, his phone chimed. Upon checking, he saw that the payment mentioned by Lin Dali had arrived. Quite prompt, indeed. Jiang Chu smiled faintly, not giving it much thought. He then opened the message interface, where a series of texts appeared, all from Sue Warner. Jiang classmate. Have you left? When will you be back? I've made soup. My soup is ready. Image. Remember to come to my room for some. When you return. The message was accompanied by a picture of her with the soup. Jiang Chu glanced at the photo, automatically disregarding the murky concoction. It didn't even have a neck. Poor rating. I'm back. Jiang Chu replied. Not even 10 seconds after sending the message, there was a knock at the door. Jiang Chu opened it to find Sue Warner standing there in a bare pajama set, her hair slightly damp, clearly just out of the shower. Upon seeing Jiang Chu, a gentle smile graced her face. Jiang classmate. Good evening. Jiang Chu took a breath. Xian. Seeing her reminded him it was time to eat. How courteous of her to ask. They spoke. He followed Sue Warner into her room. She brought out the pigeon and ginseng soup she had prepared that day. One could not deny the satisfaction of seeing one's favorite dish after a long, tiring day. Inhaling the fragrance of Sue Warner, Jiang Chu heartily consumed a large bowl. That Sue beauty, your culinary skills have improved again. I am not exaggerating. This is the best soup I've had in recent days. Jiang Chu lavished praise. Sue Warner giggled. Jiang classmate, you flatter me too much. I've just begun learning. Please offer any suggestions you may have. I will make improvements. Suggestions? Jiang Chu stroked his chin. Indeed, I have one. What suggestion? Sue Warner obediently listened. Next time you prepare soup, it would be best to do 10 minutes of aerobic exercise before calling me. Sue Warner looked puzzled. Is there a reason behind that? Jiang Chu nodded vigorously. This helps to fully enhance the flavor of the ingredients. Sue Warner. My head feels itchy, as if I'm about to gain intelligence. After finishing the soup, Jiang Chu did not wipe his mouth, as doing so would be impolite. He returned home and simply took a cold shower, comfortably lying down in his golden Nanma coffin. Jiang Chu glanced at his system panel. Name: Jiang Chu. Identity: Purple-robed zombie king. Unique: Zombie level. 4th stage hair zombie. Evolution level: 17%. Treasures: Corpse purple robe. Corpse 5 Emperor's money shield. Corpse technique: Corpse control technique. LV 3. Corpse chi points: 6,700. Available for purchase in the system mall. Let us browse the mall. The secondary mall can now be unlocked, with the corpse chi points surpassing 5,000. Jiang Chu felt an eagerness. With a thought, the system mall interface materialized in his mind. Ding! Detected that the host's corpse chi points have surpassed 5,000. Would you like to refresh the secondary reward pool? Refresh. Jiang Chu did not hesitate. Immediately, all items in the mall vanished. After several seconds, they reappeared. Ding! The secondary mall is now open. The probability of high-level items appearing has increased by 1%. Each refresh yields 10 items. 0-point refresh. 500 corpse chi points. Each item, 1,000 corpse chi points. The tertiary mall requires 10,000 corpse chi points to unlock. The system's prompt resonated in Jiang Chu's mind. Simple and clear. With reasonable pricing, Jiang Chu directly gazed at the secondary mall page. Just a glance, and a notification appeared. Congratulations, host. You have refreshed a high-level reward. Corpse Control and Spirit Dispatching. Upon seeing this name, Jiang Chu was momentarily stunned. Corpse Control and Spirit Dispatching. Is this not one of the 8 extraordinary techniques rumored in my previous life? This can actually be brushed up? Jiang Chu confirmed he had not misread it and felt a surge of joy. After all, the renown of the 8 extraordinary techniques is indeed thunderous. With the prefix corpse, it indicates that he can cultivate it as well. Corpse Control and Spirit Dispatching, a supreme technique of the Feng family, represents the pinnacle of shamanistic arts, targeting all spirits and celestial beings that it can suppress, control, and even devour all spirits, granting him their abilities. Uncertain about the unique effects of the corpse techniques spirit binding and summoning, Jiang Chu wasted no time and clicked to purchase it.in an instant. Familiar memories surged forth in his mind. The spirit binding and summoning is categorized into 3 realms: spirit binding, spirit control, and spirit devouring. The corpse technique version, however, adds 3 more: corpse binding, corpse control, and corpse devouring, surpassing the original in variety. After what felt like several breaths, Jiang Chu finally opened his eyes to find a new introduction before him. Name: Corpse Spirit Binding and Summoning. Level: LV0. Abilities: Spirit Devouring, Spirit Control, Spirit Binding, Corpse Control, Corpse Devouring. Next level: 1,000 Corpse Chi Points. Upgradable. Observing his remaining 5,000 Corpse Chi Points, Jiang Chu did not hesitate. System: upgrade the Spirit Binding and Summoning level. Ding! The host consumes 1,000 Corpse Chi Points, upgrading Corpse Spirit Binding and Summoning to current level. LV1. Novice. Ding! The host consumes 2,000 Corpse Chi Points, upgrading Corpse Spirit Binding and Summoning to current level. LV2. Proficient. The successive system prompt sounds resonated in Jiang Chu's mind. In the next moment, his proficiency with Corpse Spirit Binding and Summoning began to soar rapidly. The system's upgrade was not a mere advancement. It was as if decades of arduous training had been imparted, transmitting all techniques comprehensively. Once he refined all his proficiency, Jiang Chu suddenly declared, Spirit Binding and Summoning. Boom! An invisible force erupted from him. This power was peculiar, as if every zombie and spirit in the world held no secrets before him. Even the cunning demons, though outside the realm of spirits and zombies, could not escape the suppression of Spirit Binding and Summoning. Even if he could not directly devour them, he could significantly weaken their might. Truly, as rumored, this technique was formidable. After a brief experience, Jiang Chu contentedly retracted his divine powers. With the corpse technique version of Spirit Binding and Summoning, his strength had substantially increased. Nowadays, he was confident that he could vanquish not just ordinary first-level zombies, but even higher-level beings. If a zombie king were to come, it would have to kneel. Chapter 29. Power Enhancement. Attempting to ambush me. Then let there be no survivors. Having completed his divine power enhancement, Jiang Chu turned his attention to the system marketplace. Item 1. Magic Blue Ball Description. This is a wondrous magic blue ball. After purchase, simply toss the basketball to forcibly control a ghost of 5th rank or below. During this period, the ghost can only move the basketball using special footwork, unable to escape. Of course, if the host is interested, they may also attempt to use it for themselves. Mastering a basketball skill would be quite beneficial. Price: 1,000 Corpse Chi Points. Jiang Chu's lips twitched slightly. Indeed, the system was anything but conventional. Which system sells such abstract items? He purchased it, but let there be no misunderstanding. He certainly did not wish to learn any basketball skills. He was primarily curious about how to forcibly control a ghost for 2.5 days. With a click, a standard basketball materialized in his hand. However, this basketball was inscribed with unique runes, the flow of the runes forming a remarkably lifelike depiction of a walking chicken. It was just missing suspenders. Jiang Chu chose to overlook this, and, with a slight mental command, the basketball began to emanate layers of black mist. To be able to forcibly control a ghost of 5th rank or below was quite commendable. After toying with the basketball for a moment, he stowed it away. He still had 1,000 Corpse Chi Points left, allowing him to purchase one more item. He continued to browse through the other offerings. Item 2. Ghost Candle Description. Once lit, it attracts all nearby ghostly entities. Generally, Not particularly necessary. Item 3. Thousand-faced mask. Item 4. Original flavor female ghost stockings. Jiang Chu felt a twinge of interest, but ultimately decided to spend his corpse chi points on something more substantial. After all, while earning corpse chi points was relatively easy, what if the quality of this female ghost was subpar? It would be impossible to exchange for another batch. After reviewing all the rewards, Jiang Chu felt somewhat underwhelmed. Although the items in the second-level marketplace were indeed superior to those in the first, most were still of little use to him. He decided to save his corpse chi points for now, as the marketplace refreshes daily, leaving him in no hurry. Having organized the day's gains, Jiang Chu comfortably nestled into his coffin, ready to indulge in a pleasant slumber. Suddenly, he furrowed his brow and glanced out the window. Closing his eyes, he appeared to be sleeping like the dead. Tianyuan community that a gentle breeze swept by, mingled with faint mist, quickly approaching the building where Jiang Chu resided, in the midst of the fog. Some faint calls could be heard. After several seconds, the calls ceased. A few yellow weasels darted out from the mist, swiftly vanishing from sight, leaving only two figures with well-defined silhouettes materializing from the fog. Have we confirmed the target? One figure spoke, their voice hoarse and laced with resentment. Yes, he resides in the building ahead. It must be him. He is the one who killed Huang Gu. The other responded indifferently. Very well. Whoever has harmed the Huang family must pay with their life. Bring him back to third, and a ghostly green light flickered in their eyes as they advanced toward Jiang Chu's building. Thud, thud. The heavy footsteps echoed continuously. They moved swiftly, reaching Jiang Chu's door in mere seconds. The door posed no hindrance to them. With a light wisp of mist, they slipped past the threshold into Jiang Chu's room. However, as soon as they stepped inside, a shiver ran down their spines. So cold. This place is even chillier than a ghost's den. The previously speaking Huang demon's fur bristled at the bone-chilling cold that pierced through them. Be cautious. We only need to blow this mist into his room and lead him out. This fellow possesses some strength. Otherwise, Huangxi would not have perished at his hands. The other Huang demon, vigilant, produced a smoking pipe from its grasp. This was the signature technique of their Yellow Weasel clan, using their own cultivation to create a mist. Any practitioner caught in it would be subdued in a short time. Having said this, it gently blew the smoke through the crack in Jiang Chu's door. A yellow fog billowed forth, and the surrounding sounds seemed to quiet down. The two demons exchanged glances and stealthily approached Jiang Chu. However, just as they entered the bedroom, their eyes widened in shock. Their ghostly, glowing gazes fell upon where Jiang Chu lay sleeping. There was a coffin. The coffin shimmered faintly with a golden light under the moon's rays, revealing a figure comfortably reclining within. Wisps of moonlit energy emanated from him. Suddenly, Jiang Chu opened his eyes, a smile curling at the corners of his lips, revealing his sharp zombie fangs. These two beasts have quite the audacity. They dare to follow me here. At that moment, the two yellow weasels first stood on end. A zombie. We've been discovered. Run. They turned to flee without a second thought. Yet in that instant, a shadow of darkness flickered in Jiang Chu's eyes. Spirit binding and summoning. Boom. In that instant, an invisible force erupted from Jiang Chu, manifesting as a terrifying pressure that enveloped the two yellow weasels. They felt as though a divine might had descended upon them. Their fleeing bodies froze in place, an unimaginable fear surging within them. Under such dread, even if they had been prepared, their strength would be suppressed by at least 30 to 40%. In that brief moment of hesitation, the two yellow weasels felt their vision darken, their necks tightening as Jiang Chu's figure appeared before them. Threads of energy pierced into their bodies. Corpse control technique, with the suppression of spirit binding and summoning. The two yellow weasels offered no resistance, their expressions gradually turning blank. Who sent you? Third ant. Jiang Chu's eyes glinted with coldness. Indeed, this group of yellow weasels had stirred a hornet's nest. The two before him were not the main culprits. Since that is the case, then they shall all be eliminated. Where is she located? Suburbs, Huangchao Entertainment City. Take me there. Chapter 30. A gathering of yellow weasels? Then I can act with abandon. In Jiangbei, at the underground research facility of the Huangquan Bureau. The recent surge in yellow weasels within Jiangbei City had not escaped the notice of the Huangquan Bureau. Inside the bureau, Xiaofeng listened to a report from a shadow keeper, his brows furrowing. What could be the cause of these yellow demons suddenly becoming active? The reporting shadow keeper shook his head. We are uncertain. but it seems to be rumored that someone has provoked their ire. These creatures did appear to be seeking revenge. Xia Feng was taken aback, anger flashing across his face. Damn it, a bunch of yellow weasels dare to seek revenge. If it weren't for the agreement with the Huang family's ancestors, allowing them to go easy on their kin as long as they did not stir trouble, they would have been eradicated long ago. Are they seeking vengeance against the extraordinary beings, or are they merely common folk? Xia Feng inquired. This remains uncertain for the time being. At Xia Feng's side, Yang Jian, who had been silent until now, stretched lazily. Captain, shall I take some people to their lair for a look? Upon hearing this, Xia Feng nodded in agreement. All right, if it is a conflict within the realm of the extraordinary, the practitioners can assist if possible. However, if it poses a threat to ordinary people, we shall apprehend all those yellow demons. This is an unwritten rule within the cultivation community. After all, the essence of this world primarily revolves around ordinary individuals, while practitioners and supernatural entities wield powers far surpassing those of the common populace. Hence, conventional laws hold little sway over the cultivation world, making enforcement exceedingly challenging. Over time, it has been established that any disputes within the cultivation circle that do not involve ordinary people are largely ignored. Even if one were to lose their head, naturally, the members of the Yellow Spring Bureau are still living beings, and when faced with conflicts between demons and practitioners, they invariably lean towards the practitioner's side. After all, humans are humans, and demons are demons. Yang Jian flashed a grin. Rest assured, I understand. The midnight sky loomed ominously. Dark clouds gathered above, signaling an impending downpour. The streets were nearly deserted. Yet, this did not affect the grandeur of the Imperial Entertainment City. Inside, the lights blazed brightly, and the crowd bustled. This establishment was a vast, transformed marketplace. Outside, Jiang Chu surveyed the building before him. The entertainment venue appeared unremarkable, but at the very top, an overwhelming aura of demonic energy surged forth. It seemed these creatures had received word and gathered here. Perfect. I can use you all to gather some corpse energy, Jiang Chu murmured to himself. With a wave of his hand, the aura of death erupted, causing 2 yellow demons before him to explode instantaneously. Host has slain 2 yellow demons, gaining 800 corpse energy. The system notification echoed in Jiang Chu's mind. Ignoring it, he strode towards the entertainment city. Good evening, sir. Welcome. Upon entering, a tall woman clad in a uniform approached with a professional smile. May I inquire if you have made a reservation, or do you have friends in a certain private room? I can escort you there, but I must first inform you that some areas require us to temporarily hold your phone. The tall woman exhibited remarkable poise, clearly accustomed to high-end venues. Normally, Jiang Chu might have been curious about the secrets of places that do not allow phones. But now he simply smiled. I have no reservation and no friends here. Take me to your boss. It is he who invited me. Jiang Chu spoke casually, leaving the tall woman momentarily stunned. She scrutinized him from head to toe. With her experience in such places, she could tell this young man possessed some level of power. Otherwise, a typical student would not remain so composed here. However, regardless of his capabilities, outright asking for their boss was absurd. Especially if he had been invited without prior notice. That I'm sorry, sir, but we have not received any notification. Perhaps you should call our boss directly. What is going on? Just as the tall woman finished speaking, a middle-aged man in a suit approached from a distance. He bore an intimidating expression, clearly not one to be trifled with. The tall woman quickly addressed him with respect. Manager, this gentleman claims he was sent by the boss and wishes to see him. After hearing this, the manager waved dismissively at the woman, who then stepped back. He turned to Jiang Chu with a frown. Where did this little brat come from? Get lost. The manager of such a place essentially oversees the operations. Jiang Chu sighed, thinking to himself how he would love to burst in with supernatural force. However, he quickly dismissed the idea. Such an approach would draw too much attention from the Yellow Spring Bureau. With a flick of his hand, the aura of death manifested at his fingertips, transforming into a fine thread that, in the manager's dilated pupils, pierced directly into his skull. Let us go. The manager's body shuddered slightly. By the time he regained his senses, his eyes were vacant. He forced a stiff smile. Master. Please. Jiang Chu nodded in satisfaction. Now, that was more agreeable. The corpse control technique could indeed manipulate the living. Yet since it involved the infusion of death energy into the body, even if the control were to be released, the individual would still suffer from the chill of death, losing at least a decade or more from their lifespan. This served as a lesson. making him aware that he should refrain from barking like a dog when encountering others in the future. Following the manager, Jiang Chu entered a private elevator, swiping a card to the 7th floor. Upon exiting, the manager, still in a daze, spoke. The top floor is sealed off. Only the boss's confidants may enter. I don't have the authority. Jiang Chu did not press him. He patted the manager's shoulder. Go below and slap yourself for a whole night. Yes. Watching the manager leave, Jiang Chu's gaze fell upon the completely sealed access to the top floor. The surrounding walls were inscribed with intricate runes. These runes could prohibit living beings from entering and silence any sound. The measures were quite well executed. Jiang Chu grinned. In that case, I can act without restraint. As he spoke, a veil of white mist enveloped him. This mist was not ordinary death energy, but rather the essence of his own spirit. Jiang Chu was shrouded in the white mist as he strode towards the top floor. The runes posed no hindrance to him. Everything he passed through transformed into a forbidden zone. On the top floor of the entertainment city, compared to the noise of the other levels, it was significantly quieter. Inside each room, flickering green lights occasionally illuminated the space. And yellow demons could be seen darting about. Clearly, this had become a nest for them. Chapter 31. Aren't you looking for me? Here I am. Inside the office, Huang Sanggu crossed her legs, her pipe emitting a steady rhythm as she smoked. Not far from her sat the previously mentioned Lu, his expression calm. Auntie, we have news from below. At that moment, a yellow demon entered the office, respectfully addressing Huang Sanggu. Upon hearing this, Huang Sanggu lazily asked, did they bring anything back? 2 elders from the Huang family have already gone. They brought with them mesmerizing incense. They will return shortly. Excellent. A smile crossed Huang Sanggu's face. Almost simultaneously, the once bright lights around them began to flicker violently. The next moment, a thick fog rapidly engulfed the entire floor. The mist rolled in, swiftly lowering the surrounding temperature. With a loud crack, Huang Sanggu's pipe struck the armrest of her chair as she stood up. White fur began to sprout across her previously flawless skin, and her eyes widened in shock. An uncontainable sense of dread surged within her, as if something unimaginable lurked within the fog. What is happening? Where did this mist come from? This was her territory. What dared to create chaos here? Before she could finish her thought, a voice emerged from the depths of the mist. A bunch of beasts. Weren't you looking for me? Well, here I am. Though the voice was soft, it resonated throughout the entire building. Huang Sanggu froze, her expression shifting dramatically as a fierce, killing intent ignited in her eyes. What audacity! You dare to come knocking. She glanced at Lu beside her. Lu smiled slightly. I may have underestimated this fellow, but it matters not. I possess a treasure given by my master, as long as he is not a master at the Danformation level. I can handle him. Let us go take a look. Ding! The system task Eradicate the Roots has been triggered. Completing this task will yield substantial rewards. A slightly mechanical voice echoed in Jiang Chu's mind. His footsteps echoed crisply against the corridor floor as the rolling mist swirled around him. At that moment, he was the unequivocal king of this corpse mist. Buzz, buzz. All the rooms in the corridor began to tremble violently, and then they erupted. From within those rooms, yellow demons with glowing green eyes burst forth. These yellow demons had sprouted white fur, their demonic energy fluctuating in the blink of an eye. Dozens appeared. Yet, despite their numbers, they dared not make a move. Their fur bristled, unable to discern what Jiang Chu truly was. However, the aura he exuded, even from a distance, sent chills down their spines in their hearts. These yellow demons cursed their misfortune. Damn Huang Sanggu. What kind of creature have we provoked? Had we known he was this formidable, we wouldn't have sought revenge at all. Whoosh! A flash of yellow light darted past. Huang Sanggu and Lu's figures appeared amidst the yellow demons. You killed my Huang family members. Huang Sanggu glared fiercely at Jiang Chu. Jiang Chu nodded, responding candidly. I scattered their souls. No need to thank me. It was merely a trivial matter. Huang Sanggu's expression darkened further. Had it been anyone else who dared to intrude upon her stronghold and speak so brazenly, she would have long since given the order to execute them. Yet, with Jiang Chu, she felt an overwhelming sense of trepidation. I am giving you a chance now. Kneel and apologize for your actions against my Huang family, and we shall put this grievance to rest. With a wave of his hand, the wand of the dead hammer appeared in Jiang Chu's grasp. He broke into a grin and said, apologies, but I have little need for this opportunity. None of you will leave here alive today. Seek death. My minions, attack. With a fierce howl, Huang Sangu commanded. The yellow-skinned creatures, disregarding everything else, revealed their true forms and charged at Jiang Chu with frenzied abandon. Jiang Chu disdainfully shook his head. These yellow-skinned beings were hardly superior to the previous two he had encountered, and perhaps even inferior, while their numbers might pose a challenge to those of slightly higher cultivation. To contend with him, that was nothing short of a fool's dream. He swung the Wang Zhuang hammer, and the bone chains leaped forth, producing a sound that grated on the teeth as they clashed in midair. As the corpse energy surged into the hammer, a terrifying ghostly figure materialized. Bang! Bang! The two nearest yellow-skinned creatures were instantly pierced through, unable to utter a single cry before succumbing to death. Host has slain a yellow-skinned creature 1. Gaining corpse energy points 300, the host has slain a yellow-skinned creature. The system's voice echoed in Jiang Chu's mind. He did not even move that in just a few breaths. More than half of the previous dozen yellow-skinned creatures lay dead or wounded. The remaining ones retreated one by one, too fearful to approach. Huang Sangu's expression darkened, yet she remained composed. She spoke again. Let us exchange lives. I refuse to believe that his life can be worth that of us all. Upon hearing this, the other yellow-skinned creatures nodded in agreement, their demonic energy coalescing into a noose that they hung around their own necks. The life exchange ritual. This was the most potent innate ability of the Weasel clan. Aside from creating smoke screens, any yellow-skinned creature with a modicum of intelligence could invoke it. There were numerous folktales in northeast China about how any who provoked the yellow immortal would casually find a tree to hang themselves from. Exchanging life for life. This was a form of nearly perverse causality magic, and it was one of the reasons few dared to provoke the yellow immortal family. One yellow-skinned creature might not be able to kill him, but several combined could instill fear even in higher-level cultivators. Without special means, death was almost certain. However, upon witnessing this, Jiang Chu's expression turned peculiar. Exchange lives? Was there a more self-destructive way to die? He, the purple-robed zombie king, was not a living person, and moreover, his lifespan was boundless. Not only these few yellow-skinned creatures, but even the entirety of the Weasel clan combined would pose no concern for him. In that brief moment, 2 yellow-skinned creatures had already secured the energy-infused noose around their necks. With a sudden jerk of their legs, their breath ceased. Huang Sangu's face revealed a cold smile as she turned her gaze to Jiang Chu. Immediately thereafter, Jiang Chu felt a peculiar force surge toward him. Then, with a loud crack, it dissipated instantaneously. His seemingly infinite vitality appeared to have been merely pricked, yet it replenished in an instant. Seeing Jiang Chu remain unresponsive, Huang Sangu was left dumbfounded. It should be noted that the 2 yellow-skinned creatures that had just exchanged lives with Jiang Chu possessed considerable cultivation. The life exchange for ordinary yellow weasels relied on the lifespan of the other party, while these yellow demons directly targeted fate. Under such circumstances, not only humans, but even zombies and specters were bound to be affected. Yet Jiang Chu exhibited no change whatsoever, far surpassing her understanding. Chapter 32. Beneath the Red Moon. I alone walk the abyss. How could this be? Huang Sangu found herself at a loss. Had she exhausted her means? Then it was my turn. Jiang Chu had no intention of engaging in further conversation with them. The corpse energy erupted from him, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared directly before the remaining yellow-skinned creatures. In that moment, the Wang Zhuang hammer in Jiang Chu's hand radiated a ghostly light as he struck down upon the yellow-skinned creatures. Die! Boom! A deafening explosion echoed. All the yellow-skinned creatures shrieked in agony, their bodies obliterated. Host has slain yellow-skinned creatures 6, gaining corpse energy points 2100. The system notification rang in Jiang Chu's ears. Jiang Chu glanced towards Huang Sangu, who now looked utterly stunned. She hurriedly called out to the Lu surname youth, who had remained as inconspicuous as a ghost nearby. Young Master Lu Ming, save me. Lu Ming stretched lazily, unhurriedly taking a step forward. Friend, cease your actions. Grant me a modicum of face. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chu was taken aback. Grant you face? Who do you think you are? Is there really someone so foolish to speak like this? Who are you? Jiang Chu shot a glance at Lu Ming. Lu Ming smiled confidently. I can see you are not a person of righteousness. Surely you must be aware of the title, Walking the Abyss Beneath the Red Moon? Jiang Chu was left bewildered. How would I know such things? I had only just become a zombie a few days ago. What is this about the Red Moon? walking the abyss. It sounds just as juvenile as those previous tales of the Een Guardian of the Yellow Springs. Could he also be affiliated with the authorities? Yet, the boy did not seem to fit that mold. Jiang Chu shook his head that I truly have not heard of it. Lu Ming's smile faltered, his cheeks twitching. What was wrong with this guy? With his strength, being able to slay so many yellow-skinned creatures in such a short span could only mean he had cultivated for quite some time. And the ominous black mist surrounding him indicated he was far from benign, that if he were not a rogue, how could he not be aware of their infamous reputation in the abyss? Lu Ming spoke again. I hail from the abyss. Jiang Chu nodded hesitantly. So you are not protected by the law. I mean, the laws within the Great Xia. I do not recognize those of other nations. What the hell? Legal protection? Lu Ming's expression darkened to I in the abyss. We answer to no one in the world. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chu breathed a sigh of relief that a nefarious path. Huh. You gave me quite a fright. Since they were not under legal protection, this made things easier. You have no face to speak of. Get lost, quickly. Jiang Chu waved dismissively. You dare to insult the abyss. Do you truly believe that some strength grants you the right to act recklessly? Lu Ming could no longer contain himself that he reached into his robe, producing a skull. A talisman was affixed to the skull. Lu Ming promptly tore off the talisman to eye in an instant. A terrifying aura of ghostly energy erupted, gradually revealing a ghastly specter with a horrific visage. This specter was covered in dense black markings. Roar. Upon its appearance, it let out a deafening roar, unleashing an overwhelming wave of ghostly energy. A fourth-tier ghostly entity. Upon sensing the presence of this ghostly infant, Huang Senga trembled, clearly intimidated that a fourth-tier ghostly entity was far superior to her, utterly beyond her capability to contend with. Anything that reached fourth tier was undeniably a powerful being. Even among their demonic kind, it could be considered a great demon. However, this entity was not one Lu Ming had crafted himself, but rather a gift from his master. Soon after, a triumphant smile emerged on her face. With this fourth-tier ghostly entity, she could surely slay this fellow before her. Yet Jiang Chu was astonished. Since transforming into the zombie king, he had never encountered anything of his tier. Even that Wutong deity, based solely on cultivation, was not as powerful. Only the pseudo-deity summoned through incense had reached such a level. Of course, the strength of that incense pseudo-deity was fundamentally tied to the incense itself, making it impossible to equate with typical realms. He had not anticipated that an ordinary fourth-tier ghostly entity would be so weak. It seemed his purple-robed zombie king was indeed akin to a bug at this tier. After the ghostly entity appeared, a sinister smile crept onto Lu Ming's face. Now that I have summoned forth the fourth-tier ghost spirit, you, young man, will find it impossible to escape this fate. I will show you the consequences of offending the abyss. Kill him. With Lu Ming's command, the fourth-tier ghost spirit conjured a chilling wind, distorting the surrounding space. Whoosh! It transformed into a terrifying wraith, hurtling toward Jiang Chu with an alarming speed, carrying with it boundless fury. You think you can outdo me in ferocity? Jiang Chu scoffed, his eyes glowing with a malevolent red light. Then allow me to demonstrate who truly is more fearsome. A low growl erupted from Jiang Chu's throat. The terrifying corpse mist surrounding him surged forth entirely, the faint purple robe becoming discernible. The 5 Emperor's money shield at his wrist clinked softly, and a multitude of terrifying ghostly figures, alongside the pseudo-deity that dominated half the space, materialized in unison. In scarcely a moment, countless cold, unblinking eyes emerged from behind him, locked onto the fourth-tier ghostly entity. The fourth-tier ghost, which had appeared to be a terrifying menace just a second ago, nearly had its eyes pop out in disbelief upon witnessing this scene. Wait a minute, are you a ghost, or am I? What the hell is this? Especially the pseudo-deity of incense, although merely a phantom. It still instilled an unimaginable sense of dread within the fourth-tier ghost. Yet Jiang Chu did not grant it a moment's respite. The Wang Zhuang hammer swung high, infused with corpse energy, and came crashing down upon the fourth-tier ghostly entity. Boom! The sound of the explosion reverberated. The entire corridor shattered under the tremendous force. The fourth-tier ghostly entity barely had time to react before its body was obliterated, dead beyond recovery. Host has slain the fourth-tier ghostly spirit. Gaining corpse energy points 1200, the system's voice reverberated as expected. All of this transpired far too swiftly, leaving both Lu Ming and Huang Sang utterly stunned. Dead. This fourth-tier ghostly entity that was just smashed to bits with a single blow? Crack, until the skull in Lu Ming's hand shattered into dust. Lu Mingkai was thoroughly jolted back to reality, his body trembling ever so slightly. He fixed his gaze intently upon the elusive purple robe draped over Jiang Chu. A zombie? You are truly a zombie. Moreover, clad in a purple robe, possessing self-awareness, capable of masquerading as a living being. This is inconceivable. Countless records exist within the abyss, yet none have ever documented a creature of your kind. Jiang Chu rolled his eyes in exasperation. What a fuss! Do you fancy yourself an emperor? There are far more wonders you have yet to behold. Lu Ming gritted his teeth, hardly pausing to think before he struck Huang Sengu with the palm. Caught off guard, Huang Sengu was propelled towards Jiang Chu by the force of the blow, while Lu Ming turned and fled. Chapter 33. Devouring Huang Sengu, the ghost-eyed Yang Jian. An entity capable of obliterating even a fourth-tier ghost was far beyond his capacity for resistance. And to think this creature was a zombie clad in purple robes, should I report this to my master, the abyss would surely be in an uproar, and I would reap unimaginable rewards. You wish to escape after witnessing my true form? Roar. Jiang Chu's lips curled into a sinister grin as two sharp fangs emerged. His ferocity was ignited as he sank his teeth into Huang Sengu's delicate neck. Blood gushed forth like a fountain to eye in the horrified gaze of Huang Sengu. Her flesh dissolved at a visible pace, transforming into a desiccated corpse within mere moments, which Jiang Chu then crushed effortlessly. Subsequently, Jiang Chu's figure flickered, and in an instant, he was behind Lu Ming, clawing at his chest. Lu Ming nearly lost his wits in terror. You cannot kill me. My master is in Zhongbei. If you slay me, my master will never let you go. And your master? Then let us eliminate him as well. Jiang Chu paid him no heed. His razor-sharp nails pierced Lu Ming's skin in an instant, with a sickening thud. Lu Ming's heart was pierced, releasing a chilling scream as his head lolled, and he perished in an instant. Host devours third-tier Huang Yao, gaining 40 days of corpse chi. Host slays third-tier Huang Yao and practitioner, earning 1,000 corpse chi points. Ding! Due to the host consuming food of excessively low tier, an appetite loss for 3 days ensues in Jiang Chu's mind. The voice of the system resonated, clearing his thoughts. What is this? 3 days without appetite. Is that even possible? Within Jiang Chu, Huang Sengu's blood transformed, 40 days of corpse chi coursing through him. Yet, almost immediately, a feeling of aversion arose from his throat, as if he had ingested something foul. Damn I'm undying to outsiders. Yet I can still get an upset stomach? Jiang Chu's mouth twitched, though he remained unfazed. At his current level, 3 days without food was inconsequential, let alone 3 months. He surveyed the remnants of Huang Yao's corpses in the corridor, confirming there were no surviving souls before making his departure. Homeward. Outside the Royal Dynasty Entertainment Club, 2 specially modified SUVs from the Underworld Bureau were parked a short distance away. Naturally, seated within was Yang Jian, who had emerged from the Underworld Bureau. A vertical eyeball on his forehead slowly opened, emitting an eerie glow as it gazed toward the Royal Dynasty Entertainment Club. However, after a mere glance, Yang Jian was taken aback. What is this? Such a heavy scent of blood. Furthermore, the auras of those Huang Yao have vanished. Beside Yang Jian, a shadow guard was also startled. Deputy, you must be mistaken. Most of the Huang Yao and Zhongbei had gathered here tonight. How could their auras possibly be absent? Yang Jian, irked, retorted. Do you not believe me? Come, take a look for yourself. As he spoke, he reached to pry open his forehead's eyeball, prompting the shadow guard to hastily shake his head. No, I'm queasy. Once Yang Jian ceased his actions, the guard continued. Could something unexpected have occurred? Yang Jian shook his head. I don't know. Let us go in and investigate. The group disembarked swiftly, entering the Royal Dynasty Entertainment Club. To avoid unnecessary troubles, they refrained from alarming the ordinary patrons within, making their way directly to the top floor of the establishment. Upon entry, a strong scent of blood assaulted their nostrils. Before the shadow guards could frown, upon observing the scene in the corridor, their eyes widened simultaneously. Corpses. They were all corpses. Yang Jian's demeanor turned grave as he commanded. Compile a tally. Also, review the surveillance footage for any suspicious individuals who entered here. Upon his command, the other shadow guards immediately set to work. After 3 or 4 minutes, one of the guards reported swiftly, Deputy. The statistics are in. A total of 12 demon corpses were found, including 11 second-tier peak Huang Yao and 1 third-tier Huang Yao, which has been confirmed to be Huang Sengu, the owner of the Royal Dynasty Entertainment Club and the leader of the Huang Yao clan in Zhongbei. Furthermore, we also discovered the corpse of an Abyss member. Moreover, he exhibited fourth-tier power fluctuations. Fourth tier? Fourth-tier strength is among the pinnacle even across Jiangbei. How could he not have been killed so easily? Yang Jian raised an eyebrow. Take me to see. The shadow guard, not daring to slacken, hastily led Yang Jian deeper into the corridor, towards the location of Lu Ming's corpse. Upon seeing the body, Yang Jian frowned. Indeed, these wretched creatures. I never anticipated they would appear here. Deputy, what is the situation? Are these Huang Yao targeting this Abyss member? Yang Jian did not respond. The ghostly eye on his forehead opened, surveying the corridor. After a lengthy pause, the ghostly eye closed once more. And Yang Jian's expression turned grim. No. These Abyss traders and the Huang Yao all perished under the same force. They are certainly not adversaries, and most likely colluded together. What? The shadow guards were taken aback. These Huang Yao dared to collude with the Abyss. Are they seeking death? Clearly, the name Abyss trampled upon their red line. Yang Jian turned to the Underworld Bureau member, who had been silent, tapping away at his computer. Have the surveillance feeds been retrieved? The member nodded. Deputy, all has been filtered. According to the time of death, we've only identified .1 suspicious individual as he spoke. His expression grew peculiar. Moreover, we have encountered this person before. Encountered? Yang Jian was startled. Which senior entered here? Anyone capable of slaying a fourth-tier entity must surely be a master of the cultivation realm. The Underworld Bureau member hesitated, unsure how to articulate it. He presented his computer to Yang Jian. Deputy, that you see for yourself. Yang Jian's curiosity was piqued as he glanced at the video on the screen. His eyes widened in shock. The video displayed an extraordinarily handsome youth, who looked up and smiled at the camera before turning and stepping into the 6th floor. ITSM. Not only Yang Jian, but several shadow guards also recognized Jiang Chu instantly. There was no way to forget. They had only seen him that afternoon. Deputy, that you just mentioned someone capable of slaying a fourth-tier being. It wouldn't TBM. Would it? After the initial astonishment, Yang Jian retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and took a puff. As it stands, it appears to be only him. I never imagined that this newly transformed lad would be hiding such depths. To slay a fourth-tiered, even those who have just awakened their celestial bodies cannot accomplish this. His secrets run deeper than anticipated. It seems I must meet with him once more. Let us head back first, and take those Huang Yao and Abyss members' corpses along for cremation. Yes. Chapter 34. The Secrets Hidden Within Jiang Chu. The corpse conjuration technique achieves minor success. Naturally, Jiang Chu remained unaware of the events that would unfold thereafter. His figure gradually materialized outside the community gate. Ding. The host has completed the system's assigned task. Earning 40 years of corpse chi. 1,000 corpse chi points. The familiar sound of the system echoed in his mind, causing a surge of corpse chi to swell within him, propelling his evolutionary level ever higher. After a few breaths, Jiang Chu opened his eyes, scrutinizing his system panel. Name, Jiang Chu. Identity, Purple-Robed Zombie King. Unique, Zombie Level, 4th-Tier Muddle Zombie. Evolution Degree, 31. Treasures, Corpse Purple Robe. Corpse 5 Emperor's Gold Mask. Corpse Techniques. Controlling Corpses, LV3 Minor Success. Zombie King Ascension, 1 Calamity. Corpse Conjuration Technique, LV2 Proficient. Corpse Chi Points, 8,700. Available for purchase in the system store. The degree of evolution had successfully increased to 31. And the nearly exhausted corpse chi points surged to 8,700, which greatly pleased Jiang Chu. He decided to elevate the conjuration technique. Without hesitation, he confirmed, Ding. Does the host wish to consume 4,000 corpse chi points to enhance the corpse conjuration technique? Yes, Jiang Chu nodded. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully advancing in the art of corpse manipulation to level 3. Minor success. Boom. Jiang Chu's mind was filled with insights regarding the art of corpse manipulation as the system's voice resonated within him. As he regained his senses, a rumble echoed from the heavens, accompanied by the sound of distant thunder. Raindrops fell steadily from the sky, bringing a chill to the autumn night. Unfazed, Jiang Chu allowed the raindrops to cascade upon him. Illuminated by the faint glow of the community lights as he made his way home, it was now 1 in the morning. After the events of the previous night, the neighborhood was devoid of any pedestrians, save for the occasional delivery rider in a yellow raincoat whizzing by on an electric bike. Jiang Chu had always cherished the tranquility of the night, and the rain only heightened his comfort. Suddenly, he sniffed the air, detecting a faint metallic scent that permeated the humid atmosphere. Raising his gaze, he noticed a shadowy figure clad in black not far from him. The figure was peculiar, lacking an umbrella and with its head bowed low. Walking in an oddly mechanical manner, it was drenched, water oozing from its form, and the source of the metallic scent emanated from it, the sinister presence. Jiang Chu instantly recognized that this entity was neither human nor ghost, resembling more a corpse that had undergone a transformation. Just then, a chilling scream pierced the night. Jiang Chu retracted his gaze, frowning at a nearby building. Disappearing without a sound, he reappeared on the floor where the scream had originated. Within the building, several residents had emerged from their adjacent rooms. Drawn towards the source of the commotion, in the corridor, he spotted a terrified delivery rider collapsed on the ground, facing an open doorway. Peering through the entrance, Jiang Chu observed that the entire floor was soaked, with two figures slumped in the living room. The air was thick with a strong metallic scent, reminiscent of rotting sludge from the riverbed. Jiang Chu raised an eyebrow, knowing without a doubt that the deceased in this room were the victims of the very entity he had encountered earlier. It seemed that this malevolent force had been haunting their community for 2 consecutive nights. Such malevolent beings, truly restless. Tomorrow, he would venture to the Linshui Bridge to investigate the source of this disturbance. Leaving the corridor, he returned home and wasted no time, lying down in his coffin and drifting into a slow slumber. The following morning, free of classes until the afternoon, when he had 3 consecutive periods, Jiang Chu naturally awoke an hour before his lessons. After a quick wash, he instinctively reached for his can of zombie food, intending to take a bite. However, as he attempted to open the can, his mouth instinctively rejected it. Jiang Chu's cheeks twitched as he suddenly recalled that he had not felt hunger for 3 days. Damn it! Who would have thought that even as a zombie, he could suffer from anorexia? Opening the door, he set off towards school. The rain from the previous night had significantly dropped the temperature. Yet, Jiang Chu felt no chill. Jiang Sr. Upon entering the teaching building, he heard someone calling his name from around a corner, the voice somewhat familiar. Turning, he saw a girl in a simple long dress smiling and waving at him. Chun Miaoi. He immediately recognized her as the girl who had inexplicably greeted him the day before. Lin Wei had mentioned she was a Taoist priestess. However, it must be said that Chun Miaoi's beauty was beyond compare, rivaling that of Su Wanner, and she exuded an ethereal aura. Is that the campus flower. Chin? Wow. I can't believe I just saw her smile. Mother, I think I'm in love. Get lost. Get lost. Who are you kidding? You should focus on wearing your overalls and playing basketball instead. Can't you see she's calling someone else? Who is that boy? With looks like that, I might have to step back during my peak. This person cannot be underestimated. Hey, buddy, are you really that cocky now? Whispers echoed along the corridor. Jiang Chu paid them no mind. As a second-year senior, he had heard such discussions countless times, especially when some slender, long-legged girls chased him for his contact information. There would always be some snide remarks. However, Chin Miaoi had only just enrolled, and her cheeks were slightly flushed as she hurried to Jiang Chu's side. Jiang Sr., do you remember me? Jiang Chu smiled and nodded. Of course, it's hard to forget the name of Chin Jr. His gaze inadvertently fell upon Chin Miaoi's neck. Thump, thump, his heart raced in sync with the pulse at her throat. He instinctively pressed a hand to his chest. Damn, she smells so good. Is this really happening again? Didn't I just say I was in a period of anorexia? Does this aversion to food discriminate? Jiang Chu's inner turmoil heightened. Senior. Chun Miaoi noticed Jiang Chu's gaze, her face growing even redder. He quickly averted his eyes, cursing himself internally. Damn that I must never stare at another person's neck again, that it's fine for women. But if I encounter a man who triggers my appetite, Jiang Chu shuddered. Being a zombie is truly perilous. Chapter 35. Senior brother, is the purple robe of the old celestial master useful? A great calamity. He forced a smile. Apologies, I was just lost in thought. Jiang Chu lied decisively. After all, it was only their second meeting, and staring at someone else's neck could easily lead to misunderstandings. Chin Miaoi seemed unconcerned. Smiling as she addressed him, Jiang Sr., Master Daoxian asked me to inquire whether the purple robe he provided has helped you with your troubles. Huh. Jiang Chu was taken aback. Master Daoxian. His master? The purple robe? His eyes widened. Are you saying that the elder from Longhu Mountain, the one who isn't fond of the color green, is your master? Upon hearing Jiang Chu's words, Chin Miaoi couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Nodding vigorously, that's right. Is your master a Taoist or a celestial maiden? Our Linghui sect only has female cultivators. Linghui sect? Jiang Chu's expression turned peculiar. He recalled the little secrets he had inadvertently glimpsed during his days at Longhu Mountain. You can't be a disciple of Linghui Zhenren, can you? Indeed. Shun Miaoi's affirmation elicited a hearty laugh from Jiang Chu. Although he had gotten along quite well with that old man during his stay, he couldn't help but feel exasperated at the thought of having been swindled out of 10 pieces of currency and a significant portion of his living expenses before leaving. Jiang Sr. Are you aware of the relationship between my master and Master Dao Xian? Shun Miaoi, seeing the smile on Jiang Chu's face, began to suspect something. Jiang Chu leaned in slightly, whispering, "Let me tell you a little secret. That old man loves to boast about his youthful exploits whenever he gets drunk, thumping his chest and claiming his deep feelings for your master, lamenting that he was foolish in his youth. If only he had another chance, he would definitely grovel." Really? Qin Miaoi's eyes sparkled. The last two sentences were a fabrication, but Jiang Chu could tell she understood the underlying sentiment. Qin Miaoi found it amusing. And after chatting for a bit, she asked, "Jiang Sr., you should be a cultivator by now, right?" Jiang Chu pondered for a moment. "I suppose so." Qin Miaoi paused. "You suppose so? Didn't Master Dao Xian pass on the Celestial Master's teachings to you?" Jiang Chu. Celestial Master's teachings? Jiang Chu was bewildered. He was well aware of what the Celestial Master's teachings entailed, said to be the inheritance of the Celestial Masters throughout the ages. To acquire the Celestial Master's teachings meant to have all the divine powers of the Celestial Master's abode poured into one's mind. Yet he certainly didn't possess such a thing. As a zombie, how could he wield Taoist methods? Noticing Jiang Chu's confusion, Qin Miaoi explained, "The purple robe is the vessel for the Celestial Master's teachings. Once donned, it is equivalent to having received the teachings." "Didn't Master Dao Xian inform you?" "Inform me of what?" Jiang Chu suddenly recalled that just before his death, he had indeed awakened another system in his mind. However, due to his abrupt demise, the system had failed to fully bind and had forcibly evolved into the current purple robe zombie king system. Damn it that I died too soon. Although I'm not a traditional cultivator, my current strength is quite formidable. If you need anything, just say the word. There's no need to be polite. Jiang Chu could discern Qin Miaoi's intentions. Though the old Celestial Master's purple robe had not saved him, he acknowledged this kindness. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to attain the identity of the purple-robed zombie king. Now that the old man had informed Qin Miaoi of their connection, Jiang Chu naturally would not refuse any requests for assistance, especially since he was genuinely strong at least within the 4th tier. Nothing could rival him. Even 5th-tier opponents, as long as he unleashed his full power, were not beyond his reach. Qin Miaoi hesitated for a moment, but then smiled and nodded. "Last week, one of our Taoist sect's seniors predicted that in 3 days, a great calamity would emerge from the burial mound in Jiangbei." Burial mound calamity? Jiang Chu frowned that he had just emerged from that very graveyard. Yet he had never heard of such a place, the great calamity, more fearsome than me. "Do you know what it is?" Qin Miaoi shook her head that "I don't know. This thing has yet to appear, and no one dares to approach it. However, what can be stated with certainty is that once this great calamity manifests, there will be an opportunity." Jiang Chu became increasingly curious. "What opportunity?" Qin Miaoi's expression grew grave and complicated. "It is a dragon." "A dragon?" Jiang Chu was taken aback. Has the world changed to such an extent that dragons now exist? Nonetheless, he felt a pang of desire, wishing to experience it. To be precise, it is a dragon vein. Qin Miaoi continued. "This dragon vein has now been confirmed to be alive, still possessing a trace of dragon energy. That great calamity resides at the reverse scale of the dragon vein, nourished by that dragon energy. Once the calamity is unleashed, the dragon vein will effectively perish. At that time, it will release the last remnants of its dragon energy, which is a treasure for any practitioner below the 5th tier. It can enhance talent and solidify foundations. So impressive." Upon hearing this, Jiang Chu understood. "You wish to join forces with me to seize this dragon energy?" "Yes, this aligns with the intentions of Master Dao Xian, who mentioned that this dragon energy would be immensely beneficial for you." Jiang Chu felt a rush of gratitude. He had not expected that old fellow to think of his interests even amidst benefits. It was worth it to have delivered cigarettes to him daily. Next time, he would send some inflatable goodies, for surely he must be lonely on that mountain. No need for thanks. Not a problem. Jiang Chu nodded. Although he might not necessarily utilize the dragon energy, triggering a quest would still be worthwhile. Chun Miaoi smiled sweetly. Then I shall trouble you, Senior Jiang. The two exchanged contact information. Jiang Chu returned to his class and began the lesson. Of course, calling it a lesson was merely a guise to play on his phone. Given his current status, studying was out of the question. It was unacceptable for a dignified purple-robed king of zombies to graduate and work in a factory tightening screws. Yet, Jiang Chu did not squander time. He searched online for information regarding the supernatural event he was to attend that night, the Ling Shui Bridge. Recently, there had been abundant information about the Ling Shui Bridge on the internet. Most of it reported on the developments of the chain car accident that occurred there. Through his inquiries, Jiang Chu gleaned a general understanding. The cause of the accident at Ling Shui Bridge was a large tourist bus from another region that suddenly lost control while traversing the bridge, colliding with 3 nearby cars, all of which plunged into the moat below. Chapter 36. The Tianshi of Longhu Mountain. I am the nephew of the Jade Emperor. This incident resulted in the tragic loss of 49 lives. None of the living souls aboard survived. Such occurrences, were they to transpire in a previous life, would undoubtedly be monumental news. However, since the arrival of the Red Moon, it has failed to elicit any significant uproar. The descent of the Red Moon has not only ushered in the bizarre, but has also plunged the entire world into despondency, as if everyone has begun to drift through life, becoming indifferent. This is not a favorable phenomenon, for it resembles the world heading towards twilight. Perhaps it won't be long before that all the living will transform into vengeful spirits. The mere thought startled even Jiang Chu. Yet, the more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. Had he still been alive, he might have harbored concerns. But now, Jiang Chu felt indifferent. What of the resurgence of spirits? After all, he was the king of zombies. And that fact could not be altered. Shocking news. Last night, someone captured footage of the out-of-control bus and the cars that had fallen from the bridge, seemingly searching for something beneath the water. As Jiang Chu scrolled, he stumbled upon a video. The omnipotent netizens could uncover everything aside from mathematical problems. Jiang Chu clicked on the video. It was brief, lasting only a few seconds. The recording was from the early hours of yesterday. Amidst a downpour in the initial moments, the video displayed an empty scene, with the solitary bridge standing under the rain. Suddenly, a thin mist began to rise from the river beneath the bridge. Within the mist, several beams of light appeared. Shortly thereafter, vehicles emerged from the depths of the water, yet they moved in various directions. The brief glimpse ended, leaving only the sight of those vehicles vanishing into the rainy night. Different directions? How peculiar. Did these submerged spirits still possess thought? Jiang Chu furrowed his brow as he recalled the man he encountered in his neighborhood last night. If his guess was correct, that man should have been one among the vehicles. Never mind. Why ponder so much? He would check it out tonight and eliminate it altogether. Jiang Chu put away his phone. The bell for class had rung. After exchanging greetings with a few familiar classmates, Jiang Chu left the classroom. Observing the jovial college students around him, his mood inexplicably brightened. Indeed, the vitality of youth serves as a beacon in this world, even amid decay. Stepping out of the school gates, Jiang Chu contemplated whether to return home for a rest or seek other ventures. Beep. As he pondered, a car beside him honked. Jiang Chu raised an eyebrow. The window of the vehicle was rolled down, and a frail young man in the driver's seat waved and smiled. Hello, Jiang classmate. Hop in. Let us have a chat. Jiang Chu. What is going on today? So many people want to chat with me. Do they think I'm a companion for conversation? Yet he recognized this frail youth. He was the one who had sat next to him in the Huangquan Bureau yesterday. He also gave Jiang Chu the impression of being the most dangerous individual within the Huangquan Bureau. He opened the car door and took a seat. My name is Yang Jian, with Jian as in the three-pointed two-edged spear. In my past life, I was the renowned Erlang Shan, Yang Jian. Currently, I serve as the deputy captain of the Jiangbei Huangquan Bureau. Yang Jian smiled as he introduced himself to Jiang Chu. Jiang Chu's lips twitched. Great. This guy is probably not quite right in the head that he and Lin Wei would likely hit it off. I wonder what Deputy Yang wants with me. Yang Jian pulled out a cigarette, tossed it to Jiang Chu, and lit one for himself before continuing. It's nothing serious. I'm not like that rigid fellow. Xia Feng, so you needn't be overly cautious. Regardless of what you're concealing, my instincts tell me we are not enemies. In fact, I feel an impulse to pay my respects upon seeing you. Jiang Chu found this opening line amusing. Deputy Yang truly has a sense of humor. However, Yang Jian suddenly ceased his jesting, casting a complex look at Jiang Chu. What I said is true, that I also find it curious. After all, my past life was the Jade Emperor, who is my uncle, and my connections are quite formidable. Even in the heavenly court, few hold a higher status than I. How could I harbor such thoughts toward you? Were it not for knowing Yang Jian's identity, Jiang Chu would have been tempted to call the Jiangbei mental hospital to have him admitted for treatment. Does he truly believe this is a fantasy novel? Enough of that. Yang Jian waved his hand. The reason I sought you today is simply to inquire whether you were the one who eliminated those yellow-skinned creatures at the Huangchao Entertainment City last night. Jiang Chu had no hesitation in his response. Upon entering the Huangchao Entertainment City last night, he knew the Huangquan Bureau would inevitably discover it. After all, he had wiped out the entire clan of yellow-skinned creatures in one fell swoop. Such a significant event would warrant the Huangquan Bureau's investigation. Indeed. What about that member of the Dark Abyss? Likewise, Yang Jian nodded. All right, that concludes the inquiry. I asked that all. Yang Jian laughed. Of course, it's merely the extermination of a nest of beasts and a wanted criminal from the Dark Abyss. There was no need for a report, but your strength surpassed our expectations, which is why the captain asked me to inquire. Furthermore, that wanted criminal from the Dark Abyss is worth 200 points. Equivalent to 2 million. However, let me tell you, as a ghost master without a sect, it's best to choose points, for they can be spent on the Huangquan app, jointly established by our Huangquan Bureau and various major practitioner organizations of Daxia. To purchase rare treasures beneficial for practitioners and enhance strength. Points. An app? Jiangchu became intrigued. With the 9 million provided by Lin Dali, he was not short on funds. Then I will choose points. No problem. Hand over your phone, and I will help you register an identity account. Jiang Chu did not hesitate. Handing over his phone, Yang Jian took out a chip from his pocket, placing it on the back of the phone. In just over a minute, he retrieved the chip. Here you go. You are now a 4th-tier ghost master, and your status is among the top in Jiangbei. 4th tier is considered top tier. Jiang Chu was astonished. Yang Jian rolled his eyes. Do you think everyone is as abnormal as you, awakening to become a 4th-tier ghost master right away? That level is comparable to a master in the realm of cultivating essence. Currently, there are only about a dozen 4th-tier practitioners in Jiangbei. So impressive. It appears I am stronger than I had anticipated. After all, the 4th tier is not the limit of his capabilities. Chapter 37, Destiny. When I am present, it is destiny. The 3 realms and 6 paths. Zhuge Wuho. He retrieved his phone and saw that a new application named Huangquan had been added to the interface. Jiang Chu nodded in satisfaction. Thank you, Deputy Yang. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. He opened the car door and stepped out. With a swift press of the accelerator, Yang Jian vanished from sight. Jiang Chu wasted no time, purchasing a refreshing, tangy drink from Mi Shui Bing Chang before returning home. During this time, Su Wanner expressed her desire to invite Jiang Chu to savor the deer whip soup she had prepared. However, Jiang Chu found himself lacking in appetite. He could only endure as Su Wanner donned her yoga pants and engaged in 20 minutes of aerobics, the sweet fragrance emanating from her body eventually compelling him to swallow his discomfort. They lingered until 10 o'clock at night, when Jiang Chu locked his room and stepped outside to work at T1040. Jiang Chu's figure appeared on the Lim Shui Bridge, though the evening rush hour had subsided. The bridge was still bustling with traffic, suggesting he had arrived a tad too early. The length of the moat made it challenging to locate the source of the recent supernatural occurrences. A flicker of crimson light flashed in Jiang Chu's eyes as he gazed at the water below. The good news was that he indeed detected a malevolent aura emanating from the surface. The bad news was that it permeated the entire moat. But I still possess a magical artifact. Jiang Chu recalled the Yin-seeking compass he had previously purchased from the system's marketplace. Renowned for its ability to locate vengeful spirits without fail. Without hesitation, he retrieved the compass from his pocket. Just as he was about to activate it, a voice interrupted him. Handsome, are you here to tackle the Lim Shui Bridge bus task as well? Jiang Chu paused, lifting his gaze to see a sweet young girl in a baseball cap and athletic attire curiously examining the Yin-seeking compass in his hand. Yuan Shi? Jiang Chu raised an eyebrow. Yet another practitioner, and one he had never encountered before. Could there truly be so many cultivators in this world? In just a few days, he had encountered more than he had in 18 years combined. Not bad, Jiang Chu nodded. The girl's eyes sparkled with excitement. To be honest, I came for this too. Shall we collaborate? Jiang Chu scrutinized the girl in the baseball cap. Collaboration was feasible, but she would need to prove her worth. He sensed that the girl was at the third tier of cultivation, posing no threat to him. Rest assured, I won't hold you back. I see you're holding the Een-seeking compass, intending to track down the malevolent entities in this moat. Correct. There are quite a few spirits drowned in this river, and with just one compass, finding your target won't be easy. The girl's reasoning was sound, given the vast expanse of the moat and the limitations of the compass. Do you have a plan? Jiangchu inquired, observing the girl's demeanor. Of course, she replied confidently. My name is Zhuge Ling, a disciple of the 37th generation of the Taoist Zhuge clan. Our family excels in the arts of Qi Min and celestial calculations. Under my Zhuge Qi Min, no evil can escape detection. Jiangchu's lips twitched, such bravado. Yet he could not dismiss the Zhuge family's reputation, especially considering their legendary ancestor, Zhuge Wu Ho. For that reason alone, Jiangchu decided to give Zhuge Ling a chance. I am Jiangchu. If you're that capable, then allow me to witness your prowess. Upon hearing this, Zhuge Ling nodded eagerly. Great, but we can't perform here. There are too many ordinary people around that we need to find a secluded spot. Jiangchu shook his head. No need for that. Who would want to go to a deserted place with a single man? It would tarnish my reputation. With a wave of his hand, a faint mist of death began to emanate, enveloping the surrounding area. Within this mist, ordinary people could see nothing of what transpired. Zhuge Ling was startled by the sudden appearance of the mist, her eyes widening in surprise. After scrutinizing Jiangchu and confirming he was not a malevolent spirit, she finally reacted. You're a ghost manipulator? In the realm of the extraordinary, only ghost manipulators could release such an aura. Jiangchu replied, You could say that. Zhuge Ling did not press further, with the shroud of mist providing cover. She extended her index finger to her nose, a blue light beginning to radiate from her body. Zhuge Qi Min, rise. With a thrum, a diagram of the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams emerged, enveloping the surroundings. However, when this diagram reached Jiangchu's position, it encountered an invisible barrier, as if the blue light recoiled from him in fear. Witnessing this, Zhuge Ling's mouth fell agape, astonished as if she had seen a ghost. How is this possible? The Zhuge Qi Min was a unique formation, not merely a common technique. The diagram she had formed was merely a representation of her locality, as long as one existed in the mortal realm. They would inevitably fall within the scope of the Qi Min. This was a fundamental lesson from her training in the Zhuge Qi Min. Yet, what was happening now? Why was her Qi Min formation avoiding Jiangchu? It was as if his presence had transformed the area around him into an impenetrable domain. In that unknown realm, she sensed an unimaginable terror, as if it were not a human presence, but that of an ancient, primordial behemoth. Cold sweat began to bead on Zhuge Ling's forehead. Jiangchu, too, curiously observed the blue Qi Min around him. Was this the art of Qi Min Dunjia? Quite intriguing indeed. As for why the 9 palace diagram refrained from approaching him, Jiangchu understood perfectly well. His purple robe concealed all celestial secrets, and combined with his status as the Purple Robe Corpse King, even Zhuge Ling or her illustrious ancestor Zhuge Wu Ho would find it impossible to draw him into their formation. Jiangchu gestured to Zhuge Ling enough with the astonishment. I possess a secret treasure that renders your Zhuge Qi Min ineffective. Just proceed with your methods as usual. Upon hearing Jiangchu's explanation, Zhuge Ling's expression darkened. Do you really think I'm foolish? If a mere secret treasure could negate my Zhuge family's Qi Min techniques, we would have been exterminated countless times over. However, she recognized that this was not the moment to dwell on such matters. Everyone has their secrets. Zhuge Ling steadied her mind, and once again activated the 9 palace formation beneath her feet. Suddenly, her figure shimmered, and the formation shifted. With a commanding shout, she proclaimed, Zhuge Qi Min, King character, luring dragon to pursue the soul. In an instant, the section representing the Kan character within the 9 palaces illuminated brightly. Kan represents water. The next moment, a dragon formed from swirling water materialized in the world. Upon seeing the dragon, Jiangchu's expression darkened. Are you seriously calling that water snake a dragon, despite the lackluster appearance of the technique? The water dragon surged downward with remarkable speed. Jiangchu, follow me. Zhuge Ling beckoned, leaping directly off the Lim Shui bridge with remarkable agility. As her lithe form propelled through the air, she landed gracefully upon the water's surface. The glow of the Qi Min illuminating her path, allowing her to glide effortlessly atop the river. Jiangchu smiled slightly. This was indeed the world of cultivators, reminiscent of the anime from his previous life. He too did not linger, as his cultivation level permitted him to conserve his energy. That a flash of crimson light enveloped him, and he vanished from sight along with the surrounding mist, as if he had never been present. Following the water dragon, the pair did not travel far before the dragon dove into the depths. At this moment, the een-seeking compass in Jiang Chu's hand began to spin wildly, ultimately pointing towards the spot where the dragon had submerged. This is it. The two stopped, surveying their surroundings. Although they were not far from the bridge, the lively atmosphere had dissipated, leaving the water's surface shrouded in a gloomy stillness, devoid of any sounds of vehicles. It felt as though they had traversed through time and space over a mere few hundred meters. Wraith? Zhuge Ling's complexion suddenly changed. Jiang Chu raised an eyebrow, unfamiliar with this concept. After all, his time as the Purple Robe Corpse King had been brief, and his exposure to the world of practitioners had only spanned a few days. Noticing Jiang Chu's confusion, Zhuge Ling explained, the so-called Wraith refers to a special ability awakened by malevolent entities, akin to the ghost wall phenomenon, but far more advanced, capable of isolating an entire area. Within this Wraith, neither humans nor spirits can escape. If we cannot resolve the source of the Wraith, we will be trapped here, becoming servants to the originating spirit, subject to its control. My oversight. I apologize. Zhuge Ling expressed regret, having inadvertently led Jiang Chu to such a perilous situation. There's no need for apologies, Jiang Chu replied, shaking his head. Since we've entered its Wraith, it indicates we're on the right track, that we came here to eliminate this entity. Once we slay it, all will be resolved. What a straightforward and brutal rationale. Chapter 38. No matter how strong, it cannot surpass me. Look, it's coming out. However, the malevolent entity that possesses the Wraith is undeniably formidable. That I lack confidence. Jiang Chu chuckled heartily. Fear not, no matter how strong it may be. It cannot surpass me. Zhuge Ling. Is it true that the youth of today have become so arrogant? Yet, observing Jiang Chu's confident demeanor, she recalled the scene from when she previously wielded the Zhuge Qimen. Zhuge Ling's throat stirred slightly. Although she was not entirely aware of Jiang Chu's precise cultivation level, an instinctive intuition as a sorceress hinted that there might indeed be a possibility. She nodded. We have now entered the realm of that entity. It is aware of our presence. Yet this malevolence has not shown itself, that likely intending to ambush us when we are unprepared. We must locate it first. She then hesitated. The river is far too deep, and the extent of this Wraith's territory remains unknown. To uncover the source of the lurking specter will undoubtedly consume a considerable amount of time. Jiang Chu, let us split up and search each side. It will expedite the process. There's no need for such trouble. You should rest. Jiang Chu shook his head in refusal. Who has the leisure to engage in a game of hide-and-seek with a ghost? Before Zhuge Ling could react, he had already stepped to the edge of the moat. Jiang Chu crouched down, one hand slowly reaching into the waters. The crimson glimmer flashed in his eyes. Come forth. His palm struck the water with tremendous force. A terrifying wave of corpse energy erupted from his hand, followed by a deafening explosion. The river's surface, stretching for hundreds of meters, erupted in an instant. The sediments at the riverbed churned violently, as if subjected to a nuclear blast. Zhuge Ling jolted, her eyes wide with disbelief as she beheld the spectacle. Could this truly be the work of a mere human? Following this strike, the once boundless river surface began to rise with a thick fog at a visible pace. This mist did not condense in the air as ordinary fog does, but rather billowed directly from the riverbed. The surrounding temperature plummeted. Several beams of light surged from the water. Jiang Chu stood up and remarked nonchalantly, Look, it is coming to in Jiangbei, at the Xinhua building. On the rooftop, that a cool midnight breeze blew as an elderly man donned in traditional Tang attire stood upon the rooftop. Opposite him stood a young monk, his countenance serene and smiling, with a trace of fresh blood still lingering at the corner of his mouth. Ba, Master Wu, I have heard that your disciple was murdered last night. Upon hearing this, the elderly man's expression darkened significantly. Master Jingxin, your sources of information are indeed quite astute. The monk known as Jingxin smiled slightly. There is little I can do. My practice of the heart-listening technique informs me of many things. Oh, does Master Jingxin know who the culprit is? The tang-clad elder inquired, his brow furrowing. Jingxin shook his head. Ba, I do not know. Is it not said that your heart-listening technique can discern all thoughts in an instant? If I am not mistaken, you should have been on the Huang family's territory yesterday. Jingxin did not deny this, his smile unwavering. Indeed, and that is precisely what piques my curiosity. I was indeed not far from the direction where your disciple met his demise. Yet afterward, I used the heart-listening technique and consumed 5 hearts, but found no clues linking to the intruder. Not that I found nothing, but rather, those hearts seemed incapable of bearing the memory of the other's existence. This is only the second time I have encountered such a phenomenon since I began my practice at the age of 3. The first time occurred recently when I faced the monarch from your dark abyss in the temple. I wish to know, which formidable figure did your disciple offend? If a monarch capable of opening the divine bridge between heaven and earth appears, I fear I shall have to excuse myself. For I lack the courage to confront such a being. The tan-clad elder's countenance shifted slightly, yet he soon shook his head. Rest assured, our movements will remain absolutely confidential this time. Jiangbei will not host any powerful beings of that caliber. The top-tier entities of Daxia are preoccupied with countering the impending resurgence of the Red Moon. As for who killed that waste Lu Ming, I do not yet know, but the poison I placed upon him has recorded the aura of that person. Should they appear, I will recognize them. How intriguing. Amitabha. I hope Master will leave them to me when the time comes, for I am eager to see what abilities they possess to evade my divine techniques. Very well, but before that, I have matters to attend to. Farewell for now. We shall meet at the Wasteland Mountain in 3 days. After speaking, his figure flickered and vanished without a trace. Once he departed, a shadow clad in black emerged silently from the darkness. This figure was enveloped in a faint crimson glow, and only the top knot atop their head suggested they were a Taoist. Upon seeing this Taoist, Jingxin felt a surge of apprehension. Amitabha, I have encountered Brother Xuanji. The middle-aged Taoist nodded with a smile, glancing disdainfully in the direction of the tan-clad elder's departure. That fool truly believes we would share the fortune with him. A mere craftsman from the lower echelons, if not for his certain abilities, who would bother with him? Even now, he still has the gall to pursue women. Truly, he is blinded by desire, and now he has lost even his 4th-tier goo worm. And the weasel has yet to sleep. Jingxin also spoke. Although his cultivation is inferior to ours, the Lu Ban technique he controls still holds some significance. We will need him to restrain that entity in the Wasteland Mountain. And once we succeed, we can eliminate him. Agreed. Jingxin, we are now allies on the same path. Having joined the Dark Abyss, there is no turning back. This will be our opportunity to soar to great heights. Haha, Brother Dao, rest assured. I understand. The Lim Shui Bridge on the riverbank. The thick fog had completely enveloped the shore. Beep, beep, beep. The sound of a bus horn resonated through the mist. Jiang Chu and Zhuge Ling witnessed 4 vehicles, a large one accompanied by 3 smaller ones, emerging rapidly from beneath the water. Heading towards them, Zhuge Ling's expression shifted. The Zhuge Chiman beneath her feet illuminated once more. However, before she could take action, a blinding white light surged forth. Zhuge Ling instinctively shut her eyes. Upon reopening them, the once tranquil riverbank was suddenly filled with a cacophony of sounds. Zhuge Ling was taken aback and hurriedly scanned her surroundings, only to find herself inexplicably aboard a bus. The bus was packed with passengers. Chapter 39. The serpent gives birth to the dragon. A mere beast dares to strike at me. Where is this place? Indeed, we are currently aboard the very bus where the incident occurred, and these individuals are the deceased passengers within. Jiang Chu's voice echoed. Zhuge Ling hurriedly glanced out the bus window. Outside, a torrential rain poured down. Raindrops relentlessly battered the window, producing a cacophony of sounds in the distance. The Lim Shui Bridge's roadway was faintly visible. This is bad. This is an illusion within the wraith. We have fallen into its trap. We must escape the bus before it plunges into the water. Otherwise, we will end up like these souls, sinking into the depths, and this vehicle has transformed into a spectral carriage. Should that happen, we too will meet our end beneath the waves. Zhuge Ling's complexion paled slightly as she spoke to Jiang Chu. Yet Jiang Chu interjected, "Do not panic. I believe the source of this incident does not lie with this bus, but rather with something else entirely." Zhuge Ling was perplexed, for the task she received had solely involved these few vehicles exhibiting supernatural phenomena, with no mention of other entities. However, as Jiang Chu spoke, her gaze fell upon the passengers. Most of these individuals appeared to be in their 40s or 50s, with some elderly among them. Their exposed skin bore deep creases, revealing the burdens of their laborious lives. Yet, their faces radiated an unmistakable joy. After working for so long, I can finally return home. Indeed, since the new year, I have not been back for over half a year. I wonder if my youngest has grown taller. Thanks to encountering a good employer, my wages this year surpassed the entirety of last year. I can spend more time with my children at home. The bus was filled with a unique atmosphere of conversation. They were not ghosts. The reason they had not dissipated after death and could control the bus to appear at midnight each day was due to their strong willpower. Or rather, their lingering attachments. They did not wish to harm anyone. They merely sought to return home. Yet, they were ensnared by the true malevolence of the wraith in the river, which prevented them from breaking free, thus leading to the supernatural occurrences. If you were to act as you did earlier, it would only provoke their malice and transform them into true vengeful spirits, Jiangchu explained to Zhuge Ling. Although he was a zombie, he felt no interest in the lingering attachments of these individuals. As for intentionally inciting these souls to become vengeful spirits for slaughter, Jiangchu could not bring himself to do such a thing. Their experiences made it clear that they had perished at the most unfortunate moment. Were it not for the wraith in the river, these individuals might have simply returned home after death, and then returned to dust, dissipating between heaven and earth. Jiangchu, a zombie by nature, is inherently malevolent. While it may be acceptable to actively slay some ghosts now and then, sparing even the ordinary and innocent souls would render him no different from those malevolent spirits. Regardless of his identity, Jiangchu yearns to preserve the vestiges of his humanity. Yet, if he refrains from killing them, how shall we escape? Zhuge Ling hesitated. Jiangchu chuckled softly. Do not fret, that entity shall soon reveal itself. Allow me first to ascertain the nature of this disturbance before we depart. With that, the bus had already traversed the bridge. Outside, the rain intensified. Suddenly, a chilling wind swept through from an unknown source. The bus driver, previously in control, suddenly seemed lost in a daze. Instantly, the steering wheel jerked violently, and the accelerator was pressed to the floor. The bus collided with 3 vehicles in rapid succession, plunging off the bridge. This unforeseen spectacle rendered all passengers utterly unresponsive, their minds blank. Zhuge Ling instinctively clutched Jiangchu's arm. Only Jiangchu, with eyes fixed through the bus's window, gazed into the depths beneath the bridge. Below the water, a pair of terrifying eyes met his gaze. That a smirk curled at the corner of Jiangchu's mouth. "Oh, it is you, wretched creature." An overwhelming aura of death surged around him. Jiangchu unleashed a punch that struck the bus's cabin. With a thunderous boom, as the bus hit the water's surface, a brilliant explosion erupted. Once the light subsided, Zhuge Ling found herself back on the riverbank. The eerie mist still lingered, yet a large hole had fractured through it, revealing the outside world. "This fog has been breached. Do not linger," Jiangchu's voice echoed in the night. Zhuge Ling was momentarily stunned, then turned to see the bus that had surged from the depths now halted not far from them. Within, phantoms of ghosts emerged, contorted and frenzied, rife with terrifying obsessions. Yet, at Jiangchu's utterance, those originally mad specters all turned in unison to gaze beyond the mist. They were momentarily taken aback, and then the entire bus seemed to come alive with a roaring sound, rushing towards the fog's edge, just as the bus was on the verge of crossing through the mist. A roar erupted from the previously tranquil river's surface. Then, a ghostly light surged from the depths of the fog, aimed directly at the bus. Jiangchu's brow furrowed. "Get lost!" His figure flickered, and with a single punch, he obliterated the ghostly light. With Jiangchu's intervention, the bus finally escaped the mist. The ghosts within gradually dissipated, reverting to the human faces Jiangchu had seen in the illusion. These figures knelt in reverence within the bus, bowing towards Jiangchu before vanishing into the night. A roar echoed once more from the depths of the mist, yet this time it resonated with boundless fury. With a crash, the waters of the moat surged, parting in the center. A colossal creature rose from the depths, its girth akin to that of a water barrel. A massive serpent. However, the serpent's eyes glimmered with a dark light, and atop its head sprouted a bulge resembling a horn. The emergence of horns signifies the transformation of a serpent into a dragon, a python. This is a python. Beside Jiangchu, Zhuge Ling trembled slightly, recognizing the creature's identity. Chapter 40. Brother, have you ever encountered a zombie? The kind dressed in purple robes. It is said that it takes 100 years for a snake to become a python, 200 years for a python to become a giant python, and 500 years for a giant python to transform into a true dragon. Although this python has yet to become a dragon, it has at least 300 or 400 years of cultivation. "Leave my territory, cultivators. Otherwise, you shall forever be buried in these waters." The giant python spoke slowly, releasing an utterly terrifying aura that enveloped Jiangchu and Zhuge Ling. Zhuge Ling's complexion paled as she stared at the giant python. "This is bad. A peak 3rd-tier beast. Moreover, it's already half a step into the 4th tier. Coupled with the control it has over the fog, even typical fourth-tier cultivators may not be its match. Why panic? Jiang Chu rolled his eyes beside her. I thought I was facing a fourth-tier beast, but it turns out it's only a peak third tier. If it weren't for this creature's advantage in the water, on land, I would have dispatched it 100 times over. You think you can bury me in the depths? Jiang Chu spoke nonchalantly to a mere long worm. Having taken so many lives, your time has come. Upon hearing this, the python's pupils flared with terrifying light. Human cultivator, do you seek death? A dense black mist erupted around it, spreading across the surface of the water. Jiang Chu and Zhuge Ling felt a chill at their feet as the river water, once at a distance, crept up to their calves. Bubbles rose from the depths, and soon, rotting corpses began to surface as the corpses appeared. They all opened their eyes in unison, gazing at Jiang Chu and Zhuge Ling. Threatening to drag them into the depths, shatter their bones, the giant python proclaimed once more, while the decaying corpses wore eerie smiles. Come join me. Come join us. The mournful voices echoed from all directions, gradually closing in on them. Jiang Chu, we shall each take one side. Although there were numerous corpses, Zhuge Ling showed no fear, her excitement palpable. Beneath her feet, the Zhuge Qi gate began to rise. Upon hearing her words, Jiang Chu shook his head slightly. Just take care of yourself. Zhuge Ling was taken aback, but suddenly, a rotting hand burst forth from the water beneath her, reaching for her leg. Zhuge Ling's expression turned cold, and with a swift point of her toe, she evaded the grasp, her elegant fingers poised at her lips. Zhuge Qi gate. Can character. Water blast. Beneath her, water coalesced, forming a projectile aimed directly at the corpse. Jiang Chu shifted his gaze, for more corpses were already lunging towards him. Foolish creatures. Jiang Chu's aura of death surged forth. The king of zombies' hammer appeared in his hand, although he could not manifest the true form of the king of zombies with Zhuge Ling nearby. His cultivation was far beyond that of these ghostly entities. He swung the king of zombies' hammer towards the approaching corpses. With a resounding crash, the corpses crumbled under the weight of his strike. Exhibiting no resistance whatsoever, host has slain a riverbed corpse 1. Corpse energy points 200. The familiar system notification echoed in Jiang Chu's mind. In the blink of an eye, he had dispatched 6 or 7 corpses surrounding him. You stay by the riverside that I shall confront that long worm. Jiang Chu instructed Zhuge Ling. Zhuge Ling had just finished dispatching the corpse that had ambushed her when she heard Jiang Chu's voice. She hurried to warn him, but Jiang Chu had already stepped forward, vanishing into the mist as he approached the giant python in the river. This reckless fool. Does he not realize the giant python possesses the strength to stir the waters? She stomped her foot in frustration. She had never seen anyone as brash as Jiang Chu. Others handling supernatural events would typically seek to avoid the strengths of their foes, seeking the weakest points to exploit. This was the best strategy against such eerie creatures. Yet Jiang Chu had consistently charged headlong into danger. Was he not afraid of death? However, she had no time to spare. More corpses were advancing towards her. Not only Zhuge Ling, but even the giant python had not anticipated that Jiang Chu would directly enter the river to hunt it. In an instant, the python's face contorted with a human-like sneer. Seeking death, human, do you truly believe that your meager strength can contend with me? Then allow me to show you. In the water, I am the true sovereign. With a roar, the giant python surged forward, its body moving with blinding speed. Black light flickered, and a layer of ghostly fog enveloped Jiang Chu, isolating him completely. The entire world seemed to consist solely of the giant python and Jiang Chu. With a tremendous splash, a tail as long as 10 meters slammed down, accompanied by a torrent of water, radiating a terrifying aura, aimed directly at Jiang Chu. This strike harnessed the very mists of the moat. It was confident that even a typical fourth-tier cultivator could not withstand it. Yet, in the face of such a fearsome strike, it discovered that Jiang Chu, not far away, exhibited no reaction whatsoever. Instead, he simply extended a hand before him, a strange smile adorning his face. Little long worm, thank you for providing me cover. Huh? The giant python was perplexed, yet in the next moment, it beheld Jiang Chu, once human in form, his eyes ablaze with crimson light. His nails elongated grotesquely. With a crash, the giant serpent's tail collided with Jiang Chu, now transformed into the king of zombies, his palm absorbing the impact, sending shockwaves rippling through the water. However, that strike capable of vanquishing a fourth-tier condensation dam cultivator seemed to collide with an ancient meteorite, failing to budge Jiang Chu in the slightest. Instead, The enormous serpent felt a jolt of pain coursing through its body, for Jiang Chu's fingernails had ruthlessly shattered its scales and penetrated into its flesh. Zombie. You are a zombie. The giant serpent gasped in horror, completely unprepared for such a revelation. Yet, Jiang Chu paid it no mind. You've got quite the strength, but do you dare to compare it to mine? Allow me to demonstrate what a purple-robed zombie king truly is. A wave of foreboding surged within the giant serpent. Instinctively, it attempted to retract its tail, but found itself utterly immobilized. In the next moment, it felt an unimaginable force erupt from its tail. The serpent's pupils constricted. In an instant, it was yanked from the water before Jiang Chu, its massive form rendered insignificant. Chapter 41. Transformation into a dragon? Slaying the serpent demon. The dead will turn the rivers upside down. Jiang Chu exerted his strength once more, seizing the giant serpent and smashing it towards the water's surface. Boom! Boom! With each strike, colossal waves surged upwards, creating a thunderous spectacle that was utterly terrifying. Zombies are inherently robust, with bodies of steel and bone, and Jiang Chu epitomized the pinnacle of physical power. Previously, when confronted with malevolent entities, he rarely relied on mere flesh, instead crushing them with the power of corpse energy. But this time, he truly unveiled the ferocity of a zombie. On the river's periphery, Zhuge Ling, though unaware of the exact happenings at the river's center, could sense the continuous explosions and the tumultuous waves. Her mouth agape, she stood dumbfounded before the spectacle. Such a commotion. It felt less like Jiang Chu was engaging in a battle of magic against the serpent demon and more akin to a brutal brawl. Amidst the battlefield, the malevolent aura surrounding Jiang Chu intensified. He felt an unprecedented sense of exhilaration. Not a single one of the previous foes had endured this long against his zombie king form. Relying solely on his cultivation, he was more than capable of overwhelming them. Yet, this giant serpent proved to be quite resilient. The thrill of close-quarters combat far surpassed that of utilizing magical powers. Boom! Another explosive sound reverberated as the giant serpent was forcefully struck. At this moment, it bore no resemblance to its prior self. Its massive body lay battered, scales shattered, and wounds festering. Streams of crimson blood flowed forth. The intense agony rendered the serpent's eyes filled with terror. This creature before it was simply too formidable. The aura it emanated was overwhelming, causing the giant serpent to avert its gaze. Spare me, I shall never emerge from the river again. The serpent began to plead for mercy. Spare you? Jiang Chu scoffed. Do you take me for some noble sect? Upon encountering me, your demise is inevitable. Stinking zombie, do you truly believe I fear you? If that is the case, allow me to demonstrate the might of my dragon clan's divine powers. The serpent's demonic energy surged forth, causing the entire river surface to tremble violently. Simultaneously, the prominent fleshy tumor atop its head began to radiate a terrifying light, turning the rivers upside down. The giant serpent roared. Its tail lifted high, crashing down upon the water's surface. Boom! The entire city moat erupted in chaos. Dozens of meters of river water shot skyward, transforming into towering waves that surged towards Jiang Chu. This was a unique ability of aquatic creatures. No, to be precise, it was a talent possessed solely by dragons. Although this giant serpent was far from achieving transformation into a dragon, it had managed to grasp the rudiments of water manipulation. This instilled it with confidence, believing even a fourth-tier condensation dam cultivator could not rival it. Zhuge Ling, sensing the upheaval on the water's surface, underwent a drastic change in expression. She hurriedly attempted to enter the river to assist Jiang Chu. However, the entire river was sealed off by the serpent's demonic aura, rendering her unable to break through. Furthermore, the tremors from the battle exceeded her wildest imagination. Damn it, this is the power of a fourth-tier condensation dam. I wonder if Jiang Chu can withstand it. She knew Jiang Chu was formidable, at least stronger than herself, but the leap from third to fourth tier was a significant hurdle, despite Jiang Chu appearing no older than herself. She was already a prodigy in the cultivation realm. In the river's center, facing the towering waves, Jiang Chu nodded in satisfaction. This power is quite impressive. Yet, alas, it still falls short. Roaring. A suppressed growl resonated. Jiang Chu, who had merely altered his fingernails, now revealed two zombie fangs. That a wisp of purple light burst forth, manifesting his purple robe. The guise of a living human vanished entirely, leaving only a zombie king cloaked in purple, exuding an overwhelming aura of malevolence. Imprisonment. Jiang Chu grasped the zombie king's hammer, concentrating corpse energy and delivering a powerful blow to the colossal wave. Boom! The wave was obliterated in an instant, with a swiftness imperceptible to the naked eye. Jiang Chu appeared before the giant serpent, his eyes ablaze with crimson fury. The serpent recoiled in abject terror. What do you intend to do? What do I intend to do? Jiang Chu licked his zombie fang. Of course that I am here to take your life. His hand shot towards the serpent's vital point. The serpent's scale stood on end. For any serpent, the vital point was a fatal weakness that it attempted to resist. But Jiang Chu's strength was beyond its capacity to withstand. With a splatter of blood, Jiang Chu crushed the massive heart in his hand at a slight squeeze. Boom! The heart exploded. The giant serpent emitted a wretched shriek, its body collapsing in an instant. Congratulations, host, for slaying the 400-year-old serpent demon, earning 800 corpse energy points. Within Jiang Chu's mind, the system's notification chimed. The figure of the giant serpent gradually materialized atop his 5 Emperor's copper coin shield. Puzzle piece 1. Yet, Jiang Chu paid this no heed. Instead, he swiftly moved to the head of the giant serpent, once more reaching for its protruding flesh. Indeed, he found it that a smile graced Jiang Chu's lips. In the next moment, a translucent pearl the size of a quail egg appeared in his hand. This pearl was the serpent's inner Dan, brimming with an incredibly rich spiritual energy that Jiang Chu swallowed the inner Dan whole. Were it an ordinary cultivator, they would undoubtedly hesitate to do so, for the inner Dan not only contained vast amounts of spiritual energy, but also the serpent's demonic aura and some memories. A careless consumption could result in mild madness or, at worst, death. Thus, cultivators would typically refine the inner Dan into pills or spend a considerable amount of time absorbing it incrementally. However, such methods were inefficient. Why not consume it directly for a swifter effect? As for the demonic aura and memories contained within the inner Dan, a thorough beating would surely tame it. Corpse energy erupted within Jiang Chu, tearing the giant serpent's inner Dan apart. After a mere 10 breaths, everything was concluded. Jiang Chu let out a burp. The taste was peculiar, somewhat reminiscent of peanuts. Ding! Congratulations, host, for devouring the serpent's inner Dan, converting it into 10 years of corpse energy. Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring the serpent's innate divine ability. Corpse pseudo turning the rivers upside down. LV0. Corpse pseudo turning the rivers upside down. LV0 description. The serpent demon's innate divine ability, when activated, grants a temporary power to turn the rivers upside down. The strength of this ability is increased by 300% on the water's surface. 2 more system notifications rang out. Chapter 42, Strength Surge. Sovereign of the waters, master of thousands of marshlands. Jiang Chu froze momentarily, a look of delight illuminating his face. 10 years of corpse energy was insignificant. To his astonishment, he had actually obtained a divine ability. Although this ability required activation in a water domain for maximum efficacy, it bore certain limitations. Nonetheless, Jiang Chu was indifferent that a free divine ability was a gift not to be dismissed. From now on, he could confidently claim that standing by the water's edge was his domain. Ecstatic, Jiang Chu refined the 10 years of corpse energy, which also enhanced his cultivation slightly. He glanced at his system attributes. Name, Jiang Chu. Identity, Purple-robed Zombie King. Unique, Zombie level, 4th tier hair zombie, evolution progress, 38, treasures, corpse purple robe, corpse 5 Emperor's copper coin shield, Zombie King's imprisonment hammer, corpse techniques, controlling corpses, LV, 3 minor success, Zombie King's ascension, 1 tribulation, corpse spirit binding and command, LV 3 minor success, corpse turning the rivers upside down, LV 0, corpse energy points, 12,100, available for purchase in the system store. The inner Dan of the serpent had only increased Jiang Chu's evolution progress by a mere 7%. However, his corpse energy points had soared past 10,000, marking a significant gain. With over 10,000 corpse energy points, he could unlock the 3rd-tier store. Jiang Chu. At that moment, an urgent call echoed from afar. With the demise of the serpent demon, the oppressive aura enveloping the city moat dissipated. Zhuge Ling hurriedly approached Jiang Chu, her feet deftly maneuvered, allowing her to land gracefully on the water's surface. Jiang Chu, are you all right? She cast a worried glance at him. Jiang Chu shook his head. Fear not, a mere 3rd-tier serpent demon cannot harm me. Hearing this, Zhuge Ling finally breathed a sigh of relief. What about the serpent demon? Jiang Chu pointed towards the serpent's corpse, nearly submerged beneath the water. Zhuge Ling's eyes widened in shock as she followed his gesture. This. She rushed over to examine the serpent's body closely. Her astonishment palpable. Jiang Chu, did you slay it all by yourself? Jiang Chu's lips twitched. Damn. Am I still half a person? Indeed. Jiang Chu nodded. Zhuge Ling remained stunned for several seconds before excitedly bouncing on her feet. Grabbing Jiang Chu's arm. Wow, Jiang Chu, you are incredible. This is a peak level 3 constrictor demon, and its strength can rival that of a Dan consolidating practitioner. I never expected that you could actually slay it. Are you also a Dan consolidating practitioner? No. Wait, you spirit tamers should be at level 4. Jiang Chu did not respond, lost in thought. Jiang Chu, why are you silent? Zhuge Ling tugged at his arm again. Jiang Chu made a gesture as if to indicate silence. Zhuge Ling was momentarily taken aback, her expression turning serious as she attuned her senses to the surroundings. After several tense seconds passed without any sign of disturbance, Zhuge Ling finally asked in confusion, Jiang Chu, what is it? Is there danger? Jiang Chu shook his head. No, I merely wanted to experience the sensation of being crushed by a mountain peak. Zhuge Ling was once again bewildered. She glanced at Jiang Chu's arm and then looked down at herself. With a whoosh, her face flushed crimson. Jiang Chu, you are taking advantage of me. In the face of Zhuge Ling's stern inquiry, Jiang Chu feigned innocence. Stop slandering me. I did not move an inch. It was you who pulled me. Lifting the corpse of the constrictor demon, Jiang Chu asked, a touch of curiosity in his voice. Zhuge beauty, what are you doing with this body? The flesh of a dragon is known for its lustful nature. It is not advisable to consume it. Jiang Chu spoke the truth. Creatures like snakes and dragons are inherently so. Consuming their flesh would lead an ordinary person to succumb to overwhelming desire and die in short order. Zhuge Ling's delicate face reddened once more, but she still spoke up. Did you not accept the task from the Huangquan app? Surely you know that upon completion, one can submit the task nearby. Moreover, the constrictor demon's corpse can be sold for points as well. It can be done that way. Jiang Chu was taken aback. Although Yang Jian had set up the Huangquan app for him that afternoon, he had not given it much thought. He never anticipated that it could also facilitate task acceptance. He resolved to check it out when he got home. The two chatted for a good 10 minutes, growing more familiar with one another. During their conversation, Jiang Chu learned that Zhuge Ling had originally been a university student, attending a nearby institution, Jianbei Art Academy. Jiang Chu was quite familiar with that place, rumored to have delicious roast chicken. Suddenly, a screeching sound echoed from the riverbank. Jiang Chu and Zhuge Ling both sprang to their feet. Their companions had arrived. Emerging from the darkness were 2 to 3 dozen soldiers clad in combat uniforms, armed with real firearms, rushing down swiftly. Upon noticing Jiang Chu and Zhuge Ling, one of the soldiers called out, "Salute!" This display startled Jiang Chu. Zhuge Ling explained. They are peripheral personnel from the Huangquan Bureau. In encounters with the supernatural, they typically take point, responsible for handling subsequent matters and securing the scene. They are ordinary individuals who cannot eradicate supernatural entities, and their salute is a gesture of respect towards us. Soon after, 2 members of the Huangquan Bureau approached from behind the soldiers. They quickly examined the corpse of the constrictor demon and addressed Zhuge Ling and Jiang Chu. The complete corpse of the constrictor demon is valued at 800 points, combined with the task, totaling 1,200 points. Do either of you have any objections? Although Jiang Chu was unsure of the actual worth, he presumed the Huangquan Bureau was reliable. 1,200 points equated to 12 million. Quite generous. He nodded. No problem. Very well. If that is the case, please open the app, and we will settle the transaction on site. Once sold, there will be no refunds. You can use your app. I did not contribute much to this task. It was all you. Zhuge Ling offered. Jiang Chu did not hesitate and opened his phone. He tapped on the Huangquan app, and a level 4 certification symbol appeared. Upon seeing this, the 2 members of the Huangquan Bureau's expressions shifted slightly, and they clasped their fists towards Jiang Chu. Addressing him as senior, Zhuge Ling noticed the certification as well, her expression shifting to one of realization as she secretly observed Jiang Chu. He is indeed level 4, after receiving the 1,200 points. The members of the Huangquan Bureau swiftly lifted the constrictor demon's corpse and departed. Jiang Chu then transferred half of the points to Zhuge Ling, although she had not been of much assistance. They had formed a team together, after all. Upon returning to the Linshui Bridge, Jiang Chu initially planned to disperse into mist and leave. However, with Zhuge Ling present, he had to take a taxi. They were not far from their destination. So it was convenient. Driver, to the University Town shopping mall. The driver glanced at Jiang Chu in the rearview mirror, then at Zhuge Ling, unable to suppress a mutter. Such good cabbage has truly been wasted on a pretty boy. Although his voice was low, both Jiang Chu and Zhuge Ling were not ordinary individuals and heard him clearly. Jiang Chu's face darkened immediately, while Zhuge Ling struggled to contain her laughter. Silently, he rolled up his sleeve, releasing a faint aura of death. Within 10 minutes, the driver was shivering uncontrollably, puzzled. "Young man, are you feeling cold? My air conditioning is set to warm air." Jiang Chu shrugged, pulling his sleeve up slightly more. "Not at all. It's quite warm. Is that so? Could it be my imagination?" The driver appeared uncertain. After several more minutes of travel, the vehicle finally came to a stop on the roadside. The driver trembled as he spoke. "It's just 1,000 meters to your destination. I won't charge you. You can get out and walk. My hands are frozen stiff." Just as Jiang Chu was about to open the door, the driver nervously added, "Young man, are you really not cold?" Jiang Chu shook his head, grinning. "Really not cold? Brother, if you are freezing with the heating on, something must be wrong with your body. I've heard that only those who encounter ghosts would be so sensitive to the cold. You must be careful on those late-night drives." With that, Jiang Chu left gracefully, leaving the driver in a state of terror. Truly, he was a benevolent zombie, sparing the man's life. It was not until they had walked quite a distance that Zhuge Ling burst into laughter. "Jiang Chu, you are truly mischievous." Jiang Chu spread his hands in innocence. "That I did nothing. He was scared on his own. That is not my fault." Chapter 43. The second innate ability, Corpse Wraith arises. 9 Dragons Ring. After parting ways at the intersection, Jiang Chu returned to his residential complex. Due to the recent spate of deaths, the police were still patrolling the area that night, and many families had moved out, leaving the complex unusually quiet. Jiang Chu had just reached the door of his room when, with a soft click, the door across the hall swung open. Immediately, a timid voice called out, "Jiang classmate. You are back." Jiang Chu turned around and could not help but smile. "Su Marin, what is going on with you?" He saw Su Wanner wrapped in a blanket, peeking her head out. Upon hearing Jiang Chu's voice, Su Wanner pouted and vigorously patted her robust chest. "I was watching a horror movie at home, and thinking about what happened in our complex made me more and more frightened. With you not home, I thought I was going to die of fear. Is that even possible?" Jiang Chu pondered. "How about you come sleep at my place tonight? As a fair exchange for your kindness in treating me to soup, I invite you to sleep over. It's quite equitable, right?" Su Wanner's eyes lit up, though she quickly grew wary. "What are you planning?" "Not planning anything. I have a bed in the next room. You can sleep there." Su Wanner hesitated for a few moments before agreeing. "All right, I'll bring my blanket over." She hurried back inside to grab her bedding and followed Jiang Chu into his room. Being in a boy's room for the first time made Su Wanner a bit bashful. Once inside, she said goodnight to Jiang Chu and turned off the light. Jiang Chu, however, was unfazed, lying on his bed. He received a system notification. Host has completed the system task and received rewards, 50 years of Corpse Chi. Innate ability Corpse Wraith. The system's prompt sounded almost simultaneously, causing Jiang Chu to freeze for a moment before his expression brightened. Not only was the Corpse Chi reward substantial, but he had also awakened another innate ability, and it pertained to the Wraith aspect. This was indeed promising. Suddenly, a flood of memories surged through Jiang Chu's mind, and an indescribable, eerie power began to envelop him. Everything touched by this power seemed to vanish from reality in an instant. The 50 years of Corpse Chi propelled his evolution. Once Jiang Chu absorbed all the Corpse Chi, he turned his attention to his status panel. Name, Jiang Chu. Identity, Purple Robe Zombie King. Unique, Zombie Level. Level 4 Hairy Zombie. Evolution Progress. 59% Treasures. Corpse Purple Garment, Dao Robe. Corpse 5 Emperor's Gold Shield. Zombie King's Town Prison Hammer. Innate abilities. Zombie King's Ascension. First Tribulation. Corpse Wraith. Beginner. Corpse Arts. Control Corpse Technique. LV3 Minor Success. Corpse Spirit Binding and Dispatching. LV3 Minor Success. Corpse False Tidal Wave. LV0. Corpse Chi Points. 12,100. Available for purchase in the system store. The evolution progress had surged by 20%, propelling Jiang Chu toward a higher level transformation into a flying zombie. His power had significantly increased as he examined his newly awakened talent. Innate talent, Corpse Wraith, Beginner. Ability, upon activation, can envelop all entities within a 1-kilometer radius. Those within the wraith's domain can be resurrected from sealed spirits, enhancing the host's corpse chi by 50%. Is it possible to resurrect all the malevolent entities that one has previously sealed away? Indeed, it could be said that wherever one's corpse demon's influence extends, a true horror revival will ensue. Jiang Chu has already vanquished a considerable number of these sinister beings. Corpse demon, activate. A flicker of eerie light danced in Jiang Chu's eyes. Instantly, a thick fog began to rise around him. Within this mist, Jiang Chu discovered that he could shift his position at will. Soon, within the fog, malevolent spirits began to emerge. The previously encountered yellow-skinned creature, along with those wraiths, and even the formidable 5 chaotic gods and serpent spirits. All flashed briefly within the confines of the corpse demon. Each bore an aura of terrifying power. The malevolent entities I can resurrect within the corpse demon alone are sufficient to annihilate an average 4th-tier cultivator. And this is merely an initial-level corpse demon. Should I evolve it further, it would be utterly unimaginable to attain its pinnacle. With just a thought, I could open the gates of the underworld. Jiang Chu exhaled. Retracting the corpse demon, the swirling fog vanished in an instant. After reviewing these abilities, Jiang Chu resolved to first peruse the system shop. He clicked directly, detecting that the host's corpse energy points had surpassed the critical threshold of 10,000, refreshing the Tier 3 prize pool. The familiar sound of the system prompt echoed in Jiang Chu's mind. The shop interface began to shift, taking several seconds to reappear. Ding! Tier 3 shop opened. The probability of high-level items appearing increased by 1%. With 10 items available each time, refreshing every 0 point. Individual refresh. 2,000 corpse energy points per item. 3,000 corpse energy points. The Tier 4 shop requires 50,000 corpse energy points to unlock. Although this figure is not excessively large, it is not insignificant for Jiang Chu either. After all, he has a wealth of divine abilities needing enhancement with corpse energy points. Accumulating such a sum will indeed require some time. Jiang Chu gazed directly at the Tier 3 shop page. Item 1. Corpse Tool Netherworld Ghost Claw. Description: crafted from the foreclaw of a netherworld corpse tiger aged 500 years. Wearing it enhances the wearer's explosive power by 30%. But beware, as this claw has absorbed the spirit of the netherworld corpse tiger, it may attempt to rip your heart out at night. Price: 3,000 corpse energy points, a commendable corpse tool. Yet of little use to Jiang Chu that he dismissed it. Item 2. Cross-dressing Ghost Servant. Description: a ghost servant with 3rd-tier strength, not only formidable, but also a cross-dressing master. Surely you would desire a servant you can command at will, wouldn't you? Price: 3,000 corpse energy points. Jiang Chu's lips twitched. What on earth are these bizarre items being crammed into the shop? Couldn't they provide a proper ghost servant without the cross-dressing nonsense? The system certainly has a flair for the absurd. Nevertheless, it was evident that the rewards within the Tier 3 shop were still rather impressive. That a 3rd-tier ghost servant, albeit eccentric, possesses considerable strength. Having such a ghost servant would allow even an ordinary person to disregard most supernatural dangers. At a mere 3,000 corpse energy points, it's a bargain. Yet Jiang Chu opted not to purchase. He continued browsing through several more items until his eyes lit up at the last one. Item 10. Nine-Dragon Ring. Description: a newly designed low-level storage ring, containing a space of 50 cubic units, allowing for the discreet transport of any items, ensuring your unique hobbies remain concealed from prying eyes. Price: 3,000 corpse energy points. 50 cubic units of space is ample. Without hesitation, Jiang Chu clicked to purchase. In an instant, a delicate ring appeared in his hand, adorned with carvings of 9 corpse dragons. Its design quite appealing. Simultaneously, Jiang Chu sensed a peculiar connection with the Nine-Dragon Ring. With a mere thought, he found his vision blurring, transporting him into another spatial realm. This space was vast, a full 50 cubic units. It was evidently the interior of the Nine-Dragon Ring. After a simple test, he stored a bedside cabinet within the ring. Whoosh! Instantly, the cabinet appeared inside the Nine-Dragon Ring. With another thought, the cabinet returned to its original position. Quite impressive. No wonder novels often feature storage rings. With this item, I could rob a bank without anyone suspecting a thing. Moreover, it has ample capacity. Jiang Chu mused, quickly dismissing that dangerous thought that a purple robe corpse king. How could he indulge in such trivial pursuits? This shopping excursion had concluded that it was time to elevate the level of his corpse techniques. Corpse Pseudo-Tsunami. LV0. Ability. Activate the explosive power of the tsunami, increasing its potency by 300% in water. Next level. 1,000 corpse energy points. Jiang Chu currently had 9,000 corpse energy points remaining. System. Elevate the tsunami to Tier 3. As Jiang Chu's command fell, ding, you have consumed 1,000 corpse energy points to elevate corpse pseudo-tsunami to LV1. Beginner. Ding, you have consumed 2,000. Ding. You have consumed 4,000 corpse energy points to elevate corpse pseudo-tsunami to LV3. Minor achievement. The series of system prompts resounded. Buzz. Within Jiang Chu's mind, the mastery of the tsunami technique surged forth that a newfound sensation of freely controlling the waters of the world blossomed within him. Though merely a pseudo-tsunami, it already bore some of the true power of the technique. This understanding persisted for a good while before Jiang Chu fully absorbed the insights. Corpse Pseudo-Tsunami. LV. 3. Minor achievement. Ability. Activate the explosive power of the minor achievement tsunami, allowing its use even on land. Its potency increases on rainy days, and its power in water is enhanced by 300%. Next level. 8,000 corpse energy points. The attributes did not change dramatically, yet the power was undeniably enhanced. With this technique, Jiang Chu's strength was significantly bolstered. Time for sleep. Jiang Chu decided against further exploration, closing his coffin and sinking into a deep slumber. The next day, accompanied by Su Wanner, he entered the school. Jiang Chu noticed a plethora of luxury cars parked outside the school gates. Almost all the cute animals that girls adore were present. Jiang Chu felt puzzled. What was going on? Why were there so many people at school today? Beside him, Su Wanner, with her mouth full of fried dough, mumbled indistinctly, because the old traditional Chinese medicine practitioners will be attending an event at our school today, offering consultations for students over the next 3 days. Consultations? Jiang Chu raised an eyebrow. Was this truly a consultation? His gaze scanned the luxurious cars, spotting a familiar figure among them that it was the vehicle of the Underworld Bureau. If it were merely ordinary practitioners of traditional medicine coming to offer treatment, the Underworld Bureau shouldn't be involved, should they? It felt somewhat like a large-scale capture operation. However, Jiang Chu did not concern himself with it. The nation's affairs had their own plans, which had little to do with him, but an announcement followed. Due to the organization of a health consultation event by the school, every department would participate. And our department was assigned to take part after 2 classes. Please prepare accordingly. Just after the afternoon class commenced, the long-absent counselor suddenly appeared from nowhere. After delivering the announcement, he swiftly vanished, much like an NPC. Health consultations? How intriguing that it is said that while one may laugh off Western medicine, one fears the lowly gaze of traditional medicine practitioners, but I wonder if they will be able to diagnose any students bringing children to school. Bringing children to school? Ridiculous. Everyone's safety measures are quite stringent nowadays. My apologies. I don't have such a large size, so I generally don't require it. Then I might just have to loosen my belt and let Jiao Chan down. Jiang Chu's lips twitched. The competitive mindset among today's college students is rather intense. Such comparisons can only lead to trouble. He chose not to dwell on it, and instead opened the Underworld app to explore its features. As a certified 4th-tier entity, his privileges were quite high. After studying for 2 class periods, Jiang Chu had a decent grasp of the app. Chapter 45. 5 Torches of the Evil World. Hell is empty. Then I shall have to suppress this hell. The app's content area was quite simple, filled with various tasks, group chats, and posting pages. However, it primarily focused on supernatural events from across the nation. As Jiang Chu perused, he noticed that nearly everyone was discussing a singular topic, that being the second resurgence of the Red Moon. A second resurgence of the Red Moon. Jiang Chu muttered to himself. He distinctly remembered the first resurgence, which occurred 5 years ago. Those days were etched in his memory that it began with reports of a torrential red rain across the nation. Following that, various experts emerged to debunk the phenomenon, claiming it was merely a natural occurrence, a coincidence that resulted in the rain appearing red. This torrential downpour lasted 3 days, accompanied by a persistent fog. Strangely, based on usual rainfall amounts, not even a few hours of rain would have failed to cause severe flooding in urban drainage systems. Yet after the 3 days of blood rain, the water levels in lakes barely rose on the night following the cessation of the blood rain. everyone noticed that the moon outside had turned a deep crimson. An eerie glow enveloped the world, casting the entire city in a hellish light. Subsequently, more experts emerged to offer their reassurances. The appearance of the blood moon is regarded as a mere anomaly, lasting at most a few days before vanishing. However, over the past 5 years, society has gradually acclimated to the changes brought by the blood moon. Subsequently, a plethora of supernatural events has emerged online, evolving into the current state of affairs. Even now, many remain divided in their opinions regarding the phenomenon of blood rain, unable to present any definitive answers. Yet, within this Huangquan app, Jiang Chu discovered an account of the blood moon's advent from 5 years prior, the resurgence of the blood moon. A strange presence descends. Indeed, there exists an intrinsic connection between the appearance of the blood moon and the supernatural. Although speculations had long been made, Jiang Chu could not help but feel a pang of reflection. The initial resurgence of the blood moon had already wrought such grave consequences. What might become of the world should a second resurgence occur, a realm fraught with turmoil that would humanity be akin to prisoners in hell? Jiang Chu's eyes flickered. Nonetheless, he realized that he felt no discomfort. On the contrary, an inexplicable excitement began to stir within him. Alas, he almost forgot. He seemed far more ruthless than those so-called malevolent spirits. Jiang Chu wiped the sweat from his brow. Having lived as a human for so long, he nearly slipped into that mindset, a bad habit he vowed to amend. Coming to this realization, Jiang Chu felt his spirits lift considerably. As a purple-robed zombie king, those supernatural beings were akin to brothers to him, and vanquishing these brothers not only granted him corpse energy points, but also made him stronger. What a fine bunch of spirits. Sacrificing themselves for the sake of corpses, they deserve commendation. That I cannot be overly compassionate and betray their goodwill. First, I shall peruse the tasks available, and tonight I will engage in heartfelt discourse with them. Just as Jiang Chu prepared to organize his troops fairly, he suddenly received a message on the app. Upon opening it, he found the sender's nickname, Erlang Jinjuan Yangjian. Jiang Chu, are you there? This fellow truly immersed himself in his own role that I wonder if he has summoned the great sage equal to heaven. Sun Wukong, I'm here, Jiang Chu replied, although he was unsure of the purpose behind this old man's message. He was, after all, an acquaintance. I find myself quite occupied these past few days and would like to request your assistance. Your assistance? Jiang Chu raised an eyebrow. A supernatural incident? Yes. Would it be convenient for you to take a call? Sure. Jiang Chu said nothing further and quietly slipped out the back door. Yang Jian's call came through. Hello. He clicked to answer. Yang Jian's voice was tinged with gravity. This incident is somewhat perilous. That I should have dealt with it personally. But I received an urgent mission that requires me to be away from Jiangbei for 2 days, so I could only think of you. Perilous? Jiang Chu yawned. Then do tell. Have you heard of the Ding Tuqi Jianshu? Yang Jian inquired. Ding Tuqi Jianshu? Jiang Chu paused slightly. How could he not know the infamous name of this item? The most renowned application of the Ding Tuqi was the legendary tale of the ancient immortal Lu Yi sealing the famous wealth god. Zhao Gongming. Of course, this only exists within certain mythological narratives. The true origins of the Ding Tuqi Jianshu can be traced back to the Luban Shu, attributed to the ancestor of craftsmen. Luban. During the spring and autumn period, the Luban Shu is divided into 2 scrolls, with the first documenting the methods of ordinary craftsmen, while the second contains the true essence of the Luban Shu. The Ding Tuqi is one of the pinnacle techniques from this second scroll. However, the lower scroll of the Luban Shu has long been lost, its whereabouts obscured by the passage of time. To think that I would hear this name from Yang Jian. Could this incident be connected to the Ding Tuqi Jianshu? Yang Jian nodded. Indeed, it is related to the Ding Tuqi Jianshu. To be precise, someone has fallen victim to it. Today marks the 6th day. Thus far, 3 guardians from our Huangquan Bureau have attempted to intervene, yet all have returned in failure, and 1 guardian has unfortunately been ensnared, now hanging by a thread. Such a peculiar phenomenon, capable of killing with the Ding Tuqi Jianshu? How intriguing. Jiang Chu grinned, suddenly intrigued that I wondered, can the Ding Tuqi Jianshu pierce through me? I wish to test it. Tell me the location, Jiang Chu directly inquired. Upon hearing this, Yang Jian was momentarily taken aback. You should consider it. After all, this task is quite dangerous, and no need. Jiang Chu shook his head. For others, it may be perilous, as their lives are singular. But for him, if they cannot kill him, what is there to fear from the Ding Tu Chi? No need to mention 7 arrows. Even if Jiang Chu were turned into a sieve, he would still be lively and sprightly. Very well, if that is the case, I shall notify the personnel on standby at our Huangquan Bureau that someone will contact you around 7 this evening. Jiang Chu hung up, quietly returning to the classroom. With this matter at hand, he no longer needed to seek out tasks. After enduring until the end of the school day, the counselor Lu Jing reappeared. Students, form an orderly line and follow me to the playground. The students were all quite excited. The prospect of lively engagement was far more appealing than attending class. Chapter 46. The Hierarchy of the Cultivation Realm. What? You know I'm a zombie. Following the counselor, they proceeded to their designated spot on the playground. Upon arrival, Jiang Chu was met with an entire row of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners. The number of these practitioners far exceeded Jiang Chu's expectations. There were dozens, and each was accompanied by an aide who, though clad in a white coat, possessed an unmistakably unique demeanor. They were the peripheral members of the Huangquan Bureau. Jiang Chu recognized them instantly, having seen them only the night before. Their aura was not something ordinary individuals could rival. Old Jiang, I'm here. Lin Wei, who had been absent from class for 2 days, suddenly emerged from the shadows, rushing towards Jiang Chu like a dog excited to see its master. Jiang Chu rolled his eyes. You actually remembered to come back? Lin Wei tossed his hair flamboyantly. That I received intel from my father. This so-called traditional Chinese medicine consultation is not as simple as it seems. Moreover, these individuals are not traditional practitioners. They have undergone specialized training from a certain department. The purpose remains unclear, but there is definitely something amiss. Jiang Chu nodded upon hearing this. It aligned closely with his suspicions. The testing process was swift. In just 10 minutes, Jiang Chu and Lin Wei found themselves before 2 traditional practitioners, extending their arms. The old practitioner spoke plainly. Jiang Chu extended his arm, and the practitioner placed his hand on Jiang Chu's pulse. The initially expressionless face gradually morphed into one of confusion and disbelief. He looked up at Jiang Chu, seemingly in disbelief, switching hands to check Jiang Chu's wrist. After a good 10 seconds, the old practitioner trembled and spoke. Young man, where is your pulse? This exclamation drew the attention of everyone around. The record keeper behind the old practitioner instinctively reached for his waist. Jiang Chu scratched his nose. A pulse. He truly lacked one. Should he let the practitioner check again? Perhaps revealing his military rank? However, after a moment's thought, he dismissed the idea. He already understood the situation and no need to be alarmed. I am a 4th-tier certified practitioner of Huangquan, so it is quite normal that you cannot detect anything. Jiang Chu opened his phone, and upon seeing the certification, the old practitioner breathed a sigh of relief. I see. My apologies for the oversight. You are Lin Wei, correct? Please assist us by providing a drop of blood from your fingertip. Just as Jiang Chu was about to leave his seat, he heard a voice nearby. He turned to see Lin Wei looking wary. Wait, old sir, why do you need my blood? I don't have any ailments. Do I? Also, I've heard that blood can be cloned. If you plan to clone me, make sure I look handsome. Starting at 30 centimeters below, the old practitioner's cheek twitched. He had encountered oddities before, but this was a new level of peculiarity. What on earth has a college student like you experienced? Rest assured, we have no such intentions. We merely wish to conduct further examinations. Saying this, the old practitioner swiftly inserted a silver needle. It was precise and carried an air of intent. Without needing to look, it was evident that it was deliberate. Lin Wei yelped, and before he could react, a drop of blood had already been collected. All right, you may leave. Next, Lin Wei shot the old man a furious glare as he cursed his way toward Jiang Chu. Old Jiang, do you think he is jealous of my good looks? His technique was far too rough. That old coot. If I catch him, he'll be in for it. Quiet down. All right, Jiang Chu finally spoke. Your constitution seems to be a bit unique. I estimate someone will contact you in the next couple of days. Although Jiang Chu could not discern anything particularly special about Li Wei, he distinctly remembered the words of the 5 spirits. Heaven's favored one. What could that possibly entail? Lin Wei paused. Could it be that I am a once-in-a-million genius? While uncertain, it was indeed a possibility. Damn, I knew I was extraordinary since childhood. It seems I was just waiting for this moment. I must tell my father. I am sure my allowance will double next month, Lin Wei exclaimed, slapping his thigh in excitement. Old Jiang, I'm off. Once I inherit my father's business, we'll both strike it rich. With that, Lin Wei dashed out of the school. By the time he returned home, it was already 5 in the afternoon. That Su Wanner had no classes in the afternoon and had already opened the door to await Jiang Chu's return. Upon seeing him, she shyly remarked, "Jiang Chu, may I sleep in your room from now on?" Realizing how it sounded, she quickly clarified, "I don't mean anything by it. I just feel that I sleep soundly next door. And I can contribute half of the rent. This way, it would be a bit more economical, wouldn't it?" Jiang Chu responded with disbelief. "What? Are you addicted to freeloading? A man and a woman sharing a room, though not the same space, is still rather inappropriate, isn't it? It's not good for my reputation as a respectable gentleman." After a moment of contemplation, he conceded, "Moving in is fine, but you must pay half the rent. 8,000 a month, so contributing 2,000 is quite reasonable, wouldn't you agree?" "What? Half of 8,000 is 1,400, isn't it?" Su Wanner was taken aback. "The additional 600 is for the damage to my reputation." Jiang Chu retorted, "7 in the evening. A crimson moon rose outside, casting a sanguine glow over the city. Jiang Chu received a call from an unfamiliar number. "Hello, Jiang Chu. I am Tang Shuang, a guardian from the Underworld Bureau. I will be taking you to the task location today. Are you available now?" The woman on the line introduced herself. Jiang Chu stretched lazily, thinking, "Finally, it's here. Where shall I wait for you?" "I'll be waiting outside your neighborhood's main gate." "Then please hold on." Jiang Chu hung up the phone and promptly stepped outside. Before the neighborhood gate, a special vehicle from the Underworld Bureau was already waiting. Jiang Chu wasted no time, opening the door and sitting down. "Hello, Jiang Chu." The voice from the phone spoke again. Jiang Chu looked up to see a capable-looking woman in a leather jacket reaching out her hand with a smile. She appeared to be in her mid-20s, tall and strikingly beautiful, exuding an air of cold elegance. However, Jiang Chu perceptibly noticed a hint of concern in her expression. "Hello." Jiang Chu shook her hand. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Tang Shuang pressed the accelerator and drove in a specific direction. "I never expected you to be the 4th-tier expert specially invited by Deputy Yang, that I thought you were some seasoned elder, but you're so young," Tang Shuang remarked with a smile. Through their discussions about the Underworld Bureau, Jiang Chu had finally grasped the current classification of practitioners in the cultivation world. There were 2 main categories: guardians, ranging from 1st to 6th tier, and the traditional practitioners, known as alchemists. The classification among these practitioners was far more intricate and comprehensive. The 1st tier involved refining essence, gathering the essence of heaven and earth into oneself. Once the refinement was perfected, one would produce yuan qi, leading to the 2nd tier, qi refinement. Upon achieving qi refinement, one could delve into spirit refinement, and after that, the essence, qi, and spirit would become unified, allowing for the formation of a golden core in the dantian, known as core formation. Following the 9 transformations of the core would lead to the transformation of yuan qi into a si, achieving the spirit si realm. This level was already considered elite among ancient alchemists. Subsequently, one would construct 9 life towers within the spirit si, known as the life palace, comparable to the 6th tier guardians in the current cultivation world. This realm represented a group of ancient figures rarely seen in the modern world, marking the pinnacle of publicly acknowledged levels. As for whether there are higher levels beyond this, undoubtedly there are, but that realm is so elevated it lies beyond the reach of ordinary practitioners. Additionally, the Underworld Bureau has its own classification for malevolent spirits. 1st tier malevolent souls, non-lethal. 2nd tier evil spirits, 100-man level. 3rd tier vengeful spirits, 10,000-man level. 4th tier ghostly entities, town-slaying level. 5th tier ghost generals, city-destroying level. And 6th tier ghost kings, nation-destroying level. Of course, nation-destroying refers to smaller nations, not a great power like the Great Xia. This classification is based on actual occurrences, as there have been small nations in the West that fell to 6th tier ghost kings. Jiang Chu was astonished upon realizing that while ordinary citizens in the Great Xia remained largely oblivious to the danger, small nations had already faced annihilation. This alone justified the Great Xia being regarded by many foreign practitioners as a sanctuary. "I'm just lucky," Jiang Chu replied with a smile. It was evident that Tang Shuang was quite talkative, and their conversation flowed easily, fostering a growing familiarity between them. After driving for over half an hour, they gradually approached their destination. Tang Shuang finally could not contain her curiosity. "Jiang Chu, you have confidence in dispelling the 7 arrows of the nail head? Why?" Is the afflicted person connected to you? Jiang Chu inquired. Tang Shuang nodded, her concern evident. Yes, the one affected is my aunt, Tang Hong, who is currently the president of the Jiangbei Chamber of Commerce. Such a prominent figure, no wonder she could directly enlist the assistance of Deputy Yang from the Underworld Bureau. Jiang Chu nodded with a smile. Don't worry, I'm absolutely confident. Huh? Tang Shuang was taken aback by Jiang Chu's unwavering assurance. This suppression technique was quite peculiar, and even the Underworld Bureau had limited understanding of it. Thus, after several days of no resolution, no one had managed to handle it. She had not anticipated that Jiang Chu would claim such certainty. Have you studied suppression techniques? Tang Shuang asked with curiosity. Jiang Chu shook his head. I haven't studied it, but my fate is quite resilient. What the hell? Resilient fate? The car drove into a private sanatorium in the outskirts of Jiangbei. Tang Shuang presented her credentials. And after passing through 3 gates, they finally entered, surrounded by villa-like buildings and various rare plants. Jiang Chu couldn't help but smirk. These wealthy individuals truly know how to indulge. The sanatorium, something he had only seen on television, was far more luxurious than he had imagined. Eventually, the vehicle stopped in front of Building 88. After disembarking, Tang Shuang led Jiang Chu inside. The entire building was impressively spacious and well-lit, staffed by at least 20 to 30 medical personnel. They moved smoothly through the facility until they arrived at a room on the 3rd floor. As the door opened, a woman in her 20s with an outstanding demeanor and striking looks appeared. Dressed in a simple high-neck sweater and a long skirt, the logos on her attire indicated that it was undoubtedly expensive. Upon seeing Tang Shuang, a smile brightened her face. Sister Shuang. Tang Shuang beamed back. Xiao Yan. They embraced briefly before Tang Shuang took the young woman's hand, introducing her. This is Jiang Chu, a skilled individual whom our Deputy Yang invited to assist my aunt. Tang Shuang then turned to Jiang Chu. This is my aunt's only daughter, Yi Lian. Skilled individual? Upon hearing this, Yi Lian's gaze fell on Jiang Chu, and a flicker of surprise crossed her eyes. As the sole daughter of the president of the Jiangbei Chamber of Commerce, and with a cousin like Tang Shuang. She was well aware of the Underworld Bureau's significance. Ordinary members of the Underworld Bureau were far beyond the reach of ordinary individuals, let alone the deputy director, a figure her mother could have hardly met had it not been for past circumstances. She had not anticipated that this young man before her was personally invited by the deputy director. However, her astonishment was fleeting, and she quickly extended her hand toward Jiang Chu, saying, It's a pleasure to meet you. Mr. Jiang, you're too kind. Jiang Chu reciprocated the handshake. Tang Shuang interjected, Let us go inside so Jiang Chu can assess my aunt's condition. Entering the patient room, it was clear that the space was well equipped. Spanning around 70 to 80 square meters in the center, a middle-aged woman in her 50s lay on a large bed, her physique plump and reminiscent of Yi Lian. She appeared to be in a deep sleep. Surrounded by various medical instruments, all of which indicated normal readings, that a subtle crimson glimmer flickered in Jiang Chu's eyes as he activated his zombie king vision, a chilling aura emanating from him, causing Tang Shuang, who followed closely, to shudder slightly. She cast a complex glance at Jiang Chu. Throughout their journey, Jiang Chu had displayed a casual demeanor, and given his youth, Tang Shuang found it difficult to regard him as a 4th-tier elder. But now, suddenly sensing that formidable power, she realized this man was genuinely powerful. As the red light flickered, Jiang Chu gazed upon Tang Hong and saw that her eyes and limbs were pierced by black arrows swirling with dark energy. These arrows did not pierce flesh, but rather targeted her spirit. Under the influence of these arrows, Tang Hong's spirit trembled in excruciating agony, and dark energy was manifesting at her chest, indicating that the final arrow of the 7 arrows of the nail head was coalescing. Replace the life, Jiang Chu declared, the icy atmosphere in the room dissipating. Tang Shuang then asked, Jiang Chu, what do we need to do? It's quite simple. First, you need to prepare 2 straw figures and place 2 pieces of paper on them. Tang Shuang was momentarily puzzled. What purpose does this serve? Just do it, and you'll understand soon enough. Heeding his words, Tang Shuang did not press further and hurriedly went with Yi Lian to prepare. In just over 20 minutes, a box was delivered. Tang Shuang opened it, and instantly, 2 lifelike scarecrows appeared. Is this acceptable? Jiang Chu inquired. Yes, now go and pluck 3 strands of hair from your aunt, and write down her birth date on a piece of paper. Upon hearing this, Tang Shuang understood something. Jiang Chu, what are you planning to do? You can't be thinking of switching lives. Jiang Chu snapped his fingers. You guessed it right. To switch lives is quite simple. It means to exchange one life for another. More precisely, it involves exchanging life destinies. That a person's destiny is fundamental. It is the essence of one's soul. Even malevolent sorcery, such as the so-called 7 nails and 7 arrows, cannot achieve the same effect as a direct attack. It harms the physical body but cannot cause another to die in your place. The underlying principle is to disrupt the characteristics of one's destiny, by inscribing Tang Hong's birth date on the scarecrow and writing my own as well. We can establish a special connection through unique energy. This way, Tang Hong's destiny will temporarily transform into mine. However, any harm inflicted upon her will also be mirrored onto me. This was Jiang Chu's idea upon hearing about the so-called 7 nails and 7 arrows, which is why he confidently claimed he could break the curse. After all, with his immortality buff, even he himself was uncertain how one might kill him, let alone through so-called dark arts. No, Tang Shuang exclaimed in alarm, quickly rejecting the idea. This is far too dangerous. If anything goes wrong and we lose a 4th-tier ghost master, it would be a significant loss for Jiangbei. A 4th-tier ghost master can resolve several supernatural incidents, saving countless lives in the face of human life. Everything else must take a back seat. Jiang Chu raised an eyebrow. Rest assured, I value my life even more than you do. This half-baked sorcery cannot harm me. Observing Jiang Chu's demeanor, though uncertain of the source of his confidence, Tang Shuang could only nod in agreement. All right, but should anything go awry, your life must come first. With that, she wasted no time, approaching the bed where Tang Hong lay. Plucking 3 strands of her hair and handing them to Jiang Chu, she then inscribed Tang Hong's birth date on the prepared paper. Jiang Chu followed suit, though he hesitated slightly over which date to write. His birth date or the day he transformed into the purple-robed corpse king. To be safe, he inscribed both. The paper was affixed to the scarecrow's forehead, positioned accordingly. Jiang Chu then pulled up a chair and sat beside Tang Hong. You two should step outside for a moment. Come back in a few minutes, he instructed Tang Shuang, and Yi Lian to be careful. Tang Shuang cautioned before gently closing the hospital room door behind her and stepping out for a brief moment. The room was left with only Jiang Chu and Tang Hong. Jiang Chu gazed at the strands of Tang Hong's hair in his hand and grinned. Let me see just how formidable the 7 nails and 7 arrows truly are. With that, he waved his hand, allowing Tang Hong's hair to gently drift onto the scarecrow's forehead. Swish. Almost simultaneously, the previously smooth surface of the scarecrow began to manifest indentations, as though it had been pierced by nails. Jiang Chu scratched his own hair, sending 3 strands flying forth. A wisp of deathly energy exploded from his fingertips. The strands instantly intertwined, connecting him to Tang Hong. The 2 scarecrows appeared to merge in an instant. In the next moment, the scene within Jiang Chu's eyes shifted. Before him, 6 arrows radiating a dense, dark aura pierced through his body at a lightning speed. These arrows did not harm his physical form. Instead, they sought to penetrate his very soul. But then, crack, crack, a series of 6 crisp sounds echoed in Jiang Chu's mind, as if the arrows had struck against a 1,000-year-old mystical iron. The arrowheads shattered instantly. Huh? What is this? The arrows exploded. Such an unexpected turn of events was beyond Jiang Chu's anticipation. He knew his destiny was formidable, but surely it didn't need to be that overwhelming. If the entity on the other side were to be frightened away before the final arrow struck, who would guide him in pursuit? Jiang Chu sighed in exasperation. What 7 nails and 7 arrows? This quality is abysmal. Jiang Chu, are you ready? Tang Shuang sensed something amiss from outside. Come in. Click. The door opened, and Tang Shuang hurriedly entered. Upon seeing Jiang Chu unchanged, she sighed in relief. So was it successful? Half successful, Jiang Chu replied, somewhat exasperated. What do you mean? I did indeed swap lives with your aunt, but it seems the 7 nails and 7 arrows have been thoroughly ruined. Chapter 49. The Purple Robe Manifestation. All Ghosts Retreat. A great opportunity. Meanwhile, in Jiangbei, within a secluded manor. Mr. Wu Mo, rest assured, as long as I can eliminate that wretched Tang Hong tonight, I will swiftly seize all her shares. From then on, everything in the group will be at my command. The rewards you seek, along with that item, I will present to you with both hands. A middle-aged man was speaking ingratiatingly to a distant elder dressed in traditional Chinese attire, attended by 3 young women in revealing outfits. The middle-aged man's eyes glinted with greed as he gazed at the exquisitely beautiful young women. The elder in traditional attire was none other than the man who had appeared on the rooftop of the Crescent Moon building. Wu Mo nodded expressionlessly. Rest assured, once she is struck by my 7 nails and 7 arrows, her death is guaranteed. Tomorrow, you can send your daughter to serve me. If she pleases me, you will surely reap the benefits. Yes, yes, for her to serve you is undoubtedly her good fortune from her past life. The middle-aged man smiled obsequiously. All right, you may leave, that I shall not disturb your rest any longer. With that, the middle-aged man carefully exited the room. Turning to leave. Master, he just looked at us with ill intentions. Should we eliminate him? One of the young women, serving him, softly inquired, a hint of black markings appearing on her skin, accompanied by a dark aura. Resembling a spider, Wu Mo shot her a glare. Put that away. Do you not know that I detest any impurities on women? The young woman shivered, hastily reverting to her original form. Forgive me, master, forgive me. Wu Mo waved his hand in disgust. Let us end it here for today. You all go and find sustenance. Those from the Yellow Springs Bureau are watching closely. Remember to keep a low profile. Yes, master, rest assured. Those offerings come willingly. There will be no tales that once all the women had departed. Wu Mo swiftly approached a wall in the room. He pressed a mechanism, and the wall creaked open, revealing a dark chamber. This chamber spanned over 100 square meters, and before him were several young women, scantily clad and imprisoned. Upon seeing Wu Mo enter, they trembled in fear, revealing expressions of terror. However, Wu Mo ignored them entirely, striding towards the center of the chamber. There, a massive blood pool lay, and within it, a vague ghostly figure roared incessantly, emanating a terrifying aura that in the blood pool, numerous female corpses writhed, while several centipede-scorpion hybrids crawled among the bones. Although these entities appeared chaotic, a closer examination would reveal a layer of special runes inscribed upon them. These runes interconnected to form the image of a blood-red door. The entities within the blood pool resembled sacrificial offerings. At this moment, the blood-red door seemed to show signs of opening. A chilling aura permeated the air. Observing this, Wu Mo's face broke into a cold smile. The pure heart-bald donkey and the mysterious bull-nose truly believe that I am here in this manner merely for pleasure. This is a passage that connects to a pit of corpses and a spirit confinement. As soon as I can open this confinement, all the spirits here will heed my command. At that time, any opportunities that arise from the wasteland mountain will belong solely to me. However, just as he finished speaking, bang, a sudden explosion resonated from deep within the chamber. Wu Mo's expression froze, and as he regained his composure, his face shifted dramatically. His gaze turned towards the source of the sound, where an altar lay, adorned with 2 oil lamps, a small bow made of mulberry wood engraved with intricate runes, and a black glowing peach branch arrow resting on the bowstring that in front of these items stood a scarecrow, which had been pierced by 6 arrows. Yet at this moment, those 6 arrows inexplicably exploded, disintegrating into dust and scattering across the ground. Upon witnessing this, Wu Mo's eyes widened in disbelief. What is happening? He originally hailed from the land of Xiang as a craftsman, yet he was no ordinary artisan. He belonged to a lineage of artisans steeped in the traditions of the 3 teachings and 9 schools. It is said that his ancestors once followed the legendary ancestor of all craftsmen, Liu Ban, and learned a great deal of the techniques from the lower volume of Liu Ban's writings. Although many of these techniques have been lost to time, the nail-headed 7 arrows technique remains the cornerstone of their lineage, unwavering for thousands of years. Especially now, with the resurgence of demons, his mastery of this technique has grown immensely powerful. He has even used the nail-headed 7 arrows to pin down a peak cultivator at the Golden Elixir stage. However, he was later pursued by the forces behind that cultivator and joined the Abyss, where he practiced numerous dark arts. Nevertheless, his most formidable skill has always been the nail-headed 7 arrows. With this technique, even in the Abyss, he holds a certain status. He has never missed a target and has even received accolades from a king-level figure, who claimed that his current nail-headed 7 arrows could potentially withstand even the 5th-tier cultivators of the Sea of Spirits. But now, how could the arrows he shot suddenly explode for no reason? This was an unprecedented occurrence. With a flicker, Wu Mo appeared next to the altar, forming a spell with his hands and chanting incantations. Suddenly, he pointed at the broken peach branch arrow. Condense. A beam of ghostly light shot forth. landing on the shattered arrow. Upon contact, the ghostly light erupted. Wu Mo's face turned pale, and his body swayed slightly. This is backlash. His eyes widened in shock. The appearance of backlash signifies that his nail-headed 7 arrows have truly been broken. I refuse to believe it. A fierce glint flickered in Wu Mo's eyes. How could an ordinary person possibly withstand my suppression technique? He seized the small bough from the altar and grasped the last peach branch arrow tightly. Biting his middle finger, he smeared his blood onto the arrowhead. He then respectfully bowed 3 times to the straw man positioned in the center. Drawing the bow like a full moon, 6 arrows have already been released. I will not waver. Under this 7th arrow, I will surely claim your life. Chapter 50. The Supreme Fate. How dare a mere mortal challenge the heavens? Settle. Whoosh, he released the bowstring. The peach branch arrow transformed into a streak of light, racing toward the straw man's heart at a speed so swift it was almost imperceptible. The heart is a vital point. Even without the previous 6 arrows, merely striking the chest is sufficient to pin an ordinary person down. And now, with his blood smeared on the arrowhead, against a typical individual, even a peak 4th-tier cultivator, he is confident he could severely injure them. The nail-headed 7 arrows target the very essence of life. No matter how powerful an existence may be, it cannot contend with the nail-headed 7 arrows technique. However, at the moment the 7th arrow pierced the straw man's chest, a buzzing sound suddenly resonated in Wu Mo's ears. His vision blurred in an instant, as if he were being drawn into an illusion. The next moment, what was once an ordinary straw man transformed before his eyes, gradually morphing into a figure clad in a crimson robe. Yet behind this figure, a terrifying phantom rose, draped in a purple robe adorned with twin dragons, wearing a mask of imperial coins that in an instant. This phantom seemed to occupy the entire void, with the heavens and stars swirling around it. Fear, an overwhelming dread surged from Wu Mo's heart. The hairs on his body stood on end. The peach branch arrow, unerringly, struck the chest of the purple-robed figure. It was as futile as an ant trying to shake the heavens. Unsurprisingly, it shattered once again with a thunderous explosion. Poof! Wu Mo spat out a mouthful of blood, collapsing to the ground. Yet he paid no heed to his injuries, gasping for breath as cold sweat dripped from his forehead. A life exchange. His lips trembled, recognizing this method. But what on earth is the entity that exchanged lives with her? A king? No. Even a king cannot possess such a terrifying aura of fate. He remained dazed for several seconds before finally reacting. I cannot continue this. Although I am uncertain if he has sensed my presence, that being is definitely not one I can provoke. With a swift motion, he shattered the altar before him, spitting out another mouthful of blood. His vitality significantly waning. Forcibly interrupting the nail-headed 7 arrows technique is arduous even for him. That I must first recover my strength. The blood sacrifice must proceed more swiftly. I need to thoroughly connect the spirit restraining earth. Wu Mo's gaze fell upon the trembling young women, clutching their chests as he slowly approached them. In the sanatorium, Jiang Chu, who was conversing with Tang Shuang, suddenly closed his eyes. That a flicker of fierce light manifested from his body. Upon witnessing this, Tang Shuang and Yi Lian immediately fell silent. They both saw the void tremble momentarily. An arrow shot towards Jiang Chu's heart, imbued with a sinister, obscure aura. It was the 7th arrow of the nail-headed 7 arrows technique. Realizing what it was, Tang Shuang immediately understood. Each arrow of the nail-headed 7 arrows technique grows in power, with the final arrow known as the Yama seal. Those struck by the nail-headed 7 arrows never live to tell the tale. She anxiously glanced at Jiang Chu, only to see that the arrow, with a soft thud, had not even approached before it disintegrated into dust, vanishing from sight. Huh. Tang Lian's mouth fell agape, her eyes narrowing. No, this. The end? This truly is the divine ability that even celestial saints utilize. How could it be less potent than a mosquito bite? At the moment the arrow exploded, Jiang Chu suddenly opened his eyes. Grasping the remnants of the shattered arrow, he took a look, sensing a familiar aura, reminiscent of the ghostly object Lu Ming had summoned. Could it be the master Lu Ming spoke of? A smile crept across his lips. What a twist of fate to encounter him here. Jiang Chu, what are you saying? Tang Shuang's voice rang in Jiang Chu's ears. Jiang Chu shook his head, rising from his seat. I have already blocked the 7th arrow of the nail-headed 7 arrows for your aunt. Now that the 7 arrows have passed, I must take my leave. Upon hearing Jiang Chu's words, Tang Shuang was taken aback, then quickly realized. Jiang Chu, that you don't mean to go to that person's lair, do you? Jiang Chu nodded. Indeed, I have a personal grudge with him. Having already slain his disciple, encountering the master now demands a clean resolution. Otherwise, waiting for him to seek revenge would be quite troublesome. I might as well do him a favor, die in this society. There are few zombies as warm-hearted as myself. I will accompany you. Tang Shuang added hastily. Even if I cannot assist, I will not hinder you. Moreover, I want to discover who is behind the plot against my aunt, and with someone from the Underworld Bureau like me, it will ease your task. Hearing this, Jiang Chu pondered briefly before nodding. That is indeed the case. After all, Tang Shuang is an official, and having her present would prevent any potential troubles after dealing with that old fool. From his earlier brief perception, it seemed there were indeed living individuals around Wu Mo. Besides, this is certainly a matter for Tang Shuang's family. They pay, and the benefactor can go wherever they wished. It has no bearing on me. Let us depart. That a wisp of ghostly light emanated from his hand, merging into the previously broken peach branch arrow. His gaze pierced through the arrow, sensing a location. The Underworld Bureau's vehicle departed the sanatorium. Tang Shuang drove along the route Jiang Chu provided, her face displaying a hint of shock. Jiang Chu, are you suggesting that this time the mastermind may be from the Abyss? The Abyss organization is well known to the Underworld Bureau, as each branch of the Underworld Bureau receives detailed information about the Abyss upon joining. Jiang Chu nodded. There is an 80 to 90% chance. Then it can be considered almost confirmed. Tang Shuang frowned. If it is indeed the Abyss, should I call in more people? That is unnecessary. I will handle it. He won't escape. Jiang Chu replied nonchalantly. With his current strength, unless facing a top-tier 5th-level existence, even an average 5th-level expert would certainly not leave alive from his grasp. If it is truly a peak 5th level, not even the entire Jiangbei Underworld Bureau could manage it unless it were that Yang Jian, who might stand a chance. Chapter 51. The King of the Abyss. Welcoming the resurrection of the Red Moon. There is neither righteousness nor evil in the law. Humanity possesses both good and evil. Upon hearing Jiang Chu's words, Tang Shuang opened her mouth, but recalling Jiang Chu's demeanor when facing the nail-headed 7 arrows earlier, she understood the young man's strength that might indeed be as formidable as he claimed. By the way, what exactly is the Abyss organization, and why does its mention cause such tension within your Underworld Bureau? Jiang Chu finally asked out of curiosity. Initially, he had thought it was merely some nefarious cult. However, from Yang Jian's attitude towards the Abyss to Tang Shuang's demeanor, it became evident that the Abyss was no ordinary entity. After all, common evildoers would not provoke the Underworld Bureau to the extent of being directly exterminated without inquiry, nor would they call for an immediate siege. It is important to note that the Underworld Bureau, as a governmental organization, wields immense power in the Great It would be impossible for any common organization to threaten such a colossus. Don't you know? Tang Shuang was taken aback, not expecting Jiang Chu to pose such a question. However, she quickly gathered her composure, her expression growing serious. Inyun is merely a collective term. To be precise, the full name of this organization is the Inyun Alliance. Alliance? Jiang Chu raised an eyebrow, realizing that an entity referred to as an alliance could not simply be a singular force. The Inyun spans the globe. It can be said that wherever there are practitioners, there are members of Inyun. In our Great Xia, they are also referred to as the heretical sects. Of course, different countries have their own terminologies. In the West, they are labeled as heretics. The terms heretical sects and deviant paths are not synonymous. Deviant paths refer to those routes outside the orthodox, while heretical sects are undoubtedly the antagonists. Our Great Xia, vast and abundant, boasts numerous practitioners. Thus, the influence of Inyun within our realm is substantial. According to our investigations over the years, the hierarchy among them is quite stringent, with the highest rank being that of the monarch, and there is more than one. Following that are the lords, below which are categorized the Inyun envoys, ranked from 1 to 6, with 5 being the highest and 1 the lowest. The Lu Ming you defeated last time was a 2nd level Inyun envoy. Lu Ming was only a 2nd level. This revelation surprised Jiang Chu. Although Lu Ming's abilities were quite lacking, he had reached the threshold of the 3rd stage. Think he was merely at the bottom tier within Inyun. It seems that Yun is indeed stronger than he had imagined. This alone should be enough to instill fear in the Huang Quan Bureau, right? Tang Shuang shook her head that it's not that simple. If it were merely the heretical sects of Great Xia, we would have eradicated them countless times over. However, they are called the In-Yun Alliance precisely because these individuals function as a cohesive unit. They lurk in the shadows, wreaking havoc across different nations, yet they share a common goal: to welcome the resurgence of the Red Moon. Naturally, I am unaware of the specifics regarding this resurgence, as it is beyond my reach. It is precisely because of this shared objective that the In-Yun worldwide operates as one. If any faction were to face a large-scale assault, it would provoke a united counterattack from nearly all their monarchs. In truth, even so, our great Xia does not fear them in the slightest. When it comes to top-tier combat strength, the foundation of our great Xia is undeniably formidable. We rank at least among the top 3, if not first. However, our greatest concern lies in the fact that In-Yun members hide too deeply. Many esteemed sects have individuals who have secretly joined In-Yun. After all, the law knows no right or wrong, and people possess both good and evil. Everyone harbors a dark side, and no one can truly probe the depths of another's heart. Thus, to avoid causing turmoil within Great Xia, and to better cope with the calamities brought forth by the resurgence of the Red Moon, we have refrained from taking action. However, there are regulations in place. If we encounter any members of In-Yun, there is no need to report them, and they may be killed on sight. Upon hearing all this, Jiang Chu finally understood. Welcomed the resurgence of the Red Moon. They truly are a bunch of lunatics. Jiang Chu shook his head. The resurgence of the Red Moon is the very cause of the current world's anomalies. And it is from this that those evil spirits arise. Common folk struggle to evade it, yet they actively embrace it. No wonder they have become the target of universal disdain. An hour later, Tang Shuang's vehicle gradually came to a halt beside a grove in the eastern outskirts of Zhongbei City. Ahead, one could only see the dense forest at the foot of the mountain. Under the light of the Red Moon, the forest appeared tranquil yet eerie, shrouded in a thin veil of mist, accompanied by the sounds of chirping insects and birds. As the wind rustled through, it produced a whispering sound. Is this the location, Jiang Chu? Tang Shuang exited the vehicle, her expression grave. She could sense the heavy energy permeating the forest. Not quite. We still need to traverse through this grove. Jiang Chu shook his head. The special sensitivity of the Ding Tu Chi Ju Shu was already quite pronounced here, but it was still not the final destination. Vehicles could no longer proceed, and they could only advance on foot. Tang Shuang nodded, retrieving a broad blade from the trunk. The knife measured over 1 meter in length, larger and wider than an ordinary blade in comparison to Tang Shuang's slender figure. The contrast was striking. Is this Mo Dao? Jiang Chu inquired, astonished. Tang Shuang nodded with a smile. Indeed, my ancestors were renowned generals of the Li Tang dynasty. The techniques of the Mo Dao are a family heirloom. This blade was also passed down by my forebears, and after my cultivation, it is easier to cut through spirits than to cut through flesh. Impressive. I have gained new insights regarding such a martial lineage. However, on the Mo Dao, Jiang Chu could indeed sense a potent aura of malevolence. This malevolence was not ordinary. It was a military malevolence. A faint layer of fortune seemed to hang over it. This fortune could absorb the bleakness of the malevolence, leaving only the purest essence of murderous intent. Typically, such a phenomenon could only coalesce on the battlefield, for this fortune signifies the fate of a nation. However, the Li Tang dynasty has long fallen, and its national fortune has transformed into ordinary luck. Yet even so, the malevolence residing within this Mo Dao is a natural bane to evil spirits, rivaling that of a high-grade magical artifact. Let us proceed. Jiang Chu cast a glance and withdrew his gaze. Stepping into the dense forest, upon his person, a faint red shadow began to materialize, that of the wedding dress scholar he had previously contained. Anything he contained could be harnessed for his purposes. Although this scholar's manifestation was limited, it sufficed. Jiang Chu merely utilized her image to conceal his own corpse aura. The presence of the fourth stage expanded. Upon sensing Jiang Chu's arrival, the entities within the grove swiftly retreated, their faces etched with fear. Chapter 52. Reincarnation and Rebirth. Those I have slain are not worthy of rebirth. Jiang Chu, there are so many spirits here. And look, their forms do not seem to belong to modern times, but rather, they appear to have died long ago. Logically, these souls should have already undergone reincarnation. Yet, they gather here in great numbers. This place must harbor some peculiarities. Tang Shuang observed the conditions deep within the grove, growing increasingly cautious. Something strange is afoot. This is true for both humans and spirits. Indeed, there seems to be an issue. In contrast to Tang Shuang, Jiang Chu was able to perceive even more. He could faintly sense that something was concealed deep within the grove, but it was shrouded from view. Not only that, but the entire forest appeared to be affected, resulting in the congregation of numerous ghostly entities. After proceeding for several more minutes, the two finally reached the end of the grove. From their vantage point, a small estate appeared at the foot of the mountain, not far ahead. The estate was decorated in a remarkably modern style, yet it was shrouded in darkness, devoid of any light. "This is it," Jiang Chu stated coolly. Tang Shuang furrowed her brow, pulling out a specially crafted map. "Strange, there is nothing particularly unusual here. Why would the vermin of an Yun construct a manor in this location? Why ponder so much? We will find out once we enter." Jiang Chu seemed unconcerned, stepping directly to the entrance of the estate. As they drew nearer, a strong scent of blood assaulted them, and they could also hear what seemed to be sounds of chewing emanating from within the estate. "Jiang Chu, let us scale the wall. We shouldn't alert whatever is inside," Tang Shuang suggested, preparing to move. Jiang Chu shook his head. "No need. We have come this far. Can they really escape?" With that, he delivered a powerful kick to the iron gate of the estate. Boom! With a resounding crash, the massive door was forcefully blown apart, the echoing sound reverberating through the night. The previous sounds of chewing abruptly ceased, and the estate fell into an eerie silence. Tang Shuang's lips twitched. Is this fellow truly that reckless? Deep within the estate, in a hidden chamber, the tremendous noise captured the attention of Wu Moat. This moment, 3 young female corpses lay at his feet, their mouths stained with fresh blood. "Someone has entered?" Wu Mo furrowed his brow, a sense of foreboding creeping in. Could it be that creature from before? He still felt a lingering dread from the entity he had previously trapped with the Ding Tu Chi Ju Shu. However, he quickly steeled himself. Never mind. Even if it is that creature, what of it? Its life force is strong, but it cannot possibly surpass the 5th stage. Just grant me a bit more time to open the passage to the lingering spirit realm, and I shall have no fear of it. Moreover, should I manage to subdue it, perhaps it would present an immense opportunity for me. Wu Mo's expression turned icy once more. Fortune favors the bold. I shall test the waters first. He fished out a jade-green flute from his pocket, raising it to his lips and gently playing that a peculiar melody transformed into black runes, dissipating into the air. After completing this, Wu Mo sat cross-legged beside the blood pool. The pool began to churn, the central portal becoming increasingly visible at a discernible speed. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the system task successfully. Upon task completion, rewards can be obtained. 50 years of Corpse Chi. Corpse Technique Lottery Pack 1. The familiar voice of the system echoed in Jiang Chu's mind. A lottery pack for corpse techniques. Jiang Chu's eyes brightened. This is indeed a valuable item. He retracted his thoughts and gazed toward the interior of the estate. The entire manor was not excessively large, yet it was certainly not small either. As they ventured deeper, the stench of blood grew ever more potent. Damn! How many lives have these Yun scum taken to generate such a thick aroma of blood? Tang Shuang, gripping the Mo Dao in her hand, felt a surge of agitation. He must not be an ordinary practitioner. Jiang Chu suddenly spoke up. Tang Shuang was taken aback. What do you mean? Jiang Chu gestured towards a cluster of mansions not far from them. Within those structures, there were indeed objects, and their quantity was not insubstantial. However, none of them were living beings. Soon as Jiang Chu's words fell, a sudden crash echoed. Indeed, those rooms were alive with movement. All the doors swung open in an instant, and from the darkness emerged pairs of blood-red eyes, glimmering like lanterns, fixating on Jiang Chu and his companion. What are those things? Tang Shuang's expression shifted dramatically. Her grip on the knife transitioned from one hand to two. That moment, the figures finally materialized. Upon witnessing these forms, Tang Shuang's eyes widened in shock. In the moonlight stood the silhouettes of young girls. Yet they could no longer be classified as human. They crawled on all fours, exhibiting various mutations. Some bore scorpion-like tails, while others had elongated legs sprouting from their abdomens, resembling spiders. Saliva dripped from their mouths as they gazed hungrily at Jiang Chu and Tang Shuang. Goo magic. Tang Shuang recognized the origin of these monstrosities. Her already icy demeanor grew even more terrifying. This beast has actually employed human goo. Human goo? At the mention of this term, Jiang Chu's realization dawned upon him. Human goo is a peculiar technique originating from the Xiang region. The three most renowned elements from Xiang are corpse-driving, goo insects, and the women of Luohua Cave. As the name suggests, human goo involves implanting goo insects within the bodies of other beings. And humans can indeed serve as vessels. This practice is a taboo among all practitioners in Xiang, as utilizing human goo is tantamount to murder, one of the most cruel methods imaginable. The goo insects would consume the internal organs of the host, ultimately supplanting them entirely, able to assume human form during ordinary times and revealing their true nature when feeding. Clearly, the individual from the abyss is a goo master from Xiang. Suddenly, a peculiar melody resonated. This isn't good. This is the means to control these goo beings. They are about to attack. As the warning escaped her lips, hissing sounds erupted from the once observing girls, their auras turning savage as they lunged toward Jiang Chu and Tang Xuan. Surrounding Tang Xuan, a surge of primordial energy erupted, enveloping her knife in a layer of milky white light. The frail girl seemed to transform into a fierce warrior. She leaped aside, narrowly dodging a scorpion tail aimed at her, and swung her knife at the nearest goo creature. The anticipated sound of blade meeting flesh did not ensue. Instead, a clash of metal rang out. Nevertheless, Tang Xuan's knife did repel the goo creature. Such formidable flesh! Jiang Chu, be cautious. They are no ordinary goo beings. These creatures possess a high level of goo. Tang Xuan couldn't help but warn Jiang Chu. However, as soon as she finished speaking, a deafening explosion echoed nearby. Tang Xuan froze, turning to see two piles of mangled flesh that had materialized in front of Jiang Chu. His figure flickered again, appearing before another spider goo creature. Without any embellishments, he delivered a punch straight to the creature's head. The spider goo sensed the impending danger and shot out a web from its rear, the strands as strong as steel, laced with a greenish liquid that screamed poison. With a resounding crash, the goo creature that had seemed indomitable moments ago exploded under Jiang Chu's punch, its head bursting apart, and Jiang Chu seized the web, which began to corrode his sleeve. Yet, on his arm, the poison dissolved as if ice meeting fire. Instantly neutralized, with a slight exertion of his hand, the web tore apart like tattered cloth. Chapter 53. A snap of the fingers to annihilate a family. All goo kneel in submission. You've met your misfortune. Jiang Chu frowned at the corrosive damage to his sleeve. Damn it. A bunch of worthless things have ruined my clothes. These were bought at a high-end store for hundreds. A glimmer of crimson flashed in his eyes as he released a trace of the king of corpses aura. Boom! In an instant, this aura swept through the surroundings. Those goo creatures, who had just moments before appeared ferocious, now regarded this aura with clarity, as if confronted by a terrifying nemesis, and all instantly prostrated themselves. Trembling uncontrollably, lacking even the strength to resist, Jiang Chu, however, showed no mercy. With each flicker of his figure, a goo creature was obliterated with every punch. Within mere breaths, all the goo insects had been eradicated, leaving only puddles of mangled flesh on the ground. Host has killed goo beings X-17, gaining corpse energy points 3,800. The system's notification chimed in Jiang Chu's mind, as expected. 3,800 corpse energy points. Quite the bounty. Consider it compensation for my clothing. Beside him, Tang Xuan's eyes widened in disbelief. She understood Jiang Chu's strength. After all, he was a fourth-tier ghost master. Yet this was absurdly powerful. He had not even employed the strength of the vengeful spirits and had effortlessly shattered those goo beings. Moreover, those goo had ultimately not dared to resist. They allowed themselves to be slaughtered. One would not even witness such obedience from a father. It was utterly incomprehensible. Yet Jiang Chu paid it no mind. These goo beings were likely merely a test. His gaze shifted deeper into the manner that in that brief moment, he sensed a peculiar force beginning to spread from within, a terrifying energy akin to that which lingered in the forest before the ceiling. It seemed that the old wretch was reluctant to leave precisely because he coveted this place. Had I not arrived, he might have truly succeeded. What a stroke of bad luck for him. Jiang Chu remarked to Tang Xuan. Let us proceed further. Tang Xuan nodded eagerly, sheathing her knife upon her shoulder as they hastened deeper into the manor. Along the way, they observed several parked vehicles, indicating that many had entered this place. Jiang Chu, that ahead should be the core of this manor. but I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss after walking for 6 or 7 minutes. Tang Shuang pointed to a 2-story building shrouded in darkness. This building was expansive, covering at least 1,000 square meters. Upon reaching this point, Tang Shuang too sensed an unusual aura. Although they could visually perceive the structure, it felt as though it existed in an entirely different dimension, instilling her with an inexplicable dread, an unprecedented wariness of this place. Should we pause? I sense great danger here. Tang Shuang expressed her thoughts. In contrast, Jiang Chu was unfazed, and no matter the location, it could hardly pose a threat to his life. After all, he was undying and unkillable. Being a bit reckless seems reasonable, does it not? If you're afraid, just wait here while I go in and cleanse this place. You can come to see afterward. With that, Jiang Chu strode boldly into the building. Watching his retreating figure, Tang Shuang stamped her foot. Reckless fool, she hurriedly followed suit, in the secret chamber. Upon their entrance, Wu Mo had already sensed their arrival. So soon, Wu Mo's expression darkened. The portal within the blood pool before him had already manifested significantly. Yet a portion remained shrouded. He needed to stall them for a bit longer. Wu Mo's gaze flickered as he retrieved the flute he had previously taken out, with a forceful clap of his hands. He shattered it into powder and scattered it into the blood pool. The already roiling blood pool bubbled as if heated oil had been added, with large bubbles rising incessantly as the bubbles burst. Poisonous goo insects began to emerge at Wu Mo, then struck his chest with a palm. Puffed. A large spurt of blood erupted from his mouth. However, before the blood could touch the ground, it was absorbed. As a small insect with tiny pincers and wings sprouted from the blood, no larger than a fingernail. This creature was grotesque and hideous, resembling a corpse beetle, but it bore 4 glowing patterns on its body. After absorbing Wu Mo's blood, it suddenly opened its eyes and emitted a shriek incongruent with its size, releasing a terrifying aura. Upon hearing this cry, the goo insects emerging from the blood pool all prostrated themselves as if in the presence of a king. This was Wu Mo's life goo. As a goo master, he would choose a goo insect from childhood to cultivate as his life gu. It could be said that the majority of a goo master's power derives from this life goo. As the life goo took flight, Wu Mo's complexion paled slightly, yet he commanded, "Go. Eliminate all living beings that enter here." With Wu Mo's decree, his life goo flapped its wings, and a thick mist began to rise. Any bones or vegetation touched by the mist withered instantly. The goo insects surged forth from the chamber, rushing toward the exit. This moment, Jiang Chu was swiftly traversing the grand hall of the 2-story building. His gaze surveyed the area, while Tang Shuang continually glanced around. Jiang Chu, why does this place feel like an enormous grave? She sensed something and whispered to Jiang Chu. Jiang Chu nodded, having also discerned the peculiarities of the location. Although obscured by the building, the layout here exhibited little change. Just then, unbeknownst to those surrounding, a faint mist began to manifest. It mingled with the breath that entered the nostrils. This is bad. It is. It is a poisonous miasma. The moment Tang Shuang came into contact with this mist, she reacted swiftly, releasing her vital energy to envelop herself. Sizzle, sizzle. Within the toxic haze, the sound of scuttling became apparent. And the numbers were overwhelming. In an instant, they converged from all directions towards Jiang Chu and Tang Shuang. More cursed insects. Just hearing the sound, Tang Shuang already knew what was approaching. To accompany us. Our demise will be most tragic. That moment, a mournful and piercing voice echoed through the miasma. Following that, 3 figures stained with blood materialized. Yet, upon closer inspection, it was clear that these were not mere humans. Rather, they were a mass of cursed insects amalgamated into human forms. Chapter 54. The Zombie King conquers the abyss. The 18 layers of hell are unleashed. With a gaping mouth, the figure was filled with a writhing mass of cursed insects. For those with a fear of clusters, a mere glance would likely induce terror. 3 transformation cursed insects. Furthermore, they were equivalent to late-stage practitioners of the 3rd tier. Such a technique could only be wielded by masters among the cursed insect practitioners. Tang Shuang's complexion changed drastically at the sight of these insect-like figures. These entities were far superior to those they had encountered previously. Late-stage 3rd tier. Even in a one-on-one confrontation, she might not prevail. He intends to delay us, buying himself some time. Jiang Chu had already discerned the ulterior motives of that old fiend from the abyss. Tang Shuang was taken aback. but she quickly grasped the situation. Taking a deep breath, she gripped her weapon tightly. Jiang Chu, I will hold one back for you. Act swiftly. Jiang Chu shook his head, a glint of lethal intent flickering in his eyes. There is no need. These creatures cannot hinder me. Tang Beauty, step back a bit. Tang Shuang was momentarily stunned. Before she could react, Jiang Chu had already surged forward, charging towards the three insect-like figures. His palm transformed into the visage of the Zombie King. Striking down at one of the cursed insects, boom, with a single punch, that insect, comparable to a late-stage third tier, was obliterated. Tang Shuang's eyes widened. Another punch. Damn, this GUY.IS he truly a necromancer. Whose necromancer possesses such formidable strength? Could it be that the bright in red ghost that also enhances physical prowess? In the span of mere seconds, Jiang Chu unleashed two more punches. The three insect-shaped figures exploded in response. However, Jiang Chu raised an eyebrow, for the shattered forms did not perish. Instead, they transformed into countless cursed insects to eye in the blink of an eye. They reformed, and this time, an astonishing six emerged. Such an ability? Jiang Chu was taken aback. With such a peculiar method, even an average fourth-tier practitioner would find it difficult to contend with these six entities. Moreover, this was merely the first instance of division. Who knows how many times these creatures can split? If they were to split 2 or 3 more times, even a fourth-tier chi condensation cultivator would meet their end here. Of course, while such tactics might work against others, Jiang Chu had no intention of employing any extravagant measures. A flash of light danced across his wrist, and in an instant, the Zombie King's hammer appeared in his grasp. Jiang Chu's figure moved once more that he held the Zombie King's hammer with one hand, a surge of corpse energy erupting, endowing the hammer with fourth-tier power. The skeletal hammer descended. Death. The 6 insect-formed figures had no reaction at all. Utterly crushed, and the cursed insects were reduced to a puddle of blood. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Within those cursed insect figures, a tremor suddenly arose. Jiang Chu was momentarily stunned. He beheld a creature resembling a corpse beetle. Its wings vibrating incessantly. As it flapped its wings, a peculiar force emanated from it. Those cursed insects that had already exploded began to regenerate at an astonishing speed. The innate cursed insect. A 4-transformation innate cursed insect. This fellow that actually brought forth its own innate cursed insect. Tang Shuang gasped. The innate cursed insect is fundamental to a cursed insect practitioner and is not easily revealed. Once the innate cursed insect is damaged or slain, the practitioner may survive, but they would be left crippled that a 4-transformation innate cursed insect. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chu raised an eyebrow. The hierarchy of cursed insects is akin to that of practitioners, spanning from 1 to 7 transformations. A 4-transformation insect corresponds to a 4th-tier practitioner. No wonder it was so resilient. It turns out this little thing is the source of the trouble. A smile crept across Jiang Chu's face. If he could pinpoint the source, resolving the issue would be straightforward. Allow me to deliver another hammer strike. This time, Jiang Chu held nothing back. Conquer the abyss. The innate skill of the Zombie King's hammer was activated in an instant. A terrifying scene manifested along the hammer's surface. Layers of hellish gates swung open. Yet these portals were suppressed by a colossal hammer. It seemed as though this hammer possessed the power to guard the 18 layers of hell. It descended directly upon the 4-transformation innate cursed insect. The insect, which had been fervently flapping its wings, suddenly sensed the presence of the Zombie King's hammer. Its entire body froze momentarily, but then hissing sounds erupted. A raspy cry emerged from the innate cursed insect's mouth. Surrounding it, 4 luminous rings began to flicker, unleashing 4 radiant shields, a terrifying aura released in an attempt to block Jiang Chu's strike. Yet, evidently, the power of the Zombie King's hammer exceeded its expectations. Coupled with the activation of the Conquer the Abyss skill, in mere moments, those 4 shields were torn apart. Boom! The Zombie King's hammer crashed down upon the 4-transformation innate cursed insect. The ground erupted with a resounding explosion. The terrifying force caused the entire building to tremble. The 4-transformation innate cursed insect was utterly pulverized. An invisible ethereal shadow melded into the copper coin upon Jiang Chu's wrist. Host slays a 4-transformation corpse beetle cursed insect, gaining corpse energy points 800. The system notification echoed once again in Jiang Chu's mind. He glanced at his status panel. Name: Jiang Chu. Identity: Purple Robed Zombie King. Unique: Zombie level 4th tier hairy zombie. evolution level. 59% treasures. Corpse purple garment robe. Corpse 5 Emperor golden coins. Zombie Kings conquer the abyss hammer. Innate skills. Zombie King ascension. First calamity. Corpse manipulation. Beginner. Corpse techniques. Control corpse technique. LV3 minor mastery. Corpse spirit binding and commanding. LV3 minor mastery. Corpse pseudo tsunami. LV3. Corpse energy points. 6,300. Available for purchase in the system shop. In a brief moment, the corpse energy points surged to 6,003. Jiang Chu was quite satisfied. With the demise of that innate cursed insect, the previously coalesced blood insects seemed to lose all vitality, sinking back into silence. Jiang Chu. Tang Shuang hastened towards Jiang Chu, her gaze fixed in one direction. Laced with apprehension, Jiang Chu, regaining his composure, followed her line of sight. It led to a room deep within the second floor of the small building. This moment, layers of black mist were billowing from within that room. Carrying a damp, murky, and decaying scent, the entire room began to fade, as if it were about to vanish from this world entirely. Simultaneously, a pulsating aura materialized. Let us go. Without a second thought, Jiang Chu swiftly approached the room. In a matter of steps, he arrived at the door, kicking it open with a resounding crash. Chapter 55. The Underworld's Dark Deity Falls. The tomb that buries the divine. However, upon reaching this point, Jiang Chu did not halt his momentum, but instead approached a wall within the room. And this hidden chamber must surely be the lair of that old fiend from the abyss. Never mind. Jiang Chu, be cautious. Tang Shuang's expression grew grave as she addressed Jiang Chu. Based on the previous 4 transformation innate cursed insect, their target this time was undoubtedly of 4th tier caliber. Furthermore, he had been willing to unleash his innate cursed insect to obstruct their path. Buying time. It was highly likely that what they were about to confront inside would be even more terrifying than that 4 transformation innate cursed insect. This was entirely beyond her capacity to engage. Were it not for Jiang Chu, that 4 transformation innate cursed insect alone would have sufficed to eliminate her. Thus, she was wise enough to recognize her limitations. Jiang Chu nodded, rest assured. With that, he pushed open the wall concealing the hidden chamber. The torrent of black mist surged forth, enveloping everything in an instant. Step by step, Jiang Chu moved calmly beyond the reach of the black mist. In the next moment, his gaze settled upon a figure. This figure was none other than Wu Mo. Yet at this moment, Wu Mo was continuously spitting blood, his body withered noticeably, and his aura had diminished significantly. Clearly, with the death of his innate cursed insect, he had not perished outright, but had sustained severe injuries. However, Jiang Chu's attention was not on Wu Mo for long. It was drawn to the blood pool beside him. Within that blood pool, a portal had seemingly formed out of thin air. This portal stood in stark contrast to the surrounding environment. Though it merely stood there, it felt as though it belonged to another realm. A putrid, shadowy, and eerie aura emanated from it. Jiang Chu was well acquainted with this aura, as it had manifested throughout the entire small building. Yet here lay its source. Beyond that portal, he could vaguely discern figures. Their expressions rife with madness, repression, and extreme agitation, as if they yearned to break through the portal and enter reality. This is the land of confined spirits. Tang Shuang's pupils constricted upon seeing this portal. Her skin crawling with goosebumps. Even her grip on her weapon became slick with sweat, revealing her palpable fear. The land of confined spirits, also known as the Yin Tomb, an ordinary burial ground where the living are interred, is referred to as a yang grave. In contrast, the Yin grave requires little explanation. It is the resting place of the deceased. It is also the tomb of vengeful spirits. All malevolent entities that enter the realm of trapped souls are utterly unable to escape, condemned to be eternally buried within. In such a place, even specters are driven to madness. The malice, resentment, and ghostly energy they exude far surpass that of ordinary vengeful spirits. Should an unsuspecting mortal inadvertently wander into this haunted ground, their fate would be scarcely better than descending into the deepest abyss of hell. Even cultivators dare not tread here, for the realm of trapped souls admits only and does not allow egress. No one knows how many malevolent entities are concealed within. It is indeed a forbidden zone for the living. However, the formation of such a place is exceedingly rare, and there remains no definitive conclusion about its origin. Some say the realm of trapped souls is a unique domain, where its magnetic field affects vengeful spirits, preventing their escape. Yet, the oldest legend claims that the realm is a result of certain recorded deities in the underworld falling to the mortal realm. Their inherent laws of the netherworld spreading and creating this haunted ground. At that moment, Wu Mo's gaze shifted towards Jiang Chu and his companion. Upon locking eyes with Jiang Chu, his expression abruptly changed. It's you. You were the one who killed that useless Lu Ming. He sensed the remnants of the curse he had bestowed upon Lu Ming emanating from Jiang Chu. A smile crept across Jiang Chu's face as he responded. Indeed, it was I, old man. Surprised, are you? Very well. I did not expect you to deliver yourself right to my doorstep. Wu Mo's eyes glinted with a fierce killing intent. Then let you be the first sacrifice when I open this realm of trapped souls. Wu Mo, you are mad. Do you comprehend the consequences of opening this realm? The vengeful spirits will flood into the mortal world. They lack consciousness. You will perish as well. Tang Shuang admonished coldly. The dangers of the realm of trapped souls are immense. With its malevolent spirits exhibiting terrifying ferocity, driven solely by the urge to kill all living beings in sight. If they were to escape, it would spell disaster for the entire Jiangbei region. Wu Mo, upon hearing her words, curved his lips into a manic smile. The people from the Yellow Springs Bureau, you remain as sanctimonious as ever. Rest assured, since I dare to open this place, I naturally possess the means to control the spirits here. Before Tang Shuang could respond, Wu Mo's palm struck down upon the door at the center of the blood pool. Creak, creak, creak. As Wu Mo's hands descended, the previously sealed portal finally creaked open, emitting a sound that sent chills down the spine. A narrow gap spread open, and in that very instant, a resonating hum engulfed the entire chamber. Not just the chamber, but the entire estate was drawn into another dimension. Jiang Chu distinctly felt the laws of their world vanish, replaced by a realm of gloom, madness, and oppression. This atmosphere was intoxicatingly comfortable, eliciting a soft hum of pleasure from Jiang Chu. Jiang Chu, this is truly dire. A calamity is upon us. You are powerful. You must leave. Depart from this estate. Go alert the Yellow Springs Bureau. This incident is beyond our capacity to handle. We must have them seal this area completely. Or else the consequences of releasing the trapped entities would be unthinkable. Tang Shuang gripped her weapon tightly, resolute in urging Jiang Chu to flee. The likelihood of her surviving this ordeal was far less than that of Jiang Chu. And at this critical juncture, it was imperative to send the one with greater hope of survival away. That I want to leave. Wu Mo's expression twisted further into a snarl. His hands renewed their force, intent on fully opening the portal. Through the gap, countless vengeful spirits, their blood-red eyes wide open, roared in fury, pressing against the door. Some had even squeezed half their forms through. The entire second floor of the small building was now completely severed from reality as the portal slowly opened. The laws of the realm of trapped souls enveloping the real world. None of you will escape. Chapter 56. Jiang Chu's full fury. I've killed quite a few. Do not fear. Wu Mo's icy voice echoed once more. Tang Shuang hurriedly attempted to pull Jiang Chu back, for the realm of trapped souls required time to fully manifest. The further they were from it, the better their chances of escape. However, Jiang Chu merely raised an eyebrow. A wisp of corpse energy emanating from his palm as he swiftly slashed through the void. Sizzle. The air crackled as if tearing fabric. The laws of reality illuminated the space. This sudden sound left both Wu Mo and Tang Shuang momentarily stunned. Jiang Chu then declared, you should leave now. Notify your bureau that I will handle this place, but tell them to be swift, or I may end up killing a few more than intended. Tang Shuang. Before Tang Shuang could react, Jiang Chu had already shoved her towards the passage back to reality, where the rift sealed shut. Within the entire space, only Jiang Chu and Wu Mo remained. You can still leave? Wu Mo's eyes widened in disbelief. This chamber was essentially the heart of the realm of trapped souls. Even if it had not fully opened, the leaked power was beyond what an average fourth-tier cultivator could breach. Yet, Jiang Chu had effortlessly opened it with a mere swipe. Jiang Chu stretched leisurely, a smile finally gracing his lips. Old man, someone once told you to stop acting tough. Come on, hurry up and open this realm of trapped souls. I can hardly wait. Wu Mo stared at Jiang Chu's unabashed demeanor, momentarily dumbfounded before erupting in rage. How dare you be so arrogant? You little brat, since you seek death, I shall grant it. open realm of trapped souls. His palms exerted force once more. With a resounding crash, the portal above the blood pool finally opened wide enough for passage. In an instant, a terrifying fog burst forth from the doorway, and monstrous specters surged forth without hesitation. Upon emerging, they plunged into the blood pool, where waiting parasitic creatures immediately consumed them. Wu Mo watched this scene, nearly speechless with excitement. It worked. Above his head, a grotesque eight-legged parasitic creature manifested, akin to the earlier corpse frog. Radiating a similar aura, "Kill him," Wu Mo commanded. The first batch of a dozen controlled vengeful spirits, in unison, turned their gaze upon Jiang Chu with a roar, charging at him. Dual life source parasite? Jiang Chu instantly recognized the origin of the eight-legged creature. Even after the corpse frog had been slain, Wu Mo was still alive. Jiang Chu had suspected he possessed more than one life source parasite. If he had only one, both he and his parasite would have perished. Now he fully understood Wu Mo's scheme. That eight-legged parasite, like the previous corpse frog, could control other parasites. Wu Mo had chosen to open the realm of trapped souls here precisely because the spirits lacked consciousness. Upon emergence, they would undoubtedly plunge into the blood pool. Those spirits, upon their first entry into the mortal realm, would be momentarily disoriented despite the realm's laws already shrouding them. But it was during those fleeting seconds that Wu Mo planned to control the spirits with his parasites. One must admit, it was indeed a clever plan. If he succeeded, he might very well become a powerful figure capable of commanding countless terrifying spirits. At that point, even fourth-tier practitioners, let alone fifth-tier masters, might not stand a chance against him. However, this did not include Jiang Chu. At this moment, Jiang Chu's eyes sparkled with excitement. So many vengeful spirits. How much corpse energy would that yield? If he could vanquish them all, he could easily unlock the fourth-tier shop. It would be a surefire path to overnight riches. The Zombie King hammer materialized in Jiang Chu's hand, and no longer concerned about Tang Shuang's safety, he unleashed his full power. Summon the spirits. Boom! An invisible force emanated from him, enveloping the vengeful spirits directly. Although Jiang Chu's corpse technique could only restrain corpses and control spirits, it still exerted a natural suppression over the malevolent spirits. Subsequently, Jiang Chu moved, his entire being surged with corpse energy as he swung the Zombie King hammer. Suppression, an extraordinary phenomenon, unfolded as hell manifested. With one mighty swing, the ground erupted, creating a massive pit. Under that strike, over half of the dozen vengeful spirits were obliterated. Host has slain 7 trapped souls, gaining 2,700 corpse energy points. The system's notification resonated in Jiang Chu's mind. 2,700 points from a single strike. This was truly a windfall. Without hesitation, he activated another technique. Waves surged forth, as if a dragon was weaving through the tempest. Boom! Another explosion reverberated. Host has slain 6 trapped souls, gaining 2,300 corpse energy points. In just 2 strikes, the first wave of vengeful spirits was completely annihilated. Outside the small building, Tang Shuang's silhouette swiftly emerged from the small building. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, and momentarily lost in thought. She glanced back towards the structure. With the complete activation of the confined spirit realm, the entire building was enveloped in a unique aura, appearing hazy and ethereal, reminiscent of a mirage. Jiang Chu. She murmured his name, unable to forget how he had pushed her out, granting her a chance at life. Once one entered the confined spirit realm, it was tantamount to a death sentence. This time, it seemed, would be their final farewell. Jiang Chu, rest assured, our Bureau of Huangquan will undoubtedly seek vengeance for you. Tang Shuang's gaze hardened with resolve. She took out her mobile phone and dialed the headquarters of the Bureau of Huangquan. Hello, this is Lord Tang Shuang, the Guardian of Shadows from the Jiangbei branch. The voice of the operator came through. Tang Shuang inhaled deeply. A confined spirit realm has opened in the eastern outskirts of Jiangbei. Please inform the captain. Urgent assistance required. Her succinct words momentarily stunned the operator on the other end. What? Confined spirit realm. Chapter 57. I'm giving you time. Call for help. The corpse demon awakens. Tongue. He abruptly rose from his seat, unable to suppress his exclamation. This outburst instantly attracted the attention of all present, including several guardians of shadows who turned to look. Their hearts sank. Whoosh! A figure darted past. Xiaofeng had already arrived. Seizing the communicator. Hello. Tang Shuang. Where are you now? 5 kilometers east, at a newly constructed manor. This estate was built by the Dark Abyss bandits. They have activated the confined spirit realm hidden within the mountains. Jiang Chu is currently attempting to stop them, but has already fallen inside. Tang Shuang spoke rapidly. Xiafeng's expression darkened, yet he quickly replied, "All right, I will head there immediately. Ensure your safety. Do not allow the supernatural to spread." With that, he hung up the call, promptly contacting all members. Gather in the eastern outskirts. Yes, within the small building. Wu Mo's eyes nearly bulged out of his head. His throat constricted as he stammered, 2 strikes. Damn, just 2 strikes. Those more than a dozen third-tier vengeful spirits. It just like that, gone. Such terrifying combat prowess. Or was it truly unleashed by a mere youth? Even though he had long known that Jiang Chu had undoubtedly reached the 4th tier. But which 4th-tier cultivator could display such ferocity? Even a pinnacle 4th tier would struggle to eliminate a dozen 3rd-tier vengeful spirits in just 2 blows, right? Jiang Chu hefted the hammer. Hurry up. I'll give you time. Continue. If we don't finish this today, nobody gets to leave. Wu Mo's face flushed with indignation, an elderly person's face turning red surpassed all. Of course, do not misunderstand. It was not shyness, but rather rage at being humiliated. I refuse to believe you can single-handedly conquer this confined spirit realm. Wu Mo waved his hand, summoning another dozen vengeful spirits to roar forth. However, the outcome was entirely predictable. Under Jiang Chu's almost monstrous might, those vengeful spirits had no chance to approach him, all crushed by the Jinyu hammer. His 5 Emperor's money shield continued to glow, absorbing the remnants of those spirits. Host has slain 17 spirits of the confined realm, gaining 5,600 corpse chi points. Jiang Chu glanced at his attributes. Name, Jiang Chu. Identity, Purple Robe Zombie King, Unique, Zombie Level, 4th Tier Hair Zombie, Evolution Level, 59 Treasures, Corpse Purple Taoist Robe, Corpse 5 Emperor's Money Shield, Zombie King Jinyu Hammer, Inherent Divine Ability, Zombie King Ascension, First Calamity, Corpse Demon, Beginner, Corpse Techniques, Control Corpse Technique, LV3 Minor Success, Corpse Summon Spirits, LV3 Minor Success, Corpse Pseudo Overturning the River and Sea, LV3, Corpse Chi Points, 17,800, can be used in the system shop. His corpse chi points had rapidly approached the threshold of 20,000. Damn. This place yields experience splendidly. Wu Mo's expression darkened further. Boom. Suddenly, the gates of the confined spirit realm trembled violently. Several far more terrifying vengeful presences surged forth from the depths of the realm. Other spirits hastily retreated. Although the entities within the confined spirit realm lacked consciousness, they still exhibited some instinctual fear when confronted with high-level beings. 4th tier. Jiang Chu and Wu Mo exchanged smiles. Finally, something of a higher caliber had arrived. Indeed, as those presences drew near, 5 vengeful spirits emerged, each visibly larger than the others. Roar. Upon their appearance, these spirits let out a fearsome roar. Wu Mo did not dare to delay. He quickly formed seals, directing the swarm of insects towards the 5 spirits. Yet, those spirits were significantly harder to control than their predecessors. They seemed to sense danger and attempted to flee. However, the sudden shift in the laws left them powerless. In an instant, the swarming insects infiltrated their bodies. All the spirits trembled violently. Wu Mo could no longer suppress his laughter. His eyes fixated on Jiang Chu, filled with resentment. You think you're so formidable. Let us see if you can withstand this. Go. Tear him apart. I want him to suffer a fate worse than death, he shouted almost at the top of his lungs. The vengeful spirits roared in response. 5 4th-tier spirits, along with a dozen more that had recently appeared, surged toward Jiang Chu, creating an unprecedented wave of terror. The spirits of the confined realm were far stronger and more ferocious than their counterparts of the same tier. 5 4th-tier spirits could rival a late-stage core formation expert. Even if these spirits could not kill Jiang Chu, they could at least delay him. Given enough time, he could organize a small-scale ghost army to at that point. No matter how strong Jiang Chu was, he would be overwhelmed and perish. Jiang Chu regarded the incoming spirits, greedily inhaling. Truly formidable, they are excellent nourishment. Then I shall not hold back. Corpse Demon, rise. Boom. A terrifying ghostly light began to flicker around Jiang Chu. As the light materialized, layers of corpse mist rapidly enveloped the confined spirit realm. The entire space was shrouded in fog. This was Jiang Chu's unique domain, the realm of the purple-robed zombie king. Within his domain, even the confined spirit realm could not impede him. This is the domain that Wu Imo immediately sensed the surrounding transformation, his eyes widening, because the domain that was not a power belonging to the living. It was a realm that could only be unleashed by malevolent beings. You are not human. Wu Mo's body trembled. Correct. Jiang Chu grinned. Within the mist, his entire form transformed. Purple light surged upwards from him, and terrifying corpse chi erupted in Wu Mo's fearful gaze. He beheld a familiar figure, clad in a purple robe, with a copper coin obscuring his face, radiating an overwhelming aura of malevolence. Behind him, countless vengeful spirits took form, alongside a deity emanating divine light, gazing indifferently into the void. Roar! A suppressed growl reverberated through the space. The Purple Robe. Zombie King. Chapter 58. Break through the confined spirit realm. Kill, kill, kill. Ghost Tide. Wu Imo trembled as he uttered 4 words. However, Jiang Chu paid him no heed. His blood-red gaze was already fixed on the approaching spirits. Once frenzied, those spirits now appeared as if they had seen a ghost. Ordinary ghosts might fear Jiang Chu's true form, but those vengeful spirits emerging from the confined realm were even more terrified. They possessed no consciousness, driven solely by their instinctual bloodlust and madness. Now, with Jiang Chu's manifestation, the power of the purple-robed zombie king surged forth, an almost supreme aura causing their very souls to tremble. Jiang Chu stood as a ruler, commanding all before him. Run! The vengeful spirits retreated in a frenzy. Faced with Jiang Chu, they believed that even remaining in the confined spirit realm was preferable. Yet, Jiang Chu would not grant them that opportunity. In an instant, his figure flickered, and terrifying corpse chi erupted from him. Gathering it in his hands, he struck down upon those spirits. Boom! The corpse chi surged forth. Annihilate! The spirits did not even dare to resist, utterly obliterated by the corpse chi. With a wail, they dissipated into thin smoke. Host has slain the spirits of the confined realm, gaining 4,000 corpse chi points. Delightful! Jiang Chu ignored the voice in his mind and struck again, thoroughly opening the gate that had yet to be fully unlocked. The torrent of malevolent energy poured forth from the gate, revealing a void devoid of light. Not only light, but also ghosts. There was not a single one present. No, they were not absent. The spirits that should have gathered beyond the gate were now frantically retreating, each one displaying unimaginable terror. A few even extended beyond the threshold, but retreated in unison upon sighting Jiang Chu. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Chu was left dumbfounded. What? Guys, wasn't it said you were fierce and unafraid of death? Why are you running? The door is open. Didn't you dream of coming out? Jiang Chu's face darkened, realizing he might have revealed himself too early. He should not have manifested his true form. Otherwise, the splendid feast of score-brushing would not have ended so swiftly. And beside that portal, Wu Imo now finds himself utterly speechless. He gapes in disbelief. No, this is impossible. Absolutely impossible. It's a lie. All of it is a fabrication. How could the spirits of the confined spirit realm fear him? Come out. You all better come out now. Wu Imo clung to the door frame, shouting frantically. Yet, no matter how fervently he called, those malevolent spirits fled faster than rabbits, offering no response whatsoever. Jiang Chu waited for what felt like an eternity before finally grasping the harsh reality before him. The spirits, they are truly gone. Old fool, you are utterly useless. You spent all this time, only to conjure this pile of rubbish. Did you really think you could ignite my bloodlust with this? And this is the result. Jiang Chu was furious. The feeling of a false start left him profoundly unsettled, akin to a warrior poised for battle, only to find a pretender beside him. Upon hearing Jiang Chu's words, Wu Mo's aging face flushed crimson. This humiliation, coupled with his failed scheme, made him forget his fear of Jiang Chu entirely. This my fault. This is the confined spirit realm. Do you even understand what that means? If it weren't for you, I would have already commanded the 100 spirits within the confined spirit realm. At that point, this vast world would be mine to traverse freely. It's all because of you. I want you dead. Wu Imo roared in rage, wishing he could tear Jiang Chu apart. Jiang Chu was taken aback. Was his impact on Wu Imo so profound? He dared to retort. Did he harbor such hatred towards him? Very well, I had no intention of letting you off the hook either. The horrifying aura of death around him surged once more, an overwhelming presence enveloping Wu Imo shivered all over. Suddenly awakening to the truth, the figure before him was a being he could not contend with. He noticed that even the mindless spirits of the confined spirit realm, upon his emergence, had cowered like frightened dogs. Not daring to emerge even with the doors wide open, his gaze flickered continuously. Flee, he barely thought before the eight-legged curse insect atop his head let out a shriek. In an instant, the blood pool erupted. Within it, countless blood curses surged toward Jiangchu, and Wu Imo seized the opportunity to turn and flee. Jiangchu had long anticipated his intentions. He shook his head slightly. To escape before me? You truly are delusional, be gone. Jiangchu's command resonated with gravity. The entire corpse swamp erupted in a violent stir. Countless spirits within the swamp opened their eyes simultaneously, turning to face the approaching blood curses. Even the incensed deity, which had remained dormant, burst forth with divine light at that moment. Boom! An unimaginable force surged forth, as if countless spirits were unleashing their wrath. The blood curses were obliterated in an instant. With blood splattering across the sky, Jiangchu moved. Within his corpse swamp, he was the master of all. The panicked Wu Imo felt a sudden constriction around his neck. The next moment, a colossal hand formed from death energy lifted him effortlessly. The curse atop his head writhed desperately, its eyes filled with boundless terror. Yet, no matter how it shrieked, its foreturn power was nothing but an ant shaking the heavens beneath the weight of this death energy. Utterly futile, a suffocating sensation exploded from Wu Mo's body. Please don't kill me. I can tell you a great secret. It relates to the Dark Abyss's plan. Wu Imo struggled desperately at a secret. Jiangchu raised an eyebrow. Sorry, I am not interested. With that, he exerted force. Crash. Wu Mo's entire body shattered, along with his foreturn curse. Outside the manor, vehicles from the Underworld Bureau sped toward them, flashing their lights. Following behind were numerous medical vehicles and armed soldiers. As the vehicles came to a halt, Xiaofeng leaped out, and the rest of the Underworld Bureau members appeared, their formation no less intimidating than during their search for Jiangchu, the manifestation of a confined spirit realm. The dangers involved were self-evident. If mishandled, it could unleash a ghostly tide capable of destroying an entire city. This was not mere hyperbole, as the Underworld Bureau's records indicated that in a remote area, a similar incident had occurred with spirits emerging from the confined spirit realm, resulting in the obliteration of 5 or 6 villages and the loss of thousands of lives. Fortunately, this had occurred in a secluded location. Had it been in a bustling market, the casualties could have multiplied tenfold. The spirits of the confined spirit realm are devoid of humanity, driven only by primal madness and ferocity. They are classified as extremely dangerous by the Underworld Bureau. Hence, upon hearing about the confined spirit realm, Xiaofeng dared not delay. He rushed there at the fastest possible speed. Chapter 59. The Underworld descends. Don't stop me. I shall storm in and eradicate it. Captain, Tang Shuang's voice resonated from outside the manor. Xiaofeng and the Shadow Guardians swiftly approached her. What is the current situation? Have any spirits emerged from the confined spirit realm? In response to Xiaofeng's inquiry, Tang Shuang shook her head. Not yet, but the confined spirit realm has just erupted. The entire manor has been thoroughly engulfed in the confined spirit domain. Currently, only Jiangchu remains inside, that I suspect he is desperately holding back those vengeful spirits. As Tang Shuang spoke, her eyes dimmed slightly. Hearing this, Xiaofeng gazed toward the manor, witnessing the entire estate appearing dreamlike, perpetually overlapping between reality and illusion. He patted Tang Shuang's shoulder. The Underworld Bureau will remember Jiangchu's contributions. His selflessness in protecting the living is commendable. Once this incident concludes, I will personally relay his deeds to headquarters. However, for now, we must delve deeper and completely seal the entrance to the confined spirit realm. Tang Shuang understood the gravity of the situation. She nodded vigorously. Captain, please follow me. I will lead you there. The host has slain the Dark Abyss's evil cultivator, earning 600 death energy points. The host has slain the foreturn curse, earning 800 death energy points. The system's voice echoed in Jiangchu's mind. Rubbish, the living are worth less than curses. Jiangchu scoffed but paid it no mind, for Wu Imo had never been his focal point. His true concern lay with the door of the confined spirit realm. Did he truly believe he could shelter himself within, remaining unscathed? Jiangchu licked his lips, a glimmer of determination in his eyes. If that is the case, Then I shall simply enter. Upon finishing his thought, the corpse swamp around him erupted, the thick fog spiraled outward, swiftly invading the portal that loomed over the blood pool. As he resolved to obliterate the entire confined spirit realm single-handedly, the collision of the death fog and the peculiar powers of the confined spirit realm erupted with a deafening roar. The very void trembled as the air warped, seemingly in response to Jiang Chu's brazen approach. What is happening? Wasn't it stated that one could enter the confined spirit realm? Why is it that when I release the corpse swamp to probe, it reacts unfavorably? Jiang Chu furrowed his brow. He realized he had forgotten that others typically entered the confined spirit realm by accident or were ensnared within. Jiang Chu, however, was forcefully attempting to invade his own domain. Could it be that this so-called confined spirit realm is indeed a manifestation of fallen deities from the netherworld, their consciousness lingering? If that is the case, I must see for myself. If I can capture a netherworld deity, it would significantly enhance my power. Jiang Chu's expression brightened. All around him, the full might of his fourth-tier power began to surge forth without reservation. Since breaking through to the fourth tier, he had yet to fully unleash all of his strength while in his true form. The corpse swamp began to thrash. The spirits Jiang Chu had contained within and the incense deity reopened their eyes, augmenting the corpse swamp as they charged toward the confined spirit realm. Jiang Chu's entire form surged forward, aiming to fully penetrate the confined spirit realm. Buzz, buzz. At that moment, the confined spirit realm seemed to sense the impending danger, vibrating ominously. Retreat from deep within the confined spirit realm. A low voice erupted. Instantly, the entire realm began to radiate light. In that dark world, a silhouette burst forth, emanating a power that clearly did not belong to any spirit Jiang Chu had encountered before, extending from within the realm to obstruct his invasion. What is happening? The members of the Underworld Bureau, advancing toward the center of the manor, also noted the changes. They could distinctly sense that the power of the confined spirit realm was intensifying. Moreover, the speed of this escalation was staggering. Within mere seconds, it reached a heart-stopping magnitude. This is bad. The situation is changing. Tang Shuang, speed up. Xiao Feng, at this moment, no longer hesitated. Upon hearing Tang Shuang, she also did not dare to slow down. With a swift step, her figure moved rapidly. Xiao Feng and the others followed closely behind. In just a minute, they had entered the central two-story building. Captain, this is the entrance to the confined spirit realm. Tang Shuang pointed at the wall of the secret chamber she had just exited, speaking to Xiao Feng with gravity. Upon hearing this, Xiao Feng inhaled deeply. Everyone, I need not elaborate on the dangers of the confined spirit realm. To halt the malevolent spirits of the confined spirit realm, it is inevitable that many among us shall find eternal rest here. However, having joined the Underworld Bureau, we have long since cast aside concerns of life and death. As I have stated before, any who trespass upon the land of the great Xia shall meet their demise in the netherworld. With a swift motion, Xiao Feng commanded, stand guard. Instantly, everyone unleashed their auras. He approached the wall of the dark chamber and forcefully pushed it open. Simultaneously, a thunderous explosion echoed throughout the secret chamber, the terrifying force compelling nearly everyone to instinctively close their eyes. Following this, a piercing scream resonated in the ears of all present. Before anyone could react, the previously erupting anomalies of the confined spirit realm began to retreat at an alarming speed, along with the very ground beneath their feet reverting to reality. Xiao Feng and the others finally discerned the situation ahead. They beheld a young and handsome figure standing defiantly before a portal constructed by laws, clutching a fragment of an unknown object. While incessantly shouting into the portal, "Hey, don't leave. Come on, buddy, get out here. I want to hold back. You can't be this timid as a ghost. If word of this gets out, you'll be the laughingstock." Yet, regardless of his cries, the darkness within the portal remained silent, offering no response. Only the power emanating from within rapidly retracted. Bang. The door that had opened slammed shut at a speed several times faster than when it was opened, as though fearing that any delay would allow the entity outside to enter. Boom. The door shattered, and a storm of runes dissipated. In the span of mere seconds, the entire secret chamber returned to its original state. Devoid of any manifestations, Xiao Feng, Tang Shuang, members of the Underworld Bureau. Who am I? Where am I? What is happening? Chapter 60. Jiang Chu. This individual is terrifying. He must not be made an enemy. Silence engulfed the chamber, descending into a deathly stillness. All eyes widened, fixated on Jiang Chu in the void, incredulous. The entrance to the confined spirit realm, has it truly exploded? Moreover, why does it feel as though that door was destroyed by the very entities within the confined spirit realm? What on earth transpired here? Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring a fragment of an unknown incomplete law within Jiang Chu's mind. The system's notification echoed. Jiang Chu was momentarily taken aback. An incomplete law. A fragment. Ding! This incomplete law, corpse demon, can be devoured. However, the host lacks an appropriate environment for devouring. Thus the process is temporarily halted. At this moment, the system notification sounded again. Jiang Chu nodded. Indeed, now is not the time for integration. He had already sensed the approach of others. Jiang Chu. Outside, Tang Shuang was the first to react, calling out his name. Jiang Chu snapped back to reality, turning towards the source of the voice, and saw a throng of Underworld Bureau shadow guards standing nearby, gazing at him as though he were a monster. With singular determination that he forcibly halted the invasion of the malevolent spirits from the confined spirit realm. No, not merely halting. This fellow that has rendered those malevolent spirits completely subdued. Even the passageway was destroyed by the ghosts within. Only at this moment did everyone finally comprehend. Xiaofeng hastily declared, Team 1, Team 2, quickly assess the surrounding situation. Check for any lingering malevolence. Yes, the personnel, upon receiving the order, wasted no time and dispersed to survey the area. Jiang Chu shook his head. There's no need for concern. There won't be a single intact ghost here. Residues? Do I seem like someone who would squander corpse energy? Xiaofeng's lips twitched, yet he bowed respectfully to Jiang Chu. Jiang Chu, on behalf of the Underworld Bureau and the living of Jiangbei, I express my gratitude. Your kindness will not be forgotten. In the future, should you require anything, you may freely approach the Underworld Bureau. Xiaofeng's words were heartfelt, and his address had changed. Not to mention, were it not for Jiang Chu blocking the entrance to the confined spirit realm, the area within several kilometers would likely be overrun by malevolent spirits. Furthermore, this was the outskirts of Jiangbei, merely 20 to 30 kilometers from the city center. The consequences of losing control would be beyond their capacity to bear. Moreover, Xiaofeng cast a complex glance at Jiang Chu. To single-handedly subdue an entire confined spirit realm, what immense strength that must entail. It is known that even in the records of the weakest confined spirit realm, there are at least dozens of malevolent spirits. However, judging by the final scream from deep within the portal and the lingering ominous energy in the air, this confined spirit realm was certainly not the weakest. The more formidable it is, the more it accentuates Jiang Chu's terror. Although Jiang Chu's level certification is already that of a 4th-order Ghost Master, who among 4th-order Ghost Masters possesses such might, it is worth noting that Jiang Chu is still under 20 years old. Such combat prowess, not to mention Jiangbei, even among the entirety of the Underworld Bureau and the major sects, there are likely few who could rival him. Jiang Chu, however, merely chuckled. Captain Xia, no need for formality. After all, I am part of Jiangbei. Exterminating demons and vanquishing evil is a shared duty. Xiaofeng was taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. Well said, exterminating demons and vanquishing evil is indeed a shared responsibility. All right, Captain Xia, I shall leave the subsequent matters to you. Tang Shuang is aware of the situation. I have classes tomorrow, so I must take my leave. Having said this, Jiang Chu turned to Tang Shuang. Your aunt should have awakened by now. I want to be visiting. Tang Shuang nodded vigorously. All right, once my aunt recovers, I will personally express my gratitude. Jiang Chu waved his hand, a flicker of ghostly energy enveloping him as he turned to depart. It was not until Jiang Chu's figure vanished that Xiaofeng let out a long breath. He then turned to Tang Shuang. Tang Shuang, recount everything that transpired tonight. Upon hearing Xiaofeng's inquiry, Tang Shuang did not withhold any details, recounting all the information from the nursing home to the manor. After listening, Xiaofeng furrowed his brow. You mean to say, that fellow Yang Jian actually sought him out to handle the 7 arrows of the nailhead? This rascal, not even a word of report. Yet, it seemed that even the 7 arrows of the nailhead posed no threat to him. That it appears that Jiang Chu's secrets are far more numerous than I anticipated. The infamous reputation of the 7 arrows of the nailhead is no mere boast. It is a legacy forged through history. Anyone afflicted by this technique, unless there is a significant disparity in cultivation, has never been known to survive. Jiang Chu not only survived, but also remained unscathed. This is something I have never heard of before. Captain, we have thoroughly cleared the battlefield that a shadow guard approached from a distance. Though his expression was quite extraordinary, the statistical results have exceeded our expectations. Xiaofeng waved his hand bluntly. Quit the hesitation. What type of grand scenes have we not witnessed? Speak. Only then did the shadow guard begin to speak. We detected an incalculable number of insect spirits, initially estimated to be no less than 100. Additionally, there are 58 third-order malevolent spirits, 7 fourth-order ghostly beings, all of which are mid-level ghostly beings. Along with the body of a fourth-level member, Wu Imohum, Xiaofeng, who had initially intended to feign calmness, could not help but widen his eyes upon hearing this. 58 third-order malevolent spirits, 7 fourth-order ghostly beings. Good heavens! Gulp. Xiaofeng's throat moved slightly. He glanced at the personnel around him. This fellow has effectively annihilated an entire municipal-level underworld bureau in a matter of moments. Moreover, from Tang Xuan's reports to their arrival, it had only been 20 minutes, in a mere 20 minutes. He had slain dozens of malevolent spirits. Even fifth-order beings might not achieve such a terrifying speed that I understand. After stating this, Xiaofeng pondered for a moment. From now on, whenever our people encounter Jiang Chu, they must pay their respects. If we ever encounter him during an exorcism, we must not engage in any disputes. Disputes. The shadow guard's lips twitched with such strength. Do we even dare to dispute? Yes. Chapter 61. Acquiring the Unparalleled Divine Ability. Corpse 5 Thunder writes, Oh no, I truly am about to become invincible. Regarding the events here, Jiang Chu was wholly unaware at this moment. He was reclining in his home. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the system task and receiving the reward, 50 years of corpse energy. Random Corpse Technique Lottery Package 1. In Jiang Chu's mind. The system notification had already sounded as the voice faded. 50 years of corpse energy erupted from his body, beginning to enhance his physique, causing him to emanate a radiant glow. After several breaths, all the corpse energy dissipated. Jiang Chu gazed at his attribute panel. Name: Jiang Chu. Identity: Purple Robe Zombie King. Unique: Zombie level. 4th stage Hairy Zombie. Evolution degree: 76%. Treasures: Corpse Purple Robe, Corpse 5 Emperor's Money Shield. Zombie King's Suppression Hammer. Innate Divine Ability. Zombie King Ascension. First Calamity. Corpse Demon. Beginner. Corpse Techniques. Control Corpse Technique. LV3 Minor Accomplishment. Corpse Spirit Binding and Summoning. LV3 Minor Accomplishment. Corpse False Overturning the Sea and River. LV3. Corpse Chi Points. 26,000. Available for purchase in the System Mall. After absorbing 50 years' worth of Corpse Chi, his evolution degree within the realm of hairy zombies has reached 76%. According to classifications, he is already in the late stage of a 4th-tier hairy zombie. With just a little more, he could ascend to the level of a 5th-tier flying zombie. Flying zombies mark the commencement of a zombie's transformation. Even ordinary zombies at this level are capable of soaring through the skies and burrowing through the earth. Moreover, as the Purple Robe Zombie King, Jiang Chu holds even greater promise. He is quite eager for this realm. The only regret is that his Corpse Chi points have just reached 25,000. He had hoped to directly unlock the 4th-tier mall this time, but this batch of fierce spirits has proven disappointing. Jiang Chu sighed, vexed at having revealed his true form too soon, that he vowed that next time he encountered such a favorable location, he would certainly hold back. Displaying weakness to lure in the enemy is the true art of strategy. Otherwise, if he frightened his good brothers, who would provide him with Corpse Chi points? Never mind. One should not be too greedy in the realm of zombies. He would first utilize his second reward. Jiang Chu glanced at the Corpse Technique Lottery package mentioned in the system tasks. This reward was a first-time appearance. Corpse Technique Random Lottery Package contains a plethora of corpse techniques, divided into 5 grades: black iron, silver, gold, diamond, and peerless. Upon use, one can randomly obtain a corpse technique of any grade. The description is concise and clear. 5 grades. Indeed, it's time to engage in the lottery of corpse techniques. Without hesitation, Jiang Chu decided to use it. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully using the Corpse Technique Lottery package and obtaining the Peerless Level Divine Ability. Corpse 5 Thunder Righteous Method. Would you like to claim it? What the hell? Corpse 5 Thunder Righteous Method. Jiang Chu's eyes widened in astonishment. He never anticipated that, this time the lottery would yield such a significant prize, a peerless-level corpse technique. Moreover, it was the legendary 5 Thunder Righteous Method. This is the town-defending technique of Longhu Mountain. It is also the only divine ability in the world capable of commanding heavenly thunder. No1 understands the terror of thunder better than Jiang Chu. Because he has been struck by it himself. Just from the classification alone, one can discern the formidable power of the Corpse 5 Thunder Righteous Method. I have visited Longhu Mountain, donned the purple robe. And now with the addition of the 5 Thunder Righteous Method, who could now distinguish me from the Grand Master of Longhu Mountain? Jiang Chu's expression turned peculiar. He couldn't help but imagine how striking it would be, surrounded by ominous thunder in the future. Yet, it felt somewhat strange. Jiang Chu suddenly recalled what Chen Yaoi had told him about the Grand Master's aura being present within him. Additionally, there was that old fellow from Longhu Mountain who had looked at him with a knowing gaze before he left. Never mind. Why ponder so much? After all, he had won the draw. Let's give it a try. He spoke aloud to claim it. With that proclamation, boom, the memories regarding the Corpse 5 Thunder Righteous Method began to surge rapidly in Jiang Chu's mind. This memory inheritance was far more intricate than the divine abilities he had acquired afterward, and undoubtedly more terrifying. It took over 10 minutes for Jiang Chu to completely absorb the Corpse 5 Thunder Righteous Method. Simultaneously, he realized that this corpse technique differed slightly from the 5 Thunder Righteous Method practiced by the living. The 5 Thunder refers to the innate 5 energies of the human body, namely the heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys. These 5 organs release primordial energy, which must then be unified to form the 5 Thunder Righteous Method. Within the 5 Thunder Righteous Method, there exists the Yang 5 Thunder of the Red Palace and the Yin 5 Thunder of the water organs. Those of pure bodies may cultivate the expansive Yang Thunder, while those who have lost their purity can only practice the mysterious and peculiar Yin Thunder. However, Jiang Chu is different. His Corpse 5 Thunder Righteous Method is a creation of the system, allowing him to unify both Yin and Yang Thunder. Moreover, although Jiang Chu possesses the 5 organs, what he condenses is not primordial energy, but corpse chi. Thus, the thunder he releases can be termed as corpse thunder. Corpse 5 Thunder Righteous Method. LV0. Heaven and Earth distinguish Yin and Yang. 5 Thunder commanding heavenly punishment. Corpse Yang 5 Thunder. LV0. Next level. 5,000 corpse chi points. Note: host is reminded that Yin and Yang Thunder can only be cultivated separately. Corpse Yin 5 Thunder. LV0. Next level. 5,000 corpse chi points. Upon seeing a series of data, Jiang Chu's cheek twitched vigorously. Good. 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 Although he had already sensed that the cultivation difficulty of the Corpse 5 Thunder Righteous Method would be considerably greater than the corpse techniques he had obtained before, he did not expect that it would start at a whopping 5,000 corpse chi points. Moreover, this was merely for the cultivation of one type of thunder method. This requirement was 10 times that of one of the 8 unique techniques, the spirit binding and summoning. Yet, even if the required corpse chi points were daunting, Jiang Chu could never consider giving up. System, add points. Give me a hearty boost. Jiang Chu commanded. Ding. Congratulations to the host for consuming 5,000 corpse chi points. Successfully enhancing Corpse Yang 5 Thunder. Current level, LV1. Beginner. Ding. Congratulations to the host for consuming 5,000 corpse chi points. Successfully enhancing Corpse Yin 5 Thunder. Current level, LV1. Beginner. With 10,000 corpse chi points expended. Jiang Chu received 2 system notifications. However, just as the system sounds faded, Jiang Chu suddenly felt a terrifying power surging within him. Thunderlight began to flicker around him. His entire physical form was enveloped in a faint glow of lightning. Yang 5 Thunder. Jiang Chu waved his hand, and crackle, a violent bolt of thunder manifested in his palm. However, instead of the usual milky white tinged with purple, the thunder in his grasp was a ghastly white. An eerie whiteness that resembled the aftermath of a thunderstorm. Yet, the aura it exuded was still breathtaking. Even though Jiang Chu's current thunder technique remained at the lowest level, he could sense that its latent power was far superior to any technique he had encountered before. Jiang Chu pondered momentarily, extending a finger to touch the thunder in his palm. Crackle. Jiang Chu trembled all over. Damn, I can electrocute myself too? Chapter 62. The Thunder Method leaps 3 levels. Strength surges. Jiang Chu shook his hand. His current purple-robed zombie king form at the hairy zombie level could indeed be described as unimaginable. The greatest strength of a zombie lies within its physical form. According to Jiang Chu's estimations, although his current combat power might only equate to that of a fifth-tier cultivator, if faced with someone beyond the fifth tier who could strike him without retaliation, he would discover true surprises, for his physical form is not something an ordinary person could easily breach. And this was merely the beginner level of the Yang 5 Thunder, yet it could induce such tremors in him. This speaks volumes about the power of this thunder method, truly formidable, fitting for the foundational technique of Taoist ancestral lands. A smile crept onto Jiang Chu's face, with a sudden wave of his other hand. An unfathomable aura manifested within his palm that a black substance, akin to viscous black water, pulsated atop his hand. This black water was thick and slippery. Just a glance felt as if one were submerged in the depths of a murky abyss. Yin 5 Thunder, Water Organs. Although the Yin 5 Thunder lacked the ferocity of the Yang 5 Thunder, the power it contained was equally terrifying. Moreover, Jiang Chu felt that the Yin 5 Thunder seemed more attuned to him, as if this thunder was destined to be commanded by him. Excellent. The power of this thunder method is not inferior to my innate divine ability. Jiang Chu's spirits soared. He retracted the thunder techniques from both hands and once again examined his attribute panel. Corpse 5 Thunder Righteous Method. LV1 Beginner. Heaven and Earth distinguish Yin and Yang. 5 Thunder commanding heavenly punishment. Corpse Yang 5 Thunder. LV1. Next level. 10,000 Corpse Chi Points. Note. Host is reminded that Yin and Yang Thunder can only be cultivated separately. Corpse Yin 5 Thunder. LV1. Next level. 10,000 Corpse Chi Points. Indeed, the required Corpse Chi Points had doubled. Fortunately, Jiang Chu still had 16,000 Corpse Chi Points remaining, sufficient to elevate one type of thunder method by another level. System. Upgrade Yang 5 Thunder. Jiang Chu had no hesitation. After all, this divine ability must be raised to its maximum level. It didn't matter which was enhanced first. Ding! Congratulations to the host for consuming 10,000 Corpse Chi Points, successfully upgrading Corpse Yang 5 Thunder, current level. LV2. Proficient. With the system notification echoing, boom, familiar memories surged within Jiang Chu's mind. Once he fully absorbed them, Jiang Chu exhaled a breath of turbid air. With this thunder method divine ability, my attack power will significantly increase, elevating my strength by several folds. Even against an average 5th-tier Grand Cultivator, I would have no fear, Jiang Chu mused to himself. After completing the enhancement of the corpse technique, he did not forget about the so-called fragment of an unknown law he had obtained last night. This item was forcibly ripped from whatever entity lurked deep within the spirit binding land during his incursion. Now that he had the time, he would naturally study it thoroughly. Fragment of an unknown law can be absorbed and integrated into the host's innate talent, Corpse Demon, to enhance its level. Can it be absorbed? Jiang Chu's interest was piqued. He retrieved the so-called fragment of the law. Absorb. Buzz. The laws trembled slightly, then transformed into a wisp of flowing light that seamlessly merged into Jiang Chu's body. In the next moment, the corpse energy began to autonomously spread around Jiang Chu. As the laws fused, the entire area erupted in a boiling frenzy. Ethereal shadows of ghostly entities emerged, their forms continuously solidifying, as if they were coming to life and truly manifesting. Simultaneously, the aura of the corpse energy grew deeper and more terrifying. Enveloped by this energy, the surroundings began to blur, reminiscent of the scene when the spirit trap had appeared, as if reality itself was being drawn into another dimension. After a span of several minutes, the unusual phenomena gradually subsided. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your innate talent of corpse energy has successfully evolved to the current level. Intermediate, corpse energy. Intermediate, ability. Upon activation, it can envelop everything within a radius of 3 kilometers, isolating reality. Furthermore, the host's fierce ghosts within the corpse energy can revive, regaining 10% of their former strength, and enhancing the host's corpse energy by 100%. Special skill, Veil of Time and Space, before Jiang Chu's eyes. The interface of the corpse energy appeared. The domain, which was initially at the basic level, had now advanced to intermediate. The range of the corpse energy had tripled, and it could revive the ghostly entities contained within. Although they would only possess 10% of their former strength, it was still a significant boon. Additionally, The corpse energy had acquired a special skill, the veil of time and space. After organizing these details, it was evident that tonight's gains were the most substantial Jiang Chu had experienced in quite some time. Having completed all this, Jiang Chu did not retire for the night, but instead glanced at the system shop. It was now past midnight, and the shop had already refreshed. There remained a total of 6,000 corpse energy points, sufficient to purchase 2 items from the level 3 shop. Testing his luck. Item 1, Christmas Elf. Description: a special Christmas sprite, upon use, grants a single blessing from the Christmas Elf, increasing fortune by 10 for the next month. Corpse energy points, 3,000, fortune 10. That sounds promising. Although he was unsure of the significance of merely a 10 increase in fortune, such ethereal concepts were not easily manipulated as a mere zombie. He was uncertain of its utility. He decided to hold off for now. Item 2. Universal Peeping Eye. Item 3. Exquisite Zombie Corset. Jiang Chu scanned through the options and ultimately paused at one item. Item 8. Guaranteed Hit Stone. Description: an unremarkable stone that guarantees a hit on any enemy. While the damage it inflicts may not be formidable, the humiliation it brings is quite delightful. Corpse energy points, 3,000. Ignoring the system's verbose description, Jiang Chu was astounded by the notion of a guaranteed hit. Anything with such certainty was undeniably extraordinary. He was astonished that even a level 3 shop could offer such a treasure. Without a moment's hesitation, he clicked to purchase. In an instant, he felt a weight in his hand. And upon looking down, he discovered a stone the size of an egg. The stone was remarkably smooth, resembling a pebble, devoid of any patterns, truly an ordinary stone. Jiang Chu held the stone, examining it closely. Even as the crimson light in his pupils flickered, attempting to discern what made this stone special, yet that after straining his eyes, he found nothing out of the ordinary. That it was indeed a perfectly mundane stone. Chapter 63. Astonishing Reward. Blood Tai Sui. Consuming it grants longevity. Red and white collision. Jiang Chu weighed the stone in his hand before suddenly opening the window and gazing at the distant signal tower of the city center. I aim to hit that signal tower. With that, Jiang Chu threw the stone with a flick of his wrist. The signal tower was at least 10 kilometers away, and without his zombie king eyes, he could not have seen it from such a distance. Such a range. Not even a sniper rifle would likely hit the target, let alone a thrown stone. Yet, Jiang Chu watched in astonishment as the stone, after leaving his hand, did not fall due to inertia but transformed into a streak of light, traversing the 10 kilometers in an instant. Thud. A dull sound resonated as the signal tower was struck, creating a massive dent and sending sparks flying. Incredible. It truly hits wherever I aim. Shortly thereafter, Jiang Chu observed that after hitting the signal tower, the stone reversed direction and swiftly returned to him. Within seconds, the stone was back in his hand, and Jiang Chu was elated that it could return automatically. This was a worthwhile expenditure of corpse energy points. Just as he was about to choose another target, he noticed the signal tower he had struck beginning to flash red warning lights. Jiang Chu's lips twitched. Damn, I almost forgot there are cameras everywhere now, and what I hit that seems to belong to the state. He hurriedly shut the window and drew the curtains. This has nothing to do with me. It's quite reminiscent of the legendary hitting stone. It should work well for hunting a few wild chickens. Jiang Chu put away the guaranteed hit stone, stretched lazily, and noted that he was still a bit short on evolution points. Tomorrow, he would strive to break through to the 5th level when he and Chun Miaoi ventured into the mass grave mountain. He felt a sense of unease, recalling that during his transformation into a zombie, something had seemed to gaze at him, suggesting it was not an ordinary occurrence. Jiang Chu recalled the changes he had undergone in the graveyard. Yet at that time, he had only been consumed by thoughts of vengeance, paying little attention to other details. However, even so, something that could evade his senses must be extraordinary, since they were heading there the day after tomorrow. Jiang Chu would certainly not be careless. He pulled out his phone, preparing to randomly select a lucky target from the Huangquan Bureau app for his next endeavor. However, upon opening the app, he received a notification. Ding dong. Dear 4th level Ghost Tamer Jiang Chu, you have completed the 4th level pinnacle task in the Huangquan Bureau, suppressing the trapped spirits. You completed the task solo. You are entitled to 100% reward. Rewards issued. 1,000 points, a chance to exchange for any treasure under 1,500 points, and a level 3 honorary medal from the Huangquan Bureau, which grants you level 3 honorary treatment. Presenting this metal allows entry into any ghostly realm below level 5. Concurrently, the app will synchronize the metal and grant you the title of Ghost Terminator. Such generous rewards. Jiang Chu was taken aback upon reading the message. 1,000 points equated to a tangible 10 million. Additionally, exchanging points for money was straightforward, while converting money to points was considerably more challenging, as affluent families were not in short supply of money on the black market. He could easily exchange it for at least 12 million. As for the opportunity to select any treasure under 1,500 points, items in the Huangquan Bureau were invaluable for practitioners. Ordinary individuals could never acquire them, no matter how much money they offered. Just these rewards alone could be worth around 30 million. Regarding the Level 3 Huangquan Bureau medal, Jiang Chu glanced at its description. Level 3 Honorary Medal. The medals in the Huangquan Bureau are classified into special sequences and levels 1 to 6, with level 6 being the highest and level 1 the lowest. There are only 100 special sequence medals, which require the consensus of the top 10 leaders of the Huangquan Bureau to be issued. Other medals are granted based on contributions. This level 3 honorary medal allows the host to receive 100 Huangquan Bureau points monthly, free access to certain special regions, and priority for tasks. The classification of levels is straightforward and clear. Not particularly useful. However, one should not refuse free benefits. After all, it equates to a monthly salary of 1 million. I can now be considered a zombie with a monthly income of over 1 million. As for the title of Ghost Terminator, Jiang Chu shook his head in disbelief. The Huangquan Bureau undoubtedly had avid gamers among its ranks, and their status was certainly not low, or else they would not have devised such oddities. After clicking to claim the items, Jiang Chu nodded at his homepage. Indeed, beside his main title, a small Ghost Terminator subtitle appeared, along with a gilded label reading Level 3 sequence. Overall, it resembled something from the 2 decades-old non-mainstream era. Judging by this, the higher-ups of the Huangquan Bureau were likely individuals from that period. In addition to these, the points from the last encounter with the Anaconda Demon gave him 1,200 points. And Zhuge Ling received 600, coupled with previous tasks and this latest reward. His point total had reached 1,900, that amounted to 19 million, a considerable sum for Jiang Chu. He decided to hold on to it for now, waiting until he accumulated 2,000 points to make a bulk purchase, as he had no pressing need for points. Jiang Chu then turned his attention back to his main task, navigating to the task selection section. He casually browsed until he came across a suitable mission. The only legitimate grandson of Xia Laoqi from the Xia family of the Jiangbei Nanhua group had been frail and sickly since childhood. To extend his grandson's life, Xia Laoqi had paid a fortune to acquire a blood tai sui, nurturing the boy's body with its essence. However, just recently, on the day of his grandson's wedding, he suddenly died, along with his wife, resulting in a joyous occasion turning into a tragedy, and the blood tai sui he had been nurturing also vanished without a trace. A far more terrifying event has transpired in recent days. As midnight approaches, alarming scenes of red and white collisions have manifested around the Xia family residence, resulting in 58 fatalities and 37 mysterious disappearances. The task at hand is exceedingly perilous, and it is advised that recipients form a team to approach it with utmost caution. Blood tai sui, red and white collisions. Upon encountering these ominous terms, Jiang Chu felt a slight jolt. He was well aware of what tai sui was, also known as the meat Ganoderma. Current scientific research suggests that tai sui is merely a product of a large fungus amalgamating. However, such explanations are often dismissed as mere folklore. According to popular belief, consuming tai sui is said to confer the power of immortality, and it has long been regarded as a treasure. Chapter 64. The Emergence of the Ghost King. A call from the underworld. Even the Empress cannot help. Yet, the origins of tai sui remain shrouded in mystery. Acquiring it is purely a matter of fortune. Moreover, some rumors suggest that tai sui is not a harbinger of good fortune, but rather an omen of misfortune. The term tai sui is often associated with ill-fated years and misfortunes. Nevertheless, the mention of blood tai sui is something he had never encountered before. As for the red and white collisions, they are particularly intriguing. Red and white collisions are intrinsically linked to feng shui, one symbolizing great joy and the other profound sorrow. The collision of these two extremes is inherently inauspicious, even in its most mundane form. The particular manifestation of red and white collisions resulting from the tragic deaths of newlyweds on their wedding night could very well herald the arrival of a ghost king, Jiang Chu muttered to himself. Pondering whether this ghost king would rival his own zombie king. He had heard that the female ghosts associated with collisions were quite alluring, and he was curious to experience that firsthand. Jiang Chu clicked to accept the task, then reclined in his coffin, preparing to drift into slumber. Suddenly, the shrill ring of his mobile phone shattered the silence. Jiang Chu was taken aback. Who would dare call at such a witching hour? He glanced at the screen and saw it was Lin Wei. That scoundrel, just as I was about to sleep, he chooses this ungodly hour to call. If he cannot provide a valid reason, I shall not hesitate to teach him a lesson. Jiang Chu answered the call, irritation evident in his voice. Chu Dad, this is urgent. I need help. I'm dying. Jiang Chu detected the urgency in Lin Wei's voice and raised an eyebrow. Deciding to spare him for the moment, what happened? I thought I'm being haunted by a female ghost. Chu Dad, hurry. If you don't come, I'll die on this ghost's bed. The sheer volume of information left Jiang Chu momentarily speechless. After a brief pause, he replied, Are you certain it's a female ghost? Absolutely. And this ghost is here to seek revenge on you. Remember that old fool from the Feng Shui Association you dealt with at my place? This ghost is sent by him. He doesn't know your address. So he came to mine, hoping I'd lead him to you, intending to use this ghost to seduce you. I thought to myself, what kind of person is my Chu Dad? Not even a female ghost would interest you, let alone the Empress. So, I tried to subdue her, but I overestimated my abilities. Now she is going to torture me. Young master, stop hiding in the bathroom. I'm coming for you. A sweet, sultry voice echoed through the phone. Lin Wei shuddered. Chu Dad, save me. I'm in room 888 at the Hilton on Baiwa Road. Wait, I'll come on my own. Don't grab my leg. The line went dead with a beep. Jiang Chu was left in astonishment. Young master. He is even playing a role? My goodness. Are today's male university students this bold? Knowing it's a female ghost and still playing along. Yet, this does align with Wei's foolish character. Ding. The system task notification chimed in Jiang Chu's mind. His eyes lit up instantly. He sprang from his coffin. A task had been triggered. As for the so-called revenge, what revenge entails giving experience points and rewards. This was merely a stroke of good fortune for him, knowing he required tasks, and here was one miraculously presented. Nighttime was inherently an active period for Jiang Chu. Sleep was of little concern. That he searched for the Hilton's address on his phone. It was a bit of a distance, but not beyond his means. He flung open the window, accessed Gauda map, and with a single step, his figure vanished from sight. Jiangbei. A private tea house. This was the gathering place for the Jiangbei Feng Shui Association. At that moment, two elderly men and a middle-aged man were savoring their tea. In their midst, a water projection displayed the scene from room 888. One of them was naturally Mao Qing, clad in his Feng Shui robe, a smile gracing his face. This fellow is truly useless. Yet he endured until now before seeking help. Brotherly loyalty indeed, remarked a squint-eyed elder beside him. Let us not allow him to meet his demise. We still need to collect money from his father. Lin Dali only has this one son, whom he dotes on excessively. He has been itching to take action against him, and now he has inadvertently provided Mao Qing with a splendid excuse. This time, we must extort 3 to 5 billion from him. We're aiming for something substantial. Mao Qing replied with a grin. Lin Dali is indeed fortunate. Everything he invests in turns to gold. Many are envious of him. 3 to 5 billion is merely a starting point. It should be at least 10 billion, not a penny less. Of course, this 10 billion will be split between me and Sue. He added, casting a respectful glance at the middle-aged man with a goatee, the association's president. We are grateful to you for being willing to stand up for your junior. Only then did the middle-aged man smile ominously. No worries, since they dared to offend the Jiangbei Feng Shui Association, they cannot be easily let off. The Jiangbei Feng Shui Association, with its grandiose name, was essentially a grassroots organization. Its members came from all walks of life. Anyone with money could join after paying a fee. However, not all members were charlatans. Some possessed genuine skills, including ancestral shamans, spirit mediums, and disciples of various sections. The true masters, however, were mostly found within the Huangquan Bureau app. The formation of the Feng Shui Association was merely a way for mediocre practitioners to band together for mutual benefit. With this title, they could secure some business, and wealthy clients with urgent matters often sought their services. Mao Qing had previously spent a few years at Maoshan, but had been expelled due to poor conduct. He had originally not borne the surname Mao. After his expulsion, he adopted the name to appear more legitimate. With this surname and some skills learned at Maoshan, he thrived within the Jiangbei Feng Shui Association, mingling with numerous dignitaries and wealthy individuals. His reputation had grown, and he had amassed considerable wealth, which had fostered an arrogant disposition. Chapter 65. The President of the Feng Shui Association. Today, I shall sweep away your association. On the day Lin Dali approached him, it was a lucrative deal worth millions. However, it was snatched away by a young upstart, who publicly humiliated him. This was an affront Mao Qing could not tolerate. For days he had plotted revenge, but Jiang Chu's actions had cast a considerable shadow over him. He understood that relying solely on his own strength to confront Jiang Chu would be unwise. Thus, he reached out to these two individuals. The squint-eyed elder, known as Su Guanshan, was a spirit medium from the north who had settled in Jiangbei, while the middle-aged man, recognized as Lu Ping, was the vice president of the Jiangbei Feng Shui Association. Despite being the youngest, his abilities were profound, surpassing those of the other two. Rumor had it that he possessed innate yin-yang sight and had once apprenticed under a master of the Yinshi sect. His skills in exorcism were formidable, yet he had strayed from the righteous path. Most practitioners of Yinshi dwelled in desolate mountains and graveyards, leading a harsh existence. During one of his master's urban excursions to handle a supernatural case, Lu Ping had become enamored with city life. Subsequently, he began secretly accepting jobs, amassing considerable wealth, which further distanced him from his austere lifestyle. Eventually, his master discovered his transgressions and was furious, threatening to strip him of his powers and expel him from the sect. In a moment of panic, Lu Ping realized that his fortune was tied to his master's teachings. Without those skills, he would likely remain at the bottom of the social hierarchy in the city. Thus, he vowed never to return to the mountain. Yet, his heart had already been captivated by urban allure. After enduring a few months, he could no longer bear it. Fearing discovery by his master, he resolved to take drastic action, assassinating his master and binding his spirit into a vengeful ghost for his own use. It was through his master's spirit that he attained the position of vice president. The ghost that had ensnared Lin Wei was one of his creations. The three of them were indeed a nest of snakes and rats, none being virtuous souls. After approximately 4 or 5 minutes had elapsed, the image reflected in the water at the center of the three suddenly trembled. Lu Ping raised his eyebrows. Here it comes, quite swift. In room 888, Lin Wei sat on the sofa in the living room, his eyes glazed and a smile gracing his lips. Beside him, a woman of about 25 or 26, heavily made up and dressed rather provocatively, was incessantly pouring wine for him. Each of her smiles and frowns exuded an enchanting charm. That it was evident that one would require a decade or more of experience in the art of seduction to achieve such mastery. Yet, the woman was perplexed. How strange. Ordinary mortals would have perished after being drained by me. Yet this fellow, why does he seem to possess an endless reservoir of vitality? Even I find it somewhat overwhelming. She was a courtesan of 3 lifetimes, having perished in brothels throughout her existence. She had drained the vitality of countless men, but this was the first time she encountered such a situation. The music continued, and the dance went on. Lin Wei, feeling exhilarated, let out a loud cheer. He then took out his phone. This segment is splendid. The angle is quite unique. Let me record a video to send to old Jiang later. His gaze had long been obscured by this siren, and the scene before him resembled that of a brothel. Outside the hotel, Jiang Chu stood at the entrance, observing the emanating aura of darkness from the room. This aura carried a peculiar fragrance, seemingly capable of stirring deep-seated desires within the heart. Jiang Chu inhaled deeply. The scent was rather pleasant. Initially, he had assumed it to be an ordinary female ghost. But to his surprise, this ghost possessed some skill. That rascal Ah Wei, he wouldn't have been drained to death, would he? To ordinary people, ghostly entities are indeed insurmountable adversaries, especially female spirits, who can effortlessly drain the vitality from a living being with but a touch. However, recalling a few minutes prior when Lin Wei still appeared robust, he should be fine. With a crash, Jiang Chu kicked open the room's door, his vision blurred, and the scene before him transformed. Fragrant aromas filled the air, and numerous young women flitted about. In particular, on the central stage, 5 or 6 girls clad only in sheer veils danced gracefully, their movements seductive and captivating, occasionally striking alluring poses. Excellent. This dance is captivating. Hefty rewards await. Make sure to clean them up and send them to my room later. An excited voice echoed. Jiang Chu's expression darkened. He needn't even look to know it was that scoundrel Lin Wei. You having quite the time, aren't you? Just then, a voice emerged near Jiang Chu's ear. Upon hearing this, Lin Wei froze momentarily, then erupted in anger. Damn it, didn't I reserve this place for myself? Who is the blind fool that dares intrude? Turning around, he was instantly disarmed by Jiang Chu's presence, his fury evaporating as if it had never existed. Old Jiang, you've finally arrived. Come quickly and enjoy the sight of this ghostly dance. I was just about to record a video for you. Jiang Chu made himself comfortable, plopping down beside Lin Wei that he raised an eyebrow. Knowing she is a ghost, you still find it so entertaining? Lin Wei shrugged. What can I do? I can't overpower them, nor can I escape. So since I'm here, why not enjoy it? After all, I often see women dance, but a ghost dancing is a first for me. It's quite novel, don't you think? So you're not bewitched? The moment Jiang Chu stepped into the room, he sensed this was an entrancing illusion that it's challenging for any man to resist the allure of women. Yet Lin Wei he is still conscious. If it weren't for my weakened state, I could easily match them for another 300 rounds. With a ghostly presence, you truly are playing with fire. As for why Lin Wei remained unbewitched, Jiang Chu did not dwell on it. He merely regarded the enchanting illusion. Enough of this. It's time to get down to business. Chapter 66. The koi swallowing the heavens. Swallowing the heavens? I am that heaven. With that, he pressed his palm against the table. A wisp of corpse energy erupted forth. Boom. The entire illusion shattered, and the room reverted to its original state. However, the ghost let out a piercing scream. This illusion was a manifestation of her dark energy. Shattering it meant her energy was torn apart. Yet, the ghost remained unfazed. Seemingly emboldened, she merely shot a resentful glare at Jiang Chu. You foul man. You've finally arrived. Someone is waiting for you. With that, she turned to flee. Jiang Chu was taken aback by the ghost's audacity that a mere wretch, yet so brazen. Truly, it was as if an elderly woman had dived into bed. Leaving him amused, before the ghost could dissipate into mist, a hand grasped her hair, yanking her back. The intense pain elicited another scream from the ghost. She looked up to find Jiang Chu gazing down at her with indifference. There's no need for you to lead me. I will find them after I eliminate you. The ghost's face began to show signs of fear. Boom. However, Jiang Chu granted her no chance to speak. Delivering a punch that shattered her skull, host kills the courtesan, gaining 300 corpse energy points. The system notification chimed in Jiang Chu's mind. He paid it no mind, his gaze fixed on the mirror within the hotel room. He smiled broadly at his reflection. Illusions? Enough of this. Soon, I shall send you all to the afterlife. The mirror shattered, and a droplet of water fell from it, which Jiang Chu grasped tightly in his hand. Once he completed these actions, Lin Wei clung to Jiang Chu's leg. Old Jiang, you're so badass. I really like you. Jiang Chu kicked him aside, rolling his eyes. Get as far away as you can. You'll be responsible for the door and the mirror later. I have business to attend to first. Lin Wei waved dismissively. No need. This hotel belongs to my family, even if you demolish it. It's of no consequence. Caught off guard, he was once again outdone. Jiang Chu approached the window, casting the droplet of water into the AI. It transformed into a streak of light, and Jiang Chu's figure leaped swiftly in a particular direction. Illusions, a low-level technique, can use water as a medium and mirrors as eyes to observe what one wishes to see. However, those of profound cultivation can also peer through the reflection to discern the true essence of these illusions. Not far from the hotel, at a private tea house, the water curtain before Lu Ping and his companions had already shattered, splattering tea all over them. Liu Ping wiped the droplets from his face, his expression growing increasingly grim. Seeking death, are we? President, has that fellow come knocking? Mao Qing swallowed hard, recalling the terror he had felt under Jiang Chu's presence. Before that young man, he had lacked even the strength to retaliate. Lu Ping snorted coldly. What is there to panic about? Aren't we looking for him? Now that he has come to us, it saves us some effort. Indeed, Brother Mao, a mere young upstart without any background, what if he possesses some talent? With the three of us, including the president, as long as he is not a fourth-tier cultivator, we can handle him. If the president unleashes his trump card, we can even contend with a fourth tier. Surely you don't think that young man could reach that level, do you? Ha! Beside them, Su Guanshan laughed heartily. his triangular eyes glinting with malice, reminiscent of a venomous snake. Hearing their words, Mao Qing felt considerably steadied. Indeed, no matter how absurd this young man may be, he could not possibly attain the fourth-tier level. Well then, guests are here. Let us, the Feng Shui Association, have a proper meeting with this young man. Summon the others. Set up the formation, seal off the tea house. Not even a mosquito shall escape tonight. Excellent. The night in Jiangbei was somewhat chilly, and the temperature had dropped considerably after the heavy rain. Under the midnight red moon, the streets appeared desolate, with only the occasional sounds of stray cats and dogs breaking the silence. Jiang Chu walked along a secluded street, his footsteps echoing dully against the ground. His eyes were fixed on a nearby four-story tea house. The establishment was named Listening to the Wind. The droplet of water had flown toward this very location. Inside the tea house, the lights were relatively bright, though they seemed to filter through a layer of gauze, rendering the scene somewhat indistinct. There's even a formation. Old rascal has prepared quite thoroughly. No need for me to conceal myself. Jiang Chu nodded in approval, stepping directly past the formation and entering the Listening to the Wind tea house. The tea house appeared to be a high-end establishment. While the exterior was unremarkable, the interior boasted lavish and retro decor. This quaint tea house featured artificial hills, flowing streams, and quaint bridges, all present. Under the corridors, two golden koi swam gracefully. The moonlight illuminated the water's surface, causing the stream below to shimmer with brilliance. Feng Shui. Jiang Chu wasn't too well versed in such matters, but could discern some principles. Feng Shui requires both wind and water, and must be able to conceal the wind and contain the water. These represent fortune. The better the Feng Shui, the more favorable the fortunes of those who dwell within, while not guaranteeing wishes fulfilled. It certainly allows for smoother endeavors. This is called the koi swallowing the moon formation. That a faint voice emanated from behind the artificial hill, yet no figure was present. It was evident that it employed a technique similar to illusions. Koi swallowing the moon can yield a celestial dragon. This is a sophisticated Feng Shui formation that only those with exceptional mastery can establish. Not only must the water be boundless, but the koi must also be of the Tianshan variety. Anyone entering this Feng Shui will find it impossible to escape if they are of the third-tier cultivation level. The voice seemed quite pleased with its Feng Shui formation, unable to resist explaining further. Once it finished, its tone suddenly turned frigid. You must be Jiang Chu, correct? Jiang Chu nodded slightly. The voice continued. You have harmed members of my Feng Shui association. Now, I offer you a chance. Apologize at our association. Bow 3 times and compensate for all damages. Leave Jiangbei, and we may spare your life. A chuckle escaped Jiang Chu's lips upon hearing this. A bunch of despicable, rotten tomatoes really consider themselves significant. Spare my life? Rest assured, today I have come to eradicate your so-called association, to prevent the disgrace of Feng Shui from spreading. As soon as these words left his mouth, the surrounding atmosphere momentarily froze. Then, from behind the artificial mountain, an enraged voice thundered, seeking death, to eradicate my Feng Shui association? Let's see if you have the ability. Set the stage. With the command, a deafening roar erupted. The originally tranquil water surface suddenly exploded. The brook, which was merely a few zhang wide, transformed almost instantaneously into a vast river. The stars shone brilliantly above, while below, the waters surged violently. The winds howled fiercely along the banks. Feng Shui converged. In the water, 2 colossal figures leaped forth. Indeed, they were the 2 koi. Chapter 67. A single hand sweeps across 3,000 states. At this moment, the koi had grown to over 10 meters, their scales gleaming like ancient beasts. They roared, tilting their heads back in fury, seemingly intent on devouring the moon itself. Yet, their target was Jiang Chu, who stood firmly upon the water's surface, not even flinching, a hint of disdain gracing his features. Using Feng Shui against me, do you not realize that wherever I tread, the Feng Shui is invariably malevolent? Zombies embody extreme mean. Wherever they reside, even the finest Feng Shui will be tainted. Moreover, as the purple-robed zombie king, I must say, wherever I go, it becomes a path of utmost in my vicinity. Regardless of how extraordinary the Feng Shui arrangement may be, it will instantaneously devolve into a deadlock. Jiang Chu's eyes flashed with a crimson light. Scram! His low growl echoed like thunder, as if summoned by divine retribution, sweeping across the entire void. In an instant, The mighty river ceased its flow, the howling winds fell silent. The two colossal koi, now filled with overwhelming fear, exploded in a violent burst. Time seemed to stretch, yet it felt like a mere moment. The brook returned to its previous state, as if nothing had changed. However, the once clear waters darkened at an observable rate. The koi that had been swimming moments ago now lay belly up, utterly lifeless. Jiang Chu casually picked one up and hurled it towards the artificial mountain. Koi devouring the moon. How absurd. Boom. The artificial mountain shattered upon impact. Without sparing a glance, Jiang Chu strode towards the rooftop. Within the tea house's top-floor private room, Mao Qing and the others, including El Ping, widened their eyes in astonishment, shock evident on their faces. The formation has been broken. So soon. This koi-devouring heaven formation had been meticulously crafted by their feng shui association. Not only could it devour wealth, but it also served as a formidable defense against strong adversaries. In the past, it had successfully ensnared numerous third-tier experts. Yet now that it had been dismantled in an instant. No, this is not merely a broken formation. He must possess a potent secret treasure that counters feng shui. Otherwise, the stream below would not have darkened. El Ping furrowed his brow. Piecing together the situation that a secret treasure, Su Guanshan's eyes gleamed. Anything worthy of being termed a secret treasure is undoubtedly extraordinary, far more precious than ordinary magical artifacts. El Ping's face also broke into a greedy smile. This fellow possesses more than we anticipated. He is worth my intervention. You too. Take the others and delay him for a moment. I will summon spirits. At El Ping's words, Su Guanshan and Mao Qing simultaneously revealed expressions of joy, summoning spirits. This was the most formidable technique of their vice president, having once repelled a fourth-tier initial stage alchemist. It was precisely by this means that he had ascended to the position of vice president of the Feng Shui Association, and he was likely to inherit the role of the next president. Yes, Mao Qing and Su Guanshan nodded without hesitation, swiftly rising to exit the private room. Once they had departed, El Ping suddenly closed his eyes, his hands began to form seals, and a gust of sinister wind erupted from within him. Outside the private room, more than a dozen members of the Feng Shui Association had already gathered. They were a motley crew, some clad in Taoist robes, others draped in yin-yang ceremonial garments, and even a few bald monks. These individuals all possessed some skills and were El Ping's trusted aides that in their eagerness to support Mao Qing, he had exerted great effort. Upon seeing Su Guanshan and Mao Qing emerge, they all turned their gazes towards them. Su Guanshan waved his hand confidently. President L is preparing to execute a decisive strike, that we only need to stall that brat for a moment. You all return to your positions and stabilize the formation. Once that brat enters the array, leave him to me and my brother Mao Qing. All right, the crowd nodded in unison. However, before they could depart, a rhythmic sound of footsteps echoed from the staircase. The pace was not swift, yet it resonated like a heartbeat. The previously confident Su Guanshan felt an inexplicable tension rising within him. Have you arranged the tactics? A calm voice emerged, and everyone turned to see a young figure materialize in the corridor. His demeanor was casual, as if he had single-handedly surrounded the opposition. Jiang Chu. Mao Qing seethed through gritted teeth. Jiang Chu smiled slightly. Old coot, I spared you last time at Boss Lin's, but this time. Your luck has run out. How would you like to die? I shall grant you a satisfying demise. Mao Qing's face twitched violently, while Su Guanshan patted his shoulder. Calm down, brother Mao. He then turned his gaze towards Jiang Chu. You audacious brat, daring to act recklessly on my Feng Shui Association's territory. You have no path to survival today. Open the array. This master will personally deal with him. Swish. The others swiftly retreated, disappearing into the tea house's private rooms. Subsequently, within the rooms, shimmering runes flickered, enveloping the entire floor. The radiant energies converged at Su Guanshan's feet, significantly amplifying his aura. In contrast, Jiang Chu seemed to be under pressure from the formation. All this ostentation meant little to Jiang Chu. This level of suppression bore almost no impact on him. With his strength, dealing with these third-rate practitioners was akin to bullying the weak. Yet, Jiang Chu relished it. The purpose of enhancing his power was to facilitate more efficient killings. You arrogant junior. You deserve to be devoured by Lord Changxian. Su Guanshan, feeling the surge of power from the formation, wore a sinister grin. He produced 3 sandalwood incense sticks. The incense flickered. It ignited, releasing curling wisps of blue smoke. Su Guanshan's expression turned solemn as shadows rose from his body, and he began to chant, Heavenly Azure. Earthly Spirit, the fragrant smoke guides the way, illuminating all directions. Today, I, disciple Su Guanshan, humbly beseech Lord Changxian, Master Lu. As he shouted the final words, the incense he held suddenly diminished by more than half in an instant. Billowing smoke enveloped him, and Su Guanshan's triangular eyes transformed into elongated, eerie slits, revealing a massive serpent subtly coiling within the smoke. Abruptly inhaling, the incense morphed into two serpents that slithered into his nostrils. His face twisted into a satisfied, sinister grin as he muttered in a shrill voice, Brat, who shall this master slay? Then, his voice shifted, reverting to Su Guanshan's form, Lord Changxian. It is him. Chapter 68, Summoning Spirits and Dispatching Generals. Witness the true essence of divinity. Su Guanshan pointed towards Jiangchu. Jiangchu yawned. Were it not for this fool's incantation summoning a deity, he would have already dispatched him several times over. Considering the lengthy preparatory chant, upon seeing Jiangchu, the previously grinning deity's expression abruptly faltered. The elongated pupils widened in shock. Yuda, why do you possess the aura of my Changxian clan? Jiangchu clinked the 5 emperor coins on his wrist. Is this what you mean? Boom! Behind him, a massive python soared into the air. The already startled Changxian's pupils contracted in disbelief that you possess a python. Not all serpent demons can transform into pythons. Pythons are a rare breed. They require a unique bloodline and fortuitous circumstances, far surpassing ordinary serpent immortals in strength. Thus, upon seeing this python, the Changxian felt a flicker of fear. No, this python.it is already dead. You have refined its demon core. The Changxian discerned certain clues, its eyes gleaming with greed. Excellent. If I consume you, I may also transform into a python. Hiss! It raised its head and shrieked, as more black mist surged into Su Guanshan from all directions. In an instant, Su Guanshan's garments burst apart, his flesh began to warp, with scales encroaching upon his form. Lord, that I cannot contain this power any longer. My body cannot withstand it. Su Guanshan screamed in horror. He had summoned a deity, but could only invoke a fragment of its power. Yet now, the Changxian he served was forcibly flooding him with all its demon energy, no matter how he pleaded. The long celestial being, indifferent to everything, caused a dramatic shift in the scene, leaving Mao Qing and all the members of the Feng Shui Association utterly astounded. What is happening? Why hasn't anyone made a move? Our own people are already at each other's throats. In the next moment, everyone witnessed the gathering of demonic energy, and Su Guanshan's body burst apart amidst his agonizing cries. From within him, a colossal python emerged. Its true form, it's here. You little brat, I sacrificed one of my disciples for you. Your life will be the price. The giant python spoke human words, a torrent of demonic wind swirling as it eagerly lunged towards Jiangchu. Jiangchu grinned. Finally, the moment has come. The advancing python trembled violently, its heart quaking in fear. What is happening? Its gaze began to blur, yet it still couldn't comprehend. A voice resonated before it, spirit binding. The celestial being felt a flash before its eyes. Jiangchu, once an ordinary youth, had transformed into a deity, a divine entity addressing it. No, this can't be real. It attempted to retreat, but found its body entirely beyond its control. Simultaneously, the divine presence's might enveloped it, commanding the spirits. Boom! The sound erupted in the long celestial being's ears like thunder. In an instant, its consciousness shattered completely. The demonic soul within it was instantly extracted, crushed into a small orb that fell into Jiangchu's hands. Jiangchu opened his mouth and swallowed it whole. AMU, ding! The host devoured all of the celestial being's cultivation, gaining 8 years of corpse energy. A notification echoed in Jiangchu's mind. This can actually enhance corpse energy. 8 years of corpse energy surged within him, which was promptly refined by Jiangchu. He glanced at his system panel. Name: Jiangchu Identity. Purple Rogue Corpse King. Unique. Zombie level. 4th stage Hairy Zombie. Evolution level. 80% treasures. Corpse Purple Taoist Robe. Corpse 5 Emperor's Money Shield. Corpse King Suppressing Hammer. Innate Divine Ability. Corpse King Ascendancy. First Catastrophe. Corpse Spirit. Intermediate. Corpse Techniques. Control Corpse Art. LV3 Minor Accomplishment. Corpse Spirit Binding Command, LV. 3 Minor Accomplishment. Corpse False Tsunami, LV3. Corpse 5 Thunder Rites, LV 1.5. Corpse Energy Points, 3,000. Available for purchase in the system shop. His cultivation increased by 4%, a delightful surprise indeed. Initially, he merely intended to test the power of his divine abilities, but this outcome was unexpected. Truly, the Spirit Binding Command is formidable. A late-stage third-tier celestial being could be slain without a single blow. And even the soul could be consumed. Jiang Chu's eyes sparkled with excitement. He must explore the northeastern forests. Wouldn't he emerge invincible? Thud. A dull sound jolted Jiang Chu from his thoughts, revealing Mao Qing trembling and collapsing to the ground beneath the formation. A large puddle forming beneath him, he was on the verge of a breakdown. If the explosion of the Feng Shui formation was an accident, witnessing Su Guanshan's summoned celestial being explode was far more absurd. The most ludicrous part was the celestial being that never even touched Jiang Chu. Was simply devoured alive. Not only him, but the surrounding Feng Shui Association members were left dumbfounded as well. Who am I? Where am I? Was what I just witnessed real? Did Master Mao just wet himself again? Jiang Chu smiled. Mao Qing desperately retreated, repeatedly pleading for mercy. Jiang Chu, Senior Jiang, it's all a misunderstanding. I want to seek revenge. I swear, I admit defeat. I'm a coward. Please spare me. I'm willing to give you all my possessions, Jiang Chu. What the hell? How did this old fool become so timid? How can he still call himself a Feng Shui master? Originally, Jiang Chu intended to toy with him a bit longer, but seeing Mao Qing so cowardly completely extinguished his interest. Zing. A flicker of lightning sparked from his fingertips, although it was merely a thread. The ferocious power of the lightning erupted in the air. Go. Jiang Chu didn't even glance back as he pressed down towards Mao Qing. Mao Qing's trembling body suddenly stiffened. Thunder technique. No, big brother, you're actually using lightning on me. Bang, the lightning pierced through Mao Qing's body that he exploded, dead beyond any doubt. The host killed a peak second-tier practitioner, gaining 200 corpse energy points. Chapter 69. Breaking through the peak of hairy zombies. The terror of Yin-5 Thunder. Total annihilation. Happy New Year. The system notification rang in Jiang Chu's mind. In the hall, the remaining Feng Shui masters were left in shock, their throats moving as they experienced confusion for the first time. They were actually dealing with someone capable of wielding lightning. Lightning techniques are considered the pinnacle of the cultivation realm. Regardless of which lineage's lightning technique, it was far beyond the capabilities of these third-rate sorcerers. Senior, we were deceived by Mao Qing. We had no idea of the feud between you two. You can't kill us. We are citizens of the Great Xia, protected by the law. That poses quite the dilemma. Jiang Chu furrowed his brows that he retracted the lightning technique. The Feng Shui masters rejoiced, about to breathe a sigh of relief, when they saw Jiang Chu's hand move again. The previous ferocious lightning vanished, replaced by a pool of black water that he smiled gently. Then how about this? I'll grind your bodies into powder, ensuring that even the gods won't be able to restore them. Is that even human language? The Feng Shui Association members were still processing this when Jiang Chu moved. His fingers spread wide, sweeping around. The black water in his palm was flung outwards. Yin-5 Thunder technique. Water of decay. Touch it, and it will sap the very marrow from your bones. A mere palm-sized pool of black water swiftly descended upon the sorcerers. They were horrified to discover that upon contact, their entire bodies turned numb and melted, even their internal energy obliterated by the black water. They could only watch helplessly as the pool of black water expanded at a visibly alarming rate. In the blink of an eye, it completely enveloped their bodies. Boom! Jiang Chu snapped his fingers. Bang! A muffled sound emerged from the black water. When the noise subsided, the lives of the previously vibrant dozen or so individuals had utterly vanished from this world, leaving not even a trace of bone behind. The host killed 13 low-level practitioners, gaining 2,100 corpse energy points. The system notification chimed again at S.O. Ruthless. Jiang Chu was also startled by the power of Yin-5 Thunder. While he had anticipated it, he didn't expect that beneath the Yin-5 Thunder, not even a trace of bone would remain. There's another one. Jiang Chu suddenly sensed something. His figure flickered. Bang! The door of the private room where Su Guanshan and Mao Qing had emerged exploded into splinters. Inside, El Ping sat cross-legged, surrounded by swirling black energy. The moment the door burst open, he opened his eyes, astonished at the sight of Jiang Chu. How did you get in? Facing such a question left Jiang Chu momentarily bewildered. How did I get in? Are you blind? El Ping seemed to guess something. Hastening his hand movements in the incantation, summoning a ghost is far more challenging than summoning a celestial being, especially since this ghost was his former master, who harbored deep resentment towards him. Each attempt to control it consumed a significant amount of time. Now, at this critical moment, he couldn't help but shout at Jiang Chu. If you have the ability, wait 2 minutes. After 2 minutes, we shall battle to the death. Jiang Chu nodded vigorously. No problem. Take your time. If I don't wait for you, I'm not human. Faced with such a harsh vow, El Ping sighed in relief, quickly centering his thoughts. However, just as his incantation was about to restart, he felt a chilling wind blow towards him. Instinctively, he opened his eyes. Puffed. An arm had already pierced through his heart. El Ping stared blankly at Jiang Chu, who was now within arm's reach. You said you would wait for me. Jiang Chu grinned. That was just to trick you. I didn't expect you to be so gullible. El Ping's expression changed repeatedly. But the excruciating pain rendered him speechless. Damn. Before he could finish, Jiang Chu crushed his heart. El Ping's head drooped, dead beyond any possibility of revival. The host killed a peak 3rd-tier practitioner, gaining 500 corpse energy points. Jiang Chu wiped the blood from his hands and spat. A fool like this managed to reach the peak of the 3rd tier. From a cultivation standpoint, El Ping was the strongest presence among the Feng Shui Association in the tea house tonight. Yet that he seemed utterly devoid of intelligence. Ding! The host completed the system task, receiving rewards. 30 years of corpse energy, 2,000 corpse energy points. In Jiang Chu's mind, the notification for completing the system task rang out. Boom! The power of 30 years' worth of corpse energy surged within him, illuminating his entire being. Once he absorbed all the corpse energy, Jiang Chu felt as though he was nearing a bottleneck. A breakthrough was imminent. Name: Jiang Chu. Identity: the unique purple-robed zombie king. Zombie level: 4th stage hairy zombie. Evolution degree: 94%. Treasures: corpse purple Dao robe, corpse 5 emperors money shield. Zombie king suppression hammer. Innate divine ability. Zombie King Ascension, First Tribulation. Corpse Goo, Intermediate. Corpse Techniques. Control Corpse Technique, LV3 Minor Success. Corpse Binding Spirit and Dispatching Generals, LV3 Minor Success. Corpse False Overturning C, LV3. Corpse 5 Thunder Rites, LV 1.5. Corpse Chi Points, 6,800. Available for purchase in the System Mall. The evolution degree has unmistakably reached 94%. Only 6 more points remain. I hope tomorrow's event will not disappoint me. If I can just trigger a random task, I will completely break through to the flying zombie. Returning home. The next day, early in the morning, Jiang Chu climbed out of his coffin. He stretched lazily and washed up briefly. Today is already Friday. If I endure just one more day, I won't have to be a morning zombie tomorrow. His roommate, Su Wanner, who sleeps next door, probably has no classes in the morning. When Jiang Chu entered the living room, he could still faintly hear her soft snores. So clear. Jiang Chu glanced in the direction of the sound, his eyes widening in surprise. The door is unlocked. Damn, living under the same roof as a blossoming beauty who has just transformed into a zombie for 5 days. How bold of her. Sooner or later, I'll devour you. Is this not a bit inappropriate? It feels like I'm being a peeping Tom. Jiang Chu thought of looking away, but then reconsidered. After all, this is my home. Peeping is absolutely unacceptable, but if I gaze openly, that should be fine, right? With that thought, Jiang Chu became bolder. Through the crack of the door, he saw a pair of snowy white jade legs sprawled across the floral bedspread. Those legs that so slender and long. They could certainly provide entertainment for 2.5 years. Moreover, Su Wanner is wearing a nightgown. With Jiang Chu's vision, at least in 8.0, he could vaguely see some inappropriate sights. Pink with a bow. What exquisite taste. Jiang Chu straightened up slightly, giving a thumbs up. His mood lifted. Out the door. Chapter 70. The Secret of the Purple Robe. Senior sister, you wouldn't want others to know your secret, would you? Munching on his zombie canned food, Jiang Chu entered the school. The morning air was rather chilly. The female college students passing by were all bundled up warmly. Poor reviews. Fortunately, at that moment, a group of female students, likely from the aviation department, walked past Jiang Chu, chattering away. Given their black stockings, Jiang Chu found their chatter quite pleasant. Jiang Chu. Just as he passed by the dining hall, he heard a familiar female voice calling out. Turning around, he saw a tall girl with a high ponytail. Even wrapped in a down jacket, her figure remained exquisite, waving joyfully at him. Zhuge Ling. Jiang Chu recognized her. Zhuge Ling jogged over to him, her face alight with excitement. Jiang Chu, I never expected to run into you here. Jiang Chu smiled in return. It is indeed a coincidence. Aren't you from the neighboring art college? What brings you to our school? Zhuge Ling grinned. Because my good sister is at your school. I have no classes today, so I came to accompany her to class. After saying that, Zhuge Ling winked at Jiang Chu. This sister of mine is also a school flower from your school. Would you like me to introduce you? The school flower? Jiang Chu's expression turned peculiar for a moment. You must be talking about senior sister Chen Miaoi, right? Knowing someone like Zhuge Ling, the young lady of the Zhuge family, must mean she's also a practitioner. Coupled with the title of school flower, it becomes quite evident. Zhuge Ling was taken aback. You know her? Jiang Chu nodded with a smile. Indeed, I just met her a couple of days ago. In fact, I met her a few hours before you did. Zhuge Ling seemed to have thought of something, her eyes suddenly shining. Jiang Chu, that you wouldn't be the one who inherited the purple robe from the old heavenly master that Miaoi mentioned. Would you? Yes, Jiang Chu readily admitted. Before Zhuge Ling could speak further, her phone rang with a voice call. Zhuge Ling quickly glanced at it. It's Miaoi calling. Jiang Chu. I have to go now. Jiang Chu nodded, not saying much, and headed towards his classroom. Zhuge Ling answered the call. A few minutes later, Chen Miaoi appeared beside her. Chen Miaoi was dressed in a plain white outfit, paired with loose trousers. Her face bore no makeup. Yet she remained stunningly beautiful. Miaoi, look at you. I bought you a whole bunch of cosmetics, and you still refuse to use them. Otherwise, you would be the one and only among the 4 school flowers. Zhuge Ling pulled Chen Miaoi's hand, pouting. Chen Miaoi smiled softly, seemingly unfazed. I'm just not used to it. Zhuge Ling clearly understood her sister's nature. She then smiled mysteriously. Miaoi, guess who I just ran into? Chen Miaoi, as if untouched by the outside world, replied coolly. Who? Zhuge Ling gazed at her delicate face, uttering 2 words. Jiang Chu. Upon hearing this name, Chen Miaoi's eyes finally sparkled with color, her tone growing heavier. Senior Jiang? Zhuge Ling nodded vigorously, puffing up with pride. Moreover, I even mentioned your matter with Longhu Mountain to him. A faint blush suddenly appeared on Chen Miaoi's snowy white face. Linghu? Zhuge Ling burst into laughter. Just kidding. I thought the so-called frost snow fairy of our cultivation world, the beautiful Chen, would never get flustered. Chen Miaoi's charming face turned increasingly red, and she bit her lip, retorting, keep talking, and I'll expose the secret about your little patting. Zhuge Ling glanced down at her chest, suddenly unable to laugh. After a brief exchange of banter, Zhuge Ling quietly inquired, Miaoi, isn't the bottleneck of your Linghuo cultivation method only surmountable by the purple robe of Longhu Mountain? For yin-yang harmony, haven't you discussed this with Jiang Chu? With your looks, he would undoubtedly agree. Chen Miaoi's face flushed again as she glared at her. I haven't agreed yet. Ah Chu. Just as Jiang Chu arrived in class, he sneezed, rubbing his nose. He thought, damn, who is whispering about me behind my back? If they have the guts, they should challenge me face to face. During the morning classes, Jiang Chu sat at the back by the window, skillfully pulling out his phone to play 3 thrilling rounds of a game. Today, the traditional Chinese medicine consultation event was still ongoing outside. Compared to yesterday, many more old Chinese medicine practitioners had arrived. Through the students' conversations, Jiang Chu learned that this consultation was being conducted across various schools. He wondered how the country determined whether ordinary people possessed cultivation talent. Jiang Chu did not concern himself with that. After a full day of classes, he didn't return home, but instead lay on his desk for a brief nap. Just as he was halfway through his slumber, he suddenly caught a whiff of 2 faint fragrances. Delightful, he abruptly opened his eyes to find 2 young women standing before him. Unbeknownst to him, Senior Sister Chen, Zhuge Ling, what brings you here? Jiang Chu was surprised by the sight of the 2 girls. Zhuge Ling giggled and handed him a cup of milk tea from behind. Miaoi said you like this, so we specially brought it for you. Are you touched, Jiang Chu? Jiang Chu took a look at the taro milk tea. Lightly iced and half-sweetened, he perked up and unceremoniously took a sip. Thank you both for your hard work. Please make yourselves at home. Jiang Chu patted the space beside him. Chen Miaoi and Zhuge Ling sat down accordingly. After sitting, Chen Miaoi appeared to be in good spirits, smiling at Jiang Chu. Senior Jiang, tomorrow is the day we enter the wandering cemetery, but don't forget. Jiang Chu nodded, looking at Zhuge Ling. Are you going too? Zhuge Ling nodded proudly. Of course, it was my grandfather who predicted the timing of that great evil's emergence from the wandering cemetery. Jiang Chu then recalled that the event Chun Miaoi mentioned was indeed predicted by a senior from the Taoist sect. Zhuge Ling's grandfather must be the head of the Zhuge family. From what Jiang Chu had seen previously on the Huangquan app, the Zhuge family is indeed a first-rate force in the cultivation world. Their family's strange arts have ranked first in the cultivation community for over 1,000 years, which carries significant weight. Zhuge Ling's expression then turned serious. However, my grandfather told me yesterday that there seemed to be some unforeseen changes regarding the wandering cemetery this time. Besides us, some other individuals might also be involved, so we must be cautious. He is also deducing the identity of the great evil that lurks in the dragon vein of the wandering cemetery. Once he has results, he will inform us immediately. TSK, having a strong backing is truly delightful. Chapter 71. Jiang Chu. What? You want to sleep with me? The zombie's child, as Jiang Chu chatted with the two girls. Class was about to start. With Zhuge Ling, the lively spirit, in the mix, the trio's bond had grown significantly. Jiang Chu keenly noticed that both Chun Miaoi and Zhuge Ling were casting him peculiar glances. He couldn't quite place it, but it felt strangely familiar. These two girls wouldn't be coveting my zombie charm, would they? Jiang Chu stroked his chin, indifferent. After all, he had nothing to lose. He just wondered if there were any species restrictions after becoming a zombie. If he were to have children, would they be human or zombie? In the afternoon, Jiang Chu refrained from continuing the game, mainly because he had placed 8th in 3 consecutive rounds in the morning. He nearly felt like reaching through the internet cable to take out the 21 players ahead of him. He opened his phone. After conducting some research on the location where the tasks must be completed tonight, I took the opportunity to delve into the identity of this Xiejia Lao Q. To my astonishment, I discovered that the Nanhua Group, situated on Jiangbei Shannon Road, ranks among the top 5 conglomerates not only in Jiangbei, but throughout Jiang Province. They engage in countless business ventures, including large shopping malls and real estate. However, Jiang Chu stumbled upon some insider information suggesting that the Nanhua Group originally began with antiques and the so-called Xie family. A century ago, were known as the Southern Local Masters. Moreover, within the Southern sect, they had gained a modest reputation. This Xie Qi was the standout of the family's younger generation. His birth name is Xian, and he is now in his 70s. Referred to in the martial world as Xie Qi It is said that his unique skill of observing mountains and discerning energies is almost supernatural. Merely standing atop a mountain allows him to identify the locations of hidden tombs. It was from his generation that the Xie family began to gain prominence and eventually flourished as time progressed. The Xie family successfully transformed their image, culminating in the establishment of the present-day Nanhua Group. Searching for dragons and discerning fortunes? He is indeed a grave robber. Jiang Chu raised an eyebrow, realizing how he could procure such items as the blood tai shui. It turns out he has connections, dealing with the deceased, especially those buried for centuries. It is no wonder that such matters arise within his family. Tomb raiding is an exceedingly sinister profession, one that incurs a loss of virtue. Even if one escapes unscathed in youth, a grim fate awaits in old age. Yet, such activities are not without justification. After all, it is a craft. The existence of consequences is their own affair, bearing no relation to Jiang Chu. As school was about to conclude, Jiang Chu's phone abruptly rang that a call was coming through from the Huangquan Bureau app without needing to guess. Jiang Chu understood it was a call from the Xie family. Hello, Jiang Chu answered. This Jiang Chu. Master Jiang? Inquired a somewhat weary yet authoritative voice on the other end of the line. Yes, Jiang Chu replied, nodding. Within the Xie family's ancestral home, an elderly man of modest height and somewhat frail build was dialing the phone. One could tell from his demeanor that he had long held a position of power. Indeed, he was Xian, the helmsman of the Nanhua Group, known as Xie Qi It that moment. Xian rubbed his furrowed brow, forcing a smile through the worry etched on his face. Master Jiang, when might you be available to visit? I would like to personally welcome you. Xian's tone was exceedingly respectful, affording Jiang Chu due honor. As a member of a family of tomb raiders, Xian was undoubtedly privy to many truths unknown to the average person. The tasks listed on the Huangquan app were personally assigned by him. Upon Jiang Chu receiving the task yesterday, he had also noticed Jiang Chu's rank and title on the app, a 4th-ranked Ghost Master. Furthermore, he possessed a Level 3 series medal from the Huangquan Bureau and the title of Ghost Terminator. The significance of these 3 accolades was not lost on Xie, and just the title of Ghost Terminator implied the slaying of at least 100 vengeful spirits. Moreover, with Jiang Chu's series medal, it was evident he must have made significant contributions that a man of Xian's experience quickly deduced that perhaps, during a certain incident, the esteemed series figure had vanquished 100 vengeful spirits, thus earning such honors. A feat of slaying 100 ghosts, such a record commanded his utmost respect. He dared not show anything less, and no need for that. Just send me the location that I should arrive around 7. Jiang Chu declined Xian's offer, considering that he was an elderly man in his 70s that it would be rather troublesome to make him travel unnecessarily. Very well, I appreciate it, Master Jiang. Xian nodded promptly before ending the call. He then sent a location pin through the app. Jiang Chu glanced at it. It was a place called Huxin Mansion, located at the southern end of Zhongbei, a gathering spot for the affluent. Many luxurious villas and estates were situated there, including where Lin Wei's parents resided. After 3 classes, Jiang Chu finished school that it was Friday. The vicinity of the university town was bustling with activity. Couples strolled along the streets, occasionally sharing kisses, which made Jiang Chu feel somewhat envious. Wishing to poke them, he hailed a cab, heading straight for Huxin Mansion. Upon arrival, having seen his fair share of opulence, such as Lin Wei's previous villa and Tang Shuang's Antes Sanatorium, he was nonetheless taken aback by the grandeur of the Xie family. Before him lay what must be at least several dozen square kilometers of land, all designated as Huxin Mansion. A sign read, "Private Residence, no entry ahead." Exiting the taxi, Jiang Chu noticed a considerable gathering of figures before the mansion's entrance. Bodyguards, disciples of the Xie family. Among them sat an elderly man leaning on a tiger head cane. 7th uncle, who exactly is coming this time? What a grand display, making you wait here. Your standing in the martial world is such that even those from the Huangquan Bureau should not treat you this way. A bespectacled middle-aged man remarked, attempting to curry favor. He was clad in an exceedingly expensive suit, appearing quite the dignitary. Indeed, 7th uncle, we can wait here. You mustn't catch a chill, another man with short hair chimed in. Hearing these words, Xian frowned. What do you know? Silence. Though his voice was soft, it immediately silenced both the suited man and the other speaker. I do not care how much influence you wield outside. However, today, if anyone dares to show the slightest disrespect, do not blame me for invoking the family law. Family law? At this, all present paled, straightening their postures. Yes, sir? Oh, old man, scolding your grandchildren? Jiang Chu couldn't help but chuckle at the scene. The family rules appeared quite strict. No wonder they had stood firm for decades. Chapter 72. Overwhelming Consequences. Jiang Chu. Call me father. The corpse in the coffin. His interjection immediately drew the attention of the Xie family members. All eyes turned to Jiang Chu. Upon noticing his youth, they were momentarily stunned. Just as they were about to shoo him away, Xian abruptly stood, his previously somber expression brightening, with his tiger head cane in hand. He took 2 steps toward Jiang Chu, clasped his hands in greeting, and asked, Are you Master Jiang? Jiang Chu wrinkled his nose, detecting a heavy, earthy scent. You flatter me, old Master Xie. Xian's face lit up with joy upon hearing this. I had heard Master Jiang's voice was youthful. I did not expect you to be so young. You truly are remarkable for your age. He held no disdain for Jiang Chu's youth. The recognition from the Huangquan Bureau spoke volumes. Jiang Chu's extraordinary prowess at such a young age instilled hope in him for resolving their family's predicament. Too kind, Jiang Chu replied. Let us proceed inside. Xian nodded. Master Jiang, please. He gestured toward a sort of sightseeing vehicle. Opening the door for Jiang Chu to enter, Jiang Chu couldn't help but smirk. In ordinary households, one would simply walk a few steps, yet this old man's residence required a vehicle. He boarded without hesitation. The vehicle started, entering the Huxin Mansion, revealing a plethora of standalone villas. The doors of these villas were adorned with white mourning cloths, indicating that the Xie family had likely lost more than 1 or 2 members. After a journey of over 10 minutes, they arrived at a central courtyard, the residence of Xie and As. Soon as Jiang Chu disembarked, he raised an eyebrow, sensing an overwhelming aura of malice to the average person. This courtyard appeared unremarkable, but through Jiang Chu's eyes, It was shrouded in a terrifying veil of dark energy. Moreover, there were not just one, but two distinct layers of malevolence, indicating that the Xie family's troubles stemmed from at least two sinister entities. Xie Qiyi, standing beside Jiang Chu, heard his words and felt a jolt of anxiety. He looked nervously at Jiang Chu. Master Jiang, can you resolve our family's issues? Jiang Chu smiled reassuringly. Rest assured. I will handle everything. Let us enter. Among their group, only 5 individuals followed Xie and into the courtyard while the rest remained outside. After traversing a corridor, Jiang Chu was led to the main hall where they took their seats. Almost immediately, tea was served. Jiang Chu, getting straight to the point, said, Old Master Xie, let us cut to the chase. Please tell me everything that has transpired in your family. Upon hearing Jiang Chu's inquiry, the smile on Xie Qiyi's face gradually faded. He sighed deeply, filled with remorse. This is all my fault. It is because I squandered too much virtue in my youth that my grandson has suffered such retribution. Looking at Jiang Chu, Xie Qiyi felt a twinge of embarrassment. Master Jiang, you are likely aware of some of the Xie family's past experiences. Jiang Chu sipped his tea, nodding for Xie and to continue. All the misfortunes our family has faced stem from that blood taishui, but I discovered that blood taishui 40 years ago in a serendipitous find within an ancient tomb, due to family circumstances. I have been well versed in various historical texts since childhood, and in this area, I can at least consider myself somewhat of an expert. Xie Qiyi's words were rather modest, given that his family had a long-standing tradition of tomb raiding. Even true experts would struggle to match his skills in identifying the era of ancient tombs. Even with my keen eyesight, I could not discern the era to which that graveyard belonged. And the entire layout was quite peculiar. Within the ancient tomb, there lay only a single woman. This woman rested within a crystal coffin, and despite having been buried for an indeterminate duration, she appeared remarkably lifelike. Moreover, the blood-tainted tai sui was her accompanying burial item. I have witnessed various scenes in my life, yet I have never encountered such a terrifying graveyard. I understood that this place was one I should never provoke. Thus, I promptly exited the ancient tomb and restored everything to its original state. Initially, I believed that the matter had concluded there. Little did I know, my retribution had only just begun. The incense of the Xie family has long been feeble. Having passed through 3 generations with only a single heir in my line, and I, too, have but one son. Xie Laoqi recounted this. A shadow of melancholy overtook him, and his once formidable presence diminished, rendering him akin to many elderly individuals. That he clenched his fists, hastening his words, seemingly reluctant to relive these memories. My son, at the tender age of 20, inexplicably perished in a sudden calamity. Fortunately, at that time, my daughter-in-law was already with child, but this event profoundly impacted her. After 7 months, she bore my family's first grandson, yet tragically, she also succumbed on the operating table. That I named my grandson Xie Ping, wishing for his life to be one of peace and safety. However, fate had other plans, for my grandson was born prematurely and from that moment on, suffered from frail health. Upon his first month, he was diagnosed with congenital cognitive impairment. Jiang Chu, it truly is a tragic tale. Is this not akin to being mentally challenged? This struck me deeply, and during those years, I nearly went mad, carrying my grandson to various hospitals in search of a remedy, yet to no avail. Until the year my grandson turned 3, I unexpectedly encountered a wandering eccentric. This peculiar individual informed me of a miraculous object, claiming that if I were to find it and feed it to my grandson, not only could it restore his intellect, but it could also prolong his life, allowing him to live to 100 years without question. At that moment, I produced 1,000 taels of gold, beseeching the eccentric to reveal the identity of this miraculous item. After much pleading, he finally disclosed a name, Tai Sui. As for the events that followed, Master Jiang, you may have heard of them. I returned to that ancient tomb, retrieved the blood Tai Sui, and administered it to my grandson, publicly stating that I had procured it at a high price. Indeed, my grandson regained his senses due to the blood Tai Sui and peacefully reached the age of 20. This very year, I encountered that eccentric once more. Upon seeing my grandson, the eccentric was taken aback, inquiring whether my grandson had meddled with something he should not have. I hastily recounted everything that had transpired. The eccentric sighed and informed me that although my grandson had obtained Tai Sui, he had also incurred a grave karmic debt. Within 3 years, all members of the Xie family, including my grandson, were destined to meet their demise. The soul means to mitigate this karmic consequence that was for my grandson to marry the female corpse from the ancient tomb. Perhaps this would offer a glimmer of hope. Chapter 73. The abyss beckons. In the realm of the living ahead, all spirits retreat. I dared not delay, personally selecting an auspicious day to exhume the female corpse, facilitating the marriage between my grandson and her, only for it to culminate in this tragic outcome that I sought out that eccentric, only to discover that he was none other than the reincarnation of the female corpse from the ancient tomb. All of this transpired because I had disturbed her resting place. She intended for the entirety of the CF family to accompany her in death. Now, within just a few days, dozens of my kin have perished. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chu was equally astonished to think that a mere visit to her grave would result in the annihilation of an entire family lineage is indeed tyrannical. Jiang Chu suspected that the situation was far from simple. Where did the incident occur? Jiang Chu inquired. 50 kilometers outside Jiangbei City, in CF Family Town. It is also the ancestral dwelling of the CF family. The my grandson's wedding was held at the ancestral home. Jiang Chu immediately rose. Do not delay. Take me there. I wish to witness what she is capable of conjuring. The CF family's convoy departed grandly from the Lake Heart Mansion, from Xie Laoqi. Jiang Chu learned that these individuals regularly traversed the nation. Managing the CF family's enterprises. It was only due to the current crisis that they hastened back. The convoy exited Jiangbei City. The vibrant neon lights receded into the distance, leaving only an expanse of darkness ahead. Whether it was a psychological effect or otherwise, Jiang Chu felt as though the temperature of the air dropped significantly as they distanced themselves from the city. The resurgence of the crimson moon did not significantly impact life in the metropolis. However, Jiang Chu understood from the Huangquan app that the further one ventured from the city, the more terrifying the supernatural occurrences became. In the city, a multitude of living beings congregated, and the vast yang energy generated by countless ordinary people was sufficient to repel most malevolent entities, forming a natural deterrent to inform other beings, whether spirits or demons, that this was the realm of the living. After an hour of travel, as the clock struck 9 in the evening, CF Family Town became visible from afar. Originally, it had been a larger village, which gradually transformed into a town after the CF family flourished. The town was not overly large, comprising about 1,000 households, half of which bore the CS surname, and on the main road leading into the town, illuminated by dim streetlights, Jiang Chu observed that most homes were draped in white silk. At a glance, it resembled a ghostly realm. Upon arrival, Jiang Chu could more acutely sense the overwhelming negative energy emanating from this place. And the source of this malevolence lay not far within the town. With a creak, the brakes screeched. The vehicle came to a halt. The moon hung high in the sky. Inside the girls' dormitory of the Art Academy, young women with graceful figures traversed the corridors. On the balcony of room 314, Zhuge Ling, having just finished her bath, leaned against the railing. Suddenly, her phone rang. Zhuge Ling glanced at the caller ID, and her face lit up with joy. Eagerly, she answered, "Hello, Grandpa. Have you deduced what the great evil of the mass grave mountain is?" On the other end, an elderly voice responded, "I have derived the answer." However, the tone shifted to one of grave concern. "Linger. The identity of the great evil at Mass Grave Mountain exceeds imagination. It is beyond your capacity to contend with. Notify that girl Miao Yi to withdraw." Upon hearing this, Zhuge Ling's smile faltered. "Grandpa, what exactly is it?" A few minutes later, Zhuge Ling hung up the phone, her expression more serious than ever. She hesitated momentarily, but decided to dial Chun Miao Yi's number. In Jiangbei, atop the New Moon building, two figures stood still. Wu Mo is dead? Xian Jidao Ren furrowed his brow, glancing at the nearby Jingxin monk. Jingxin silently chanted a Buddhist incantation and nodded slightly. My telepathic ability cannot locate him. He is likely dead. This useless fool, Xian Jidao Ren scoffed. I instructed him to remain discreet. He infiltrated the city and dared to kill indiscriminately. His death is no great loss, but the mass grave mountain is about to open. Jingxin smiled faintly. Ba, no worries. Even without him, it merely requires caution. With the skills of the Taoist and the monk, as long as we do not confront the great evil directly, we still have a considerable chance of success. For the sake of the opportunity there, a little danger is nothing. Moreover, the time for the beheading is drawing near. and this opportunity is crucial to his grand plan. There must be no mistakes. Hearing this, Xianji's expression shifted repeatedly, seemingly filled with deep trepidation and dread regarding the mentioned beheading. He slowly nodded. If that is the case, then we shall meet at Mass Grave Mountain tomorrow. Ding! The host triggers the system task. Red and white collision. Upon completion of the task, rewards can be obtained. 60 years of corpse chi. 5,000 corpse chi points. Within Xie family town, Jiang Chu disembarked from Xie Laoqi's vehicle. The voice of the system task echoed in his mind. A satisfied smile appeared on Jiang Chu's face. 60 years of corpse chi could be said to be the most significant reward he had obtained from tasks in recent days. This wave would be enough for him to fully break through to flying zombie. What a thrill! Energized, he turned his gaze forward, where a terrifying layer of mist enveloped the road ahead. Negative energy surged, and it seemed many malevolent entities lurked within. On the periphery of this mist, a considerable number of people had gathered, all belonging to the Xie family. Upon seeing Xian, several individuals among them quickly approached, bowing respectfully to him and whispering reports in his ear. Xian's expression grew grim. Once the report concluded, he returned to Jiang Chu's side. Jiang Chu glanced at him. Is there a problem? Xian nodded vigorously, not daring to conceal anything. Yes, Master Jiang, just an hour ago. A thick fog suddenly arose in the ancestral hall of the ancestral home. The mist spread from the ancestral home all the way here. Fortunately, someone discovered it early. Most people managed to escape. However, there were still some residences that were already shrouded in mist upon discovery. Now, their fates remain unknown. Jiang Chu raised an eyebrow. Such a commotion suggests that whatever it is, it truly intends to annihilate your family. Xian finally felt a twinge of fear and bowed to Jiang Chu. Master Jiang, everything relies on you now. Chapter 74. 60 Years of Corpse Chi, 5th Order Flying Zombie. The Yin soldiers borrowing the path. 100 ghosts roaming at night. Jiang Chu waved his hand. How far is it from here to your ancestral home? Approximately 1 kilometer. All right, find 2 people to guide me. I shall confront this entity at the ancestral home. Upon hearing Jiang Chu's words, Xian did not hesitate, immediately calling 4 or 5 individuals, then turned to Jiang Chu and said, Master, I wish to personally venture inside as well. Jiang Chu nonchalantly nodded. Very well. With that, he stepped into the layer of mist. In just a few paces, the temperature dropped significantly, indicating the abundant presence of Yin energy. Jiang Chu remained unfazed, while Xie Laoqi and the other disciples of the Xie family shivered. Nevertheless, the Xie family, being tomb raiders, possessed far greater courage than ordinary individuals. Moreover, with Jiang Chu by their side, they had a source of reassurance. Master Jiang, this way. Xian pointed to a road within the town, leading Jiang Chu toward the ancestral home. Although Xie family town was merely a small settlement, it represented the Xie family's prestige. Thus, the entire town was constructed with remarkable opulence. Ancient trees of considerable value lined both sides of the road. The air was so still that one could hear a pin drop. Only the sound of a few footsteps resonated. The Xie family members cast anxious glances around, filled with trepidation. After all, not long ago, they had witnessed this place enveloped in Yin energy. Such supernatural phenomena were beyond the comprehension of ordinary mortals. We died so tragically at the end of the road. Where it turned, a voice suddenly entered everyone's ears. This voice was hauntingly sorrowful, imbued with an inexplicable malice. In an instant, the hair on the back of their necks stood on end, and goosebumps erupted across their skin. Even Xian's eyes widened momentarily. The group turned their gaze toward the end of the road, where they beheld 2 figures at the intersection, 1 male and 1 female, both of advanced age. The 2 squatted in the middle of the road. Beside them lay a fire pit, burning with eerie green ghostly flames. Within those flames, an image flickered. The image depicted their portraits. They are the 3rd uncle and his wife. But previously, they had died, hadn't they? Upon seeing these 2 elders, the Xie family members immediately recognized their identities. The 2 elders seemed to have heard their conversation. Their eyes turned toward them with an eerie smile. Their gaze passed over the ordinary disciples of the Xie family and fell upon Xian. Xian, we died so tragically. Come down and accompany us. The haunting whispers echoed in his ears. In that instant, Xian's entire body felt as if it were no longer under his control, and he stepped forward toward the elderly couple. The others, witnessing this, felt their souls almost leave their bodies. That it was evident that Xian had encountered the legendary ghostly veil. The cries of the dead are the most capable of influencing one's soul. Master Jiang. Huh. They hurriedly looked toward Jiang Chu, seeking his assistance. However, as they began to speak, they froze in place. They saw that Jiang Chu's position was now empty. Only shadows flitted through the dark road. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived before the elderly couple. Old folks, having died so tragically, why venture out at night to frighten others? Come, come, I have a treasure for you to see. As he spoke, an enormous hammer, forged from bones, appeared in Jiang Chu's hand. The hammer head shimmered with ghostly light as it swung down toward the two old ghosts. The couple was taken aback. You dare to call this underworld object a treasure? They remained unresponsive. Thud. The zombie king hammer struck the ground, sending a tremendous tremor through the earth, causing the fire pit and the two old ghosts to explode violently. Emitting a shrill, mournful wail before vanishing. Host has slain vengeful spirits too, gaining corpse chi points 300. The system's notification echoed in Jiang Chu's mind. Only 300 corpse chi, pathetic, with the demise of the two old ghosts. Xian shuddered, finally halting his advance. Sweat poured from his forehead. Although his body had been beyond his control moments prior, his consciousness remained intact, and he was acutely aware of what had just transpired. He hurriedly expressed his gratitude to Jiang Chu. Thank you, Master Jiang. Jiang Chu waved his hand dismissively. No need for thanks. I find joy in assisting spirits. It is only natural. Xian opened his mouth. But upon seeing the bone-crafted hammer in Jiang Chu's hand, its handle shimmering with ghostly light, resembling a segment of a spine, his lips twitched. Indeed, he is a master. Even his weapons are unlike those of ordinary folk. However, at the same time, he felt a sense of relief. If one strike can slay two malicious spirits, although he was uncertain of their strength, it certainly attested to Jiang Chu's prowess. Let us continue on. Old man. Jiang Chu had no time to waste. He needed to complete the task promptly to return and break through. Xian nodded eagerly. Very well. Aside from the initial encounter with those two spirits, the remainder of the journey proceeded remarkably smoothly. Not a single ghostly figure appeared for over 10 minutes, which surprised Jiang Chu. It was known that within this mist, the Yin energy was overwhelming, and the number of deceased was considerable. Yet now, the absence of other spirits was not a good omen. The only explanation was that these spirits were gathering. Thud, 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 as they approached the Xie family's ancestral home. A flurry of hurried footsteps echoed ahead. Someone, upon hearing this sound, everyone's hearts raced to their throats. For in such a place, the entities encountered were most likely not living. No. Jiang Chu abruptly shook his head. Before anyone could speak again, a figure rushed toward them in disarray. A yellow talisman glowed around his neck, encasing his body. It was precisely due to this talisman that he could escape the encroaching Yin energy. However, behind him, 3 or 4 entities clad in tattered armor pursued him, wielding spears. Yin soldiers. These are Yin soldiers. Yin soldiers crossing paths. 100 ghosts roaming at night. Chapter 75. A day of great joy, marrying the dead. This female corpse seeks to defy the heavens and reverse the yang. This is the most direct description recorded regarding Yin soldiers. For Yin soldiers never appear alone. When they manifest, they do so in droves. Xian's old face turned a deep shade of crimson. Having been raised in tomb raiding, how could he not grasp the implications of Yin soldiers? Where the Yin soldiers tread, living beings are plunged into nightmares. Even in ancient texts, they are considered legendary entities. Yet he never expected to witness such beings at his ancestral home today. This is getting more intriguing. Jiang Chu was well aware of this. A faint smile crept across his lips. Master Jiang. I sincerely apologize. I had no idea Yin soldiers would appear here. You may leave first. We can plan our next steps outside. Xian exclaimed as he regained his composure. However, upon seeing Jiang Chu's expression, he froze, for Jiang Chu displayed not a hint of panic, but rather an unmistakable excitement. What is going on? Indeed, Jiang Chu felt exhilarated. For others, the emergence of Yin soldiers signified an almost certain death. But Jiang Chu was impervious to death. What was there to fear? Moreover, a horde of Yin soldiers was nothing short of prime nourishment for corpse chi. He was in urgent need of corpse chi points. The corpse 5 thunder method was still stuck at level 1, unable to progress to level 2 if he could slay them all. Not only would his power increase significantly, but his background tapestry would also acquire another remarkable piece. He licked his lips. Plan for later? A bunch of trash. What is there to plan? In an instant, Jiang Chu's figure flickered, vanishing from his original position. When he reappeared, the zombie king hammer was already raised high, ready to unleash a tempest. The power of the ocean surged through the hammer, layers of tidal waves rolling forth under the activation of Jiang Chu's corpse chi, swiftly enveloping the Yin soldiers. It was only at this moment that the Yin soldiers reacted. However, upon sensing the aura emanating from the zombie king hammer, their expressions shifted drastically. Thud, the zombie king hammer crashed to the ground, and the Yin soldiers instantly shattered into fragments. Host has slain Yin soldiers 4, gaining corpse chi points 1200. The system's voice resounded in Jiang Chu's mind, not a single wave yielding 4-digit corpse chi points. Delightful. Meanwhile, the figure that had been frantically fleeing from the pursuing Yin soldiers, along with Xia En and the others, nearly had their eyes pop out in astonishment. One strike, not another strike. Could this truly be the legendary Yin soldiers? Xia Chen Nan. At that moment, Xia En recognized the identity of the figure that had dashed out. Upon hearing Xia En's words, the man snapped back to reality from the shock. Head of the family. His face radiated with joy and a sense of relief from having survived a calamity. An ordinary individual, having endured the harrowing experience of being pursued by ghostly soldiers, would scarcely dare to dream of such a nightmarish scenario. Suddenly spotting an acquaintance, he disregarded all else and hastily rushed to Xia En's side. Xia Chen-nan, you escaped from within? Xia En inquired. The middle-aged man known as Xia Chen-nan nodded vigorously, his eyes reflecting a flicker of terror. Master, the ancestral home, we cannot return there. We must flee quickly. It is swarming with spirits. At that moment, Jiang Chu also approached. Xia En cast a glance at Jiang Chu, who gestured for him to continue his inquiries. With a slight movement of his throat, Xia En spoke in a hoarse voice. Besides this, what else? Why are those ghostly beings gathering at the ancestral home? I do not know, Xia Chen-nan replied, his voice trembling. That I was peacefully sleeping at home when suddenly I felt my body move against my will. Then that I found myself walking into the ancestral home. Fortunately, I had this talisman from Maoshan around my neck. It freed me from their control. In my fright, I seized the opportunity while those vengeful spirits were distracted and escaped. However, just before I left, I vaguely saw the young master dressed in a bright red wedding robe, seemingly preparing for a wedding. Grandson at a wedding. The pupils of Xia En finally began to constrict, and his heartbeat quickened. Master, he felt a compulsion to say something, but was at a loss for words. Jiang Chu nodded. I understand your meaning. However, the area ahead is beyond your capacity to enter. I shall investigate personally. But, old Master Xia, your grandson has already perished. Do not harbor too many illusions today, as Jiang Chu spoke. He considered his words somewhat harsh for an elder. He paused, then added comfortingly, rest assured, I will do my utmost to ensure your grandson's remains are intact while resolving this supernatural crisis. Xia En comprehended this. Jiang Chu was indeed sparing him considerable face. After all, those ghostly entities had been reduced to mere fragments under his hammer. I entrust everything to you, Master, with Xia En and these ordinary individuals out of the way. Jiang Chu's speed surged remarkably. In mere moments, he found himself facing a colossal estate shrouded in mist. The plaque above the entrance bore the elegantly flowing character for Xia. There was no need to guess. This was indeed the ancestral home of the Xia family. Contrary to expectations, the interior of the ancestral home was not silent, but rather festooned with vibrant decorations. Red lanterns adorned the entire residence. At the entrance, Jiang Chu spotted a young man, resembling Xia En, seated atop a white horse, clad in a wedding robe, seemingly preparing for a wedding. Moreover, within him, Jiang Chu sensed not only a dreadful aura, but also a pulse of vitality. He was still alive. Jiang Chu's eyes narrowed slightly, clearly taken aback. Xia Ping was, against all odds, still breathing. Ghostly soldiers guarding the path, a clash of red and white. Upon witnessing this scene, Jiang Chu immediately recalled the previous case he had encountered. He had initially thought that Xia En's grandson had perished on his wedding day, transforming a joyous occasion into a funeral, leading to this clash of feng shui. But upon realizing Xia Ping was alive, Jiang Chu recognized that he had misjudged the situation. This place was genuinely orchestrating a transformation of this feng shui arrangement. The clash of red and white signified extremes, marrying a person of great joy with one of great mourning. This entity sought to defy the heavens and return to life. Yet, Jiang Chu could not help but grin. But alas, you are merely unfortunate to have crossed paths with me. It seems you are destined to face this calamity. I shall see if this real-life manifestation of feng shui can truly harm me. Lift the sedan. Let the wedding commence. At that moment, the procession ahead finally began to stir, with a shrill cry. The grand red sedan in the center of the procession was hoisted up, and an eerie smile spread across the faces of all present, moving in perfect synchrony, as if programmed. The wedding-robed Xie Ping urged his white horse toward the rear of the ancestral home. The sound of Suona instruments filled the air, and this exceedingly strange procession began to move slowly. Chapter 76. Where I reside, no law can intrude. Thunderous laws, the Tsang Tan of the Northern Realm. Master, listen, the sound of Suona. Having reached the periphery of the ominous aura, Xie and the others halted in unison, gazing intently into the depths of the fog. Yet the path they had traversed was now obscured. Thick mist enveloped the area, and within it, the haunting music resonated eerily. Xie sighed. It should be the wedding procession moving forward. I wonder if Master Jiang can resolve the crisis facing the Xie family. He fell silent for a moment. Let us depart from here. If Master Jiang encounters danger, we shall accept our fate. The wedding procession did not advance swiftly. It took a good 10 minutes before it completely exited the bounds of the Xie ancestral home. Merging into a dense forest, simultaneously, a crimson light, akin to blood, began to emanate from the wedding procession. The scarlet glow spread, and in the depths of the forest, another sound of Suona emerged, sorrowful and mournful. In that direction, a pallid radiance ascended. This light was an extreme white, as layers of paper money floated down from it. Within the brightness, a procession of individuals appeared, all donned in white robes and hats. In stark contrast to the smiles of the wedding party, their expressions were filled with profound sorrow. At the center of their procession, a massive crystal coffin was being carried forth, the two contrasting lights. Upon their emergence, did not shy away but instead began to converge and collide. Red and white, a clash of calamity, had commenced. Thunder rolled. The previously serene sky suddenly stirred with tumultuous winds. The surrounding ominous aura surged violently. Jiang Chu, observing the scene unfolding above, could not help but stretch languidly. It's time for my hunt. His surroundings erupted with corpse mist, now elevated to an intermediate level, far surpassing his prior capabilities. The rolling corpse fog spread out in an instant. And even in this place rife with malevolent spirits, it enveloped everything. Within the mist, spectral figures manifested, weaving in and out, as if this were a true realm of the underworld. Jiang Chu stepped forward, his entire being cloaked in corpse fog, his silhouette becoming indistinct as he brazenly charged into the collision of red and white. The buzzing intensified. The red and white light curtain within the dense forest began to tremble. In an instant, the wedding and funeral processions halted, all turning in unison to gaze at Jiang Chu. Their cold, piercing gazes seemed to penetrate all. However, upon seeing Jiang Chu, all were momentarily taken aback, for the aura emanating from Jiang Chu was more enigmatic and fearsome than theirs. He appeared to be merely a man, yet behind him, in the depths of the fog, countless ghostly eyes opened wide. Dozens of yellow-skinned creatures glimmering with green lights scuttled along the ground. Furthermore, two colossal serpents, each measuring several dozen meters, slithered through the mist. Following the serpents, a divine figure radiating golden light began to ascend. Boom! The coffin being carried within the white mist shuddered violently, as if it sensed the malice of the intruder. A haunting voice emanated from the crystal coffin, imbued with supreme authority. Who dares trespass upon my domain? Jiang Chu's gaze fell upon the coffin that he grinned, the clash of red and white, defying the heavens and returning to life. A clever notion, but you have taken far too many lives. You cannot bear the burden of this karma. At his words, the crystal coffin trembled violently. The voice within grew chillingly cold. Karma. In my realm, all karma must retreat. You, neither human nor corpse, neither ghost nor saint, dare to meddle in my affairs. What are you truly? Though her words were harsh, it was evident that she held Jiang Chu in considerable trepidation. Jiang Chu chuckled. Unfazed, he pressed forward. What am I? I am your retribution. Today, in this place, you shall not survive. As these words fell, the coffin erupted with a terrifying aura, seemingly incensed by Jiang Chu's defiance. You seek death. No one can obstruct me. Kill him. I shall use his head to celebrate my return to the mortal realm. Yes, at the command of the woman, the ghostly soldiers carrying the wedding sedan and the coffin all responded in unison. In an instant, a dreadful aura erupted from each of the soldiers. Clad in armor and wielding spears, 10-man teams advanced upon Jiang Chu, far more formidable than regular vengeful spirits. Their weaponry and armor were imbued with ominous energy, their strength ranking among the strongest at their level. Even possessing knowledge of battle formations, this 10-man squad could easily delay a 4th-tier great cultivator. Yet, they were still woefully inadequate to contend with Jiang Chu. Raising the Zombie King hammer, Jiang Chu enveloped all the ghostly soldiers in corpse mist in an instant. His figure flickered as he swung down at the foremost specters with a hammer strike. Jiang Chu unleashed his full power. The skill of the Zombie King hammer activated, and a terrifying phenomenon manifested at the hammer's head. Boom! The bone hammer struck down, creating a massive pit over 10 meters deep in the ground. In the depths of the vast pit, 6 or 7 spectral soldiers lay vanquished, leaving no remnants behind. The host, Jiang Chu, had slain 7 of these phantoms, earning himself a staggering 2,400 corpse chi points. The familiar sound of the system echoed in Jiang Chu's mind, yet he paid it no heed. Raising his bone hammer, he swung it in another direction. With a crackling sound, the hammer's bone chain erupted, transforming into a series of deadly spikes that swept forth, carrying with them an ominous aura of corpse chi. Instantly, the remaining 10 spectral soldiers of the first squad were severed in half by Jiang Chu's assault. However, an even greater number of spectral soldiers had already gathered not far away, forming a formidable defensive formation that obstructed Jiang Chu's path. The heavens rumbled ominously as crimson and white malevolent energies clashed with thunderous resonance. Jiang Chu lifted his gaze, observing that the spectacle of red and white energies not only persisted but intensified. Clearly, the female corpse within the coffin was attempting a forceful breach among the wedding procession. The groom, Xie Ping, continued to press forward, accompanied by the advancing coffin. I told you, you shall not succeed today. Jiang Chu's eyes turned frigid. Summoning spirits and commanding generals, an inexplicable aura emanated from him, exerting pressure upon the spectral soldiers. Simultaneously, a dark water began to pulsate within his palm. Not merely that, torrents of dark water cascaded across his entire being, swiftly enveloping the surroundings. A chilling, damp atmosphere erupted. Everything that the dark water touched was consumed. The spectral soldiers seemed to sense the peril posed by this dark liquid. One by one, they unleashed their inner powers, launching spears in a futile attempt to shatter the encroaching darkness. Yet, to their horror, they discovered that upon contact with the dark water, their spears were effortlessly dissolved, soundlessly vanishing. Moreover, the dark water spread like a parasitic entity, creeping up their weapons. Terrified, the spectral soldiers hastily discarded their weapons. Attempting to retreat, a glint of murderous intent flickered across Jiang Chu's face. Thinking of fleeing, Yin 5 Thunder Technique, Northern Realm Song Tan. With a swift motion, Jiang Chu struck the dark water, activating the Yin 5 Thunder skill. Boom! In an instant, the Yin 5 Thunder erupted, enveloping all spectral soldiers within a radius of nearly several dozen meters. Those ensnared by the technique became rigid, their expressions frozen in place, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Only the brilliance of the Yin 5 Thunder continued to flicker. Bang! Jiang Chu snapped his fingers, and with a resounding explosion, all the spectral soldiers covered by the dark water disintegrated, within a radius of several dozen meters. Everything was cleared away as if harvested like wheat. The system notification chimed. Host has slain 34 spectral soldiers, earning 8,800 corpse chi points. Jiang Chu's face lit up with delight, nearly surpassing 10,000 in one wave. In terms of group attacks, the Yin 5 Thunder truly proved its worth. He glanced at his system panel. Name, Jiang Chu. Identity, Purple Robe Zombie King. Unique, Zombie level. 4th stage Hairy Zombie, Evolution level. 94 treasures. Corpse Purple Dao Robe. Corpse 5 Emperor Money Shield. Zombie King S Prison Hammer. Innate Divine Ability. Zombie King Ascension, First Calamity. Corpse Manipulation, Intermediate. Corpse Techniques. Controlling corpses, LV3 minor completion. Corpse summoning spirits, LV3 minor completion. Corpse false flooding, LV3. Corpse 5 thunder righteous method, LV 1.5. Corpse chi points, 20,400, available for purchase in the system store. Unbeknownst to him, his corpse chi points had once again surpassed the 20,000 mark. Jiang Chu's gaze settled upon the few remaining spectral soldiers. The once fearless apparitions were now filled with utmost terror, their eyes wide with dread as they beheld Jiang Chud. It was terrifying, truly terrifying. They could not comprehend the nature of the dark water, which had silently claimed so many of their lives in an instant. Such horror was beyond words. Yet, it was evident that Jiang Chu would not allow them to escape. With another sweeping strike of the Zombie King's hammer, the last few obstructing spectral soldiers were annihilated. Chapter 77. The true form of the purple robe manifested. I am the apex of all corpses. Retreat, red and white. Boom. The clash of red and white energies continued to merge, creating layers of ghostly light that soared into the sky. Within the brilliance of crimson and white, the wedding procession and funeral party drew ever closer. Their bodies enveloped in a similar force. The sounds of gongs and drums resonated, seemingly oblivious to the world beyond, lost in their own realm. The fusion of the great calamity, Jiang Chu discerned that this red and white clash had reached its climax. Once the bridal sedan chair and coffin intertwined completely, the malevolent and auspicious energies within would collide, marking the moment the female corpse would defy fate. A cold smile crept onto Jiang Chu's face. Supporting his Zombie King's prison hammer, he advanced, and in the blink of an eye, the corpse mist collided with the red and white malevolent energies. Jiang Chu's figure naturally followed suit. Let us see if you can still succeed with half the power missing. Jiang Chu swung his Zombie King's hammer, unleashing the full force of a fourth-stage peak aura. Terrifying corpse chi erupted from his being, as the might of the Zombie King's hammer was fully awakened. Prison. With a low shout from Jiang Chu, the corpse chi surged into the massive hammer, which emitted a dreadful hum. Layers of phenomena erupted forth, far more pronounced than before. Jiang Chu took a step forward, bringing the hammer crashing down upon Xiaping. Although there remained a flicker of life within him, Jiang Chu knew he was already dead, his soul refined. The vitality within him stemmed from that blood-soaked tainted essence, which controlled his body as for his prior promise to Xiaping to leave his grandson with a complete corpse. That was merely a suggestion. If it could not be preserved, a few shattered pieces would suffice for the old man to remain oblivious. With Jiang Chu's current strength, even without unleashing his true form, this strike would undoubtedly be at the limit of fourth-stage power, capable of overwhelming even an average fifth-stage Spirit Sea practitioner. Boom! The sound of thunderous collision erupted from Jiang Chu's hammer. The force obliterated trees within a 10-meter radius, sending debris flying. However, as the dust settled, Jiang Chu's brow furrowed. His strike had not even scratched the surface of the red and white malevolent aura. It merely trembled slightly before falling silent. Cackling laughter resonated from within the crystal coffin. Don't waste your efforts, little man. I truly underestimated your strength, but this red and white malevolent formation is a manifestation of Earth's energy. I have schemed for decades. How could you hope to break it? I now offer you an opportunity. Submit to me. When I return to the realm of the living, I shall grant you the title of my chief concubine. What say you? The voice dripped with unspeakable mockery and derision. Jiang Chu narrowed his eyes, retracting his Zombie King's hammer, and replied with indifference, Submit to you. You wretched woman, you've truly been buried for too long. Your mind has rotted away. Do you genuinely believe that this ethereal manifestation can save you? Watch closely. Before anyone could react, Jiang Chu underwent a transformation. A purple robe materialized out of thin air, draping over him. Ethereal purple energy surged skyward, his teeth elongated grotesquely, while the imperial coins that hung from his wrist morphed into a mask. In an instant, to all onlookers, the essence of a living man vanished, replaced by a terrifying figure clad in a purple robe, adorned with a copper coin mask. Manifesting amidst the cosmos, he became the sole hue in existence, overshadowing even the crimson and white brilliance that filled the sky, which now appeared as mere background. The female corpse within the crystal coffin witnessed this spectacle. Her once sleeping eyes suddenly snapped open, filled with unimaginable stillness and disbelief. How is this possible? She sensed the once mighty earth energy and ley lines come to a halt at the moment Jiang Chu revealed his true form, draining away at a visible rate, as if it feared to release any more energy. Ignoring the female corpse's shock, Jiang Chu's eyes gleamed with crimson ferocity as he shouted skyward, "Disperse!" Boom! In the next instant, the purple robe erupted with an unimaginable radiance. Within the purple light, twin dragons danced, crashing into the red and white aura with unstoppable force. Boom! A deafening explosion resonated, shattering the very air. The two once terrifying energies were violently torn apart, dissolving into two clouds of red and white, like fireworks bursting in the void. Fleeting and ephemeral, silence. The entire world descended into an unimaginable stillness. The red and white malevolent energies that shattered, crackle, with the dissipation of the heavenly light. The figures in the red and white formation, including the wedding and funeral attendees, began to crack, inch by inch. Even Xie Ping, mounted upon his white horse, felt his body begin to splinter. A vague silhouette resembling a tumor could be discerned, enveloping his entire being. With a sudden crash, all the phantoms exploded simultaneously. Only the blood-red Tai Sui and the crystal coffin remained on the ground. Within the coffin, the female corpse finally revealed a look of terror upon her face. It was only at this moment, as the clash of red and white energy subsided, that she felt the horrifying aura of death emanating from Jiang Chu, the purple-robed corpse king, the leader of 10,000 corpses. Earlier, under the protection of the earthly energies, she was able to speak. However, now, under Jiang Chu's suppression, she lacked even the strength to utter a word. Yet, Jiang Chu was indifferent to such matters. The moment he moved, his entire figure appeared before the crystal coffin. This coffin seemed to be a rare treasure. Even Jiang Chu could sense a warm aura emanating from it. Peering through the coffin, he could see a woman clad in a blue phoenix robe lying inside. Jiang Chu remembered how this female corpse had boasted more than a case of foot odor just moments ago. With his temper, could he possibly indulge her? Without a second thought, Jiang Chu flung open the lid of the crystal coffin and reached out to pull the corpse out, delivering a resounding slap across her face. Chapter 78. Slaying the female corpse. Mission accomplished. A terrifying harvest. The female corpse stared back with eyes wide in fear. She wanted to flee, yet before Jiang Chu, she possessed no means of resistance. Once out of the crystal coffin, her skin began to visibly age at an alarming rate. In the blink of an eye, she transformed from the appearance of a woman in her 30s to that of a frail old crone in her 60s or 70s. Witnessing this, Jiang Chu grew even more vigorous in his actions. Initially, he had considered her modest beauty and thought to merely give her a couple of slaps to relieve his irritation. But now, the thought that this old hag had just claimed she would serve as his concubine only fueled Jiang Chu's fervor. How dare she presume to be worthy? Crash. After a relentless barrage of blows lasting several minutes, Jiang Chu finally kicked her head until it burst with a final, mournful scream from the female corpse. The five emperors' golden money shield shimmered as everything transformed into nourishment absorbed by Jiang Chu. Within the mist of death surrounding him, faint new scenes began to emerge that a wedding procession clad in vibrant red robes intertwined with a funeral entourage dressed in mourning attire, moving in a bizarre rhythm through the fog. Heightening the terror of his spectral mist, Host has slain a peak 4th-tier corpse Spirit 1, gaining 1,200 corpse energy points. In Jiang Chu's mind, the system's notification echoed, hum. Upon hearing this sound, Jiang Chu was momentarily taken aback. He understood that corpse spirits were the result of bodies animated by the possession of vengeful spirits. They were not zombies, but were far more terrifying than ordinary zombies. Yet this old hag was also a peak 4th tier. It was worth noting that Jiang Chu himself was only at the 4th tier, even though his strength was not comparable to that of others at the same level. A peak 4th tier corpse spirit could still offer some challenge. However, throughout the encounter, the creature did not dare to resist him even once. It was thoroughly beaten to a pulp. It seemed to be the suppression of the purple robe corpse king at play. Jiang Chu recalled the introduction when he transformed into the purple robe corpse king, the leader of 10,000 corpses. Any corpse before him, regardless of its rank, could not dare to act recklessly unless there was a significant disparity in strength. How convenient. Perhaps he could find a few ancient zombies from several millennia past to recruit as minions. Jiang Chu mused to himself, turning his gaze back to the crystal coffin and the blood Tai Sui. Both of these items were undoubtedly treasures, and very likely not ordinary ones. The blood Tai Sui was nearly the size of a basketball and seemed to still be alive, writhing and attempting to burrow into the ground to escape after bursting forth from Xie Ping's body. But Jiang Chu would not grant it that opportunity. With a swift motion, he seized the blood Tai Sui. Ding! Congratulations! Host has discovered a rare treasure. Millennium Blood Tai Sui wand at the system's notification resonated. Millennium Blood Tai Sui. This item that has lived for 1,000 years. Jiang Chu was astonished. He had not expected there to be things in this world, aside from zombies and specters, that could live for a millennium. Eagerly, he began to examine the attributes of the Blood Tai Sui. Millennium Blood Tai Sui. Formed from ordinary Tai Sui over a prolonged period by absorbing blood energy, ordinary individuals consuming it will achieve longevity, but will gradually lose their sanity, becoming puppets of the Tai Sui. Cultivators who consume it may refine the blood energy, enhancing their physique and extending their lifespan by 100 years. Zombies consuming it for the first time may increase their corpse energy cultivation by 50 years. Upon reading this, Jiang Chu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Wow, how astonishing! Whether for ordinary people, cultivators, or even zombies, it possesses miraculous effects. Not only can it prolong life, but it can also enhance strength, truly deserving of its legendary status as a rare treasure. This was a tremendous gain. The value of the 50 years of corpse energy alone was equivalent to that of a system mission. Without hesitation, Jiang Chu stored the blood Tai Sui in his spatial ring for safekeeping, intending to savor its benefits later. After securing the blood Tai Sui, Jiang Chu turned his attention back to the crystal coffin. It was quite an exquisite piece, were it not for the somewhat limited space. He would have considered lying in it for a nap. System, check attributes. Jiang Chu did not hold back and directly examined the panel for the crystal coffin. Special corpse artifact, crystal coffin, description, a coffin suitable for high-level zombies to lie in. Not only is it aesthetically pleasing, but it is also remarkably comfortable. Only those who lie within would truly know. Note, the host may gift it to a female zombie to gain 30 favorability. No female zombie could refuse a coffin crafted from crystal. Jiang Chu. What on earth is this odd introduction? Why on earth would I need to worry about the favorability of a female zombie? Although I am a zombie, how could I possibly want to pursue a zombie? Bah! Jiang Chu spat in disdain before continuing to read. Ability, spatial expansion, though it may appear to be a one-person coffin. It can accommodate a 5-player match without issue. May accelerate a zombie's absorption of the essence of heaven and earth. Maximum acceleration of 100%. Other functions yet to be developed. What a splendid coffin indeed. Jiang Chu could not help but nod in approval. This item was far superior to his own golden thread Nanmu coffin. If he were truly an ordinary zombie, he would immediately wish to lie in it and find a place to rest for several centuries. However, regrettably, his desire for strength did not necessitate such a thing. Furthermore, when not transformed, he preferred the life of a living person. As for being an ancient zombie, Jiang Chu decided to pass. He would store it away for now. After all, it was all his. Jiang Chu gently caressed the crystal coffin, and the light from the spatial ring flickered momentarily. Immediately, the crystal coffin was absorbed into the spatial realm. Having completed these tasks, Jiang Chu surveyed his surroundings, ensuring that Xie Ping had been reduced to dust beyond recognition. He then picked up the corpse king hammer and turned to leave. The night grew increasingly deep, and the weather at midnight was far from pleasant. The red moon was obscured by a layer of dark clouds. Within Xie family town, all the disciples of the Xie family gathered in silence outside the mist. At this moment, all eyes were raised, staring in astonishment toward the depths of the ancestral home. Even Xievin, an elder who had grown up in ancient tombs within the southern sect, felt goosebumps rise all over his body. Deep within the ancestral home, the red and white lights were clearly visible, even from their considerable distance. Yet, even this paled in comparison to the final surge of purple light shooting into the sky. Under that vast purple aura, they felt as though divine beings had descended. In the presence of such power, everyone felt like mere ants. What on earth had transpired here? Xian's lips quivered slightly. He understood that matters regarding his family might be exceedingly troublesome, yet he had not anticipated such a dramatic escalation. Master, look quickly. Just then, a resonant voice echoed in Xian's ears. The ancestral home. The mist surrounding the ancestral home. It has dissipated. Chapter 79. Breaking through to flying zombie. Let me bring an end to this era of the supernatural." With these words, everyone, including Xian, rubbed their eyes in unison and looked once more toward the ancestral home. Indeed, the layer of mist that had long shrouded it began to slowly dissipate after the red and white lights faded. The once obscured streets were now becoming clearer, in merely a few breaths. The entirety of Xie family town was laid bare at the end of the street. A young figure could be seen casually approaching them. It was Master Jiang. The moment they spotted this figure, many recognized him. After a brief moment of shock, Xian finally reacted, his face alight with joy. Since Jiang Chu had emerged, then the troubles of the Xie family were surely at an end. He hastened forward. "Master Jiang," inside. Jiang Chu nodded. "All has been resolved," Xian anxiously inquired. "Then what about my grandson?" Jiang Chu glanced at him, patting Xian's shoulder. "Your grandson has long since perished. What you saw earlier was merely an illusion conjured by the corpse in the coffin. Rest assured, I have avenged your grandson." He departed without suffering. Jiang Chu told a small lie. After all, though this old man held a high position, he was also a pitiful figure at his age, aside from himself. His son, daughter-in-law, and grandson had all perished. Xian's body trembled violently for a moment. That is good. That is good. Fortunately, he had already accepted the death of his grandson some time ago. After a brief moment of calming himself, Xian directly knelt before Jiang Chu, accompanied by all the disciples of the Xie family who followed suit, in accordance with the ways of the Jianghu. A life saved is a debt of gratitude. From this day forth, should Master Jiang have any need, my Xie family shall undoubtedly spare no effort," Xian proclaimed. Jiang Chu waved his hand, a faint glow enveloping Xian, lifting him gently to his feet. "You are too kind, old man. Since you posted a task on the app and I accepted it, you are, in essence, my employer. There is no need to speak of great debts." Xian shook his head, insisting, "Master Jiang, while you say this, you have indeed saved the lives of my entire family. That a life saved is not merely a task to be dismissed," he continued. "However, my family has suffered greatly tonight. Once I have settled our affairs in the next couple of days, I shall certainly pay my respects in person." Jiang Chu, upon hearing this, chose not to elaborate further. The old man of the Xie family had navigated the intricacies of the Jianghu and was aware that times have changed. Since there was no disadvantage to himself, he saw no need for further discourse. After exchanging a few more words, Jiang Chu departed, entering one of the Xie family's vehicles, which then made its way towards the city of Zhongbei. The midnight road lay shrouded in darkness, the crimson moon obscured entirely by thick clouds. Only a faint, scarlet glow illuminated the earth, casting an eerie pallor over the world. The driver, a burly man in his 40s, was a retired member of a special forces unit. As Xian had previously mentioned, he was not someone an ordinary person could easily approach. Jiang Chu occupied the front passenger seat, and the driver offered him a cigarette, soft Zhonghua. Priced at 70 yuan a pack, it was evident that even the Xie family chauffeur earned significantly more than an average worker. The driver's demeanor towards Jiang Chu was one of utmost respect. Despite having been an atheist who held little regard for the supernatural, the events he had witnessed over the past few days had reshaped his worldview. On the desolate midnight road, the traffic was sparse. With only the occasional vehicle passing by, the surroundings were draped in an inky blackness, illuminated solely by the car's headlights. As the two engaged in casual conversation, time seemed to pass without haste. "Master Jiang, do you think the number of demons and monsters in this world is increasing?" the driver inquired curiously. Jiang Chu took a deep drag from his cigarette and nodded. "Indeed, in this day and age, the nefarious thrive. It is wise to seek talismans from renowned temples when one has the chance. They do hold some value." The driver chuckled awkwardly. "Those things are precious. As a mere driver, I can scarcely afford such luxuries. I can only leave my fate to chance." His words resonated with a sense of helplessness and deep-seated fear. Jiang Chu paused, realizing that, despite being the Xie family's driver, he was still very much an ordinary person. For a common individual, obtaining the means to confront sinister entities was undoubtedly a daunting task. It dawned on Jiang Chu why the Huangquan Bureau had consistently suppressed the dissemination of supernatural information. He understood that after each of his missions, the Bureau would dispatch personnel for follow-up operations, which typically involved erasing the memories of ordinary survivors entangled in supernatural events. Only those of sufficient status or those recorded by the Bureau could escape such fates. Jiang Chu had previously found it perplexing. Given the severity of supernatural occurrences, it seemed counterproductive to stifle information. However, the driver's comments illuminated the reality of their world. Most people were like him, ordinary and powerless against malevolent spirits. If supernatural phenomena were made public, despair would surely engulf the masses, akin to the driver's own feelings. The most effective means of quelling these malevolent forces was to eradicate the supernatural entirely. Gazing out the window at the crimson moon, Jiang Chu resolved, one day, I shall ascend, to either end this era of the supernatural or reign over the crimson moon itself. Upon entering the house, he found Su Wanner still awake. Having prepared a large pot of chicken soup, he had to admit that after several days of cooking, her culinary skills had not improved in the slightest. Staring into the murky soup, he thought to himself that, were it not for his undead constitution, he would struggle to consume it. You're back, Jiang Chu, Su Wanner exclaimed, her eyes lighting up as she gazed towards the door. Resembling a young calf awaiting its master, Jiang Chu grinned and approached the table, eagerly gulping down the chicken soup as if it were refreshing water. He drained the pot in one go, causing Su Wanner to beam with pride, her eyes squinting into crescent shapes. Jiang Chu, how does it taste? Is it not much better than before? I believe my chicken soup rivals that of any hotel. Jiang Chu nodded vigorously in affirmation. Indeed, it is far more fragrant than before. With his praise, Su Wanner was even more delighted. Well then, I shall retire for the night. That I bought 2 new bath towels today. Yours is black, and mine is pink, so do remember not to mix them up? Understood. After bidding farewell to the spirited girl, Jiang Chu quickly freshened up before eagerly returning to his room. Breakthrough, breakthrough. Chapter 80. Transformation, a 100-fold surge in power. Old Celestial Master. This lad has ruined the purple robe. Ding, the host has completed the system task. Red-white collision. Upon task completion, rewards granted. 60 years of corpse chi. 5,000 corpse chi points. In that instant, the system notification echoed in Jiang Chu's mind. Almost simultaneously, a terrifying surge of corpse chi erupted from his body, unleashing an unimaginable force. Jiang Chu quickly opened his eyes, his surroundings shimmering with ethereal light as the purple robe manifested, sealing all his aura within the confines of the room. Then, he began an intense transformation. 2 sharp zombie fangs protruded, and a crimson light ignited in his eyes. Typically, ordinary zombies bear a layer of fur. Yet, Jiang Chu did not possess this trait. At that moment, he sensed a gathering power within his shoulder blades, 2 streams of heat converging there. His entire skeletal structure underwent a metamorphosis during this evolution, and he faintly perceived that all the meridians within him were being unlocked. Those pathways, which the living utilized to cultivate vital energy, were now suffused with corpse chi. Minutes passed, and then, with a crackling sound reminiscent of an eggshell breaking, an unfathomable power surged forth from Jiang Chu. The purple robe and copper coin mask enveloping him erupted with a radiant glow. At the summit of Longhu Mountain, beneath the chilling night sky, the entire peak appeared desolate. However, if one were to scrutinize the heavens, they would notice that the light from the crimson moon seemed to be hindered by an invisible force, rendering it less vibrant in this locale. Nestled within this mountain was the Tianshi Mansion, renowned as the pinnacle of Taoism across the land. Within the ancestral hall of the Tianshi Mansion, an old Taoist clad in a tattered robe was currently live-streaming a fortune-telling session. Engaging with him was a female fan. Taoist, I've heard you are a renowned master from Longhu Mountain. Can you tell me how accurate your fortunes are? The woman's voice was sweet, immediately evoking the scent of aged green tea. The old Taoist replied earnestly, I do not mean to boast, but in the vicinity of Longhu Mountain, I rank first. None would dare claim the second spot. Is that so? Then please, Taoist, tell me my fortune. The old man shook his head, a sage-like smile gracing his face. My dear, the secrets of heaven cannot be divulged. As soon as he finished speaking, a notification appeared. Young Face Giant has sent you a carnival one. The old man's eyes widened with surprise, his heartbeat quickening, and he abruptly shifted his tone. However, I am known to occasionally reveal a few secrets of fate. Given our fortunate connection, I shall share your fortune. With that, he began to perform a hand gesture while reciting aloud. Your name is Fan Jinlian. You are 29 years old, standing at 168 centimeters tall, weighing 103 pounds, and your measurements are quite ample. The female fan grew increasingly astonished. Taoist, your accuracy is astounding. Not a single detail is amiss. Your avatar is my likeness. Please, tell me about my recent fortune. Following her request, she sent another carnival. The old Taoist feigned deep contemplation. Then opened the female fan's profile. After a moment of analysis, he sighed. My dear, your luck seems rather poor these days. It appears you are overworked, and the father of your child is uncertain. This poses a significant crisis for you. The female fan nodded eagerly, her belief in him unwavering. Indeed, that is why I sought you out. Is there any way to avert this misfortune? Young-faced giant has sent you a carnival fife. The old man tearfully accepted the 8,000 yuan and lamented, We are truly fated. I shall make an exception and assist you once more. Now, wash up and dress lightly, then message me privately. I shall personally guide you through this calamity via video. After ending the call, the old man gazed at the balance in his account, his eyes narrowing with delight. Indeed, the speed at which money is made has significantly increased. All thanks to that young fellow who assisted me in applying for the live streaming account. Had I known then, I would not have been so cruel to him. However, as the old Taoist spoke, he seemed to suddenly sense something, his gaze shifting towards a particular direction. Goodness, the aura of the purple-robed ITS vanished. That little rascal. Could it be that he has ruined the robe? Ding. Post evolution complete. Current level, flying corpse. Within Jiang Chu's mind, the system's voice resounded. Jiang Chu opened his eyes, two scarlet beams of light bursting forth. The aura he emanated chilled the air around him as if it were ice. At last a breakthrough, Jiang Chu sat up, gazing at his attribute panel. Name, Jiang Chu. Identity, purple-robed corpse king, unique, corpse level, 5th stage flying corpse, evolution level. 80 treasures, corpse purple robe. Corpse 5 emperor's money shield, corpse king S suppression hammer, innate divine ability. Corpse king ascension, first calamity. Corpse spirit, intermediate. Corpse techniques. Control corpse technique, LV3 minor success. Corpse spirit binding and dispatch, LV 3 minor success. Corpse false flooding, LV3. Corpse 5 thunder righteous method, LV 1.5. Corpse energy points, 27,700, can be used to purchase from the system shop, having successfully broken through the flying corpse level. Jiang Chu's strength had undoubtedly increased by several fold. He could feel the intensity of his physique. Now, even if he stood still and allowed a regular 5th stage grand cultivator to attack, they would be unable to breach his defenses. The physical form of the purple-robed corpse king is indeed formidable. Jiang Chu slightly clenched his fist, and with a pop, the air exploded around his hand. Of course, the enhancement of his physique was merely the superficial result of this breakthrough. Ding! Host has broken through to flying corpse. Innate talent. Corpse King Ascension has ascended. Current level, 2nd stage. The mechanical voice of the system reappeared within Jiang Chu's mind. Ever since he had acquired this innate talent, he had yet to have a chance to unleash it. After all, the ghostly entities he encountered, while not weak, were simply inadequate before him. There was no need for the augmentation of this divine ability. This ability was, after all, Jiang Chu's strongest innate talent to date. Even the 1st stage of the Corpse King Ascension could unleash 200 of his power. Now, this breakthrough would undoubtedly be even more extraordinary. Chapter 81. 3rd Innate Talent. Manipulation of Time and Space. Oh no, I am truly on the verge of becoming invincible. Jiang Chu's eyes gleamed as he glanced over. Corpse King Ascension. 2nd stage description. The innate talent of the purple-robed Corpse King. When activated, envelopes the entire body in 2 divine patterns, enhancing strength, 300, duration, 10 minutes. Passive. The Corpse King Ascension talent, when invoked, can suppress all living beings within 100 meters, with the suppression strength diminishing as one's own strength increases. Jiang Chu's eyes brightened. The 2nd stage of the Corpse King Ascension had once again increased his strength by 100, and the duration had doubled. But that's not all. There was also an additional passive talent. When invoked, it could suppress all living beings within 100 meters. 1 enhancement, 1 unconditional suppression. Truly extraordinary. And this is only the 2nd stage. If it were to be elevated further, even Jiang Chu could scarcely imagine the possibilities. Ding! Detecting that the host has broken through to flying corpse, the 3rd innate talent awakens. Ding! Detecting that the host's current level is too low, the 3rd innate talent is temporarily affixed to the hands. Within Jiang Chu's mind, Two prompt sounds echoed again. Hum? Jiang Chu raised an eyebrow. What is this? Level 2 low. Part of the awakening lost. Goodness. But he suddenly felt warmth at the location of his shoulder blades. In an instant, two beams of light erupted from his back, spreading to his hands, causing his arms to feel as if they were ablaze. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Chu sensed a transformation in his hands. Though his left hand remained, it felt as though it had traversed infinite time, as if it existed in an entirely different dimension. His right hand seemed to extend into the void, as though with a gentle shake. He could breach the barriers of space. Host Flying Corpse physique has gained the enhancement of the innate divine ability, allowing manipulation of time and space. Current manipulation level, extremely weak. The power of time and space is beyond the control of your newly awakened self. Abilities, space control, extremely weak. Time control, extremely weak. Manipulation of time and space. Jiang Chu's eyes widened in astonishment. Wow. Knowing that this third innate talent is somewhat formidable, I had no idea it would be this powerful. The ability to grasp time and space as well. No wonder the system said my level was 2 low. In the face of time and space manipulation, Flying Corpse is indeed rather inadequate. Jiang Chu's mind stirred slightly. Traverse. Whoosh. Jiang Chu vanished from his spot. This was not a disappearance due to overwhelming speed, but rather, it was as if Jiang Chu had never existed at all. When his figure reappeared, he was already hovering in midair outside his room. Teleportation? Jiang Chu's pupils lit up. Although it was merely a distance of several dozen meters, which seemed short for a fifth-stage flying corpse like him, it was merely a breath's worth of time. Yet this distance allowed him to completely disregard all constraints of space. Does this mean that, henceforth, nothing could limit his defenses? He then experimented with his ability to manipulate time. His wings behind him flickered again, and Jiang Chu suddenly felt that everything within a 50-meter radius around him was slowing down. Even a bat flew past him from not too far away, while the bat's speed remained normal beyond 50 meters. Once it entered this range, its speed suddenly decreased by threefold. No, it cannot be said that its speed decreased by threefold. Rather, the time within this area slowed down by threefold. Only Jiang Chu remained unaffected within this realm. He waved his hand, and the temporal field dissipated. The bat's speed returned to normal. The innate talent infused into his hands. One hand capable of controlling time, the other manipulating space. Incredible. Jiang Chu looked at his palms. A hint of delight crossing his face. He just wondered when he would be able to fully awaken this talent, manipulating time and space. Jiang Chu's gaze burned with intensity. The thought of wielding such power is inherently terrifying. Yet, he also understood that it would be premature for him to master these abilities at this stage. Deciding to let it be, his figure flickered once more and returned to his coffin. Retracting his true form, he then turned his attention to the final item resulting from this breakthrough, a fragment of vertebra. However, compared to the time he ascended from green corpse to hairy corpse, the aura contained within this vertebra was infinitely stronger. Should this thing be released, Jiang Chu could guarantee that it wouldn't be long before it triggered a terrifying supernatural disaster. Even a mere remnant of his power would far surpass anything ordinary in the realm of the supernatural. Jiang Chu flipped his hand to retrieve his Corpse King hammer. Buzz, buzz. The hammer emitted a low hum the moment it appeared, and the vertebra began to vibrate. Ding, detecting the host's original Corpse King bone. Fusion possible. Do you wish to fuse? The system's voice emerged. Jiang Chu hesitated not for a moment. Fusion, as his words fell. The vertebra swiftly merged into the Corpse King hammer. The already formidable hammer became even more terrifying in an instant. It emitted crackling sounds, with bone spikes erupting continuously, and this time, the bone spikes also bore a rising dark flame. These dark flames flowed like magma, swirling around the hammer. Eventually, they gradually converged at the hammerhead. Within just a few breaths, the fusion of the Corpse King hammer was complete, and its entire appearance had undergone a significant transformation. The hammer was now covered in magma-like patterns, and its aura surged considerably. With a single strike, Jiang Chu felt the power equivalent to that of a fifth-stage being. Corpse King's Suppression Hammer. Flying Corpse Level Innate Corpse Artifact. 1, The skill of suppression now bore a 1. And it could manifest the power of the first layer of hell. Previously, the suppression skill merely revealed the 18 layers of hell. Clearly, its power had significantly increased. Moreover, an additional skill, Dark Flame Explosion, had been added. Although Jiang Chu had yet to unleash it, the mere description suggested the potential terror of this skill, possibly even exceeding that of suppression. Indeed, each of my ascensions is a comprehensive transformation. Even my current strength is sufficient to annihilate nearly all fifth-stage beings. Even if I were to encounter a sixth-stage cultivator who has established their life palace, I would not be incapable of fighting back. The life palace is the pinnacle of the current cultivation realm. Undoubtedly not the ultimate limit, but at least it is of a rare caliber. Being able to stand at this level, combined with his indestructible passive ability, Jiang Chu felt that he could afford to be a bit more audacious in his future endeavors. Akin to a crab strutting about. Chapter 82. Drought Demon. 1,000 miles of parched earth, consuming blood Tai Sui, mastering 5 Thunder Righteous Method. Right, there is also the blood Tai Sui. Jiang Chu retrieved the blood Tai Sui he had previously acquired from his spatial ring. This thing seems to have withered a bit. Jiang Chu cast a surprised glance at the blood Tai Sui. Compared to before, it appeared to have diminished slightly, at least to the naked eye. Tai Sui. It must also be a form of special life essence, right? This thing, if memory serves, requires nurturing as well. Jiang Chu stroked his chin thoughtfully. Never mind, I shall take a bite first. He believed that one should not be overly finicky about treasures. If it's not dead, then one ought to sample its flavor. The wisp of corpse energy gathered at his fingertips, and he made a swift motion towards a corner of the Tai Sui. It suddenly curled up, as if in pain. Yet, Jiang Chu was indifferent. After all, it was not he who was suffering. He seized a small piece of the Tai Sui flesh and sniffed it with his nose. It bore no scent, indicating it could likely be consumed raw. Without hesitation, Jiang Chu opened his mouth and swallowed the piece whole. After a couple of chews, he found it rather unpalatable and lacking in flavor. It needed to be stir-fried. Jiang Chu smacked his lips and offered a candid assessment. However, just 2 seconds after swallowing that piece of Tai Sui flesh, he suddenly felt an exceptionally unique energy emanating from it. This energy seemed capable of directly affecting the very depths of his body, enhancing one's lifespan. Yet, Jiang Chu had no use for an extended lifespan. Perhaps recognizing this, the energy began to surge wildly around him. Ding! Congratulations to the host for consuming a millennium-old blood Tai Sui flesh, gaining 50 years of corpse energy. With the System S announcement, that energy transformed into corpse energy, circulating around Jiang Chu. He closed his eyes to refine all the power. Allowing his aura to attain considerable refinement once again, Jiang Chu gazed at his system panel. Name: Jiang Chu. Identity: Purple Robe Zombie King. Unique: Zombie level. 5th stage Flying Zombie. Evolution level. 17% Treasures. Corpse Purple Dao Robe. Corpse 5 Emperor's Money Shield. Zombie King S Prison Hammer. Destined abilities: Zombie King Ascension. Second Tribulation. Corpse Spirit. Intermediate. Time and Space Control. Extremely weak. Corpse Techniques: Control Corpse Technique. LV3 Minor Completion. Corpse Spirit Binding and Dispatch. LV3 Minor Completion. Corpse False Flood and Tsunami. LV3. Corpse 5 Thunder Rites. LV 1.5. Corpse Energy Points. 27,700. Can be used to purchase from the system shop. To Jiang Chu's surprise, the 50 years of corpse energy only increased his evolution points by 9 at the Flying Zombie level. He raised an eyebrow. It seems that the amount of corpse energy required to advance further from the Flying Zombie tier is significantly greater than before. However, this is not entirely unexpected. After all, beyond the Flying Zombie tier lies the realm of the Wandering Corpse. Wandering corpses are said to consume the essence of the sun and moon and can traverse the heavens and the earth. They are comparable to ghost kings among fierce spirits. For me, this is sufficient for now. With the boundary upgraded, the next matter at hand is the corpse energy points, this time combined with the task. He had a total of 27,000 corpse energy points remaining. Undoubtedly, this is a substantial amount under normal circumstances. However, upon seeing the required points for the 5 Thunder Rites, Jiang Chu felt a pang of reality. Never mind. Let us first master the 5 Thunder Rites completely. Minor achievements can wait for next time. System: Upgrade the EN 5 Thunder Technique. Jiang Chu declared without hesitation. Ding! The host consumes 10,000 corpse energy points. Successfully upgrading the corpse EN 5 Thunder to proficiency. Next level. 20,000 corpse energy points. The system prompt resonated in Jiang Chu's mind. With that declaration, boom! Familiar waves of memory surged forth. after spending a good 10 minutes. Jiang Chu completely absorbed all these insights. He opened his eyes, water filthy. A pitch-black thunderbolt suddenly manifested in his palm. Compared to his earlier novice stage, the proficient level of the Yin 5 Thunder had grown significantly. Moreover, the aura it bore was far more terrifying as he gazed upon it. It seemed as though he was staring into an abyss that had increased 6 or 7 times in strength. The initial learning phase of Yin 5 Thunder could slaughter foes of the same level like mere chickens or dogs. But this proficient stage was truly invincible, and oh wonder the master from his past struck down anyone he encountered with a single blow. Jiang Chu sighed. Only by practicing the 5 Thunder rites could one grasp the true terror of that old man. With such a technique, it is indeed difficult to find a rival even among immortals. Looking at the remaining 16,000 corpse energy points, Jiang Chu chose not to further enhance other corpse techniques. His current strength rendered most ordinary corpse techniques of little use to him. It would be better to reserve the points for upgrading the 5 Thunder rites. Before bed, Jiang Chu browsed through the corpse energy shop once more. This time, the items available were fairly standard, yet none were suitable for his use, prompting him to abandon the search decisively. He closed the coffin and went to sleep. The following day, Saturday, no classes, a joyous occasion for the undead. Jiang Chu slept soundly until the sun was high in the sky. By the time he crawled out of the coffin, it was already 1 in the afternoon. Upon awakening and opening the window, his mood lifted considerably. Jiang Chu opened the window, and the sun shone brightly outside, warming him. However, his smile quickly faded. Damn, what a vicious sun. It's making even my corpse feel hot. Disappointing. Ding ding ding. Before Jiang Chu had a chance to wash up, his phone rang. Who could be making a video call so early? He glanced at the screen and saw it was Zhuge Ling, who had already attempted to call several times. Unfortunately, there was no signal in the coffin. Jiang Chu casually accepted the call. In an instant, 2 exquisite faces appeared before him. Besides Zhuge Ling, Chen Miaoyi stood prominently beside her. Jiang Chu, you've slept far too late. It's already afternoon, Zhuge Ling chattered. Jiang Chu yawned. Zhuge Beauty, it's the weekend. What else is there to do but sleep? After exchanging a few words, Jiang Chu noticed that both Zhuge Ling and Chen Miaoyi appeared somewhat troubled. What is going on? Is there a problem at the Wandering Tomb Mountain? Jiang Chu sensed something was amiss. Upon hearing his inquiry, Zhuge Ling gravely nodded. Indeed, yesterday my grandfather deduced what lies buried within the Wandering Tomb Mountain. It is something beyond our imagination, far too dangerous. He has advised us to abandon this expedition. Jiang Chu raised an eyebrow. What on earth could provoke such caution from your grandfather? Zhuge Ling fell silent for several seconds before slowly speaking. According to my grandfather, the dragon vein at the Wandering Tomb Mountain is said to be buried within newly transformed. Hanju. Good grief. Old friend. Chapter 83. The Ancestor of Zombies. Earning $1 billion in a day. What a delight. Jiang Chu was all too familiar with Hanju. Known as the ancestor of zombies, the mere appearance of a Hanju could turn the land barren, were it not for his identity as the Purple Robe Zombie King. Jiang Chu would undoubtedly be apprehensive about such a being. After all, the terror of a Hanju is not something that just anyone can provoke. In mythology, it could even swallow dragons. Yet now, he truly stands as the ultimate ruler of corpses. Even the celestial deities must bow before him. A mere Hanju seems hardly formidable. Furthermore, Jiang Chu was curious to see whether this Hanju could still be fearsome in his presence. So, are you two planning to back down? Jiang Chu glanced at them. That moment, Chen Miaoyi spoke up. No, Linger and I intend to proceed, but given the peril of this incident, we must prepare. Before she could finish, Jiang Chu interrupted. Since that's the case, then it's settled. What time shall we gather tonight? 8:30. All right. After hanging up the call, Jiang Chu gave little thought to the so-called Hanju. Pushing open the door, he glanced at Su Wanner's room across the hall, finding it empty. She must have gotten up and left. Jiang Chu paid it no mind, took a shower, and pulled out a can of zombie food. Eating while browsing his phone. Your bank card ending in 7288 has received a transfer of 100,000,000. Current balance 109,000,582.2. A message popped up directly. Upon seeing the amount, Jiang Chu's eyes widened in disbelief. Holy moly, so many zeros. After counting, he realized it amounted to $1 billion. Shortly after, he received a message from Xian, indicating that this was merely a token of gratitude, with further discussions to follow after he dealt with the Xie family matters. Jiang Chu's mouth twitched slightly. A billion. A token of gratitude, such an unfamiliar term. What could a zombie like me possibly do with so much money? Jiang Chu scratched his head, but he didn't dwell on it. Though he was unsure how to spend it, at least it looked impressive. Earning over $1 billion effortlessly, how delightful. Ding dong. Emergency news report. Due to a chemical plant leak, the segment from Nanhua Road to Fanlin Road in Zhongbei City is now under urgent lockdown. All vehicles and pedestrians are strictly prohibited from passing. Violators will bear all consequences. At that moment, another news alert popped up on the main page. Jiang Chu clicked on it, and his eyes narrowed. The two road segments mentioned were precisely where he had previously ventured, the Wandering Tomb. However, the area was significantly larger. It seemed the anomalies at the Wandering Tomb mountain had begun. Jiang Chu felt no anxiety, only anticipation. After all, having just broken through to the 5th stage of the flying zombie level, he was eager to discover just how strong he had become. He hoped that the Hanju would hold out a while longer in his presence. Jiang Chu smiled, radiating warmth. In the afternoon, Su Wanner returned from outside. It was then that Jiang Chu learned that their department had been scheduled for a traditional Chinese medicine consultation that afternoon. Jiang Chu, the old physician, took a drop of my blood. There won't be any issues, right? Su Wanner inquired, somewhat perplexed. Did they take blood? Jiang Chu was taken aback. The last person he knew to have their blood drawn was that fool Li Wei. According to Jiang Chu's own conjecture, anyone capable of having their blood collected must meet the standards of cultivation set by the Huangquan Bureau. There was no need for concern. In fact, congratulations were in order. For perhaps one could become what he understood as a superhuman. After pondering for a moment, Jiang Chu decided to share a fragment of the truth with Su Wanner. Upon hearing this, Su Wanner, bewildered, scratched her delicate face. A superhuman, like those from Balala Xiaomo Xian? Or perhaps Ultraman? Jiang Chu replied, what a naive thought. Of course not. With a wave of his hand, a crackling orb of thunder materialized in his palm. Unleashing a barrage of sound and fury, the ferocious power of the thunder quickly enveloped the entire room. Su Wanner widened her eyes in astonishment, fixated on the lightning that danced in Jiang Chu's hand. Thunder. Jiang Chu, satisfied with the display, dismissed the storm. Did you see that? This is what I mean. Su Wanner remained in a daze for a while before excitedly tugging at Jiang Chu's arm. Wow, Jiang Chu. You can perform magic. That's amazing. Please tell me how you did that. Jiang Chu's cheek twitched slightly. However, feeling his arm enveloped in her soft grip, he relinquished the idea of explaining. Forget it. Let's have some milk instead. By 7 in the evening, Jiang Chu stepped out of his home. The night sky was not as clear as during the day. Dark clouds had begun to gather ominously, signaling an impending downpour. The wind outside was fierce, rustling through Jiang Chu's clothing. Upon reaching the entrance of the community, he spotted a brand new Maybach parked before him. As he emerged, the window of the car rolled down, and a melodious voice called out, Jiang Chu, over here. Jiang Chu approached the car door and slid inside. Naturally, the front seats were occupied by Zhuge Ling and Chun Miaoi. Today, both women had shed their bulky down jackets in favor of snug sportswear, which made Jiang Chu's eyes widen in surprise, especially Zhuge Ling. Impressive indeed. Her figure was hardly inferior to that of the buxom Su Wanner. However, after a brief glance, Jiang Chu quickly averted his gaze, choosing to maintain modesty during their first meeting. Let us go eat. Zhuge Ling pressed the accelerator, and the car roared to life as it sped toward a nearby destination. Eat? Jiang Chu felt inclined to refuse. Considering he was a zombie, what could he possibly consume? Yet, at this hour, it was indeed the time for the living to dine. The trio did not venture far, stopping at a well-known fried chicken establishment on the commercial street of the university town, a place Jiang Chu had frequented during his living days. The flavor was undeniably excellent, as the chicken served had been raised for over 2.5 years, resulting in remarkable meat quality. After securing a private room, they ordered several signature dishes. To the astonishment of the two women, Jiang Chu poured an entire bowl of vinegar over his food, dipping his meal into the thick vinegar. He could only manage to eat it down. Jiang Chu, why does it seem like you're eating strangely? Zhuge Ling observed for a while before finally voicing her thoughts. Strange? Jiang Chu calmly took a sip of vinegar. You wouldn't understand. This is a refined way of eating that it's all about authenticity. Zhuge Ling remained skeptical but decided to give it a try. Her lovely face instantly transformed into a mask of agony as she desperately patted her chest to swallow. She then glared at Jiang Chu. "You liar." After their dinner concluded, at precisely 8:05, the car finally turned toward the direction of the mass grave mountain. Chapter 84. Drought Demon? Capture it as a pet. I want to inhale its essence daily. The third installment has arrived. The journey was almost devoid of vehicles, with only Jiang Chu and his companions traveling against the flow. After half an hour, a faint outline of a mountain peak materialized in the distance. Suddenly, a deep rumble echoed from the sky, accompanied by dark thunderclouds descending, shrouding the mountain's silhouette. Jiang Chu rolled down the car window for a better look. Even from such a distance, he could still sense a terrifying aura of death. The quality of this aura was exceedingly high, filling Jiang Chu with a sense of comfort. Truly, the drought demon was impressive. Its scent was enticing, and he longed to capture it for daily inhalation. Jiang Chu inhaled deeply, a look of delight spreading across his face. It was the first time he had sensed a fragrance emanating from something other than the living, which made him crave it. The drought demon that was about to emerge. Chen Miaoi and Zhuge Ling also took note of this terrifying sight, their expressions turning grave. The drought demon was a legendary creature, and even its mere emergence was beyond their capacity to confront. Should the drought demon become enraged, it could lay waste to the land, a true desolation, with water sources completely evaporated. Moreover, this particular drought demon had absorbed the essence of the earth's veins, brimming with formidable energy that even the most fearsome beings dared not challenge. If one were to be affected by the aura of the drought demon, the consequences could be fatal, with the worst outcome being the eternal damnation of one's ancestors. After another 10 minutes of travel, the vehicle halted at an intersection. Jiang Chu recognized this place well. It was directly in front of the mass grave where he had previously transformed into a zombie king. The entrance was now cordoned off with warning tape, indicating that vehicles could no longer proceed. Upon exiting the car, the trio wasted no time, crossing the red line and stepping into the mass grave. Surrounded by familiar tombstones, Jiang Chu felt a sense of nostalgia, akin to meeting a fellow townsman. Unable to resist, he greeted some of the restless spirits nearby. However, upon seeing Jiang Chu, they shrieked in terror and fled as if they had encountered a ghost. "Damn it! Why are they running so fast? We're all buried in the same place." Jiang Chu was quite displeased. "Jiang Chu, don't be so arrogant. Be cautious." Zhuge Ling, now on high alert beside him, sighed. "Oh, you really think this mass grave is your home? What is there to fear? They're merely lost souls." Jiang Chu shrugged dismissively. Zhuge Ling, however, shook her head and whispered, "It's not that simple. A week ago, a zombie king of considerable strength manifested from this very spot. Even the Huangquan Bureau was alarmed. Having searched for days without success, I even heard that the Bureau reported this matter, and their headquarters dispatched a 6th-tier mage for divination, yet they still found nothing. Furthermore, that mage suffered a backlash from the heavens, asserting that the creature had likely surpassed the 6th tier. It might even be on par with a king." "Is that so?" Jiang Chu's eyes widened. Zhuge Ling was pleased with Jiang Chu's reaction, a proud smile gracing her lips. "Of course, I wouldn't lie to you. The Huangquan Bureau wanted my grandfather to assist with the divination, which is how I learned all this. Now, are you frightened? Sometimes, the most ordinary places might conceal extraordinary existences." Jiang Chu nodded vigorously. "You're absolutely right. I'm terrified beyond measure. By the way, did the Huangquan Bureau mention anything else? Like praising the zombie king for not only being powerful but also handsome, or calling it an unparalleled monster of terror?" Zhuge Ling. Zhuge Ling's face darkened at that moment. "What the hell? Are you saying a zombie can be both handsome and powerful? Do you think they're complimenting you?" The trio advanced swiftly. For ordinary people, the mass grave at midnight would undoubtedly be a forbidden zone. But for them, it was no different from an ordinary forest. In merely 10 minutes, they had traversed the area entirely. Thereafter, Jiang Chu beheld, behind the mass grave, a shimmering barrier akin to a protective dome. This barrier completely sealed off the area beyond the mass grave, preventing ordinary individuals from approaching. The barrier is active. Is there that someone else? Could other forces be aware of the opportunities here? Chen Miaoi suddenly furrowed her brow, her voice uncharacteristically rising. Zhuge Ling was equally taken aback. "How is that possible? My grandfather personally deduced this. Aside from the Huangquan Bureau, no one else should know. Moreover, the Huangquan Bureau stated that we were to collect the dragon veins first. They were merely here to assist afterward. Zhuge Ling had unwavering faith in her grandfather, who was known as the closest descendant to the ancestral Zhuge Wuhou. Mastering the Zhuge Qimin, he had achieved great success. In the realm of extraordinary beings in the Great Xia, few could rival her grandfather in this regard. Let us proceed for now. The barrier hasn't been active for long, and the drought demon must complete its transformation at the midnight juncture of yin and yang. So we still have time. Chen Miaoyi was remarkably composed, causing Jiang Chu to glance at her with newfound respect. In no wonder she was the favored disciple of that old man. Her temperament was not something an ordinary cultivator could compare to. The trio quickly passed through the barrier as they stepped inside. Jiang Chu's eyes narrowed. Beyond this barrier lay a range of undulating mountains that it was astonishing that a single barrier could conceal such extensive terrain. Clearly, the individual who set this up possessed formidable capabilities, likely a sixth-tier fate master, or perhaps someone surpassing that level. Upon fully entering this realm, the terrifying aura of death intensified, becoming even more frenzied. Accompanied by an inexplicable heat that caused the moisture in the air to evaporate rapidly. Xiaoling, pinpoint the location of this drought demon. Chen Miaoyi instructed Zhuge Ling. Zhuge Ling nodded and retrieved a tattered yellow bagua bronze mirror from her bosom. Its surface etched with ancient runes. The moment it appeared, it emanated a formidable aura of Tao that on its reverse side were inscribed two large characters. Wu Ho. Chapter 85. The purple robe establishes yin and yang. A single robe suffices to suppress all. What a formidable magical artifact. Jiang Chu raised an eyebrow at the bagua bronze mirror, acknowledging the worth of such an item possessed by a disciple from a prestigious family. Even in its incomplete state, its power was remarkable. One could only imagine its strength if it were whole. After unveiling this treasure, Zhuge Ling let out a commanding cry. Zhuge Qimin, rise, swish. The familiar Nine Palaces bagua diagram materialized around her. And in that instant, the bagua mirror in her hand erupted with brilliant light, plunging straight into the Nine Palaces configuration beneath her feet. Buzz, the Zhuge Qimin beneath her quaked violently, originally capable of encompassing a mere dozen meters. The power of the bagua mirror exponentially increased the scope of the Nine Palaces layout. Everything around was enveloped within the Zhuge Qimin, save for it at the spot where Jiang Chu stood. The radiance of the Zhuge Qimin seemed to plunge into an endless abyss, allowing the Tao aura to diffuse, yet it could not penetrate the surrounding space by even a fraction. This left a conspicuous void in the expansive Nine Palaces diagram, as if his position existed in an entirely different dimension. Chen Miaoyi, standing not far from Jiang Chu, felt her pupils constrict in surprise. Being closest to Jiang Chu, she was the first to notice this anomaly, although Chen Miaoyi was not well versed in Zhuge Qimin. She understood that whenever it was activated, it encompassed the celestial 8 trigrams. This was not merely the strength of Zhuge Qimin, but rather a manifestation of the natural order that distinguishes yin from yang and the orientations of the 8 trigrams. Zhuge Qimin simply capitalized on this cosmic principle to establish its layout. Yet, what was the situation with Jiang Chu? He stood within the Qimin, yet seemed to exist outside the realm of heaven and earth. Zhuge Ling, sensing her Qimin formation that was missing a piece, felt a pang of anxiety. This fellow that remained as enigmatic as ever. Zhuge Ling's heart twitched. She knew that her artifact was far from ordinary. It was a treasured relic of the Zhuge clan. The Wuhou mirror had been used by Zhuge Wuhou himself. Even in its damaged state, its enhancement to the Zhuge Qimin was unimaginable. Now, her formation rivaled that of some elders within the clan. Yet, despite this, she could not draw Jiang Chu into her Qimin layout. However, having learned from previous experiences, she could accept this. Jiang Chu, please step back. Your presence hinders the integrity of my Qimin formation, Zhuge Ling called out helplessly. Jiang Chu shrugged. This flawed Qimin can't lend me any strength. You think I wish to expose my uniqueness? If it fails, don't blame me for the tumult. With a decisive step, he moved beyond the confines of Zhuge Qimin's influence. The formation cleaved like a blade wherever Jiang Chu tread, and only after he exited did the light of the Qimin coalesce once more, rendering it complete. Zhuge Ling shouted, Zhuge Qimin, Qian character, stabilize heaven's journey. Buzz. The Zhuge Qimin trembled furiously at the position of the Qian character. a radiant light surged forth. Qian signifies the celestial aspect, possessing the ability to discern dragon veins and auspicious energies. The stabilized heaven's journey technique is a profound secret art of Zhuge, requiring the practitioner to attain a specific level of mastery to execute. Zhuge Ling had previously been unable to use it, only achieving this feat under the Wu Home Mirror's enhancement. Indeed, as the light surged, the mountains before them seemed to transform in an instant. Eye in the sky, a dragon form began to materialize. However, at that moment, an indescribable aura erupted from within the mountains, causing the light of stabilized heaven's journey to tremble violently, threatening to dissipate the phantom of the dragon vein. This is bad. Something from within the dragon vein is interfering with my ability to stabilize it. Zhuge Ling's expression changed dramatically. Jiang Chu raised an eyebrow. Having witnessed the unfolding scene, his own corpse aura flickered slightly, and a purple robe manifested upon him. He deftly untied the robe and hurled it towards the area where the dragon energy was surging. Go! In an instant, shimmering lights began to flicker upon the purple robe. A stream of purple energy burst forth, interposing itself between the dragon vein and the void. The purple light blazed, seemingly capable of enveloping the heavens and obscuring the sun. The purple robe, an artifact forged by the system, was not merely a tool of power but also a symbol of the countless years of fortune bestowed upon the Dragon Tiger Mountain's celestial masters. How could it be shaken by a mere drought demon yet to fully materialize? Almost as soon as the purple robe billowed, the force erupting from the mountains was completely severed. Upon witnessing the purple robe, Chun Miaoi was momentarily taken aback, her expression reflecting a complex mix of emotions. Zhuge Ling sighed in relief as the light of the dragon vein began to solidify once more under the influence of stabilized heaven's journey. Before plummeting from the void to the ground, the entire mountain range erupted with brilliance from where the stabilized heaven's journey descended. This radiance stretched from the mountain peak not far from them deep into the mountain's heart. Viewed from above, it resembled a dragon vein. Yet, at the location of the dragon's reverse scale, an unimaginable darkness extinguished the light of stabilized heaven's journey. Found it! Zhuge Ling's eyes sparkled. With that, she stowed away the Zhuge Qimen and descended to the ground. Jiang Chu similarly retracted his purple robe, draping it over himself. The position was confirmed, yet the drought demon still lingered at the site of the reverse scale. Let us proceed along the dragon vein and see if we can collect any residual dragon energy. As for the reverse scale, it would be best to wait until the drought demon departs before we continue our exploration. Chun Miaoi calmly analyzed the situation and proposed the most prudent plan. However, this strategy was evidently not to Jiang Chu's liking. He had not come here for those so-called dragon energies, but for the drought demon itself. He waved his hand dismissively at the two women. No need for such complications. We can simply proceed directly. Other locations cannot possibly contain as much dragon energy as the reverse scale. Upon hearing Jiang Chu's words, both women froze in surprise. Chun Miaoi looked astonished. Jiang Shuozhang that this might be a bit too perilous. The drought demon's manifestation would attract all ghostly entities within a 100-mile radius, especially those buried in this area. They had likely already transformed into zombies under the drought demon's corpse aura. Devoid of intelligence, yet they would guard the vicinity of the demon fiercely. The closer one got to the drought demon, the higher the level of those zombies would surely be. Additionally, the practitioners who had arrived here before them would undoubtedly also be after the dragon energy. They were likely at the site of the reverse scale. Chapter 86. The necropolis of endless zombies kneels in worship. Jiang Chu. Here, I am the king. After hearing this, Jiang Chu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Even better, my instincts tell me that those who have come here are likely not virtuous individuals, that we can ensnare them all at once. As for the zombies, what zombies dare to act brazenly before me? A pure corpse or a bounty? With that, Jiang Chu strode forward. Observing Jiang Chu's retreating figure, Chun Miaoi and Zhuge Ling exchanged glances. Zhuge Ling sighed. This guy truly lives up to being the chosen disciple of the old celestial master. His reckless demeanor is exactly as my grandfather described the celestial masters of old, especially that old celestial master who nearly turned the otherworldly realm upside down in his time. Chun Miaoi, recalling something, smiled softly. Indeed, every celestial master emerging from the celestial estate is among the strongest in the otherworldly realm. What we consider perilous may not even faze Jiang Chu. Let us follow him. deep within the necropolis. An eerie silence reigned. Beneath a mountain hollow, two figures clad in special cloaks that seemed to conceal their presence appeared. They gazed greedily at the increasingly heated air ahead. The drought demon, there truly is a drought demon here. The eyes of Xuanji Taoist gleamed with excitement. Beside him, monk Jingxin also smiled. Indeed, Lord Shou has paid a hefty price to summon a divinely connected king from the west to foresee certain things within the necropolis. Initially, we only aimed to seize the dragon energy, but now, he concluded, producing a massive square bronze nail, over a foot long, from his robe. The nail was caked with dried blood and bore a heavy earthy scent, indicating it had long been buried underground and only recently unearthed. Monk Jingxin's eyes sparkled as he continued. With this bone-impeding nail that can restrain the drought demon, perhaps we can capture this legendary drought demon. As long as we obtain the blood of this entity, the most crucial aspect of my Dark Abyss plan will be achieved. With this merit, our accomplishments shall be unparalleled, and success is just around the corner. The enigmatic Taoist nodded. However, we must not be complacent. The leader will personally enter Jiangbei tomorrow, and everything must be resolved by then. Let us proceed swiftly. Ding! Congratulations, host, for triggering the system task, the Wrath of the Drought Demon. Upon completion, rewards will include 70 years of Corpse Chi, Random Corpse Technique Lottery Pack 1, and 5,000 Corpse Chi points. That as soon as Jiang Chu stepped into the mountains, the system's prompt echoed in his mind. The Wrath of the Drought Demon? What does that mean? Yet, upon seeing the subsequent rewards, a satisfied smile graced Jiang Chu's face. 70 years of Corpse Chi, and a Random Corpse Technique pack. His previous Thunderbolt technique was drawn from this very pack, and Jiang Chu eagerly anticipated what it might yield. Ahead lay the tail end of the Earth Dragon vein. After walking for 6 or 7 minutes, Zhuge Ling gazed at the dense forest ahead, now shrouded in a layer of corpse mist. Along the way, they had encountered numerous graves showing signs of disturbance, with the corpses mysteriously vanished. Clearly, those bodies had transformed into zombies, lurking within this dragon vein, creating an overwhelming sense of dread. Upon hearing this, Chun Miaoi nodded cautiously. The three of them stepped into the corpse mist. Having reached the location of the drought demon, a wave of heat engulfed them, rendering the air exceedingly dry. Even the ground beneath their feet began to crack. Heaven and earth, the root of all energies, body adorned with golden light, enveloping me. Suddenly, Chun Miaoi issued a command, and a beam of golden light erupted around her, extending to envelop Zhuge Ling and Jiang Chu, completely isolating them from the outside heat. The golden light spell? Jiang Chu was momentarily taken aback upon witnessing the golden light surrounding Chun Miaoi. Wasn't the golden light spell a technique from Longhu Mountain? He did not expect Chun Miaoi to wield it as well. Sensing Jiang Chu's confusion, Chun Miaoi smiled and explained, the golden light spell is merely a fundamental incantation from Longhu Mountain, taught to my master by the Taoist Xianshi, who then passed it on to me. Realization dawned upon Jiang Chu. So it was that ancient master who had imparted it. After walking a bit further, beep, beep, beep. At that moment, the Wuhou mirror in Zhuge Ling's hand emitted a sound. Danger. Zhuge Ling's expression shifted as she halted abruptly. Chun Miaoi turned to Zhuge Ling. Linger, try to find the safest path through this dragon vein. Let us take a detour. Zhuge Ling, without a hint of hesitation, prepared to activate the Wuhou mirror. Observing the cautious demeanor of the two women, Jiang Chu couldn't help but smirk. Enough with the fuss. If you trust me, just follow my lead. There's no point in taking a detour. Ahead lies a wealth of corpse chi points. How could I let that pass? While this place may seem perilous to others, for me, it is akin to returning home. As for those so-called zombies guarding the drought demon, if it weren't for fearing to frighten Chun Miaoi and Zhuge Ling, I could easily ride on 2 little female zombies, having them carry me through. Jiang Chu slowed down. From behind, Zhuge Ling and Chun Miaoi hurriedly followed. However, as they stepped into this treacherous area, they barely had time to speak before their pupils constricted. Ahead, dozens of graves stood starkly under the moonlight. Upon suddenly sensing the presence of living beings, a low growl erupted from within the graves. Following that, a cacophony of growls arose, unending. Bang! A coffin exploded, and a figure sprang forth, its body covered in white hair, some of which had even turned green. An apex white zombie. Upon its emergence, a chain reaction was triggered. with coffins bursting open one after another. In the blink of an eye, 2 or 3 dozen zombies appeared before the trio. All unerringly apex white zombies. Prepare for battle. Chun Miaoi and Zhuge Ling disregarded everything else, their energies beginning to circulate. Yet, before they could make a move, all the zombies suddenly knelt, their heads pressed firmly to the ground, trembling as if witnessing an unparalleled being. Chapter 87. A Frenzied Harvest. Apologies. I have already broken through to the 5th tier. Silence. The entire space fell into an eerie stillness. Even Zhuge Ling, who was ready to act, and the typically composed Chun Miaoi, wore expressions of unimaginable shock, staring in disbelief at the scene before them. What on earth just happened? Those zombies, they all knelt. Moreover, they were kneeling towards Jiang Chu. At this moment, Jiang Chu, draped in a purple robe, radiated an ethereal purple light, resembling a celestial being descending from the heavens. Witnessing all this, Jiang Chu felt no tremor within. The zombies knelt before his purple robe. He did not manifest any corpse chi, yet the robe was already imbued with his zombie king aura. This aura, to these pure zombies, represented true supremacy, far surpassing the pressure exerted by the drought demon. Thus, they bowed without hesitation. Zombies lack consciousness, do not comprehend sorcery, exist beyond the 3 realms, and are not confined within the 5 elements. They fear nothing except for certain artifacts. Only an equally supreme aura can compel their submission. I assume you wouldn't want your bodies to undergo any transformations post-mortem, would you? Allow me to assist you. Providing me with corpse chi would also be a form of virtue on your part. Jiang Chu's hand moved, revealing the Jinyu hammer. Merging with 2 vertebrae he had transformed, its power had undergone a radical transformation. Upon sensing the zombie king hammer, the trembling forms of the zombies quaked even more violently. Their eyes filled with unimaginable terror. Jiang Chu did not prolong the torment of these little subordinates. He lifted the zombie king hammer and brought it crashing down upon the foremost white zombie. Nether Flame Eruption. Jiang Chu directly activated the skill acquired through his transformation, and as the hammer struck, the molten lava integrated into it awakened. The rolling magma flames enveloped the hammer, twisting the air with their terrifying heat. From a distance, it resembled a volcanic eruption from hell. Boom! Jiang Chu struck the ground. The ultimate nether flame erupted. This was no ordinary fire, but a supreme flame targeting all spectral beings. The white zombie targeted by Jiang Chu fell silently, its body erupting into fragments, leaving not a single piece larger than 1 centimeter. But this was just the beginning. The power of the nether flame was only just unleashed, centered around Jiang Chu. All zombies within several dozen meters were engulfed by this inferno, except for a few on the periphery who did not perish immediately. All the apex white zombies shattered in an instant. Meanwhile, the few who survived were in far greater agony than those who perished on the spot. They emitted pitiful howls, yet due to the fear instilled by their bloodline and souls, they dared not move. The tragic cries made Jiang Chu shake his head in pity that he hurriedly ensured they were given a swift end. Only kill zombies, not torment them, was Jiang Chu's creed. We are of the same kind. Why must we hasten to harm one another? After slaying more than 20 white zombies with a single strike, Jiang Chu couldn't help but furrow his brow in contemplation, feeling guilty towards his conscience. The system's prompt echoed in Jiang Chu's mind. Host has killed 27 white zombies, gaining 5,800 corpse chi points. Hearing the numbers, a grin spread across Jiang Chu's face. He slapped himself in disbelief. What was he pretending for? As a zombie king in a purple robe, what concern did he have for conscience? A bounty of 5,008, and they put up no resistance. It was far more convenient to eliminate these little subordinates than to worry about them. Delightful. Jiang Chu, behind him, Zhuge Ling finally reacted, exclaiming in shock as if startled, then rushed to Jiang Chu's side, squatting down to observe the massive pit he had created, which extended 2 to 3 dozen meters. There were still traces of burning within the pit. However, with the demise of those zombies, the nether flame had extinguished, yet the lingering aura of the flame made her heart tremble. One could only imagine the horrific fate that would have befallen her had that nether flame struck her. She would have likely met the same fate as those zombies, instantaneously obliterated. Not far away, Chun Miaoi approached, her gaze filled with extreme shock and confusion, although she had heard from Zhuge Ling that Jiang Chu had already reached the 4th tier. Surpassing her slightly, she still held considerable confidence in herself. Had she not needed dragon energy to solidify her foundation, she would have broken through to the 4th tier 6 months ago. Moreover, her sect, Lingyue sect, was not like others. The Lingyue sect was a solitary lineage, consisting only of her and her master. While her master may not be widely renowned in the realm of extraordinary beings, her strength was undoubtedly unfathomable. She had been raised by her master from a young age, practicing the core techniques of the Lingyue sect, and her master had remarked that her talent could rival the spiritual bodies within the Huangquan Bureau. The journey of cultivation has always been one of rapid advancement. Even the venerable master of Longhu Mountain has expressed his admiration, stating that her innate talent is no less impressive than his own in his prime. Thus, although Chun Miaoi remains composed, deep within her heart, she harbors a sense of pride that in her eyes. Even if Jiang Chu is the chosen one, she believes she is not inferior to him. However, the events that have transpired in such a brief span have left her somewhat bewildered. With her keen perception, she can discern that Jiang Chu's recent strike possesses a force unmatched by any cultivator of the 4th tier. That it is highly probable that Jiang Chu has transcended the 4th tier. Senior Jiang, that have you already broken through to the 5th tier? Chun Miaoi bit her lip and gazed at Jiang Chu. Upon hearing her words, Zhuge Ling trembled slightly, her eyes widening as she turned to look at Jiang Chu. Jiang Chu had nothing to deny. He was not one to play the role of a humble underdog, but he nodded, affirming, "Yes, I just broke through not long ago." Upon witnessing Jiang Chu's admission, Zhuge Ling gasped in astonishment. The 5th tier. This level represents a significant threshold, one that both ghost tamers and practitioners in their realm regard with the utmost reverence. The 4th tier of Condensing Dan is already considered formidable in the current realm of extraordinary beings, while the 5th tier of Spiritual Sea is a realm that only a select few elder powerhouses can attain. Among the younger generation today, he is truly unparalleled. Jiang Chu. You are truly monstrous, Zhuge Ling exclaimed. Chun Miaoi could not help but sigh inwardly. Even if she did not suppress her cultivation, she would never reach the 5th tier. Moreover, Jiang Chu had only recently awakened, and no wonder he had caught the attention of the venerable master. Congratulations, Senior Jiang. Jiang Chu waved his hand dismissively, saying, "No need for pleasantries. I am aware of my own excellence." Yet, before he could finish his sentence, his gaze abruptly shifted towards the depths of the dragon vein. Boom! There, a terrifying aura began to coalesce. As this power manifested, the already sweltering air in the heavens and earth grew even hotter. Chapter 88. A sudden surge of 30,000 corpse chi points. This wave has brought in an astonishing profit. This is the harbinger of drought about to emerge ahead of time. This sudden change left both women unconcerned with anything else. Jiang Chu furrowed his brow. For from this aura, he sensed something unusual. "We need to move faster," Jiang Chu urged. As he spoke, he took a step forward, swiftly advancing deeper into the dragon vein, with Jiang Chu leading the way. The trio moved at an impressive speed. The zombies patrolling this area posed no resistance against Jiang Chu. They fell before him with ease. Jiang Chu cast a glance at his attribute panel. Name, Jiang Chu. Identity, Purple-robed Zombie King. Unique, Zombie level. 5th tier Flying Zombie. Evolution level. 17% Treasures. Corpse Purple-robed Taoist Garb. Corpse 5 Emperor Money Pouch. Zombie King S Prison Hammer. Inherent Divine Ability. Zombie King Ascension. Second Calamity. Corpse Manipulation. Intermediate. Time and Space Control. Extremely weak. Corpse Techniques. Control Corpse Technique. LV3 Minor Success. Corpse Spirit Binding and Dispatching. LV3 Minor Success. Corpse False Flooding. LV3. Corpse 5 Thunder Rites. LV2. Corpse Chi Points. 31,700. Available for purchase in System Mall. In this brief moment, the Corpse Chi Points surged to 30,000, reaching a new height. Senior Jiang, do you feel that something seems amiss? After half an hour of travel, Jiang Chu and the others had thoroughly penetrated the heart of the dragon vein. However, upon arriving here, they could sense some inexplicable changes. The previously gloomy weather had grown increasingly oppressive, as if it harbored an impending calamity. Jiang Chu nodded slightly in response. If I am not mistaken, it should be due to the harbinger of drought encountering a problem. Upon hearing this, both Zhuge Ling and Chun Miaoi were taken aback. Chun Miaoi pondered, could it be that those who entered earlier are behind this? But how could they possibly challenge a harbinger of drought? Jiang Chu looked up at the sky. That if the harbinger of drought had indeed emerged, It would not be something ordinary individuals could contend with. Yet, it was still in the process of gestation. As long as it had not yet manifested, there were still some measures that could be taken against it. However, such measures were likely not characteristic of a conventional sect, but rather resembled the tactics of the Dark Abyss. After eliminating Wu Mo, Jiang Chu had keenly sensed that the individuals from the Dark Abyss entering Jiangbei at this time was rather unusual. Though he remained unclear about their intentions, only now did he begin to form some conjectures. Those from the Dark Abyss might also be targeting the Harbinger of Drought, Dark Abyss. Upon hearing Jiang Chu's words, Chun Miaoi frowned, her expression growing colder. These scoundrels. It was evident that both the cultivation world and the Underworld Bureau harbored deep animosity towards those from the Dark Abyss. Let us not dwell on that. We will understand more upon arrival. At the site of the Dragon Vein's reverse scale, a massive pit had appeared. This pit resembled a sharp arrow embedded within the vast Dragon Vein. Beneath the Dragon Vein at this moment, a resonant and somewhat excited Buddhist chant echoed. The monk Jingxin and Taoist Xuanji gazed ahead, not far from them, where a cave was located. The cave floor was uneven, with large expanses of underground patterns. From a distance, it appeared akin to scales. Yet at the center of this cave, a pit had abruptly formed. The shape of this pit resembled a heart. At its center lay a coffin that was nearly decayed. The coffin was exceedingly ordinary, so much so that it appeared bland. However, upon closer inspection, intricate and ancient patterns spread across its surface, resembling divine symbols. To discerning eye would notice that these patterns were not merely carved onto the coffin, but rather slowly emanating from beneath it. Thump, thump. A faint sound reminiscent of a heartbeat resonated. With each pulse, Jingxin and Xuanji could sense the dragon qi from the earth flowing into the coffin. Finally found it. Jingxin revealed a smile. Yet, in that moment, he suddenly glanced towards the cave entrance that a peculiar Buddhist light radiated from him, spreading outward. After several seconds, Jingxin withdrew his gaze, his expression now tinged with shock. So soon? What is it? Xuanji inquired in confusion. There are cultivators, most likely members of the Zhuge family. Only they possess the ability to predict the emergence of the Harbinger of Drought. However, they arrived rather quickly, nearing the reverse scale position. Upon hearing this, Xuanji was momentarily stunned. That it should be noted that they had only been able to approach so rapidly due to the use of extraordinary treasures. For others, the zombies along the way would certainly pose a significant challenge. Are there any experts? Xuanji inquired. Jingxin's countenance grew strange as he shook his head. No, that my heart perception only detected 2 third-tier cultivators, one of whom seems close to breaking through to the 4th-tiered. But this is the most perplexing aspect. Given their cultivation levels, even if they were twice as strong, it would be impossible for them to reach here. Upon hearing this, Xuanji let out a sigh of relief. A shadowy grin appearing on his face, he retrieved a small banner resembling a flag from his robe. Only 3rd tier, perfect for offering them as a sacrifice. You shall collect the blood of the Harbinger of Drought here while I go deal with them. Good. Jingxin nodded in agreement. Without any hesitation, Xuanji turned and departed. Outside the Dragon Vein, Jiang Chu suddenly came to a halt. Behind him, Chun Miaoi and Zhuge Ling exchanged puzzled glances. What is it? Someone is approaching. Upon hearing this, the eyes of both women quickly turned towards the front. Indeed, in that direction, a massive cave suddenly revealed a figure. The silhouette seemed to sense their arrival and swiftly approached them. Within mere moments, it had halted not far from them. Only at that moment did Chun Miaoi and Zhuge Ling clearly see the newcomer. It was a Taoist clad in a robe, the ghost refining sect, Xuanji Taoist. Zhuge Ling suddenly exclaimed in surprise, recognizing Xuanji's identity. Upon hearing this, Xuanji let out an odd laugh. That I didn't expect this young lady to recognize me. You too, huh? 3. Upon seeing Jiang Chu and the others, the smile on Xuanji's face instantly froze. What is happening? Didn't that bald monk say there were only 2 people? Why are there 3? Is that bald monk trying to set me up? Xuanji's expression darkened, but upon noticing that Jiang Chu appeared to be of similar age to the other 2, his eyes glimmered with murderous intent. If you surrender, I shall grant you a swift death. Otherwise, you should be well aware of my methods. Jiang Chu. So arrogant? Jiang Chu turned to Zhuge Ling beside him. Do you know him? Zhuge Ling nodded. Xuanji Taoist, elder of the ghost refining sect. 5 years ago, he was already a 4th-tier condensing Dan cultivator. 3 months ago, he attacked 2 villages while refining a ghost banner, resulting in the murder of over 500 innocent lives. He is currently wanted by the Underworld Bureau as a level 3 criminal. After that, he vanished without a trace, supposedly hiding abroad that I never expected to see him here. What the hell? He killed so many people. How utterly depraved. If we kill him, will the Underworld Bureau give us points? Jiang Chu inquired. Here, 1,800 points. That amounts to 18 million. Jiang Chu revealed a smile, unexpectedly pleased with this unforeseen gain. Let's do it. Chapter 89. Jiang Chu. The Wangwufen? Bring it here. Suppress the entire scene. Not far away, Xuanji Taoist listened intently to the conversation between the two. His expression darkened with fury. You two juniors dare to speak so arrogantly. I shall make you wish for death. In his hand, the small banner that had appeared earlier suddenly shook violently. The surge of black mist erupted from the banner, transforming into 5 ferocious ghosts, lunging toward Jiang Chu and the others. Ghosts at the peak of the 3rd tier. Upon seeing these 5 spirits, Zhuge Ling and Chun Miaoi showed no signs of fear. Instead, a strong sense of battle surged within them. Jiang Chu, you mustn't steal our fight, Zhuge Ling declared, now fully aware of Jiang Chu's cultivation level. They felt no apprehension that a 5th-tier powerhouse comparable to the Spirit Sea could easily deal with these trifling 3rd-tier spirits. It was akin to using a cannon to kill a fly. Just as Jiang Chu was about to intervene, he reluctantly withdrew. After all, this mission relied heavily on the information provided by these 2 young ladies, so it was only fitting they took action. Heaven and Earth Shin Sect, the root of all Qi. Form of golden light. The brilliance of the golden light spell surged once more around Chun Miaoi. The golden light coalesced into a sword, enveloping her entire being. With a sweeping strike, she directly intercepted 3 of the spirits. The golden light slashed through the 2 ghosts, producing clouds of black smoke as they howled in agony. Golden light transformation. This requires at least a minor completion of the golden light spell. Indeed, quite impressive. Jiang Chu nodded in approval. While mastering the golden light spell is not overly difficult, it remains one of the 8 great divine spells. To reach such a level at her age is indicative of a top-tier talent. At her level, facing 3 foes is far from a challenge. They could be slain in no time. Meanwhile, Zhuge Ling's Zhuge Qimen enveloped the last 2 spirits. In an instant, the battle commenced. Xuanji Taoist seemed taken aback by their intensity. Yet he remained unconcerned. For him, these mere 3rd-tier spirits could be dispatched with ease. He cast a shadowy glare at Jiang Chu. Boy, dare you to enter my Wangwufen? Among the 3, he found Jiang Chu the most inscrutable. Provoking a sense of wariness, Jiang Chu rolled his eyes at the remark. If you have a problem, go see a doctor. I'll just kill you. Why would I need to step into your Wangwufen? He could see that the small banner in Xuanji Taoist's hand posed a far greater threat than the man himself. You seek death. Xuanji Taoist's expression darkened. His entire being surged with yuan qi, funneling it into the Wangwufen. In an instant, a terrifying mist erupted from the banner. Within the fog, countless sinister spirits materialized. To forge this artifact, Xuanji Taoist had slaughtered 2 villages, refining their inhabitants into spirits, nurturing them within the Wangwufen to consume one another. By now, the Wangwufen contained 4 or 5 4th-tier spirits and over 20 3rd-tier ghosts. Even without stepping into the Wangwufen, these spirits alone would allow him to dominate in the Dan condensation stage. Go! Tear him apart. With a sweep of his arm, the spirits howled, transforming into a gust of ominous wind rushing toward Jiang Chu. Unaware of the peril they faced, Jiang Chu's eyes blazed with a hint of crimson. The aura of the purple-robed zombie king surged forth. Get lost! The power of the 5th-tier flying zombie surged forth with a furious shout, akin to a thunderclap that a dreadful corpse aura erupted. The spirits widened their eyes in terror, their movements abruptly halting. In that fleeting moment, they seemed to sense an unimaginable presence. However, Jiang Chu did not grant them the luxury of hesitation. In his hand, the Jinyu hammer swung down toward the spirits with a mighty force. Jinyu. The corpse aura surged, layers of hell manifesting. The 2nd-tier Jinyu power was exponentially stronger than the first, capable of fully unleashing the power of the 1st level of hell. Boom! As the zombie king's hammer descended, the spirits were torn apart without even a scream escaping their lips. Yet, these spirits did not dissipate. Instead, They transformed into wisps of yin energy, swiftly vanishing into the Wangwufen. Ah, Jiang Chu noticed this. They didn't die? Following the path of the spirits, he observed that with their disappearance, the aura of the Wangwufen visibly diminished, though those spirits could remain undying within the banner. Their power was entirely exhausted, quite an impressive artifact. With a firm step, Jiang Chu's figure vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he was already beside Xuanji Taoist. Handed over, he reached out and seized the Wangwufen. Pulling it into his grasp, Xuanji Taoist stood dumbfounded, eyes wide as he registered the loss of the banner. "You'd give me back my Wangwufen." Xuanji Taoist lunged at Jiang Chu with ferocity. This Wangwufen had cost him tremendous effort to forge. He could not afford to lose it. "You want it that badly?" Jiang Chu grinned. "Then I'll gladly grant your wish." With a crackle, lightning flickered at his fingertips, striking Xuanji Taoist that a bolt of thunder erupted. Exploding upon contact, Xuanji Taoist's mouth gaped in shock as his entire body disintegrated. Jiang Chu waved the Wangwufen, and from the remnants of Xuanji Taoist's shattered form, a faint shadow emerged. His soul this moment. His soul bore unmistakable terror. He had crafted the Wangwufen himself and understood its horrors better than anyone. Once absorbed, there would be no chance of rebirth. Yet, his strength could not possibly withstand Jiang Chu. In a flash of black light, the Wangwufen quivered, and Xuanji Taoist's spirit was entirely consumed within the banner. Host has slain a 4th-tier Dan condensation cultivator, gaining 700 corpse points. Ding! Host has obtained a growth-type ghost artifact, Wangwufen. Current artifact grade, middle grade, ghost artifact. In Jiang Chu's mind, 2 system notifications echoed. A middle grade ghost artifact, and a growth type at that. His eyes sparkled. He examined the attributes of the Wangwufen. Name, Wangwufen. Grade, middle grade ghost artifact. Characteristics. Wanhun Fan is indestructible. Ghostly beings do not die. However, when ghostly beings are shattered, a significant amount of ghost energy is required to reconstitute them. Current spirits within the banner, 4th tier 4, 3rd tier 21. Not too shabby. It's a pity it cannot contain zombies. While it may not be of great use to him now, it would prove exceedingly convenient for tormenting others in the future, once trapped within the Wangwufen. It would become an absolute torture device. Chapter 90. Thunder descends from heaven. This generation of drought spirits is the worst I have ever seen. With a flourish, he tossed the Wangwufen into his spatial ring. Suddenly, a deep, agonizing roar resonated throughout the heavens and the earth. The sound was terrifying, distorting the very air around it. At the same time, an unimaginable wave of scorching heat surged forth from the distant abyss. Growing ever stronger, the ground trembled violently, cracking visibly as if something were about to emerge from the depths. A wisp of milky white energy wafted forth. Dragon Chi. This was the greatest opportunity of this expedition. Yet, at this moment, Zhuge Ling and Chen Miaoyi were oblivious to it. Their expressions shifted drastically. Not good. That drought spirit is about to unleash its fury. Jiang Chu. Run. Once the drought spirit appeared, devastation would reign for miles. Even a newly manifested drought spirit could render the surrounding area barren for dozens of miles. This was a force far beyond their capability to contend with. Dragon Chi could be collected after the drought spirit departed. If they lost their lives, it would be truly over. From the earlier roar, they could clearly sense the drought spirit was enraged. It was still not time for it to emerge. One must not underestimate the consequences of an early manifestation. All things must follow the natural order, especially for a being like the drought spirit. It required a perfect moment to reveal itself. This premature emergence could inflict severe damage, yet it was still determined to break free, indicating just how furious it truly was. At this moment, Jiang Chu shook his head. "You two stay outside. My purpose here is to confront this drought spirit." Huh. Upon hearing Jiang Chu's words, Chen Miaoyi and Zhuge Ling were both taken aback. "Jiang Chu, what are you planning to do?" However, before she could finish her sentence, Jiang Chu's figure had already vanished into the depths of the dragon vein. Zhuge Ling's eyes widened. Before she could react, Chen Miaoyi tugged at her. "Linger, no need to follow." "But, Miaoyi, that drought spirit is about to emerge," Zhuge Ling exclaimed, her mind still in disarray. Chen Miaoyi smiled faintly. "I'm not sure what Jiang Senior's intentions are. But I trust him. Since he dares to act this way, he must have absolute confidence. Our presence would merely burden him." Zhuge Ling stared in disbelief. "Miaoyi, what do you mean?" Even if Jiang Chu has reached a level comparable to the Spirit Sea, he still cannot contend with the drought spirit. Shen Miaoi cast a complex gaze at Jiang Chu's departing figure before slowly speaking. Not only has he reached a level comparable to the Spirit Sea, but when he defeated Xuanji, he also unleashed a thunder technique. Lei Fa. Zhuge Ling was taken aback, as if she had come to a realization. You can't be referring to the town guardian's divine ability of Longhu Mountain. The 5 Thunder True method, can you? But Jiang Chu is not a ghost tamer, right? How could a ghost tamer cultivate divine abilities? Shen Miaoi nodded. Indeed, it is the 5 Thunder True method. I cannot be mistaken. He might not only be a ghost tamer, but also on the path of cultivation, with a cultivation level of the 5th stage Spirit Sea, combined with the unparalleled thunder method of the cultivation world. That drought spirit cannot harm him. Inside the cave, at the moment of Xuanji Doran's death, Jingxin Monk's expression shifted slightly. The aura of Xuanji has vanished. The disappearance of the aura is self-explanatory. Damn, who on earth are these people coming here? Clearly, my heart-reading technique only detected 2. With their cultivation levels, that it should be impossible for them to have killed Xuanji. He glanced at the drought bone stake embedded in the coffin. The entire coffin was trembling violently. The drought spirit inside was continuously accumulating power, attempting to forcibly break free from the binding of this drought bone stake. No, I can't stay here any longer. The drought spirit's blood is already in hand. A single drought bone stake cannot suppress this drought spirit for long. I must leave. After speaking, he took out a blood-red Buddhist bead from his bosom and crushed it forcefully. The bead shattered, transforming into a beam of bloodlight that enveloped Jingxin in an instant. In the final moments, he yanked out the drought bone stake that was nailed to the coffin. Bang! At the moment the drought bone stake detached from the coffin, an unimaginable surge of scorching power surged forth from the crack, forming a giant hand that struck directly at Ming Jing. He revealed a hint of fear and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Fortunately, at that moment, the Buddhist bead flickered with brilliance, and his figure vanished instantaneously. Roar! Inside the coffin, an enraged voice reverberated through the heavens and earth that a crystal-clear hand finally pierced through the dilapidated coffin. Crack! From above, lightning flashed. Whenever a defiant being manifests in the world, the heavens will unleash a thunderous tribulation. That heavenly thunder struck down precisely, crashing into the cave with a resounding boom, causing the previously frenzied power within the cave to diminish significantly. A lightning strike? Jiang Chu's figure appeared beside the cave, truly worthy of the drought spirit. The power of this thunder is at least dozens of times weaker than mine at that time. He praised. The ability to summon heavenly thunder speaks volumes. Why hasn't it emerged yet? Jiang Chu waited outside for a moment longer. He had initially believed that the drought spirit would take this opportunity to fully manifest. However, after the thunder struck, he distinctly sensed the drought spirit's power retracting. Damn, what a disgrace for us zombies. It's just a bolt of heavenly thunder, and it's afraid. Jiang Chu was quite dissatisfied. Drought spirit. Forget it. I might as well go down and lend it a hand. Jiang Chu pondered briefly and made up his mind that a peculiar force flashed around him, tearing apart the space as he vanished from his original spot. Directly entering the cave, the terrifying heat spread as soon as he landed. Jiang Chu's gaze fell upon the old coffin at the center of the cave. The lid of the coffin had already been split open by the previous thunder's might. Through the broken coffin, Jiang Chu saw a figure lying inside, that of a young girl, approximately in her teens. Her entire body was as white as jade. Her hair also white. Her features were exquisitely delicate. Resembling a porcelain doll in slumber, Jiang Chu continued to look down and nearly had his eyes pop out. Holy cow, so big. This is truly the drought spirit. However, upon seeing the 2 sharp teeth at the corners of the girl's mouth, Jiang Chu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Not mistaken. This generation's drought spirit has been well nourished, not inferior to Su Waner, that milk cow. Moreover, from this drought spirit, Jiang Chu felt a rare sense of familiarity. This emotion was inexplicable, as if he had found a kindred spirit in a world full of living beings. Chapter 91. No, Jiang Chu, you really consider the drought spirit a pet? Once again, the heavenly punishment. However, Jiang Chu suddenly frowned. He noticed that at the position of the young drought spirit's heart, there was a square blood hole resembling a nail. Although the blood hole no longer bled, it caused this young drought spirit's aura to continuously dissipate. Even the dragon energy of the earth veins could not restore her injuries, for within that blood hole, a faint power that restrained the drought's spirit was spreading. Holy cow, what's going on? This girl hasn't been nailed by the drought bone stake, has she? Jiang Chu guessed something. Normally, the power of the drought bone stake would not be able to shake a drought spirit. At most, it could only provide temporary suppression. However, at this particular moment, it was precisely the time for this drought spirit to emerge. The manifestation of such an anomaly would inevitably invite heavenly wrath. Having been struck by the drought bone stake, she was in this state. If she were to confront the heavenly tribulation head-on, she would undoubtedly perish. No wonder she shrank back after being struck. So this was the reason. Ding! Host detected encountering a juvenile drought spirit. Weakened. Options activated. Option 1. Devour the drought spirit. It would be of little use, as the bloodline of the drought spirit is merely a dessert after a meal for you. Option 2. Subdue the drought spirit. As the purple-robed zombie king, having a drought spirit as a subordinate should be quite beneficial. Within Jiang Chu's mind, the system's prompt sounded upon hearing this voice. A hint of joy appeared on Jiang Chu's face. What a considerate system, since that's the case. Only a fool would choose the first option. After selecting the second option, if I want dessert after a meal in the future, I can just draw from this little girl, right? As long as I don't drain her completely, I can nurture her for the next time. Isn't this much more economical than the first option? Having made up his mind, the most crucial point now was to help this young drought spirit fully manifest. Jiang Chu stepped forward, instantly appearing before the coffin. As Jiang Chu approached, he distinctly sensed that the young drought spirit inside trembled slightly. Seemingly in fear, the young drought spirit was already capable of comprehending her own consciousness, possessing her own thoughts. Don't be afraid. I'm here to help you. Jiang Chu revealed a friendly smile. With this close contact, he felt his vision broaden. This thundered was indeed well struck. The mountains appear as ridges, the sides as peaks. Distances and heights vary. Ancient sages truly possessed great wisdom. As Jiang Chu spoke, the trembling form of the young drought spirit began to calm. Jiang Chu looked at the wound on her chest. Through her skin, he could see that her heart had sustained a hole. Were she not a drought spirit, an ordinary being would have perished long ago. Logically speaking, a higher bloodline should have miraculous effects on lower beings. Perhaps my blood could help her recover directly. Jiang Chu stroked his chin in contemplation, finding it quite reasonable. For instance, if the blood of a true dragon were to fall into a river, it would enable all aquatic creatures to undergo transformation. Following this logic, he should possess similar abilities. After all, it's only 2 drops of blood. It's not like I'm procreating. Let us give it a try. With that thought, Jiang Chu's fingernails elongated and slashed against his middle finger. A drop of blood appeared at his fingertip. The moment the blood appeared, the previously fearful young drought spirit suddenly erupted with divine light. Jiang Chu could sense that she seemed to yearn for his blood. Don't worry, I'll feed you right now. Jiang Chu waved his hand, and the drop of blood fell onto the drought spirit's chest. Buzz. After the blood fell, it transformed into a purple aura that enveloped the young drought spirit. Immediately afterward, the wound on her chest began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. Moreover, her aura was undergoing a transformation. The ancient and mysterious symbols that had been somewhat blurred on her body all emerged, imprinted on her, adding an ancient and mystical quality. The sharp teeth at the corners of her mouth continued to grow, and the terrifying heat within her radiated as she frantically absorbed Jiang Chu's blood. Gradually, a cocoon-like formation enveloped her body. So fierce. Jiang Chu realized that his blood might be of great use to this young drought spirit. But he hadn't anticipated such a powerful effect. Just a single drop of blood, and merely from his fingertip, could induce such a transformation in her. If he were to give her a drop from his heart, it would be unimaginable. However, Jiang Chu also understood that moderation is key. Otherwise, he might end up bursting this young drought spirit. Rumble. The ground began to tremble once more, and this time the tremors were even more intense. The thunderclouds above began to gather continuously. Flashes of lightning flickered wildly, far more terrifying than before. On the outskirts of the dragon veins, Chen Yaoi and Zhuge Ling naturally witnessed all these changes. Their eyes continuously narrowed. What is happening? This heavenly tribulation, how has it grown stronger, and how could it have increased so much under this heavenly might? Even though they were still far away, Zhuge Ling felt her scalp tingle. Chun Miaoi also fixated on everything before her, biting her red lip. The transformation of the thunder clouds indicates that the drought spirit is also growing stronger. Otherwise, it would be impossible to have such an occurrence at this moment. However, the drought demon is on the verge of emergence. How could she transform into this state in such a short span of time? Chun Miaoi was enveloped in deep confusion. She was unclear about the events unfolding beneath the abyss. Yet, she keenly sensed that all of this perhaps had something to do with Jiang Chu. Could that drought demon have absorbed Jiang Chu's essence? A sudden thought struck Chun Miaoi, her eyes widening. Although Jiang Chu was not a disciple of Long Hushan, he had inherited the purple robe of the celestial master's estate. Merely this fact, despite his lack of formal status, was sufficient for Jiang Chu to inherit a considerable portion of the estate's fortune. Though she held great confidence in Jiang Chu's strength, the current upheaval of heavenly thunder could only be explained this way. Ling, stay put. I must see if Jiang Chu is in danger. With that, her figure began to dart in the opposite direction. At that very moment, a tremendous explosion erupted at the heart of the dragon vein. Following this, a figure radiating boundless fiery divine patterns soared into the sky. Simultaneously, the thunder from above crashed down violently. Chapter 92. In my name, divine retribution, scatter, command the heavenly thunder. If the previous thunder was terrifying beyond compare, this latest surge surpassed all imagination. The sky was completely illuminated by the thunder's brilliance. Dozens of feet of heavenly lightning plummeted directly onto the young drought demon. Boom! The sound of thunder erupted, resonating through heaven and earth. The heavenly thunder, a manifestation of celestial might, embodies the essence of supreme yang, a bane to all living beings. Even the drought demon, under the onslaught of such dreadful thunder, found the flames enveloping her being pierced through to a massive wound erupted on her body as crimson blood rained down, transforming into fireballs reminiscent of molten lava before they could reach the ground. The young drought demon let out a cry of anguish. Given her strength, she should have been able to withstand the heavenly thunder without such distress. Yet, Jiang Chu had unwittingly added a twist, causing her transformed bloodline to invoke a cataclysmic heaven's tribulation, rendering her unable to endure even the first bolt of thunder. However, she understood that if she could survive this tribulation, her future achievements would surpass any drought demon imaginable. The true form of the drought demon, a vast expanse of crimson earth. The voice of the young drought demon resonated. The once dim flames surrounding her began to rise once more as those 4 words were uttered. Her entire form swelled, her previously diminutive stature increasing by nearly 30 centimeters in an instant. Ancient divine patterns manifested across her skin, while her silvery hair transformed into flames. From a distance, she appeared as an ancient deity emerging from a sea of fire. The true form of the drought demon. Seeing the young demon's sudden transformation, Jiang Chu was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated such a miraculous ability. The petite girl had instantaneously morphed into a grand woman. A stark contrast indeed. However, the revealed true form was likely the manifestation of her complete growth, akin to his own zombie king form, capable of seamlessly switching between human and zombie states. Although her true form undeniably amplified her power significantly, it was still impossible for her to withstand the heavenly thunder. Jiang Chu gazed at the young drought demon, who had barely survived 3 bolts of thunder yet remained battered and bruised, and shook his head. His aura was extraordinarily formidable. If it weren't for his immortality, having transcended the cycle of reincarnation, he would have found it exceedingly difficult to endure the heavenly thunder himself. The young drought demon, having absorbed a trace of his essence, had escalated the tribulation to a level that offered no escape. That it seemed he needed to lend a hand. Jiang Chu stretched languidly. And as he spoke, the previously scorching air began to chill abruptly. A terrifying mist of corpses erupted around him, clashing with the heated air and rapidly enveloping the entire dragon vein in a thick fog. Within the mist, the purple robe billowed in the wind, while the 5 emperors' golden shield transformed into a stream of light, obscuring Jiang Chu's visage. That a power more terrifying than that of the young drought demon surged forth. Jiang Chu's entire being shot upward, crossing the expanse to stand before the young drought demon. He lifted his gaze toward the thunder above, his crimson eyes devoid of any emotion. Come! The thunder rolled to a halt abruptly. As if it had encountered an unimaginable foe, The once chaotic storm clouds began to converge frantically. The entire world transformed into darkness at a visible pace. The ominous clouds loomed overhead, akin to the apocalypse. The white lightning continuously morphed into a violet hue. If the young drought demon's heavenly thunder was merely a tribulation, then Jiang Chu's manifestation had transformed it into divine retribution. In my name, the drought demon shall face the tribulation today. The indifferent voice bore no trace of emotion. Boom! The divine retribution finally descended that a violet lightning bolt, stretching hundreds of feet, descended upon Jiang Chu with world-destroying force. The strike was swift, landing upon Jiang Chu in the blink of an eye. Behind him, the purple robe that had adorned him rose without wind. Purple light flickered upon the robe, accompanied by ethereal sounds of the Tao. The heavenly punishment that had been descending upon Jiang Chu suddenly halted before the purple robe, as if it had slammed to a stop. Then, with a resounding explosion, the heavenly thunder detonated, transforming into a brilliant display that illuminated the heavens and earth. Instantly, the wind ceased and the clouds vanished, leaving only the purple robe settling back onto Jiang Chu. As if nothing had transpired. Jiang Chu, what just happened? Am I the progenitor of this divine retribution? Did it recognize me? Why did it strike and then disappear halfway? Not only Jiang Chu, but the young drought demon beside him was also left dumbfounded. Initially, after Jiang Chu's appearance, the oppressive aura of the purple-robed zombie king had nearly suffocated her. It was a deep-seated sense of oppression, as if she possessed no strength to resist before Jiang Chu, only able to submit unconditionally. Moreover, the spectacle of Jiang Chu commanding divine retribution left her utterly astonished. So this is the true power of a zombie, yet the subsequent series of reversals left her completely bewildered. However, she distinctly sensed that the tribulation targeting her had truly vanished. From now on, she could traverse the world without fear of being pursued. A wave of joy surged within her. Within her, the power of her bloodline awakened, breaking through barriers, along with an elevation in her consciousness. Previously, while she possessed divinity, she lacked true spirit. Now, however, both aspects had fused completely. In the distance, beyond the dragon vein, Chun Miaoi and Zhuge Ling stood in a daze. They had witnessed everything unfold. Upon seeing the young drought demon, they were startled but had anticipated such a transformation. However, the figure that manifested behind the young drought demon filled them with profound dread. Yes, it was fear, to confront the heavenly tribulation and, with a mere word, obliterate divine retribution entirely. What level of power could achieve such a feat? Miaoi. Were we truly not hallucinating just now? What existence could that be? How does it feel like he is even stronger than the drought demon? No, vastly stronger. Zhuge Ling's delicate face turned pale. As a disciple of the Zhuge family, she was well versed in the myriad affairs of the cultivation world. Yet, despite this, she had never heard of such a terrifying scene. Moreover, in that final moment, she had faintly glimpsed a purple robe. Hearing her words, a bittersweet smile graced Chun Miaoi's face. Even Zhuge Ling had vaguely seen that purple robe. Naturally, she had perceived something as well. Moreover, she had seen even more. That purple robe had flown forth from that figure. And in this entire realm of dragon veins, nay, even across the entire otherworldly domain, the only one who could possess the purple robe was Jiang Chu. Therefore, the divine retribution that commanded the heavenly thunder, that vanished with a single utterance, was Jiang Chu. However, after the initial shock, she quickly regained her composure. Her expression turned exceptionally grave. Linger, Senior Jiang is favored by the Taoist master, and our relationship is also quite close. Thus, we must treat today's events as if nothing occurred, even if it concerns the Huangquan Bureau, or that your grandfather must not be informed. Zhuge Ling, with her intelligence, understood in an instant. She flashed a playful smile. Rest assured, Miaoi, during the previous incident at the river, I owe Jiang Chu my life. He has saved me once. Moreover, with your family's connection to the esteemed Celestial Master, I certainly know how to proceed. Furthermore, with the Celestial Master present, who in the otherworldly domain, including the Huangquan Bureau, would dare to act against him? Chun Miaoi's cheeks flushed slightly as she shot a glare at Zhuge Ling. All right, let us first gather some dragon energy and await Jiang Chu's return. Chapter 93, Young Drought Demon. Daddy, Jiang Chu, aren't you supposed to wait? Who's your father? At the reverse scale of the dragon vein, Jiang Chu observed the suddenly closing eyes of the young drought demon. Realizing she was in the midst of transformation, hence, he refrained from interrupting her. By the way, Zhuge Ling and Chun Yaoi mentioned that the location of the young drought demon had the most abundant dragon energy. He decided to take a look. Jiang Chu took a step forward, re-entering the depths of the abyss. With the emergence of the drought demon, cracks began to appear densely on the surrounding rock walls of the abyss. Jiang Chu raised an eyebrow at the rocks resembling scales. Indeed, it is a true dragon vein. However, it is unfortunate that the essence of this dragon vein has been wholly nurtured within the body of the young corpse spirit. Now that the young corpse spirit has emerged, it seems this dragon vein may face an imminent severance. That a dragon vein is a natural endowment of the earth, possessing great fortune if an ordinary person is buried within a dragon vein. Their descendants are destined to produce a true dragon. Yet, ever since the so-called Earth immortal Lu Bowen severed the dragon veins of the world hundreds of years ago, the dragon veins in the land of Daxia have nearly been extinguished. Moreover, in recent decades, specialized exploration teams have been scouring for any remaining dragon veins. The chances of encountering a living dragon vein have become exceedingly rare. To his surprise, however, he discovers that a hidden dragon vein still exists within the mountains of Jiangbei. Jiang Chu cast a glance and then averted his gaze. Whether the dragon vein thrived or withered had no bearing on him. His attention shifted to the location where the young corpse spirit's coffin had been. There, with the shattering of the coffin, an opening of about 10 feet emerged beneath, as if the coffin were poised atop this very aperture. That moment, wisps of milky white essence began to flow forth. Radiating pure energy, Jiang Chu's eyes brightened, and in the blink of an eye, he found himself before the dragon vein's essence. Ding! The host has acquired dragon vein essence. Dragon vein essence. Special treasure. Effects. The essence condensed from the dragon vein can solidify the foundation for practitioners below the 5th-tier spiritual sea when consumed. Cleanse their marrow, enhance their innate talents, and fortify breakthroughs with no adverse effects. For practitioners above the spiritual sea, it bears no effect and nourishes most rare materials. Additionally, if waterborne creatures obtain it, it can assist in refining their bloodline, with a chance to transform into a dragon. Note, although dragon vein essence may seem trivial to you, its sweet and sour flavor makes it an excellent snack. Upon reading the description, Jiang Chu nodded in satisfaction. The effects were indeed commendable, though it held little value for him. He still had the blood-tainted Tai Sui that he wondered if the dragon essence could nourish the Tai Sui. With a thought, he summoned the blood Tai Sui from his spatial ring. What was once vibrant and full of life was now utterly wilted, including the piece of flesh he had severed, which had failed to regenerate. How peculiar that even Tai Sui could perish. Jiang Chu cautiously brought the dragon essence closer to the blood Tai Sui, and he observed the previously wilted Tai Sui quiver slightly. Suddenly, he felt as if the dragon essence in his hand was being devoured by an unseen force. Instantly melding into the blood Tai Sui, the once listless Tai Sui surged with vitality as if it had consumed a potent pill, rapidly healing the previously severed flesh at a visible pace, and even undergoing some inexplicable transformations. Ding! The Millennium Blood Tai Sui, having absorbed dragon essence, felt invigorated and began evolving towards a higher-tier spiritual herb. The duration of the evolution remains uncertain. The host can feed it dragon essence to shorten the evolution time. As the system's voice echoed in Jiang Chu's mind once more, he was astonished. This truly works. He glanced incredulously at the blood Tai Sui, curious about what flavor it would possess once fully evolved. Perhaps he would slice it once more and taste its saltiness. He tossed it back into the spatial ring without hesitation, then proceeded to collect all the dragon essence from the earth veins, a total of 36 wisps. As the final wisp of dragon essence was extracted, a cracking sound reverberated through the cavern, and the entire chamber began to tremble. This place was on the verge of collapse. Jiang Chu did not linger. He traversed through space. His body flickered with spatial energy, and he vanished from his location. Almost mere seconds after his departure, a thunderous roar echoed. The cavern completely collapsed. Rocks trembled, kicking up clouds of dust. It took several minutes for everything to finally settle. Jiang Chu withdrew his gaze, turning towards the location of the young corpse spirit. Just then, the young corpse spirit suddenly opened her eyes upon seeing Jiang Chu. A look of joy spread across her face. She parted her lips, seemingly unaccustomed to her ability to vocalize. But soon after, a youthful voice rang in Jiang Chu's ears. Dad. Daddy. Jiang Chu. His expression darkened. What is going on? I merely wanted to take in a younger sibling, and you call me Dad. Though we are both corpses, we are clearly not of the same variety. Could I have possibly birthed a daughter of your age? Daddy, the young corpse spirit paid no heed to Jiang Chu's darkened expression. In an instant, she leapt into his embrace, warm and soft, causing Jiang Chu to feel as if he had plunged into a sponge. He staggered backward, inhaling sharply. Clothes, clothes. The attire the young corpse spirit had worn should have been from her burial, but after countless years of decay, combined with her transformation into her true self, it had long since become tattered. Now, with her sudden movement, the remaining fabric disintegrated into ashes. Clearly, the young corpse spirit was oblivious to Jiang Chu's words, simply snuggling against him. Jiang Chu rubbed his nose, relieved that as a corpse, he was less prone to nosebleeds. Never mind, let's continue. After several minutes, Jiang Chu reluctantly retrieved a new piece of clothing he had purchased but not yet worn from his spatial ring. Lift your foot. He raised one of the young corpse spirit's delicate feet. Her toes were round and her skin as white as snow. Truly the epitome of a youthful beauty. He simply dressed her and reminded himself that he was not her father. The young corpse spirit stared at him with wide, watery eyes. Then should I call you master? Jiang Chu pondered for a long moment, but could not think of a new title. Calling him master felt somewhat embarrassing. It was one thing to say it in private, but to call him that before others would be socially mortifying, as if he had trained her to be something peculiar. How about calling me big brother? Henceforth, you are my newly acquired little sister. Big brother? The young corpse spirit scratched her head, a look of confusion appearing on her exquisitely delicate face. Nevertheless, she obediently called out the title. Jiang Chu nodded in satisfaction. As for why the young corpse spirit had called him daddy upon her emergence, he understood well. It was naturally due to the drop of blood he had given her earlier. His drop of blood from the purple-robed zombie king had completely transformed her body. Thus, upon awakening, even without the suppression of Jiang Chu's bloodline, the young corpse spirit would inherently feel a closeness to him. Senior Jiang. At that moment, a voice calling out to him reached Jiang Chu's ears from a distance. Without needing to guess, he knew it was Chun Miaoi and Zhuge Ling arriving. That he retracted his intention to continue instructing the young corpse spirit and turned his gaze toward the source of the voice. There, he could already discern their figures. In just a few seconds, the two women had approached Jiang Chu, their gazes not landing on him, but rather fixated on the young corpse spirit. That moment, the young corpse spirit bared her teeth fiercely at the two, revealing two not overly long fangs, which made Chun Miaoi and Zhuge Ling feel as if they were facing a great threat. As practitioners, their senses for danger were naturally exceptional. They regarded the suddenly appearing girl before them and recalled the earlier thunderous tribulation, and a terrifying realization almost instantaneously struck their minds. This is the drought corpse. Cold sweat broke out all over them. Fortunately, at that moment, Jiang Chu patted the young corpse spirit's head. She's one of us. Hearing this, the young corpse spirit looked at Jiang Chu with curiosity, but noticed that he bore no intention of aggression, leading her to retract her zombie fangs and return to her previous innocent demeanor. Jiang Chu smiled at Chun Miaoi and Zhuge Ling. Don't worry, this is my newly acquired little sister. What do you think? Impressive, isn't she? Drought corpse? Little sister? Such niche terms. Chapter 94. Breakthrough. Breakthrough. Strength greatly enhanced. Corpse Heavenly Sutra. Yet, looking at the legendary drought corpse, known for its ferocity and the calamity it brings upon the land, being affectionately petted by Jiang Chu was utterly incongruous. Chun Miaoi and Zhuge Ling were at a loss for words, primarily because this was so different from their preconceived notions of a drought corpse. If they were to tell others that this adorable girl was a drought corpse, no one would believe it. All right, you all must have finished collecting the dragon essence, right? We should take our leave. Jiang Chu waved his hand, leading the young corpse spirit away. Along the way, Chun Miaoi and Zhuge Ling couldn't help but surreptitiously inquire about the young corpse spirit. Upon learning that the young corpse spirit truly recognized Jiang Chu as her master, they finally felt a wave of relief wash over them. They were considerably more at ease, and looking at the young corpse spirit's exquisitely beautiful face, it was hard to harbor any hostility. In just a short time, the sociable Zhuge Ling had already approached the young corpse spirit, chattering away about who knows what. Initially, the young corpse spirit bore some wariness. But she quickly sensed Jiang Chu's friendly demeanor towards the two women. Once she lowered her guard, she soon became completely captivated by Zhuge Ling's chatter, her expressions shifting between adorably naive and confused. Clearly, she was easily deceived. By the time they arrived at Jiang Chu's residential complex, the young corpse spirit was joyfully holding Zhuge Ling's hand, resembling the closest of sisters. Jiang Chu, given that you and the young corpse spirit are of different genders, it must be inconvenient to sleep together at night, right? How about letting her stay with me and Miaoi? Just before exiting the vehicle, Zhuge Ling turned to Jiang Chu with a question. Jiang Chu's expression darkened. What does my sleeping arrangement have to do with you? Do you think I could possibly with a drought corpse? You even consider the gender difference? He glanced at the young corpse spirit. Do you wish to join them? The young ghost glanced at Jiang Chu, then at Zhuge Ling and Chun Miaoi. That I shall heed my elder brother's words, she said. Jiang Chu rolled his eyes, finding the situation reminiscent of a mischievous child eager to play outside. Despite having lived for countless years, the young ghost's consciousness had only recently awakened, and her mind resembled that of a teenager. Then go with them, Jiang Chu stated, suddenly struck by an idea, with a wave of his hand. The crystal coffin he had previously acquired materialized before him. You can sleep in this coffin tonight. The young ghost's eyes sparkled with delight as she beheld the coffin, and she eagerly picked it up, seemingly quite satisfied. Then, to everyone's astonishment, she opened her mouth and swallowed the coffin whole. Jiang Chu, Chun Miaoi, Zhuge Ling, what the you just swallowed it? Why are you all looking at me like that? The young ghost, having consumed the coffin, looked perplexedly at Jiang Chu and the others. She then explained, this is my innate ability, akin to a domain. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chu finally understood that it was said that drought demons could swallow dragons. And it seemed she indeed possessed a talent for devouring, albeit in the form of an adorable loli who had just consumed a coffin. That it was undeniably a bit frightening. Jiang Chu glanced at her chubby cheeks, contemplating the potential for future experiments. After sending the two girls and the zombie away, Jiang Chu returned to his home. His neighbor, Su Wanner, was absent that evening. She had mentioned wanting to inform her family about her experience with the old Chinese physician, so she had gone home. After a brief wash, Jiang Chu sat cross-legged on his bed, beginning to reflect on the day's gains. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have completed the task, Wrath of the Drought Demon. Upon completion, you have received the rewards. 70 years of Corpse Chi. Random lottery pack for Corpse Techniques 1. 5,000 Corpse Chi points. The familiar sound of the system's completed task echoed in Jiang Chu's mind. Almost simultaneously, 70 years' worth of Corpse Chi erupted from within him, the overwhelming power of the Chi creating a gust of wind in the room. Jiang Chu closed his eyes, allowing the Corpse Chi to rise and focusing intently on refining it. After several breaths, he exhaled, causing the air to coalesce into a white mist. That he examined his system panel. Name: Jiang Chu. Identity: Purple Robe Zombie King. Unique: Zombie level 5th stage Flying Zombie. Evolution progress 30%. Treasures: Corpse Purple Robe, Corpse 5 Emperor's Money Shield, Zombie King S Prison Hammer. Innate abilities: Zombie King Ascension, Second Tribulation, Corpse Manipulation, Intermediate, Time and Space Control, Extremely Weak. Corpse Techniques: Corpse Control, LV3 Minor Achievement. Corpse Spirit Summoning, LV3 Minor Achievement. Corpse False Tsunami, LV3. Corpse 5 Thunder Rites, LV2. Corpse Chi Points, 38,600, available for purchase in the system store. The evolution progress had increased by 13%, reaching 30%, which was quite satisfactory to at this rate. A breakthrough to the Flying Zombie stage would not take long, and the Corpse Chi Points had also reached an all-time high of 38,000. Time to draw for the Corpse Technique skills. Jiang Chu looked at the remaining lottery pack for Corpse Techniques, feeling optimistic after his previous draw of the 5 Thunder Rites. He spoke directly. System: use the Corpse Technique lottery pack. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully used the Corpse Technique lottery pack and obtained the golden level ability, Corpse Heavenly Talisman. Would you like to claim it? Heavenly Talisman? Upon hearing the name, Jiang Chu's face brightened slightly. Although the Corpse Heavenly Talisman was merely a golden level ability and not an overwhelming stroke of luck, it was still quite commendable. The Heavenly Talisman was renowned, on par with Spirit Summoning, as one of the 8 extraordinary techniques and represented the pinnacle of talisman crafting. While the talismans he created with corpse chi would be classified as corpse talismans, their effectiveness would remain intact, as long as they were capable of killing. Claim it, Jiang Chu declared. Buzz. Memories of the corpse heavenly talisman began flooding into his mind. The heavenly talisman completely transcended the constraints of traditional talismans, allowing for the creation of symbols without the need for altars or drawings. Simply by condensing chi into form, gathering symbols in the void, with just a thought, he could inscribe any divine symbol in the air, akin to scattering beans. Although the appearance of the heavenly talisman in animation seemed rather mundane, it was primarily due to the practitioner not being from the talisman crafting school and never truly valuing the heavenly talisman. In reality, if one could master talisman crafting to its fullest extent, it would undoubtedly rival any other method. Chapter 95. The Wind After the Strange Gate. I am the direction, I am the fortune and misfortune. After several minutes, Jiang Chu finally opened his eyes again. Truly, the power of a technique that could stand among the 8 extraordinary techniques was no less than that of spirit summoning. Regrettably, it was not among the top 3 techniques, such as the wind after the strange gate. Otherwise, next time, it would be much more enjoyable to slap Zhuge Ling's face, sparing him from her incessant boasting about her family's Zhuge Gate. Jiang Chu stroked his chin, examining the attributes of the corpse heavenly talisman. Name: Corpse Heavenly Talisman. One of the 8 extraordinary techniques, the pinnacle of talisman crafting. Current level, LV0. Effect: as a novice, one can instantly draw a corpse talisman in the void. With mastery, one can draw 3 talismans instantly. At the minor achievement level, 9 talismans. At the major achievement level, 27 talismans. And at perfection, 81 talismans in 1 second. Next level, 2,000 corpse chi points, to be able to draw 1 talisman per second at the novice level. And at perfection, a staggering 81 talismans in 1 second. Jiang Chu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Truly, this was the Gatling of the divine ability realm. Once this little motor revved up, it could unleash a torrent of talismans. If he were to begin crafting corpse talismans while on the way to a fight, he could unleash thousands upon arrival. Not even a 5th-stage Spirit Sea cultivator, let alone a 6th-stage Fate Palace powerhouse, would be able to withstand such an onslaught. Just imagining that scene was delightful. Time to elevate it by 3 levels and see what happens. Now, Jiang Chu was financially well off, with over 30,000 corpse chi points. Except for the terrifyingly powerful 5 Thunder Rites, the other abilities were more than sufficient. System: upgrade the heavenly talisman by 3 levels. Jiang Chu commanded. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have consumed 2,000 corpse chi points, successfully upgrading corpse heavenly talisman to current level, LV. 1. Novice. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have consumed 4,000 corpse chi points. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have consumed 8,000 corpse chi points, successfully upgrading corpse heavenly talisman to current level, LV3. Minor achievement. After spending 14,000 corpse chi points, the corpse heavenly talisman had successfully reached the minor achievement level. Following the completion of the upgrade, the techniques of the corpse heavenly talisman began to coalesce in Jiang Chu's mind, an abundance of knowledge regarding corpse talismans rapidly surging and imprinting itself in his memory. With a gentle wave of his hand, he pointed towards the void. In an instant, countless strands of corpse chi began to spread. The chi coalesced into threads, rapidly sketching out symbols to in the blink of an eye. 9 white talismans exuding terrifying corpse chi manifested before Jiang Chu. These talismans circled around him. Even without deliberate activation, the aura emanating from them was sufficient to slay any 4th-stage core formation cultivator. Truly faster than a second man, and he was quite pleased. After conducting a brief experiment, Jiang Chu felt immensely satisfied. Were it not for the fact that this was a rented space, he might have risked damaging the room. He resolved to take this opportunity to elevate the 5 Thunder Rites by 1 level. After upgrading the heavenly talisman, his once 38,000 corpse chi points dwindled to just over 20,000. Jiang Chu felt no regret, as the power of the 5 Thunder Rites was currently his strongest offensive capability. Prioritizing its enhancement was undoubtedly wise. System: upgrade the Yang 5 Thunder, with Jiang Chu's command. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have consumed 20,000 corpse chi points, successfully upgrading corpse Yang 5 Thunder to current level, LV3. Minor achievement. At last, it had reached minor achievement, through his recent understanding of divine abilities. Jiang Chu knew that the power unleashed at the novice and mastery stages was quite limited. These two levels were more akin to laying a foundation. Only upon reaching the minor achievement level could one be said to have fully grasped the technique. Now, with the Yang Five Thunder advancing to minor achievement, Jiang Chu's insights into the Five Thunder rites had significantly deepened. Not only was he able to transform the Yang Five Thunder into various shapes, but he could also create techniques that utilized lightning as an offensive method. For instance, the lightning cage created by that old heavenly master when he was young during a duel with his disciple. At that time, the old heavenly master's lightning techniques were likely at the minor achievement level. Name: Jiang Chu. Identity: Purple Robe Zombie King. Unique: Zombie level. 5th stage Flying Zombie. Evolution progress: 30%. Treasures: Corpse Purple Robe. Corpse 5 Emperor's Money Shield. Zombie King's Prison Hammer. Innate abilities: Zombie King Ascension. Second Tribulation. Corpse Manipulation. Intermediate. Time and Space Control. Extremely weak. Corpse Techniques: Corpse Control. LV3 Minor Achievement. Corpse Spirit Summoning. LV3 Minor Achievement. Corpse False Tsunami. LV3. Corpse 5 Thunder Rites. LV 2.5. Corpse Heavenly Talisman. LV3 Minor Achievement. Corpse Chi Points. 4,600. Available for purchase in the system store. The system panel was completely revitalized. If I were to unleash the full extent of my thunderous powers now, perhaps I could summon the wrath of the heavens. Jiang Chu meticulously contemplated the formidable strength of the Five Thunders. His eyes sparkled with brilliance. Heavenly thunder. This is the true weapon of mass destruction. Even a terrifying being like the Drought Demon would find itself powerless against such celestial might. Ordinary malevolent spirits would likely be rendered utterly paralyzed by the mere presence of thunder's ferocity. A restless itch began to stir within him. Why not take advantage of the midnight hour to seek out a ghostly sister for an exhilarating encounter? The more he pondered, the more exhilarated he became. Tonight, with the moon obscured and the wind howling, is indeed the perfect time for such an adventure. Thunder and ghostly encounters. How thrilling, indeed. Without further ado, Jiang Chu opened the Huangquan Bureau app and sought out an event titled The Seventh Day Return of the Soul. With a swift motion, he set off towards the event's destination. Chapter 96. Commanding the Heavenly Thunder. The Five Thunders Strike. A divine performer? What of it? In Jiangbei, the outskirts of the old urban area, the once vibrant district has succumbed to the ravages of time and urban development. Losing nearly 90% of its population to the present day, the streets of the old town stand deserted, devoid of any signs of life. Within this forsaken area lies a forbidden ground known as Tingchun Garden, a theater steeped in a century of history. Once a hub of activity in Jiangbei, it boasted a plethora of renowned performers, with the mass performance known as Nuo Opera being particularly celebrated. Nobles from distant lands would travel to witness the spectacle. However, as modernity swept in, the theater faced a swift decline. Tingchun Garden was not spared from this fate. 30 years prior, it teetered on the brink of closure. The theater's owner, unable to bear the blow, locked the doors one fateful night and set fire to the establishment, claiming the lives of 39 souls, including his own children. The blood-curdling screams echoed for miles. From that moment onward, Tingchun Garden was shrouded in darkness, and due to the horrific deaths that transpired within, no one dared to approach. Following the resurgence of the crimson moon, whispers spread of strange lights flickering within the theater, amplifying its eerie aura. Today, amidst the desolation of Tingchun Garden, a solitary figure appeared, clad in a simple monk's robe, the same Jingxin monk from days past. Unlike before, his appearance now bore the pallor of dread. Devoid of any color, clutched in his hand was a heart, steaming in the chill of night, which he gnawed on as he walked. Only after devouring it completely did he cough up a mouthful of blood. Exhaling a long breath, shaken by the terror of the Drought Demon that had nearly defeated him with a single strike. Fortunately, he had brought along the teleportation talisman gifted by Lord Jiang. Otherwise, he would have surely met his demise. Speaking to himself, he ventured deeper into Tingchun Garden. Suddenly, a voice akin to thunder resonated with a theatrical cadence. The expression on Jingxin's face shifted to one of caution as he lifted his gaze towards the source of the sound. Beneath the dim night, a crimson glow illuminated the dilapidated stage of the theater. There, a figure adorned in a vibrant red costume, crowned with flowers and wearing a bizarre mask, danced in harmony with the melody. His movements were peculiar, his dance hauntingly enigmatic, as if he were a supernatural entity. Nuwa opera, also known as ghost opera. Jingxin observed intently, akin to a devoted audience member, for several minutes. He remained entranced until the final note resonated, prompting him to applaud vigorously. Your performance, esteemed lord, continues to captivate as ever. A peculiar smile graced the masked performer's face, one that mirrored the expression on his mask, as though it had become one with his very visage. Jingxin, you are entranced. The voice, neither male nor female, bore an inscrutable quality. Jingxin hastily chanted a Buddhist phrase, Umitba. It is the monk's lack of composure that has caused you to jest, esteemed lord. The performer brushed off the vibrant red robe and gracefully took a seat in midair. Though there was nothing behind him, he appeared as if seated upon the most sumptuous of thrones. How goes the matter? Upon hearing this, Jingxin retrieved the drought-bone steak he had previously acquired and produced a crystal-clear jade vial, crafted from the finest mutton fat jade. The mere value of this vial alone would command a 9-figure sum in the market. However, within it blazed a fierce crimson flame, as if a conflagration were contained inside. He respectfully extended both items towards the performer, reporting, Esteemed lord, the drought demon's essence has been successfully procured. A glimmer of excitement flickered in the performer's eyes as he waved his arm, the robe billowing. And in an instant, the two items were in his possession. He scrutinized the jade pendant for a long moment, a strange smile returning to his mask. Excellent, truly remarkable. This is divine blood, and with it, combined with the relic from your temple, the one amidst the crimson moon shall be able to emerge prematurely. I shall ensure that this crimson moon descends upon the mortal realm in its entirety. Jingxin lowered his head, unwilling to engage with this man whose sanity seemed to waver. He waited until the performer had secured the items before continuing. The abbot has been awaiting your esteemed arrival. However, I must report that your subordinates, Xuanji and Wuma, have both perished in Jiangbei. The performer showed no reaction to this news, merely responding with a nonchalant "Oh, they were worthless," he added dismissively. Jingxin felt a pang of despair but pressed on. Moreover, the divine spirits you implanted within them have also vanished. I suspect they fell to the hands of the same individual. In an instant, the performer's figure flickered before him, emanating an unimaginable aura that sent a shiver down Jingxin's spine. What did you say? My divine spirits are gone. The voice now bore the quality of a young man. Indeed, esteemed lord, after Wuma's demise, I attempted to sense the divine spirits you had implanted, but there was no response. On my way back, the same was true for Xianji. Oh, you know who is responsible. Jingxin nodded. While the circumstances surrounding Xuanji's death remain unclear, Wuma met his end at the hands of a newly emerged 4th-tier spirit controller from Huangquan Bureau. And that spirit controller seemed to have breached the confines of the spirit prison opened by Wuma. Upon finishing, Jingxin produced his phone, opened a message, and presented the contents to the performer. The information detailed Jiang Chu's profile. The red-clad performer squinted his eyes before erupting into laughter. How amusing, truly amusing. Jiangbei appears far more intriguing than I had anticipated. Erase my divine spirits. He is indeed an entertaining adversary. Just so happens that I am in need of an actor for my grand performance. He shall serve as my vessel. As he reached the entrance of Pingan Community, Jiang Chu sneezed. Rubbing his nose, he muttered, Who the hell has been cursing me these past few days? Just wait until I catch you. You'll find out what I can do. Chapter 97. Ghost Stories on a Rainy Night. Hell is desolate, yet I walk among the living. As the overcast sky began to drizzle, Jiang Chu, in a fit of anger, kicked a pair of busy wild insects in the grass at the community entrance. However, he was promptly halted by the security guard. Young man, it's dangerous. You shouldn't go in there. The guard, in his 60s, wore an air of righteousness, clearly aware of something. Jiang Chu, unperturbed, produced a cigarette. He lit one for himself and offered the remaining half-pack to the guard. The guard hesitated, his eyes brightening. This young man knows how to handle things. Well, young brother, if you want to know something, I promise to speak candidly. With cigarettes exchanged, the old guard lit one up, and their rapport became markedly more amicable. Brother, is it true that there's a haunting in the community? Although the Huangquan Bureau app recorded supernatural events in the area, details were scarce, likely due to insufficient personnel. Upon hearing this, the guard's hand trembled slightly as he took a drag, fear flickering in his eyes. Exhaling a puff of smoke, He nodded that I generally don't discuss this with others, but young brother, it is indeed haunted here. Could you elaborate? Jiang Chu was in no rush. It was nice to hear ghost stories on a rainy night. The guard, feeling the companionship, opened the security booth, inviting Jiang Chu to sit. Once seated, the guard began to recount the tale. This incident occurred about a week ago that I remember it well. On that day, the daughter-in-law of the Chun family in Building 4, Room 804, suddenly suffered a stroke and died before reaching the hospital. We were all in disbelief. She was only in her 30s, a kind-hearted soul, and it was shocking how abruptly she left us. We even attended her funeral and contributed 200 yuan as a gift. Everything seemed normal until the night of the wake. As I was patrolling the community, an unexpected, chilling scream pierced the air. I feared something dreadful had occurred and hurried towards the source. Upon reaching the makeshift altar, I was met with an unforgettable sight. The old security guard spoke with palpable intensity, revealing his own trepidation as he took a long drag from his cigarette before continuing. The wife of the Chin family had inexplicably crawled out of her coffin. A perplexing smile adorned her face, one so eerie it could rival the grotesque figures emerging from hell in horror films. "Young man," he said, "do not mock me. Despite having lived a considerable life, I have never witnessed such a bizarre scene." Jiang Chu nodded in understanding. "Did you not check her heartbeat at the time?" The old guard vigorously nodded. "Of course. I even personally checked, and believe it or not, there was indeed a pulse. Subsequently, her family took her to the hospital for a thorough examination, and astonishingly, the conclusion was she had come back to life." The old guard angrily discarded his cigarette but on the ground. "What kind of foolish doctors are these? Are they jesting? The woman had been dead for a day. She even had livor mortis." The Chun family was in a frenzy, believing this was a divine blessing upon them, hastily dismantling the altar. Yet this was merely the beginning of their nightmarish ordeal. The old guard, grappling with his nicotine addiction, after discarding one cigarette, retrieved a crumpled pack of Furong Wang from his pocket and offered Jiang Chu one, lighting another for himself. In the following 2 days, the Chin family did not venture outside, remaining indoors with their curtains drawn, day and night. That I was intrigued. Previously, the matriarch of the Chin family enjoyed her daily walks, and their son often left early for work, making him a familiar sight. One fateful midnight, as I passed by the Chun residence, I faintly heard peculiar sounds. Assuming there were intruders, I stealthily approached their door only to discover that it was ajar. Astonishingly, the entire Chun family of 5 was wide awake. They had not turned on any lights. Instead, they lurked in the darkness, incessantly chewing on something. The sound was utterly unsettling. Fear gripped me, and I instinctively drew my electric baton, using its light to reveal the horrifying scene. The entire Chin family was devouring a human being, a living person. That unfortunate soul was their downstairs neighbor, who happened to be pregnant. The old guard paused abruptly, lost in thought. "Wait, what happened to me afterward? Why do I have no recollection of it?" Hearing the old guard's musing, Jiang Chu smiled. "Brother, I have a story too. Would you like to hear it?" The old guard was taken aback, but nodded. "Go ahead, young man." Without hesitation, Jiang Chu began. 5 days ago, an eerie incident occurred in Ping'an community, stemming from a woman named Li Tsahong, age 37, who had a daughter with her husband. On the surface, her family appeared harmonious, yet in reality, it was far from ideal. Due to her inability to bear a son, her in-laws constantly berated and belittled her, branding her a harbinger of misfortune, claiming she would lead their family to extinction. Her husband, once kind, succumbed to the toxic atmosphere and, spurred on by his parents, had an affair with a young college graduate 2 years prior. They frequently rented rooms together, and the mistress even sent videos of their escapades to Li Tsong, urging her to divorce. However, Li Tsong, with her exceedingly timid disposition, endured the humiliation, turning a blind eye for the sake of their daughter. It wasn't until earlier this year that the mistress discovered she was pregnant. Having surreptitiously confirmed at an illegal clinic that it was a boy, Jiang Chu shrugged in resignation. The plot is rather kitsch. Upon hearing this news, the Chin family, except for Li Tsong, practically revered the mistress, while Li Tsong's in-laws treated her even worse, nearly breaking her legs and tossing her out. Her husband, indifferent to her plight, bought a new apartment downstairs to facilitate his affair, demanding that Li Tsong cater to the mistress's every need. As the mistress approached her due date, she used the unborn child as leverage, insisting on a divorce from Li Tsong. or else she would not bear the child Delight. Utterly submissive, begged the mistress, offering to raise the child herself. With the mistress's impending delivery, the familial discord reached a boiling point. Li-Tsong's in-laws, seeking supernatural assistance, spent 30,000 on a talisman from a sorcerer to take Li-Tsong's life that fateful night. Li-Tsong had always been aware of their intentions, yet she could hardly fathom that the talisman would bear fruit or that her family would conspire to kill her after her death. All her resentment, rage, and unfulfilled desires erupted, and on the second night, she returned as a vengeful spirit, crawling out of her coffin. The Chen family, gripped by fear, worried she might seek retribution, quickly brought her back home. Ultimately, they all perished within their abode. The night shift security guard at Ping'an Community discovered these peculiarities 3 days ago, and upon opening the Chen family's door, he was met with overwhelming terror, causing his soul to flee in fright. Though the guard's body had perished, his spirit remained unaware of its demise, continuing to report for duty until a valiant young man arrived to uncover the truth. Silence enveloped the security booth. The old guard stared blankly at Jiang Chu, suddenly recalling something. Indeed, I believe I died that day. I even witnessed my body being consumed by the Chen family. He pondered aloud. No wonder my wife has been weeping daily, and my long-absent children have returned. They were preparing my funeral. Jiang Chu rose from his seat. Brother, return home and take a moment to see your family. It is time for all to return to their rightful place. We shall meet again in the next life. Stretching lazily, he turned and exited the security booth. As he departed, the once brightly lit booth dimmed into shadow. A cold wind swept through, slamming the door shut behind him, leaving the booth seemingly abandoned, covered in layers of mold and moss. Jiang Chu refrained from taking action against the old guard, perceiving the goodness within him, evidenced by the faint golden aura surrounding him, a sign of national fortune. It was likely he had served in the military in his youth, a veteran whose aura prevented his spirit from dissipating immediately upon death. With the tales concluded, it was time to address the pressing matters at hand. They were all deserving of their fate. Li Tsuhong's cowardice and subsequent murderous rampage were inexcusable, and the Chen family's actions were nothing short of monstrous. With this in mind, Jiang Chu smirked, his figure vanishing into the downpour. Ping'an Community was long abandoned. Not just the Chen family, but a total of 27 souls from their entire building had perished. The other residents had already vacated, leaving the community desolate and littered with refuse, the air thick with the stench of decay. Jiang Chu followed the signs and arrived at Building 4, now cordoned off with police tape. The entire structure was shrouded in an ominous aura, enveloped by a palpable sense of resentment. The bitterness emanating from Li Tsuhong had intensified, forming a malevolent spirit realm. Those who perished within these walls had likely become her ghostly thralls, eternally trapped within her domain. Ding! The system notification resonated in Jiang Chu's mind. Host has triggered the mission, Return of the Soul. Upon completion, rewards will include 30 years of corpse chi, 3,000 corpse chi points. Jiang Chu was pleasantly surprised. A mission was unexpectedly triggered. Although the points were modest, he was satisfied, as this journey was primarily to test his abilities. First, he would gather the malevolent spirits within the building and, taking advantage of the storm, unleash a torrent of thunder upon them. He had already devised their demise. Thunderous retribution awaited. As he stepped into the building, upon reaching the entrance, he was met with unsettling sounds echoing within. Anger surged through Jiang Chu. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. Standing at the center of these vengeful spirits, she was drenched in a crimson hue. Her garments were entirely stained with blood, emanating an aura of terror. Her eyes fixated intently on Jiang Chu. Human, return my daughter. I shall cast you into the depths of hell. A piercing voice echoed from Li Tsong's lips. No one could have anticipated that this wraith had once lived in a timid demeanor. Jiang Chu gazed at the multitude of apparitions manifesting throughout the building, a smile finally gracing his face. You desire your daughter? Very well. If you can withstand this attack of mine, I promise to turn and leave. Upon hearing this, Li Tsuhong's expression froze, a deep-seated dread suddenly surging within her. In the next instant, all the vengeful spirits witnessed a brilliant flash of lightning erupting from Jiang Chu's form. The lightning soared skyward. In the blink of an eye, the already torrential rain-soaked sky rumbled. Thunderclaps resounded once more. This time, the heavenly thunder did not appear out of thin air, but seemed to be summoned by Jiang Chu himself. Dark clouds rolled and coalesced, a fierce wind swirling exclusively above the building. The casual observer, it resembled the apocalypse. Only Jiangchu radiated the terrifying might of the thunder. Beneath this overwhelming force, all malevolence appeared laughable. Itzhong's expression shifted drastically, and the eyes of the specters behind her widened in horror. Thunder technique. These spirits, including Li Zihong, revealed an unimaginable fear. In a way, you can wield thunder techniques now. Are you toying with us? I relinquish my daughter. I want nothing to do with this. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Zihong's figure flickered, intending to flee. Trying to escape? Jiangchu pointed skyward. 5 Thunder technique. Heavenly thunder. Strike. Crack. Under the night, a bolt of lightning cleaved through the sky, carrying unfathomable power as it descended upon the rooftop. Dozens of feet of thunder crashed down. Under this terrifying might, everything seemed as insignificant as ants. The malevolent spirits enveloping the building disintegrated like tattered rags beneath the thunder's wrath. Boom! Lightning struck true, directly impacting those lurking spirits that a blinding white light engulfed the entire structure in an instant. All the vengeful spirits shattered without even a cry of anguish, and even Li Zihong, who had managed to reach the edge, fell victim to the thunder's strike, vanishing without a trace. The thunder did not cease there. Crack! Crack! The entire building began to tremble. A massive pit formed atop the rooftop. Looking around, the building had been cleaved through by that single strike. It swayed violently, spiderweb-like cracks spreading rapidly. Holy crap! Jiangchu was taken aback by the scene. He knew the 5 Thunder technique was powerful, but had not anticipated its might to this extent. 1 strike. And it pierced through the building. Thankfully, the structure was already devoid of life. Otherwise, this incident would have been quite the predicament. Damn, will the Bureau of Hades make me pay for property damage? Jiangchu's expression darkened. He had merely wanted to test the Thunder technique's power, not incur expenses. This building must be worth millions. Time to make my exit. Jiangchu turned to leave. As long as he wasn't present at the scene, he could deny any responsibility when the Bureau of Hades came knocking. Host has eliminated vengeful spirits. 31. Gaining corpse chi points 9,400. Upon returning home, the system's delayed notification resonated in Jiangchu's mind. 9,400 corpse chi points. A satisfied smile crept onto his face, although Li Zihong was merely at the peak of the 3rd tier. Her spirit strength, combined with those vengeful spirits, was sufficient to rival a mid-level 4th tier. Employing the 5 Thunder technique against her was somewhat excessive. Just now, he had unleashed the full might of the 5 Thunder technique. Its power nearly comparable to the heavenly tribulation faced by a newly emerged infant wraith. Ding! Host has completed the system task. Soul retrieval event. Task completed. Rewards received. 30 years of corpse chi. 3,000 corpse chi points. At that moment, the system's prompt echoed once more in Jiangchu's mind. Boom! Within him, 30 years' worth of corpse chi cultivation began to erupt. For Jiangchu, 30 years of corpse chi was no longer substantial. In scarcely a dozen breaths, all the corpse chi cultivation had been absorbed completely. Jiangchu glanced at his attribute panel. Name: Jiangchu. Identity: Purple Robe Zombie King. Unique: Zombie level. 5th tier Flying Zombie. Evolution level 36. Mid. Treasures: Corpse Purple Dao Robe. Corpse 5 Emperor's Money Shield. Zombie King Suppression Hammer. Infinite Stone. Inherent Powers. Zombie King Ascension. 2nd Tribulation. Corpse Wraith. Intermediate. Time and Space Control. Extremely weak. Corpse Techniques. Control Corpse Technique. LV3 Minor Achievement. Corpse Binding Spirits and Commanding. LV3 Minor Achievement. Corpse False Tidal Wave. LV3. Corpse 5 Thunder Technique. LV 2.5. Corpse Heaven Reaching Talisman. LV3 Minor Achievement. Corpse Chi Points. 18,100. Available for purchase in the system shop. 30 years of corpse Chi merely increased his evolution value by 6 points. However, in terms of evolution level, it had already surpassed the mid-level Flying Zombie. Moreover, the corpse Chi points had increased to 18,000, which was quite satisfactory. Time to browse the shop. It had been 2 days since he last checked. Jiangchu opened the familiar system shop. Without enhancing skills, 18,000 corpse chi points were more than sufficient for indulgence. The moment he opened the shop, his eyes lit up that a golden item prominently appeared in the inventory. Item 5. Contract Talisman 1. Description: a one-time consumable talisman. Upon usage, it allows the binding of a contract with any species or being. Once the contract is established, there is no possibility of betrayal. Host is advised to use with caution, avoid binding with peculiar creatures. Price, 3,000 corpse chi points. Chapter 101. A message from the Celestial Master. The Taoist is descending the mountain. Any species, any being, and it guarantees perpetual loyalty. Jiang Chu's expression brightened. This was somewhat outrageous, akin to a 100 coercive control talisman. In the future, if he desired someone, he could simply use this talisman to compel them into servitude. Not only during the day but also at night. How delightful. Jiang Chu clicked to purchase in an instant. A golden light materialized in his hand, and as the light dissipated, a yellow talisman imbued with a unique and profound aura appeared in Jiang Chu's grasp. The talisman bore 2 grooves, presumably for use during the contract binding process. Satisfied, Jiang Chu nodded. 3,000 corpse chi points were undoubtedly worth it. After acquiring the contract talisman, Jiang Chu continued to peruse the other items. Not spotting anything else of interest, he reluctantly decided to give up. It seemed he needed to upgrade the shop to level 4. The third-tier shop had become increasingly difficult to find appealing items. Jiang Chu spoke the truth. With his strength surpassing the 5th-tier flying zombie level, ordinary treasures had become less enticing. Although the third-tier shop offered many items, few were genuinely useful to him at this stage. Oh, right, there was the Bureau of Hades. Perhaps they had something intriguing in their warehouse. After all, he had earned points that he could spend. Jiang Chu pulled out his phone before he could open the Hades app. Numerous unread messages flashed on the screen. Habitually glancing through, he noticed the top message was from Zhuge Ling, sent half an hour prior. The content was a video in it. She and others appeared to have just returned from trying on clothes. Zhuge Ling donned a loose-fitting short skirt, her fair and tender skin exposed. Especially beneath the skirt, something bulged, concealing who knows what treasures. Towards the end of the video, Jiang Chu caught a glimpse of Chen Miaoi. His eyes brightening. Chen Miaoi had also changed out of her originally plain attire and was slipping on a pair of white stockings over her long, delicate legs, though it was merely a fleeting glance. Jiang Chu couldn't help but nod vigorously. The Taoist Jr. had transformed into a white-stocking temptress. What a delightful contrast. He loved it. However, compared to the final video featuring the infant wraith, these were hardly noteworthy. He saw the infant wraith had removed the temporary outfit Jiang Chu had given her. Someone had dressed her in a maid costume. Gazing at the half-visible black stockings, silver hair styled in twin tails, and the petite figure with at least 36 billion adorableness, Jiang Chu felt a surge of joy and hit the like button. Send more, I love watching. After replying, he resumed checking other messages. Most were irrelevant advertisements. But Jiang Chu's attention was suddenly seized by a familiar ID. Fai Bu Dong AI, with a background image of Longhu Mountain. The signature read, "The most dashing gentleman in the Celestial Master's residence." Following were numerous selfies, some attempting to appear profound, others deliberately posing handsomely. Jiang Chu's mouth twitched. Though this was not the first time witnessing such antics, he couldn't help but give a middle finger in response. This old Celestial Master was even more juvenile than a primary school student. Ding ding. An immediate voice message chimed in. Jiang Chu clicked to listen. Jiang kid, are you bad-mouthing the old Taoist again? I don't even need to calculate. I already know it's you. The message seemed casual, but Jiang Chu was taken aback. He was no longer a novice. He was now a zombie who had been dead for nearly 10 days. Privy to much information within the cultivation community, this old fellow being able to message him just from a glance at his social media was no mere coincidence. However, this old fellow might truly possess some kind of sensing ability. Impressive indeed that at least Jiang Chu is currently far from achieving such a feat. The old man is still awake in the dead of night. He should be wary of not rising with the morning sun. No, wait, I forgot. You probably can't rise at all anymore. Jiang Chu did not indulge him, retorting with a single sentence. The other party responded with 3 question marks, followed closely by a 60-second voice message. Jiang Chu paid it no mind. After exchanging a few barbs, he finally inquired about serious matters. What do you want in the dead of night? I, a humble Taoist, have been observing celestial phenomena and have discovered that you may soon encounter a great calamity. But as you know, the secrets of heaven must not be divulged. Jiang Chu casually transferred 888, speak plainly. All right then. The other side received the money with remarkable speed. and his tone became much more amiable. Be careful these days. Someone is out to get you, so don't get killed. Also, I have calculated that the second resurrection of the red moon may occur sooner than expected, that I may have to descend the mountain in a few days. While I'm away, there might be some petty clowns causing trouble. I will send you a package tomorrow. Be sure to check for it. And the package will require a handling fee of 1 million. Jiang Chu. 1 million handling fee. This old coot is simply brazenly extorting money. Get lost. Jiang Chu replied with a single character. See, you're getting anxious again. If 1 million seems excessive, we can negotiate. 50,000 is also acceptable. You know, we at Longhu Mountain aren't affluent. The last money you gave for the villagers to repair the road only managed to cover a small portion. Jiang Chu did not believe a single punctuation mark of that statement. Previously, when he traveled to Longhu Mountain, he considered the old man merely an ordinary Taoist. But now, Jiang Chu was acutely aware that the old fellow's cultivation level was indeed remarkable, that it would not be an exaggeration to say he had achieved a profound mastery of the art. If he wanted money, it would only take a word. Countless people would line up to offer him gifts. Even the Bureau of Yellow Springs would likely not be an exception. Yet this old man loved to swindle him. Now he was even playing the victim. Jiang Chu kindly greeted the old Taoist, who coldly replied, "Understood." The old Taoist was entirely unconcerned with Jiang Chu's attitude. "Woyang Tianzuan, I thank you, Jiang Xiaoyu, for your 18 generations of ancestors. Blood loss of 1 million. Jiang Chu abruptly ended the conversation. Fortunately, this sum of money was insignificant to him at present. He was curious what good items that old fellow might send him. As for the so-called danger, Jiang Chu was utterly indifferent. Based on his understanding of that old man, the 888 he paid was merely a bonus for the information. This time, the old man had sought him out solely for that package. The second resurrection of the red moon occurring ahead of schedule, that was indeed a critical piece of information. Moreover, this old man was also leaving the mountain. Hadn't he not descended from Longhu Mountain for quite some time? Was he heading down for the sake of the red moon's resurrection? Jiang Chu stroked his chin and pondered for a moment, but did not dwell on it further. The realm of that old man was still beyond Jiang Chu's current reach. He knew very little about the resurrection of the red moon. However, he held absolute confidence in himself. It would not be long before he too would step into the circle of sufficient understanding. He must not become complacent after breaking through to the flying corpse level. He aimed to reach the 6th tier as soon as possible, or even beyond it. He always felt that the 6th tier might not even be the limit for those ancient beings. Jiang Chu muttered to himself, not forgetting his primary task. He exited the chat interface and skillfully opened the Yellow Springs app this time. The event task only granted 200 points, which had already been credited upon submission. No verification was required. This was a privilege of Jiang Chu's 3rd-tier sequence. Now, his points within the Bureau of Yellow Springs had increased to 3,600 following the private bounty from the Xie family, and this 200 points. A total of 36 million. If he spent it all in one go, it would be quite satisfying. Upon opening the app's exchange mall, various categories immediately appeared. For ordinary cultivators, this mall represented the greatest benefit of joining the Yellow Springs app. Even some sects could not resist the allure of the Bureau of Yellow Springs Mall. Unfortunately, Jiang Chu was not an ordinary cultivator, nor was he even human. Naturally, a significant portion of the items that other cultivators used were of no use to him. Jiang Chu's gaze fell directly on the sidebar of miscellaneous items. How could a dignified purple-robed corpse king like him only find treasures among the sideline categories? How disappointing, when he finally has the strength. He must compel the Bureau of Yellow Springs to treat the sidelines as the orthodox. Chapter 102. A sudden system notification, fragment of the Origin's secret treasure. Grumbling, he opened the page and searched for the keyword, zombie. Instantly, the items below diminished significantly, leaving only a few pages. However, Jiang Chu's eyes brightened as he spotted a familiar elixir, corpse chi pill. The description read, "This pill is made from the essence of zombie corpse chi. Living people should not consume it. Purchase with caution. Moreover, only 100 portions are available. The price is incredibly low, requiring merely 10 points for purchase. Such a bargain. It seems the mall isn't so bad after all. Although zombies are niche, the items related to them are equally inexpensive. Since living people have no use for corpse chi pills, he extravagantly bought all 100 portions in one go." Jiang Chu continued to glance at other items. Zombie tooth. Description: a tooth from a century-old zombie. Of little use. Only for viewing if you are not a zombie. Zombie Black Dog Blood. Description. After flipping through 2 pages, Jiang Chu found no other useful information. Forget it. These items were not as good as what I have in my own mall. Let us check other categories and try my luck. Jiang Chu closed the current page and browsed through other types. He had to admit, the Bureau of Yellow Springs Treasury was impressive, filled with all sorts of rare treasures. There were even elixirs that assisted in breakthroughs. After looking for an hour, ding, the host has discovered a special fragment of the Origin secret treasure. Please purchase in Jiang Chu's mind. The system's voice suddenly rang out. And he was taken aback upon hearing it that a special fragment of the Origin secret treasure? What on earth is that? However, the system had been stirred. His gaze quickly fell upon the items on this page. He realized he had already flipped to another category within the mall. Most of the items here were scraps or things that were unrecognizable, belonging to the category of being useless but regrettable to discard. After a few glances, Jiang Chu's eyes locked onto an item. This item was actually a segment of a vine that had long since broken that it appeared to be the root of some special item. Name: unknown. Effect: unknown. Description: a segment of an unclassified vine, currently unidentifiable by technology. However, investigations suggest that this vine is likely from a type of aquatic plant, yet it differs from any modern species, resembling something passed down from ancient times. Note: generally not recommended for purchase, unless you have plenty of money to burn. Price: 2,000 points, Jiang Chu. 2,000 points? Are you kidding me? How dare you ask for such a price for something whose nature is unknown? No wonder no one buys it. If it weren't for the system notification just now, I would have likely skipped over it without a second glance. However, the system wouldn't randomly pop up to swindle me that I'll buy it. Let us see what it is. Jiang Chu looked at his remaining points and clicked to purchase. These items would be sent from the Bureau of Yellow Springs headquarters and would take a day to arrive. After completing this, Jiang Chu stretched and prepared to sleep. Meanwhile, outside Jiangbei City, 100 miles away, there lay a small county named Jinling. Jinling County was unremarkable, not much different from many other counties, even before the resurrection of the Red Moon. It was merely a town, far from its current scale. However, Jinling County had experienced remarkable growth in recent years, primarily due to the presence of a century-old temple within the county, Lingyun Temple. It is also one of the most renowned temples in the world. Although Lingyun Temple ranks lower among these temples, it has frequently displayed its ability to exorcise demons since the resurrection of the Red Moon, gaining fame in several surrounding cities. The temple is located on a hillside on the outskirts of Jinling County. Even in the dead of night, the incense continues to waft out on the stone path ascending the mountain. 2 figures were making their way towards Lingyun Temple. Among them was Monk Jingxin. Beside Monk Jingxin stood a man wearing a hat. The man appeared to be in his late 20s or early 30s, with long hair and an unremarkable appearance. However, a smile seemed to constantly play on his face, and his eyes concealed an indescribable strangeness. Jingxin, this place is quite nice. It's evident that you've earned quite a bit of ill-gotten gains. Hasn't he it? The only person who could address Monk Jingxin in such a casual manner was, of course, the leader of the Dark Abyss. Monk Jingxin responded with a respectful smile. Your Excellency, the leader. It is nothing of the sort. Our Buddha speaks not of money, but of fate. These are merely the karmic offerings bestowed by those benefactors. The young man's lips curled into a grin, his laughter gradually growing louder. Enough of the charade before me. I am well aware of your money-making schemes. Planting malevolent spirits to lure people into offering their wealth is indeed a clever tactic. I find it rather appealing. Such trivial skills are hardly worth mentioning. Times have changed, and our temple must also survive. Those who cling to outdated doctrines will inevitably face starvation. The two conversed as they walked beyond the small gate of Lingyun Temple. There, several bald monks awaited them. The leader among them well past 60, yet exuding remarkable vitality. Ba, venerable monk, I humbly greet you, benefactor Bai Lu, he said. Bai Lu nodded casually in response. Venerable Chen Fa, you are too courteous. After exchanging a few simple pleasantries, the group swiftly vanished into the night, entering a meditation room. Seated there, Bai Lu maintained his usual posture, reclining with one leg crossed over the other on a chair made of Wangwali wood. Venerable Chen Fa, I shall be succinct that I come bearing the royal decree, proposing a collaboration between Lingyun Temple and my Dark Abyss. We offer our sincerity. Should this endeavor succeed, You shall become the 7th commander of Dark Abyss in the Great Xia. Moreover, if you excel further, attaining the position of the foremost commander is not out of reach. Upon hearing this, Chun Fa nodded in agreement. Rest assured, benefactor Bai, since we are collaborating, I shall not renege, especially since I must rely on the royal authority to suppress the demonic seed within me. Excellent. Bai Lu was quite satisfied with Chun Fa's attitude. Now that the blood of the drought demon is secured, this legendary creature's essence is sufficient to serve as the vital sacrificial offering. The remaining requirement of 365 male and female children born at the Yin hour can be entrusted to your Lingyun temple. Upon these words, the expression of the elder monk Chun Fa grew serious. Preparations were underway, but thus far, only 100 pairs had been gathered. If we were to consider ordinary children from Jinling County, that would suffice. However, the criteria for those born at the Yin hour are excessively stringent. Indiscriminate capture in Jinling County could alert the officials of the Yellow Springs Bureau. Nevertheless, I have made arrangements and await the return of Jingxin. Within 3 days, I shall deliver. Bai Lu elegantly stretched and rose from his seat. Do not bother informing me of the process. I only require the outcome. I shall return in 3 days to collect. He stepped towards the door, and as he passed Chun Fa, a slight smile graced his lips as he patted the monk's shoulder. Whispering, Venerable, you must strive diligently. Otherwise, when next I come, what I shall demand may very well be your life. Thud. The door of the meditation room swung open, and Bai Lu's figure vanished, leaving only a fleeting red glimmer beneath the moonlight. Chapter 103. The 100 Ghosts Enter the City. The Sinful Dragon Ascends. Are you intending to massacre the city? Once Bai Lu's figure disappeared, the originally compassionate expression of Chun Fa darkened, casting a resentful glance in the direction he had vanished. This fellow, truly a madman. I wonder how the one from Dark Abyss could possibly send him here, if it weren't for. Chun Fa paused, falling silent. Creak. The door of the meditation room opened once more, and Jingxin the monk entered. Upon entering, he offered a slight bow to Chun Fa. Ba, master. Seeing Jingxin, Chun Fa nodded, lifting a cup of tea to his lips for a sip. These days spent with that madman must have been quite taxing on you. Jingxin smiled gently. Master, not at all. All is for the sake of our temple. Indeed, preparations have begun on the part of the 2 ancient temples that it is time for those obstinate old fools to step aside. Since Lingyun Temple has chosen this path, there is no turning back. Once we secure the position of the Buddha's head, the order of the Buddhist sect will undergo a complete overhaul, awaiting the second awakening of the Crimson Moon. Our Buddhist sect shall no longer remain subservient to those outdated authorities. In fact, we might even ascend to become the greatest victors of this second awakening. Chun Fa's eyes sparkled with an indescribable fervor. Master, the 365 pairs of male and female children required by Dark Abyss may prove challenging to procure. Currently, the terrifying entities of the Yellow Springs Bureau are devising ways to cope with the impending second awakening of the Crimson Moon. But until that time, they remain vigilant, and creating such a significant disturbance may not end well. Even if those beings require the Buddha's head to assist them, they will not go too far. Yet, given the stubborn nature of the Buddha's head and those old hardliners, if they discover that as long as he remains, they will show no mercy. Jingxin expressed his concerns. Upon hearing this, Chun Fa nodded. I am fully aware we naturally cannot act openly, but those great demons and terrifying spirits have no such reservations. Even if the Yellow Springs Bureau eventually discovers our involvement, as long as they cannot catch us in the act, they will be too preoccupied with their own troubles to deal with us. Upon hearing this, Jingxin's eyes brightened. Ba, it seems Master is well prepared? Chun Fa nodded. Indeed, within Lantian County. Regrettably, we initially intended to collaborate with the notorious Wuzhong ghost residing in Lantian County. But it seems this individual has been eradicated by some formidable figure. Thus, we must create our own supernatural event. As he spoke, he waved his hand, producing a square flag inscribed with various Buddhist seals, emanating pure Buddhist energy. Yet beneath this flag, a terrifying aura of malevolence loomed. Were it not for the suppression of the Buddhist light, this malevolent energy would likely engulf the surroundings in an instant. This is a square ghost flag I obtained from a revered Arhat, capable of summoning spirits from the 4 corners, he declared, before retrieving a gleaming orb. The orb was smooth and round, yet it seemed to contain something sealed within. This is the Earth Dragon Pearl. The revered one informed me that in Lantian County, there lies a dragon lock well from centuries past, housing the soul of a sinful dragon. You will envelop Lantian County with the square flag and use the Earth Dragon Pearl to awaken that sinful dragon. When the 100 ghosts enter the city and the sinful dragon ascends, you may freely utilize your mental connection to bring back the marked Enauer children. Remember, this matter must not go awry. The square ghost flag, the Earth Dragon Pearl. Upon seeing these two items, even Jingxin the monk was taken aback. Master, will this commotion not be too grand? Moreover, the items obtained are to be handed over to Dark Abyss. There is no need for us to create such a stir. He could well imagine that once these two items were set into motion, half of Lantian County would likely experience a genuine resurgence of malevolent spirits. Especially that so-called sinful dragon soul. A sinful dragon is indeed a dragon. Moreover, it is a dragon of the earth's veins. In the land of Great Xia, there are many dragon lock wells, and what they lock away cannot possibly be true dragons. They are these dragons of the earth's veins. Dragon veins are born of the earth, imbued with immense merit and fortune. Over time, either individuals are buried within these dragon veins to absorb their dragon energy. Much like the dragon vein associated with the emergence of the drought demon, the essence of a dragon vein's fortune would be absorbed, rendering it incapable of spiritual communication. However, should one encounter a dragon vein that has never been absorbed, over time, it may very well give rise to sentience, known as the spirit of the dragon vein. Though the spirit of the dragon vein is born, it cannot escape the shackles of its corporeal form. No matter how powerful a dragon vein may be, it remains a mere collection of stones. Moving it is utterly impossible unless a phenomenon occurs, known as the earth dragon turning over, wherein the tides of heaven and earth align, allowing it to rise into the sky and transform into a true dragon. The earth dragon turning over is also called an earthquake, if it were to occur in a desolate area. That would be one thing.